Chapter 1, Your profession is a power bank? 1 million to guarantee it. Nanjiang City, First Academy, Martial Arts Arena Number 1.
Xin Xingxue, who was known as the school beauty, took out a bank card and handed it to Lin Bei. 1 million, and I'll give you a year's usage rights.
Is that enough? I can add more if it's not enough.
She looked nervous. She seemed very worried about being rejected by Lin Bei.
Lin Bei looked at Xin Xingxue, unsure of what to do. 1 million. His E-grade power bank special profession is not worth this price.
A large crowd gathered around, all shocked by Xin Xingxue's actions.
If I remember correctly, Lin Bei's job is an E-level power bank, a very common auxiliary job, which only costs a maximum of 30,000 yuan a year, but school beautician paid 1 million?
I admit that power banks are an essential tool for everyone, but with so much money, you could easily find a C-grade one.
Why waste your time on Lin Bei? This is enviable. Is this the school beauty's favoritism?
Everyone says that school beautician has always had a crush on Lin Bei, and now it seems that's really true.
Shun, the campus belle, calm down. Why don't you look at me? My profession is a Class D power bank. I'd be happy to reduce it by a 0. Power bank professional.
To put it simply, the most common support professions, roughly 50% of professionals are power banks, i.e., those who provide essential power. A profession specializing in support can help other professions restore their physical strength and energy after establishing a connection with them.
Basically, every combat-oriented profession will prepare a few.
In this world, everyone has the opportunity to awaken, and can awaken 3 major types of professions: combat, support, life skills.
Combat classes include swordsmen, mages, and warriors.
The lifestyle category includes chefs, blacksmiths, repairmen, etc.
Auxiliary classes are somewhat special.
A portion of the classes are conventional priests or spellcasters.
The rest are all power banks.
Strictly speaking, this is a special profession, but because of its powerful support capabilities, it is ultimately classified as a support profession. The team can be without a priest and a healer, but it must have a power bank, someone who can provide additional healing.
It can be said to be an indispensable profession.
To put it another way, it's a backup energy source. From E-grade power banks to SSS grade power banks, the higher the grade, the more powerful the power bank.
Especially after reaching the S grade, they are basically treasures.
It can take several hours for a swordsman to recover his strength using an E-grade power bank.
But what if it were a grade A power bank? It will be fully restored in a maximum of 15 minutes. Not to mention S-class and above. Xin Xingxue then spoke again. Everyone, please be quiet.
Regarding the rumors that have been circulating about me having a crush on Lin Bei,
I must clarify something here. This is not a rumor.
I did have a crush on Lin Bei, and I had a crush on him for 3 whole years. Lin Bei, please give me a chance.
Let me have the right to use you for a year. I will try my best to make you fall in love with me within this year. If you are still not moved after a year, then I will let you go.
Don't blame me, I couldn't bear to see you suffer, so I used this method.
After saying that, Xin Xingxue kept looking at Lin Bei, making it clear that even if he didn't accept it, she would never take it back.
Lin Bei looked down at the bank card. He understood Xin Xingxue's intention. She was using this method to help him. After all, it's very difficult to make a stable income from an E-class power bank. Even if you work yourself to the bone for a year, you might not be able to earn 20,000 yuan. His sister, who is in a vegetative state, still needs 5 figures in medical expenses every month.
Moreover, Xin Xingxue is a very outstanding person.
Extremely good-looking, from a wealthy family, kind-hearted, and the only S-class combat professional in the First Academy.
From both a moral and logical standpoint, agreeing is the best choice.
A few seconds later, Lin Bei took a deep breath and decided to agree. He reached out and took the bank card containing 1 million.
Good. I promise you. This year, I belong to you.
Just as he finished speaking, a notification sound rang in Lin Bei's mind.
Byte. The superpower bank system is officially activated.
With the help of this system, the host can become the ultimate power bank. For each achievement unlocked, each task completed, each condition met, or various other events, the host will receive system rewards. Each reward is related to the power bank profession. Please explore the details yourself later.
Newcomer gift pack has been distributed. Gift pack has been opened.
Reward obtained, SSS rank skill reverse charging. When the host charges other professionals, they can receive rewards from them. These rewards can be various, including but not limited to talent, profession, speed, strength, wealth, equipment, and items.
Reward obtained, SS rank skill energy conversion.
The host can replenish their energy anytime, anywhere, converting food, drinks, and even air into energy, without needing to deliberately replenish it.
Reward obtained, S rank skill 100x capacity.
Based on the current energy capacity, the capacity will be increased 100-fold. As the base capacity increases subsequently, the total capacity will also increase accordingly. A series of notification sounds made Lin Bei's head buzz. Before he could figure out what was going on, the system notification sound, which had just stopped, rang out again.
Bite.
The host has earned their first million through the power bank profession, fulfilling a hidden requirement and meeting the criteria for receiving the reward.
Reward received, job trait increased experience points.
When professionals replenish and recover their energy through the host, their experience points will also increase, and the host will also gain experience points. At this point, the system notification sound will temporarily stop. Lin Bei quickly tried to understand what had just happened. It took him several seconds to regain his composure.
Have I become a super power bank?
With 100 times the capacity, it can replenish energy anytime, anywhere, equivalent to a wireless power bank. Moreover, both parties gain experience points while using it, which is essentially like gaining experience points while AFK. The scariest thing is that while other professionals are using me as a power bank, they are also recharging me in return. I have a chance to get everything from them, including their talents and professions. Next, he checked his own information panel.
Lin Bei. Level, LV1. Experience, 0-100. Occupation, E-grade power bank. Capacity, 100 actual capacity, 10,000.
Abilities, basic energy recovery, basic stamina recovery, reverse charging, energy conversion, 100x capacity, experience point increase. After closing the information panel, Lin Bei was filled with anticipation for the future.
On the surface, it's just a lousy power bank, but in reality, it's an incredibly powerful and versatile multifunctional power bank. Suddenly I feel like I lost $1 million. Let's leave it at that for now. What if I could get Shen Xingshue's job? Lin Bei was not content to be just a power bank forever, he also wanted to have the power to fight. Seeing that Lin Bei stood still after accepting the bank card, Shen Xingxue subconsciously assumed that Lin Bei was unable to accept this situation for the time being. So she considerately took Lin Bei's hand. Come with me.
I need to regain my strength now. I'm going to a competition this afternoon, so you'll have to come with me.
Lin Bei cooperated fully. They followed Shen Xingxue to a high-end hotel across from the academy.
This is the Shen family's hotel. There is a most luxurious suite prepared specifically for Shen Xingxue.
Chapter 2 Shen Xingxue is shocked.
1 million is too little.
In the luxury suite,
Shen Xingxue led Lin Bei in, and she smiled as she said to him,
"Please sit down.
I'm going to wash up, I'll come find you to charge my phone later. I've been busy all morning and I'm almost out of energy, so this time I'll just focus on restoring my physical strength. As for restoring my magic power, I'll do that this afternoon." Lin Bei had no objections. Anyway, doing this kind of thing only benefits him, he can make money and recharge himself.
As for spending time alone with the school beauty, that's not important.
Good. A moment later, the sound of water hitting the floor came from the bathroom. Lin Bei sat there waiting, and on the way, he transferred 100,000 yuan to the hospital to extend his sister's medical expenses for a few more months. After putting down his phone, he remembered something important. If I keep making the charging ability stronger, it will not only be more efficient, but also have more extra power.
Wouldn't that mean that one day in the future, we could wake up my older sister, who's in a vegetative state, by actively recharging her?
That's quite possible.
This was just Lin Bei's guess. The system's subsequent answer gave him a definite answer.
Please don't underestimate yourself, host.
What's so special about restoring a person in a vegetative state to normal?
As long as the host continues to grow stronger and acquire various powers, in the later stages, they may even be able to resurrect the dead.
As a power bank, it's not unreasonable to charge the dead, is it? It's not surprising that the dead could be brought back to life after receiving a large influx of energy, right?
A strong light burst forth from Lin Bei's eyes.
It really can. That gives me motivation.
He couldn't even imagine what kind of existence he would become if he ever reached that level.
Even an SSS-grade power bank would be nothing compared to him.
15 minutes later, Shen Xingxue, having dried her hair, came to the living room and brought Lin Bei a glass of chilled drink.
Can I have it iced?
Lin Bei nodded and took the drink.
He was indeed thirsty.
Xin Xingxue was also a little nervous. After all, this was the first time she had ever done something like this.
Shall we begin? To what extent should it be done? Should we start with the simplest one? Is it really appropriate to start with the most difficult one? Lin Bei naturally understood what Xin Xingxue was saying.
The profession of power bank is affected by the method of contact when restoring the power of professionals. The most common and simplest method is to sit close together and establish a connection using force. A more difficult method is to have some physical contact, such as holding hands or touching legs together.
There are even more difficult methods. Specifically, it depends on the distance.
The most difficult way is to hug each other tightly, leaving no gaps between them, which allows for extremely fast energy absorption.
But most of the time, people choose the simplest option.
Although Xin Xingxue really wanted to choose someone with high standards, she considered that this might scare Lin Bei, whom she had finally managed to win over, so she suppressed her impulse and decided to take it one step at a time, since she had a year to go.
Good.
Lin Bei had no objections. After all, Xin Xingxue was a major benefactor. Xin Xingxue immediately sat down next to Lin Bei, staring intently at him, and asked him for energy replenishment.
Lin Bei chose to agree.
Then, the energy stored in his body surged towards Xin Xingxue, with the main loss being physical strength.
Xin Xingxue's strength was gradually recovering.
This method was much faster than relying on rest, but compared to those high-level power bank professionals, this speed was somewhat slow.
E-grade power banks are indeed relatively weak. It is said that higher-grade power banks can instantly restore physical strength to its peak. No, I must not show any dissatisfaction, otherwise it will put pressure on him.
Because she had this thought in mind, Xin Xingxue maintained a normal expression. To distract herself, she checked her information panel.
Xin Xingxue. Class, Winter Mage. Grade, S. Level, LV1. Experience, 10-100. Magic power, 100-100. Ability, Power of Ice and Snow, transform into the depths of winter.
When she saw the experience section, Xin Xingxue's eyes widened, and she couldn't control her expression. This situation was so unexpected she never imagined that something like this would happen.
How strange. How did I gain 10 more experience points? It was 0 before. Xin Xingxue couldn't help but wonder if she was seeing things.
After a few seconds of silence, she closed the message bar, rubbed her eyes vigorously, and then reopened it.
Xin Xingxue. Level, LV1. Experience, 12-100. I gained 2 more experience points. What's going on? My experience points are increasing automatically? Why is this happening? Xin Xingxue is questioning the meaning of life.
She had never heard of such a thing before.
Gaining experience in a profession is not easy. The only ways to gain experience are to repeatedly use your profession's abilities and kill alien races.
There has never been a case where experience points increase automatically.
This is unprecedented.
Xin Xingxue frowned and pondered, but even with the throbbing pain in her head, she couldn't figure out what was wrong. Experience points are still increasing. Now, her experience points have reached 50, and if this continues, she will level up soon.
But she still didn't understand what was going on. Just then, Xin Xingxue's gaze inadvertently fell on Lin Bei. A bold guess came to her mind. Could it be because of Lin Bei?
Although she subconsciously thought it was impossible, she still decided to give it a try.
What if that's really the case? Lin Bei. Let's pause for a moment.
Lin Bei didn't know what had happened, but he still cooperated and stopped.
Xin Xingxue didn't say anything, glanced at the time, and waited patiently. 3 minutes later, she checked her personal information panel. Xin Xingxue. Level, LV1. Experience points, 50-100.
The experience points remained at 50, not a single point more.
No change.
Next, all we need to do is let Lin Bei start over.
If the experience of stagnant growth resumes, then it can be confirmed that this situation is inextricably linked to Lin Bei.
At present, Xin Xingxue can only think of this one possibility, but she dares not accept this fact.
An E-grade power bank can even increase experience points? This is simply unbelievable. Lin Bei. Continue. Lin Bei continued to cooperate. Time passed second by second, and Xue felt that every second was very long. After waiting for a minute, she checked her information panel again. Xue. Level, LV1. Experience points, 6100. At this moment, everything was settled. Xue's eyes couldn't hide her experience. I've struck gold. I just didn't want him to suffer. I never expected something like this to happen. Without a doubt, the reason her experience points increased for no apparent reason was because she was absorbing Lin Bei's energy. Lin Bei's E-Class Power Bank. It has the effect of increasing the experience points of collaborators. As her experience grew little by little, Xue didn't know how to face Lin Bei. E-Class Power Bank? That's complete nonsense. This is an absolute treasure. But it can even increase experience points. I thought 1 million a year was already an astronomical sum. But now it seems the price was still too low. Once the news gets out, he will definitely be snapped up. I'm not sure I can keep him then, so I'll have to raise the price. After hesitating for a few seconds, Xue and Lin Bei looked at each other. Their expressions became extremely serious. I want to tell you something. I want to pay more. 10 million a year. May I? Lin Bei didn't know what kind of mental journey Xue had gone through, but thinking about how she had just received $1 million and the reward, he decided to agree to it. Even without the system reward, he would still agree to this. Money delivered to his door, especially money with no risk, why would he refuse it? No problem. Without any hesitation, Xue took out another bank card. There are still 4 million in this card. Take it first. I'll give you the remaining 5 million by tomorrow at the latest. I don't have that much money on me. Lin Bei took the bank card. The system notification sounded. Byte. The host has earned their first 5 million through their own efforts, successfully fulfilling a hidden requirement and meeting the criteria for receiving the reward. Reward obtained, class trait limit break 5x. When a professional recovers energy through a host, they will not stop even after reaching their maximum capacity, but will continue to recover until they reach 5 times their maximum capacity. Lin Bei carefully put the bank card away. This new ability is not bad either. Chapter 3, Unbelievable Power. The school beauty is stunned. Xue didn't want to delay paying Lin Bei's maintenance fees, but after experiencing the benefits of being with Lin Bei, she really couldn't bear to leave his side. After all, the longer you spend with Lin Bei, the more experience you can gain. I've got it. I'll have my best friend come to my house to get a few cards and bring them over. This way, I can continue to stay by Lin Bei's side to gain experience, and I don't have to worry about not paying Lin Bei the money I owe him. Thinking of this, Xue immediately sent a message to her best friend explaining the situation. The reason she didn't transfer money directly via mobile phone was because Lin Bei's bank card was unable to make large transfers. The daily limit was 200,000 yuan. The other party replied immediately. Okay, baby. Wait for me a moment. Xue tossed her phone aside and sat quietly next to Lin Bei, absorbing energy. She knew it very well. It won't be long before she reaches level 2, and there's even a chance she can reach level 3. After a while, Xue checked her information panel. Xue. Class, Winter Mage. Grade, S. Level, LV1. Experience, 97-100. Magic Power, 128-100. Ability, Power of Ice and Snow, transforming into the depths of winter. At this moment, Xue froze on the spot once again. Another anomaly has appeared in her information panel. The original limit should have been 100 magic power, but now it has reached 128, exceeding the limit by a quarter. What's going on here? How did my magical power exceed its limit? It's over 28 points. Xue had finally accepted that Lin Bei possessed the ability to increase experience, but now something even more unbelievable had happened. Indeed, it's absurd that sitting down will increase experience points, but it's even more absurd that current magic power exceeds the total limit. Is it because of Lin Bei again? Having learned from her previous experience, Xue didn't overthink things this time and directly focused on Lin Bei as her sole target. Because this is the only possibility. Are you really just an E-Class power bank? It really does act like an E-Class power bank in terms of restoring physical strength. But in other respects, it's completely different. Increase experience points and break through the power limit. Even an SSS level power bank can't do this. If others knew about your abilities, your status would probably be even higher than that of a national treasure. After a while, Xin Xingshue's shock subsided a bit. She looked at Lin Bei, who had a calm expression, and began to consider something. A minute later, a surge of power erupted from Xin Xingshue's body, resulting in a slight enhancement in all aspects of her physical condition. I've leveled up. That's incredible. I just wanted to come back and replenish my strength, but everything that happened afterwards was completely unexpected. It's like having a dream that's completely out of reality. Lin Bei's heart was also unsettled. A system notification sounded. Byte. The host has successfully helped an S-rank professional reach level 2 for the first time, fulfilling the criteria for receiving a reward. Reward obtained, class trait low-level injury healing. When using a host's abilities, a professional can heal to a certain extent, but only for the simplest injuries. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh? It even has therapeutic effects? Although the ability is relatively weak, it is still better than nothing. Just low level. Looks like it can be upgraded in the future. He was very satisfied. Temporary weakness is not weakness, we can improve gradually. Call. Xin Xingxue took a deep breath and finally made a decision. She looked at Lin Bei with a very serious expression. Lin Bei. Can we talk about something? Lin Bei snapped out of his daze, his expression showing some confusion. What's up? Whether we discuss it or not is irrelevant, you're my sugar daddy. As long as the demands aren't too unreasonable, they're all within my acceptable range. He discovered that Xin Xingxue treated him very well. She was a wealthy patron with millions in assets, and had been paying him for a year, yet she spoke cautiously, as if afraid of offending him. Call. Xin Xingxue took several deep breaths in a row. I want to ask you. Can't we use a more efficient way? Sitting like this is too inefficient. And I have an important match this afternoon, so... The more she thought about it, the more shy she became, and she felt embarrassed to continue. But Lin Bei understood what Xin Xingxue meant. Clearly, he wanted to hold hands or hug each other to improve the efficiency of energy recovery, and he had no reason to refuse such a thing. Sure. Just make the arrangements, I'll cooperate. Hearing this, Xin Xingxue seemed encouraged, and her courage was suddenly roused. She stood up, walked straight to the bedside, and went inside first. Then she patted the spot next to her. Come. This will be much more efficient. Xin Xingxue's face turned bright red. She felt embarrassed, thinking she was being a little too forward, but in order to better experience Lin Bei's power, she decided to go to this extent, though she also had some selfish motives. Lin Bei was also shocked, not expecting it to go this far. He thought at most they would hug each other, but in reality they would lie down together? Okay. Since things had come to this point, Lin Bei had no choice but to cooperate and lay down next to Xin Xingxue. Xin Xingxue lay close to Lin Bei, her hand unconsciously grasping Lin Bei's. Charging. Experience points are increasing. Magic power is increasing. Drop. Lock unlocked. After a long while, the tightly closed door was unlocked, and someone would immediately push it open and enter. Just then, the system notification sounded. Byte. The host has successfully helped an S-rank professional reach level 5 for the first time, fulfilling the criteria for receiving the reward. Reward obtained, job trait new ability granted. When other professionals use the host's power, there is a chance they will gain new skills related to their current profession. However, because the host's rank is relatively low, the process of acquiring this power will be quite lengthy. Hiss. Lin Bei gasped. Another new professional characteristic. Equally powerful. Xin Xingxue opened her eyes. She wanted the situation to continue, but now she had to face her best friend who had come to give her money. Although she knew she should leave, she was too late. Before she could get out of bed, her best friend Hao Mengmeng saw her. My God! What are you doing? In broad daylight. Hao Mengmeng instinctively covered her eyes, but with her index and middle fingers spread apart, she could clearly see Xin Xingxue and Lin Bei. Xin Xingxue quickly sat up. Don't misunderstand. He's the power bank I carry. Nothing did happen between us. Innocence, we are innocent. Her voice grew weaker as she spoke. Hao Mengmeng looked at Xin Xingxue with a strange expression, as if to say, I'll just listen to your nonsense. Xin Xingxue knew Hao Mengmeng very well, so she knew what Hao Mengmeng was thinking.
So she quickly ran to Hao Mengming's side, took the bank card out of Hao Mengming's bag and threw it to Lin Bei.
That's all for today. See you this afternoon.
Just as she finished speaking, Shen Xingxue remembered something. She hadn't checked her information panel in a long time. I was so focused on being tired that I forgot about this important thing.
Shen Xingxue. Class, Winter Mage. Grade, S. Level, LV5. Experience, 0500. Magic Power, 2500. Ability, Power of Ice and Snow, transforming into the depths of winter.
Shen Xingxue stood there, stunned. Even though she had prepared herself mentally, she still couldn't easily accept it after actually seeing the current panel.
Level 5.
It reached level 5 in just a few hours, and that was without ever facing any danger.
Even more outrageous is the power of magic. After reaching level 5, the maximum magic power is 500, but the current magic power is 2500. 5 times. That's terrifying.
A 5-level jump, 5 times the magical power.
I'm afraid my peers in the same profession would only be able to get beaten up in front of me.
Shen Xingxue knew better than anyone how outrageous this was. Even those who experienced it firsthand find it unbelievable. It can only be described as defying the heavens. Unconsciously, she began to waver and thought of something else.
10 million. Is that really enough? Shen Xingxue didn't think too much about this matter.
She had originally planned to have Lin Bei visit her in the afternoon so that she could recover her strength whenever she was tired, but now she has changed her mind. That's way beyond the required levels.
An overwhelming level of magical power. Even if she were to face an SS-level professional, she was confident that she could easily win.
Therefore, she decided to let Lin Bei, who looked a little weak, rest well and not use him like a donkey.
No. You must be very tired right now. Just stay here this afternoon. You don't need to look for me. I'll contact you later. Chapter 4, Hao Mengming is stunned. You struck gold. Tired?
Lin Bei had no such feeling at all. After all, his energy capacity has increased 100-fold, so even if he feeds Shen Xingxue to the point where she can't eat anymore, it won't be a huge drain on him. It only used up a quarter of its energy, and it will recover in no time.
Think what you want. It's fine if we don't have to go there.
We can go to the hospital this afternoon and transfer all the money over while we're there, and also increase the credit limit.
We can't keep using bank cards all the time, can we?
Lin Bei put the several bank cards together. It adds up to a full 10 million. It feels like a dream. Just a few hours ago, I was worried about medical expenses, but now I have the wealth to support my sister for another 100 years.
10 million. You got it just like that. Bite.
The host has earned their first 10 million through their own abilities, and from the same person no less. This successfully fulfills a hidden requirement and meets the criteria for receiving the reward. Reward obtained, S-rank skill energy release. You can release your energy for various purposes. You can attack directly, scout your surroundings, or use it as a defensive measure. Lin Bei wasn't very surprised. He was prepared. I guessed that I would receive a reward when I got the 10 million.
A new skill.
The energy can be used for other things, such as attack, defense, and reconnaissance, so it can be considered as having a means of self-defense.
Very nice. It's also very comprehensive. Only then did Lin Bei check his information panel again.
After spending several hours in close proximity with Shen Xingxue, he became slightly stronger than before, thanks to his reverse charging ability.
Lin Bei. Level, LV2. Experience, 18200. Job 1, E-grade power bank.
Capacity, 120 actual capacity, 12,000. Abilities, basic energy recovery, basic stamina recovery, reverse charging, energy conversion, 100x capacity, experience point increase, limit break 5x, energy projection.
Class 2, E-rank ice mage. Magic power, 1010. Ability, low-level ice magic.
You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you.
I have a second job? A very common ice mage. Unfortunately, it's another E rank. It can be considered Shen Xingxue's lowest level ability.
The career obtained through reverse charging is indeed related to the goal of reverse charging.
Although it's only E level, Lin Bei isn't disappointed, because as long as he continues to charge it, this level will definitely be improved. Given enough time, reaching S rank is not impossible.
If one finds a connected professional to provide reverse training, it might even be possible to surpass Xinqing Xue. Having figured this out, Lin Bei silently said to himself. Sorry, you paid me 10 million for a year, but I can't serve only you. There are too many people who need my help and are waiting for me. He wants more reverse charging cycles. So, it won't be a personal power bank for one person. Xinqing Xue and Hao Mengmeng had already left the hotel and gotten into Hao Mengmeng's two-seater luxury sports car. As soon as she got in the car, Hao Mengmeng started questioning her. Are you crazy? You went to that extent with him? Would I have gone even further if I had arrived any later? I know you've had a crush on him for 3 years, but you can't go this far. You are an S-rank combat professional, while he is just an E-rank power bank, the kind that wouldn't even make a ripple if thrown into a crowd. Don't blame me for being harsh, but you and he have no future. He's destined to only hold you back. She was patiently persuading her. It wasn't that she looked down on Lin Bei, she genuinely knew the consequences, because she herself was an S-rank combat professional. Moreover, she was born into a powerful family that valued strength, so she was very familiar with these things from a young age. In this world, strength is everything, and S-class individuals are destined to be the cream of the crop. As for Class E? Career or power bank? It's optional. Xinqing Xue did not refute it. She naturally knew this principle, something she had heard since childhood. She is thinking about something. Should we tell Hao Mengmeng the secret related to Lin Bei? On the side, Hao Mengmeng chatted on and on, genuinely concerned for Xinqing Xue. Therefore, Xinqing Xue made a decision. Hao Mengmeng is absolutely reliable and trustworthy. You can tell Hao Mengmeng about this. Mengmeng, you are also an S-class combat class, and you awaken half a year earlier than me. You have experienced various things such as leveling up, so you have much more experience than me. So what is your current level? Hao Mengmeng was somewhat bewildered. Not understanding why Xinqing Xue would suddenly ask such a question, she still answered truthfully. Level 12. Currently, the experience rate is 35%. Xinqing Xue continued to ask. Reach level 12 in 6 months. Is this speed considered fast or slow? She is very serious. Hao Mengmeng also realized that something was wrong, so she answered in a very serious tone and with a serious attitude. They're among the fastest batch. In the past 6 months, I have spent most of my time upgrading, and I have the help and support of my family behind me. Most of the people who awakened at the same time as me were around level 8. She is widely recognized as a very hard-working person. Since changing jobs, I've worked harder than anyone else, spending 5 out of 7 days a week leveling up. Even with such hard work, after half a year, he only reached level 12. Xinqing Xue remained silent, realizing that she had underestimated Lin Bei's terrifying power. It took her half a year of hard work to reach level 12, but she only spent a few hours with Lin Bei and already went from level 1 to level 5. At this rate, it will only take 5 days at most for him to catch up with Hao Mengmeng's current level. Do you know what level I am now? Hao Mengmeng was even more confused. Is it really necessary to ask this question? I just completed the job change this morning, and then I had a good time here at noon. I didn't have time to level up, so the answer is definitely level 1. Level 1, I guess. By the way, what's wrong with you today? Why would you ask me such a question? This answer was exactly what Xinqing Xue had expected. She immediately invited Hao Mengmeng to join her team. Join my team. Then check my information. Hao Mengmeng did as instructed. Join the team first. Next, check Xinqing Xue's information. The next moment, Hao Mengmeng was dumbfounded. LV5. This seemingly normal thing exploded in her mind like a thunderbolt. It may seem like a small number, but Hao Mengmeng, who has experienced the hardship of upgrading, knows better than Xinqing Xue how outrageous it is. You're at level 5? How did you suddenly reach level 5? Didn't you only awaken to your profession in the morning? How long has it been? And you didn't upgrade either? Why? Hao Mengmeng looked at Xinqing Xue as if she were a monster. Even though Xinqing Xue was her best friend, she still couldn't believe it. Because it's just too outrageous. Upgraded without doing anything? And it leveled up so many times. The scariest thing is that you did absolutely nothing. You didn't kill a single monster, you didn't venture anywhere, and you just stayed in your luxury hotel suite the whole time. Xinqing Xue then slowly spoke. I didn't do anything. I only spent a few hours with him, and I was using him to recharge my energy, and then this happened.
Don't rush to speak.
I know you can't believe this, because I felt the same way when I first discovered it, but after many trials, I had to accept it.
Him.
It looks like an E-class power bank, but it's actually a nuclear power plant. I only stayed for half a day, and I went from level 1 to level 5 in one go. There's another equally frightening thing. You'll have to look at my message more carefully later. Even now, when this matter is brought up, Xue still feels a sense of disbelief. Hao Meng, an S-rank combat professional, spent half a year leveling up to level 12. As a fellow S-rank combat professional, she reached level 5 in just one afternoon. The difference between them is enormous. Hao Meng stood there, stunned.
Ah? Xue. Are you sure you're not kidding me?
This answer was even more unbelievable to her than when Xue reached level 5.
Are you kidding me? You're telling me that an E-class power bank can do this? You call that E-class power bank a nuclear power plant? Is this something an E-class power bank can do? No. Is this something a power bank can do? Even an SSS level power bank can't make you upgrade effortlessly. But as soon as she finished speaking, Hao Meng got the answer from Xue's expression. This is the answer. It's truly incredible.
But that's the truth. She had no choice but to accept this terrible truth. Xue, if that's really the case, then you've struck gold.
Hao Meng was genuinely happy for Xue.
The sheer amount of experience Lin Bei possessed was enough to make him a guest of honor for powerful families and forces.
They receive the best treatment and are even more important than the family's prodigy. Chapter 5: Hao Meng's Little Secret.
3 Rules for the Future.
Xue wholeheartedly agreed with Hao Meng's statement. It's not just finding a treasure, it's like stumbling upon a treasure trove.
His terror goes beyond just providing experience points.
Hao Meng captured the key information.
Her eyes were full of curiosity.
What else? Something as incredible as providing experience points?
After thinking for a moment, Xue decided to tell Hao Meng about another matter as well. Because Hao Meng is like family to her, it doesn't matter if she reveals an important secret, the other party will definitely try to keep it a secret for her.
Right. Equally incredible. Your profession is archer, so you must have an attribute similar to magic points, right?
Hao Meng answered very seriously.
Have. And there are 2 kinds. These are stamina and the number of arrows. At my current level, the maximum for both of these is 1200.
Xue felt a chill run down her spine. A level 12 archer only has 1200 stamina, but she now has 2500 magic power. If you convert it, you'll get an extra 100 points after doubling.
How terrifying. Meng, even if it were me, you might not believe it.
I am currently at level 5, and my maximum magic power is 500, but I now have 2500 magic power.
More than you at level 12, look at my information bar if you don't believe me. Boom.
Hao Meng froze on the spot, as if a thunderbolt had exploded in her mind.
How much? 2500? To possess this kind of magical power, you need to be at least level 20. But what level are you at? You're only level 5. Xue was right. Hao Meng truly couldn't believe it, because it was simply unbelievable.
An E-class power bank provides a large amount of experience points, which is astonishing, but barely acceptable. It can give a level 5 mage 5 times the magic power.
That's absolutely impossible.
Xue, I can't believe it, even if it's you who said such a thing.
You know very well how unbelievable this kind of thing is. Hao Meng's reaction was within Xue's expectations. It would be truly abnormal if she accepted it so easily. I understand, and I can comprehend it. But I wouldn't lie to you about something like that. We're best friends.
Seeing that Xue had gone to such lengths, Hao Meng had no choice but to accept the reality, no matter how hard she couldn't believe it.
She checked Xue's information again. The main purpose is to check Xue's magic power. Just as Xue said. The limit is supposed to be 500, but it reached 2500. At this moment, Hao Meng wholeheartedly agreed with Xue's words.
This is no simple case of finding a treasure. Instead, they discovered a treasure trove with limitless possibilities. The next moment, a bold idea popped into Hao Meng's mind. She also wanted to get to know Lin Bei. I want to experience the wonders of Lin Bei up close.
What am I thinking? Calm down. That man named Lin Bei is someone Qingxue has liked for several years. I can't do anything to betray Qingxue. But this power bank is so amazing, I really want to use it once. Hao Mengmeng was extremely conflicted.
I really want to get in touch, but I have some concerns. Qingxue is arguably the person who understands Hao Mengmeng best in the world. She can guess Hao Mengmeng's inner thoughts just by looking at Hao Mengmeng's expressions.
After some consideration, she made her decision. Meng,
I know what you want to do, and I won't forcibly stop you, but you have to agree to 3 rules with me.
For Qingxue, this was also a difficult choice.
Lin Bei was the person she secretly loved, Hao Mengmeng was her best friend, and she also knew that it was impossible to have Lin Bei all to herself. With just the 2 abilities currently known, once others learn of them, Lin Bei will instantly become the most sought-after person, with countless forces and powerful individuals vying for him. Instead of waiting for this to happen, we should take advantage of the current information asymmetry and grow with the help of Lin Bei. We need to bring together some reliable people. Otherwise, if it really comes to that, I won't have the right to keep Lin Bei here.
In just a few hours, Qingxue's mindset underwent a tremendous change. She wanted Lin Bei.
But she didn't want to get in Lin Bei's way.
Then the only option is to strengthen oneself. Hao Mengming's eyes lit up.
She nodded vigorously.
Good. Don't even mention 3 rules, we'll agree to 30 rules.
Qingxue had already thought of the content.
After making sure no one else was eavesdropping, she lowered her voice and spoke.
First, you must pay him or give him something of value when you use his abilities.
In other words, you can't take advantage of him for free. This is the most basic respect you can show him.
Secondly, you need to keep your distance from him and not force him to do things he doesn't want to do, unless it's something he's willing to do, in which case I can accept it.
Third, while protecting him, we must not interfere with his freedom. You and I both know how important he is, but we cannot let our own desires affect him.
Hao Mengmeng listened attentively, believing these were all reasonable requests, which was exactly what she had planned to do anyway.
She kept telling herself this.
She should only establish a cooperative relationship with Lin Bei and absolutely not make any moves in terms of romance, because he is the man Qingxue is determined to have.
Relax, I know what to do, and I'll keep a good distance when I'm with him. Well, I need to go find him first, and I'll come find you after I'm done.
Anyway, given your level and magical power, that match this afternoon was just child's play for you. Qingxue grabbed Hao Mengmeng, who wanted to leave right away. She patiently explained.
Give him some rest. He's been with me for so long and he's very weak right now.
Come with me to the academy first, finish the competition this afternoon, and I'll bring you to find her at night.
Although she couldn't wait, Hao Mengmeng had no choice but to agree. All right. What are your plans for the afternoon's match? Hiding something? Or should we show everything?
The afternoon's match is very important. It's related to many things and will have a significant impact on what follows.
Qingxue answered without hesitation. Give it your all, without holding back.
I want to get all the resources, whether I use them myself or give them to Lin Bei. This is the best choice, and the fastest way to grow.
We must seize every minute, every second, and every opportunity.
A few seconds later, the vehicle started and headed towards the college right across the street.
That match is about to begin. Inside the hotel, Lin Bei lay on the luxurious bed, but couldn't fall asleep no matter what.
His thoughts were complicated.
So much happened this morning. I can't sleep. Let's go to the hospital.
I'm renewing my sister's subscription and checking on her progress. Now, Lin Bei has tens of millions of yuan in cash, enabling him to do many things he wasn't qualified to do before.
Chapter 6 Lu Ruyan. A fallen genius? Nanjiang Central Hospital. Lin Bei arrived at the payment counter. The medical staff here are very familiar with Lin Bei. You're here, or should we extend it for another month? Basic package?
She was simply asking the question as required, and had already started operating the computer before receiving Lin Bei's reply.
Because Lin Bei has been doing this all these years.
He tried every means to earn money to renew his basic subscription for another month, hoping to ensure his sister wouldn't die a tragic death.
The basic package only maintains basic lifespan and does not include other packages. Simply put, it's preventing patients from dying from malnutrition.
The price is just over 3,000, making it the only option for ordinary people. No, I don't want the basic package this time. The medical staff paused involuntarily, their eyes filled with deep meaning as they looked at Lin Bei.
She sighed. Have you decided to give up? All right. Although it's somewhat cruel, it's the right choice.
Lin Shi certainly doesn't want to be a burden to you. She understands Lin Bei's life. Besides attending classes, he worked odd jobs everywhere. In order to pay for his sister Lin Shi's medical treatment, he sold everything in the house, furniture, and his parents' belongings.
He often went hungry.
She even once advised Lin Bei to give up.
But it didn't work.
No matter how bitter or difficult, Lin Bei will persevere. Now that Lin Bei is ready to give up, the medical staff member breathed a sigh of relief for him.
Once you've recovered, I'll treat you to a meal. The most important thing for a person is to be able to take things easy.
She had barely finished speaking when she saw Lin Bei take out a card and place it on the counter in front of her. Starting this month, we're using the top-tier package, and the ward has been changed to a top-tier ward.
Rehabilitation treatment has also been arranged. I have money.
The doctor was stunned, his mind a little blank. He thought Lin Bei was going to give up, but it turned out he wanted to pay more.
Seriously?
The kind of rule you're talking about would cost at least 100,000 a month, and the price in one day is equivalent to the previous month's price. Lin Bei pushed the bank card forward. He would be willing to do anything, not just 100,000, but even 1 million a month, since his sister raised him.
I'm not kidding, there's enough money in this card. Just do as I say. Are there any hospital rooms available?
Upon hearing this, the doctor realized that Lin Bei wasn't joking, he had genuinely received a large sum of money all of a sudden. Since that's the case, she didn't stop it, nor did she ask any further questions.
Good. After a while, the doctor gave Lin Bei an apologetic smile.
There's a situation where all the VIP wards are full, but there's a patient who's willing to let you add a bed. You only need to pay 1 yuan per month. This patient is a young girl, and usually only her mother takes care of her. The ward is very quiet overall.
Do you think you can accept this?
If you can't accept that, you'll just have to wait a while longer. I'll arrange it for you as soon as a ward becomes available. Lin Bei made a decision quickly.
I can accept it.
He wanted his sister to live in a better environment. Even though it's sharing a room with other people, it's still better than a messy 4-person room. The safety and privacy are much better.
Wait a moment, we'll process your paperwork right away.
The procedures were completed quickly, and Lin Bei didn't need to do anything. With the help of money, professional medical staff transferred his sister to a new ward.
Lin Bei only needs to go directly to the ward. The environment is indeed very nice. Even though it's a hospital, it's more comfortable than home.
It even has a sofa, a color TV, a refrigerator, and a computer.
There are 3 people in the ward.
My older sister, Lin Shi. A young girl lay on a hospital bed, her face was very pale. There was also a middle-aged woman who looked haggard but was well maintained. Upon seeing Lin Bei enter, the middle-aged woman smiled and nodded at him, as if to greet him. Lin Bei responded with a smile, then his gaze fell on the girl.
He keenly noticed the anomaly.
The blanket was covering his body, but the lower half of it was sagging, starting from around the waist, while the upper body was connected to various instruments.
Don't you have a lower body? It looks like there's been a serious accident. Lin Bei quickly looked away, not lingering on the girl on the bed. He walked to his sister Lin Shi's side.
Lin Shi lay there. He remained motionless and serene, with normal readings on the monitors beside his bed. Lin Bei took Lin Shi's hand, buried his head in Lin Shi's ear, and said,
"Sister, I will heal you someday."
As he spoke, he subconsciously used his charging ability, wanting to replenish his sister Lin Shi's power.
The process went smoothly. The power entered Lin Shi's body and subsequently became part of her body. However, Lin Shi did not react at all.
Her experience points and power ceiling are also constantly being broken. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Bei realized that something was wrong.
Something's wrong.
My capacity is already half gone, and this situation is still continuing. He knew there was a problem, but he didn't know what the problem was, so he could only continue to inject power into Lin Shi's body. Before long, the capacity was reduced to only 100.
Finally, Lin Shi made a move.
The fingers held in Lin Bei's hand twitched slightly.
Only the following.
Then it returned to its original state.
Lin Bei's expression changed drastically in an instant. It really works.
The system notification tone also sounded at this moment.
Bite.
The host has successfully helped a cursed person resist the curse, fulfilling a hidden requirement and meeting the criteria for receiving the reward. Reward obtained, rank a skill basic flesh regeneration. When a person with a physical disability uses the host's power, the missing parts will also recover along with the host's energy. Arms, thighs, facial features, and internal organs are all within the range of recovery. However, because the skill is only at the beginner level, the recovery ability is relatively average. This skill can be improved. Lin Bei immediately frowned, realizing that things were not as simple as they seemed. A person in a vegetative state? Now it seems that's not the case. Is it a curse? He remembered the day his sister, Lin Shi, became a vegetable. At midnight, a phone call brought devastating news. During a mission, he was attacked by a monster, severely injured, and fell into a coma, becoming a vegetable. My sister's teammates explained to me that there had been an accident. But that's not the case. Is it a deliberate attempt to conceal the truth? They have to give me an explanation. Call. Lin Bei took a deep breath and controlled his emotions. This isn't over yet. Whether he wanted an explanation or to wake up his sister, he had to find those people and get to the bottom of it. It's not the right time yet. I need to gain power first. I am too weak right now. At that moment, Lin Bei had only one thought. He needs to associate more with high-ranking professionals so that he can gain more power and do what he wants to do. After a while, Lin Bei decided to leave to do other things. Thump! But just then, the tightly closed door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man who looked extremely haggard walked into the ward. He was taken aback when he saw Lin Bei and Lin Shi, clearly that the ward had been reassigned unaware. However, he didn't say anything to Lin Bei and quickly walked to the bedside of the disabled girl. Has Ruyan's condition not improved at all? What's the situation in the ward? The middle-aged woman wiped away the tears welling up in her eyes, but she couldn't control the sadness on her face. She patted the head of the girl named Ruyan. There has been no improvement. He neither eats nor drinks, and he doesn't say a word. What are we going to do? Ruyan will die if this continues. The Liu family is also taking advantage of our misfortune, planning to regard us as a disgrace to the Liu family, and their next step is to drive us away. The middle-aged man remained silent. His expression was pained, and his fists were clenched together. Upon hearing these words, Lin Bei suddenly recalled a shocking news story from half a month ago. Liu Ruyan is the strongest professional in the Liu family in the last 100 years. People say that with Liu Ruyan leading the Liu family, it can reach an even greater peak. But half a month ago, when Liu Ruyan was leveling up in the secret realm, she was besieged by a group of hunters. She fought back with all her might and finally killed all the hunters. But she also paid a heavy price, losing half of her body, having only 3 fingers left on each hand, and even her heart was severely damaged. She was eventually diagnosed with a life expectancy of no more than 3 months, and was kept alive by medical means. It turns out that she was Liu Ruyan. Lin Bei's expression changed. Since he's hailed as the strongest genius in the Liu family in a century, he must possess a very powerful profession, right? And it's highly likely to be a combat-related profession. If he can get a professional reward from Liu Ruyan, he will surely have a bright future, right? Seize the future. Perfect. I've just gained the ability to regenerate flesh and blood. Lin Bei covered Lin Shi with a blanket, walked to Liu Ruyan's hospital bed, and forcibly inserted himself between Liu's father and mother who were talking. You too. May I interrupt? Chapter 7: The Reborn Finger. What's so difficult about that? Both of Liu's parents were immediately taken back, not expecting Lin Bei to suddenly interrupt them. But out of politeness, Liu's mother still smiled and said, "Okay, please insert it." Mr. Liu remained silent. He still didn't understand what was going on. In the morning, his daughter had her own private ward, but after a busy morning, he found a person in a vegetative state next to her. But he didn't say anything to stop it. Lin Bei looked at Liu Ruyan. "Thank you for giving my sister the opportunity to live here, which has provided me with great convenience. Although this may be a small matter to you, it is a great favor to me, and my principle is to repay kindness." Your daughter is the one from the news a while ago, right? Is her injury the same as what people are saying? Because Lin Bei brought up Liu Ruyan's matter, Liu's mother almost burst into tears on the spot. She really didn't want to hear anyone talk about Liu Ruyan. Most people were gloating and sarcastic, while the rest said things like it's hopeless to discourage people. This matter has almost become a source of inner turmoil for Liu's mother. She is my daughter. The injuries are very serious. His entire lower body was gone, he only had 3 fingers left, and the rest of his body was a terrible sight.
My poor daughter. As she spoke, Lu's mother couldn't help but cry. Lu's father couldn't bear to watch any longer and was about to tell Lin Bei to leave.
Just as he opened his mouth, Lin Bei's voice rang out first.
Understood. I will repay the kindness you just showed me.
Just give her your whole hand.
He's not a good person, nor is he doing charity.
What he just said was just a pretext, he actually has other motives.
The most fundamental point is that he can gain a lot of benefits after helping Lu Ruyan.
The most important of these is, of course, the rewards given by the system.
Secondly, they could benefit from Lu's parents.
It's not unreasonable for someone who has a chance to help their daughter return to normal to make some reasonable requests, is it?
What did you say? Do you think you're funny?
At that moment, Lu's father and mother could not believe their ears. They both subconsciously thought that Lin Bei was making fun of them.
How about giving me a complete hand?
What an absurd joke. No professional in the world has yet achieved this level of skill. If someone could do such a thing, they would have already invited those people. No matter how much money or rare treasures it would cost, they would definitely invite them to treat Lu Ruyan.
Similarly, if Lu Ruyan had any hope of recovery, the Lu family wouldn't have gone to such lengths, since no power would want to lose a genius of Lu Ruyan's caliber.
Lin Bei did not respond verbally. He knew very well that no matter how eloquently he spoke, it was not as good as proving it with practical actions. Whether or not it can be done is not up to you to decide.
Why don't you let me give it a try? Anyway, you don't need to contribute anything. Lu's father and mother realized that Lin Bei was right. Since things are already like this, there's no harm in letting Lin Bei give it a try. Success would be the best outcome, but failure is also normal.
They didn't have high expectations, and without expectations, they wouldn't feel disappointed.
With permission, Lin Bei lifted the covers on Lu Ruyan's right hand and saw a horrific scene.
Lu Ruyan's right hand was left with only a middle finger, and her wrist and elbow were also severely injured, with some wounds so deep that the bone was visible.
Hiss, just looking at it gives me the creeps. Is this what happens when you're targeted by the Hunter organization? What an inhumane organization.
The Hunters are an extremely evil and bloodthirsty organization that specializes in hunting down high-level and high-ranking professionals. As for why they did this, there is no definitive answer yet. Lin Bei adjusted his state, reached out his right hand to grasp Lu Ruyan's wrist, and immediately used his newly acquired rudimentary flesh and blood regeneration ability. A gentle, strange power flowed from his right hand, gradually entering Lu Ruyan's body, and then all of it gathered at the severed finger. Nearby, Mr. and Mrs. Lu watched intently. Even though they kept telling themselves not to have any expectations because it was impossible, they couldn't help but feel hopeful and offered prayer after prayer to the gods.
What if? What if it really is possible?
Half a minute later, a new mass of flesh and blood grew on Lu Ruyan's right little finger, followed by blood vessels, then bone, and countless unseen cells. Everything came together and eventually became part of her little finger, which is currently only half a centimeter long. Although they are very short, they really are fingers. At this moment, Lu's mother stared wide-eyed, her eyes, which had been filled with tears, now brimming with unprecedented shock. She couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. The finger that was lost in the secret realm and could not be found has actually grown back. Honey, I didn't see, I saw it wrong, did I? Ruyan, she. Lu's mother choked up, unable to finish a complete sentence. She covered her mouth, and 2 lines of tears streamed down her face, tears of excitement and joy. If she weren't afraid that crying out loud would affect Lin Bei, she would have rushed up to him and hugged him, crying her heart out to vent the grievances she had suffered these past few days.
Lu's father's hands were trembling.
He gripped the bed railing tightly, but he couldn't stop his hands from trembling, and even his breathing became irregular. He was extremely excited, just like a poor boy who had suddenly won 100 million yuan lottery.
It's true. Ruyan's little finger has really grown a bit. Stay calm, you must stay calm, whatever you do, don't disturb him.
Lu's mother tried her best to restrain herself. Mr. Lu gripped Mrs. Lu's hand tightly. Time passed normally, but for the two of them now, every second felt incredibly long, not a agonizing long, but a long filled with joy and hope. Lin Bei ignored the two and continued to pour his power into Lu Ruyan's body. Therefore, Lu Ruyan's right hand is constantly recovering. Before long, a whole little finger grew out. The next finger to start growing is the ring finger. Then the index finger. Finally, the thumb. The loss of the right hand and other parts of the arm is also within the scope of regeneration. The entire flesh and blood process lasted 10 minutes. Lu Ruyan's right hand has returned to normal. He regained his 5 fingers, and his bones, flesh, blood vessels, and cells were no different from the originals. All other damaged parts were restored as scheduled. Of course, this only applies to the right hand. There are also differences compared to before. Newborn skin is so fair and tender, and newly grown fingers are even more convenient to use. The system notification tone also sounded at this moment. Bite. The host has successfully helped an S-rank professional regain their right hand. This is crucial for the professional and meets the criteria for receiving a reward. Reward obtained, right hand enhancement LV1. The host's right hand has been enhanced to a certain extent. Its strength has increased significantly, its skin is tough enough to withstand bullet impact, its flesh and bones can regenerate indefinitely, and it has also gained the ability to hide its fingerprints at will. This skill can be improved. This reward truly surprised Lin Bei. He never expected to receive this kind of reward. They even have rewards like this? Thinking about it carefully, this ability doesn't seem to have a direct connection to the profession of power bank owner. The system does not agree with Lin Bei's idea. That's not the case. The system's rewards are not given out randomly. With this ability, the host can store their power in their right hand, then find a way to detach it and give it to someone else as a portable power bank. This way, they can replenish their power anytime, anywhere, and also use it as a weapon in critical moments. Hearing this, Lin Bei's lips twitched. Hiss. That's a really weird ability. He never imagined it could be used like this. During holidays and festivals, instead of giving other gifts, I always give a right hand. However, it is indeed strange, but it can also be explained. That really does fit the profession of a power bank. Lin Bei withdrew his hand, took a deep breath to calm himself, and then looked at Lu's father and mother beside him. As it turns out, I can. Is it something that's difficult? Chapter 8. The couple knelt before Lin Bei. Please have mercy. At this moment, the ward was extremely quiet. It was so quiet that even the sounds from the instruments seemed jarring. Lin Bei's final question left Lu's parents questioning the meaning of life. They were completely dumbfounded, staring at each other with double eyelids and single eyelids. What? What did you say? Are you asking what's so difficult about this? Please. This is an incredibly difficult task, okay? Throughout history, countless healers have sought the power to regenerate severed limbs. They have spent countless hours researching this, yet none have been able to accomplish this seemingly miraculous feat, which has repeatedly been considered an unattainable fantasy. Limb regeneration. But that goes against the rules of the human body. How could a human possibly do such a thing so easily? After a long silence, Lu's father sighed inwardly. He's arrogant. But he is qualified. If it were me, I would be even more arrogant than him. Just with this one heaven-defying power, I could have a status that surpasses countless others. Lu's mother didn't say anything. She stared intently at Lin Bei, a flame of hope burning in her eyes. Despair was swept away, and loss was covered up. She knew better than anyone that as long as Lin Bei continued to do this, her beloved daughter could be saved. The only chance. An opportunity you absolutely cannot miss. Husband. My daughter can be saved. These words from Lu's father awakened him, and his rationality quickly returned. He was very annoyed with his previous behavior. Even though he didn't say anything like drive Lin Bei away, his attitude was definitely problematic. His first reaction was to question Lin Bei. Sorry. I apologize for my earlier doubts. I underestimated you because my perspective was too narrow. I'm so sorry. Lu's father changed his way of addressing Lin Bei from "you or young man" to "you" because he had regarded Lin Bei as his only hope. With such a casual remark, Lu Ruyan developed a novice skill. It's easy to imagine that if Lin Bei wanted to restore Lu Ruyan's other body parts to normal, he could do it easily and restore Lu Ruyan to her pre-injury state. Lin Bei waved his hand, not intending to dwell on the matter. All right. This matter ends here. I don't owe you anything now. After saying that, he walked back to his sister Lin Shi's hospital bedside, picked up his phone, and opened a pornographic food delivery app. Lin Bei was hungry. 3 consecutive battles, first with his sugar daddy Xue, then with his sister Lin Shi, and finally with the tragic young girl Lu Ruyan. These 3 women were almost draining him dry. Even though he's like a power bank, he still gets tired and hungry. Eat something good. I haven't eaten meat for at least a month. Mr. and Mrs. Lu stood there dumbfounded, unsure of what to do. Lin Bei clearly meant he didn't intend to continue interfering. But Lu's mother was unwilling to give up. It's so rare to have such good fortune. A simple good deed brought such a priceless reward. She rushed to Lin Bei's side and then knelt down directly in front of him. "Please save my daughter." Thump! Lu's mother kowtowed forcefully. But she did not lift her head. Instead, she kept her forehead touching the ground. "Please. You are the only one who can save my daughter. You can name any conditions you want. Even if it costs us our lives, we will give them to you. We just ask that you help my daughter." Lu's mother was not joking. As long as Lin Bei nods, she will agree to whatever conditions he proposes without hesitation. At this moment, Lu's father walked to Lu's mother's side, knelt down on the ground, and kowtowed forcefully to Lin Bei. "Please. Save my daughter. I wouldn't even flinch if you made me work like a slave for me." Things took an unexpected turn for the better. He had originally planned to use this method to get benefits from Lu's parents, but he never expected that the two of them would kneel in front of him and beg. "You must understand, this is the current head of the Lu family. Even though his status has been severely affected by Lu Ruyan's injury, he has always held a high position. But now, she is willing to set aside her dignity and pride and kneel before a young man in order to save her beloved daughter's life." This touched Lin Bei deeply. Because Lin Shi had done something similar for him before. He temporarily gave up the idea of ordering takeout. Just then, the ward door was pushed open again, and an elderly doctor with white hair, accompanied by several female apprentices, entered the strangely quiet ward. A young woman said, "Uncle Lu, Ruyan's condition is very serious." But she had only spoken half of her sentence when she saw a scene in the ward that she could not understand. The head of a powerful family was kneeling on the ground with his wife? And not only did they kneel, they even kowtowed. Most importantly, the person they were kneeling and kowtowing to was Lin Bei, who was very famous in this hospital. He became famous not because of his talent or good career, nor because of his powerful background, but because of his poverty and hardship. Most staff and patients knew about Lin Bei's situation. Therefore, the situation is even more difficult to understand. Kneeling before others is understandable, but the person he knelt before was Lin Bei. "Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling and kowtowing to Lin Bei? He was just an ordinary person who almost couldn't even afford his medical bills. Did he use some kind of sorcery on you? I'll stop him right now." After saying that, the nurse rushed towards Lin Bei, and a pair of scissors appeared out of thin air in her hand. Mr. Lu panicked instantly. He wasn't confident he could get Lin Bei to agree in the first place, and now this troublemaker has arrived, which will only make things worse. "Stop it. Don't cause me any trouble." Lu's father stood hurriedly in front of Lin Bei as the scissors pierced his body. But he didn't even frown. "Go out." Lu's father barely suppressed his anger as he spoke. The source of his anger was not because he was stabbed by the scissors, but because he was worried that it would upset Lin Bei. The flame of hope is inherently weak, and can be extinguished by the slightest wind or rain. For him, nothing was more important than getting Lin Bei to agree. The nurse wanted to argue, but before she could speak, the old doctor stopped her. "All right, let's go, don't disturb them. We'll talk about it later. I know Xiaolu very well and I know he wouldn't do anything foolish. There must be a reason why he's doing this now." As he spoke, the old doctor gave Lin Bei a deep look. She appeared calm and composed on the surface, but inside she was in turmoil, equally unable to believe what she was seeing. "Having lived for decades, this is the first time I've ever seen anything like it." In Nanjiang City, a couple who were among the top 100 in social standing knelt before a lonely young man. This is truly extraordinary." A few seconds later, the old doctor, along with the group of doctors and nurses, left the ward where they had planned to stay for a while, and thoughtfully closed the ward door behind them. Lu's father and his wife knelt before Lin Bei once again, begging Lin Bei to show mercy and help Lu Ruyan. Seeing that the situation had escalated considerably, Lin Bei nodded with a helpless expression. "All right. I can save her, but there are conditions. You all stand up first. Let's talk slowly." Chapter 9: Lin Bei's 3 requests. Tang Saiyun's decision. Phew. Both Mr. and Mrs. Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Although there were conditions, at least I got the opportunity, no matter what. Moreover, they would love for Lin Bei to have the means so that they could feel more at ease. The lack of means would be the most difficult thing. The two stood up, and Lu's mother spoke first.
Thank you. Just name your conditions.
I'll do everything in my power to get you the stars or the moon. If only you could restore my daughter's body to its original state.
Mr. Lu nodded vigorously.
He didn't say anything, but his meaning was clear. He fully supported Lu's mother's decision.
And that's exactly what Lin Bei wanted.
Let me make it clear in advance, these things can't be rushed.
Lu Ruyan's injuries are too severe.
Even I cannot heal her in a short time. It will probably take a relatively long time. It will take at least 10 treatments, and I'm not free every day.
If I come every 3 days, it will take at least a month.
If you mind, then the cooperation can be terminated. Mr. and Mrs. Lu were stunned. At first, when they heard that it would take a long time, they thought it would take 3 to 5 years, which was within their expectations. After all, it was normal for it to take a long time to do something that defied fate.
But after hearing what Lin Bei said next, they immediately began to question their existence. 10 treatments? Once every 3 days? 1 month in total? Is it true or false? You've been calling this for a long time? Is it that our definitions of long are slightly different? This? Just 1 month? That's 100 times faster than I imagined. You really startled me. It felt like I'd just ridden a drop tower. Don't even mention a month, I wouldn't mind even 10 days.
Undoubtedly, this was fantastic news, and Mr. and Mrs. Lu were overjoyed.
In just 1 month, their beloved daughter will be able to recover.
At this moment, Lin Bei continued.
As for the conditions, there's no rush. We'll wait until we see some results before making any decisions. However, I have a few things I need you to do. He looked at Lu's father.
Lu's father instantly understood Lin Bei's meaning, suppressed the smile on his face, and his expression became serious.
Please feel free to ask. Lin Bei didn't stand on ceremony. First, I need to ask you to take care of my sister.
I have some things to do recently and can't come here to be with her all the time, but I'm worried about her.
Secondly, I need you to investigate my sister's situation. I believe the reason she became a vegetable is not as simple as an accident. Let's start with the curse and her former teammates.
Third, help me find some professionals who need help. There are only 2 hard requirements. First, their rank must be high enough, at least a level or above. Second, their profession must be good enough. Some special professions are also acceptable.
Mr. Lu listened attentively.
The situation was different from what he had expected. It wasn't about money, power, or rare treasures, but rather some rather unusual requests. But Lu's father had no intention of simply brushing it off. Instead, he carefully noted down the 3 requests Lin Bei was making.
Fortunately, he was able to do all of these things. No problem, I'll keep your matter in mind.
Leave the investigation and finding to me, and my wife will take care of your sister.
You can go ahead and do what you need to do. Lu's father has already made his decision. After leaving the ward, do these things immediately.
Although his position is currently very unstable and he faces many troubles that could kill him, doing these things is not difficult.
Lu's mother chimed in from the side. Leave it to me.
I may not be good at other things, but I am good at taking care of people. I will use the highest standards in all aspects, including medicine. In her eyes, Lin Bei was a savior sent from heaven. For her daughter Lu Ruyan, she would endure any hardship, dirt, or exhaustion. Outside the ward, the old doctor led her people to the next ward, but she kept thinking about what happened in Lu Ruyan's ward. Xiao Lu is not an impulsive person, much less a brainless idiot.
It's really intriguing. Why would he do that? What happened that I don't know about? What's so special about that young man?
At this moment, the old doctor became very interested in Lin Bei.
She knew it very well.
Something crucial must have happened in that hospital room to directly lead Mr. and Mrs. Lu to do such a thing. And she also had a general direction in mind.
Is it related to Lu Ruyan? Do you possess a crucial clue? Or do you know any famous doctors? The more I think about it, the more interested I become.
The old doctor only believed that the cause was related to Lu Ruyan, and dared not even think about the possibility of flesh and blood regenerating. The people behind her also had all sorts of ideas. They had different opinions, but they had one thing in common: they both realized that Lin Bei was not as simple as he seemed on the surface. Tang Kaiyun was still holding the bloodstained simple in her hand.
Her expression was gloomy.
Just now, Tang Kaiyun attacked Lin Bei not because she was really worried that Lu's parents would be deceived, but because she was worried that Lu's parents would find an opportunity. She wasn't stupid, she could guess why Lu's parents knelt before Lin Bei. They had said that to find a legitimate reason so that Lu's parents couldn't pursue the matter on the spot. No, we have to stop them. We finally managed to get Lu Ruyan into this state, we can't let them find any hope of rising again. With that in mind, Tang Kaiyun secretly slipped away from the group. Once she was sure no one was paying attention to her, she informed the people behind her. A few seconds later, Tang Kaiyun hung up the phone. She already knows what to do. We have to kill him. We must take control of the Lu family. That key is hidden in the Lu family's ancestral home. Tang Kaiyun completely broke away from the group and hid in a secluded place, waiting for Lin Bei to leave the hospital. The others didn't notice Tang Kaiyun's disappearance, their attention wasn't on it. After arranging everything, Lin Bei left the ward. Since he had reached an agreement with Lu's parents, he no longer had the idea of eating takeout in the ward. It would be somewhat inappropriate to do so, so he decided to find a restaurant to eat at instead. Tang Kaiyun finally met Lin Bei. She didn't disguise herself, she was still wearing her nurse's uniform. She then ran up behind Lin Bei and patted him on the shoulder. Lin Bei, wait, I'm here to apologize to you. It's all my fault for being too impulsive and doing something bad to you just now. Can you give me a chance to apologize? While speaking, Tang Kaiyun also put on an apologetic expression and spoke in a weak tone. Combined with her decent looks and nurse's uniform, she was simply a heartthrob. 99% of boys can't handle it. Chapter 10, Who is the Prey? Energy Release. Lin Bei didn't have a good impression of Tang Kaiyun, and he didn't have any strange ideas. He admitted that Tang Kaiyun was very good looking and had a great figure, and that she was good at showing weakness in her expression and tone, but he still didn't have any thoughts about her. Moreover, Lin Bei always had a bad feeling about it. In the situation just now, it was obvious to everyone that Lu's parents needed his help. Although the others were also surprised, they did not do anything out of line. On the contrary, Tang Kaiyun planned to kill him directly. Lin Bei didn't believe it when someone said there was no problem. This matter needs to be settled, he won't let someone who wants to kill him go unpunished. I can give it to you. But answer one question for me first. What's your job? And grade? Tang Kaiyun's focus was on getting the opportunity. As for Lin Bei's questions, she assumed that Lin Bei had become interested in her and was trying to get to know her on a superficial level, and she was even more convinced that Lin Bei had an urge to learn more about her. Ha, that's men for you. They're all like lapdogs. As long as I show a little weakness and play the victim, they'll start fawning over me. I can manipulate him at will, and if I just put on an act a little longer, he'll be willing to give me his life. At this moment, Tang Kaiyun believed that everything was in the bag. All she needed to do was lure Lin Bei to a secluded spot, and then, taking advantage of his momentary lapse in attention, she would take out a pair of scissors and stab him in the heart. Brother Lin Bei, her profession is nurse, but her rank is only C. You wouldn't look down on her, would you? After speaking, Tang Kaiyun looked at Lin Bei expectantly, putting considerable pressure on him without her noticing. Lin Bei nodded and replied with a smile. Of course not. How are you going to apologize? Here? Should we go somewhere else? He smiled outwardly, but his heart was filled with coldness. He was now even more certain that Tang Kaiyun was the problem, and that the attack in the ward was not an impulsive act at all. Lin Bei was absolutely certain that Tang Kaiyun was deliberately feigning weakness at this moment, pretending to be a weak and harmless prey, while secretly plotting something. Tang Kaiyun felt particularly contemptuous, but she forced herself to speak, suppressing her disgust. How about we go to a hotel? Since I've decided to apologize to Brother Lin Bei, I'll naturally go all out in this regard. My treat. That. I'm still very clean. Lin Bei's expression remained unchanged. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. A hotel? It's a place suitable for murder and arson. It's perfectly certain that apologies and attempts to make amends are just excuses. Hidden behind it was a sharp knife. Lin Bei readily agreed to this request and nodded. Good. Even for safety reasons, he specifically instructed. I want to find a hotel with good privacy protection, preferably one without any cameras. What if someone sees us? That would make me look like a bad person. There are cameras, so the chances of being discovered are very high. But what if there are no cameras? That would be a completely different situation. Tang Kaiyun was stunned. Hey! Just what she wanted. Her goal was to kill Lin Bei, and she had originally planned to find a safe hotel to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble.
Huh? Is that so?
I was thinking about how to trick him into going to that hotel, but I never expected him to bring it up himself. All those brain cells I wasted. He was thinking about that kind of thing, but he helped me unintentionally.
You idiot who's blinded by lust. At that moment, Tang Kaiyun didn't think about anything else. She even began to wonder if Lin Bei possessed some kind of special ability? What was it about him that made Lu's parents kneel before him?
He looks like an ordinary person who has been suppressing his feelings for a long time.
Just then, Lin Bei took the initiative to ask. How so? Are there any places that meet the requirements?
He couldn't wait to verify a guess in his mind.
Speculation about the SS rank skill energy conversion.
This skill allows one to transform everything into energy to restore their own power, the food they eat, the drinks they drink, and even the air they breathe, constantly replenishing Lin Bei's strength.
But the speed is not very fast. It has been recovering at a constant rate. The problem is, it has 100 times the capacity. I wonder if it's possible to transform professionals into energy. I hope she can give me a chance.
Lin Bei was having this idea.
What do you mean by showing tenderness and pity? He doesn't care.
Besides, with someone as exceptional as Xinxua around, what kind of beauty is Tang Kaiyun, who wanted to kill him? She's not even worth mentioning.
I'll take you there right away. It's a bit far, as you know. Hotels that dare to do this aren't legitimate, so they wouldn't dare to open in busy areas.
And so, Lin Bei and Tang Kaiyun left the hospital and got into the same car to go to that shady hotel.
After wandering around for a full 40 minutes, we finally arrived at our destination.
In the suburbs of Nanjiang City, there is a hotel called Blood Romance. Lin Bei's pupils trembled slightly.
A blood red romance? This name. Could you be any more direct? Isn't she afraid I'll overthink things? In fact, Tang Kaiyun wasn't worried at all.
She had already decided that Lin Bei was a lecherous man, especially after arriving at their destination, when she would have even less rationality left. Even if the hotel name is a bit off, there certainly won't be any problems.
The room is on the top floor. Let's go. It's about time to start.
When Tang Kaiyun said this, her tone was provocative and her expression was somewhat alluring, clearly indicating that she wanted to further intensify her efforts and completely bewitch Lin Bei. Lin Bei remained silent, simply walking into the elevator and pressing the button for the top floor, pretending not to see the mockery and sarcasm in Tang Kaiyun's eyes.
Soon, the elevator reached the top floor.
Lin Bei took the room card, walked to the corresponding room, swiped the card to unlock the room, and turned on the lights. Tang Kaiyun followed closely behind, and after entering the room, she deliberately locked the door to avoid being disturbed by others. Lin Bei learned of this matter immediately. From the moment he entered the elevator, he used his S-level skill, Energy Release, to envelop Tang Kaiyun with his remaining energy. This allowed him to monitor Tang Kaiyun's every move, and he could even clearly feel the rise and fall of her chest. Lin Bei deliberately walked forward, revealing a fatal and huge opening, and turned his entire back to Tang Kaiyun. Just as he expected, Tang Kaiyun decided to seize the opportunity and secretly took out a sharp pair of scissors, her gaze falling on Lin Bei's heart. The next moment, Tang Kaiyun quickened her pace and raised the scissors high, aiming for Lin Bei's heart. Just as her scissors were about to strike, an unseen force swept over her, forcibly enveloping her entire arm, like a thick wall of air, embedding her arm within it. Her arm just hung there. Not only could the scissors not continue to stab, but the fingers couldn't even move an inch. What happened? Why can't I move my hand? It feels like an invisible hand has grabbed me. Just then, Lin Bei suddenly turned around and met Tang Kaiyun's gaze, who looked on in astonishment. Wow! What a pity! The assassination attempt failed. Chapter 11: Utter Regret. The best way to dispose of a corpse. Tang Kaiyun was startled and instinctively leaned backward, about to fall. However, because her hand was controlled by Lin Bei's power, she couldn't fall to the ground. Instead, she was in a very strange posture, looking like she was dancing an awkward and clumsy mechanical dance. At this moment, Tang Kaiyun also understood the situation. It was obvious that Lin Bei was behind this, and he knew what she was trying to do. She had misjudged and underestimated Lin Bei. So you've been acting all alone? All those appearances are just an act. You're such a bastard, what's the point of fooling me like I'm an idiot? Tang Kaiyun was furious and embarrassed on the spot, wishing she could use scissors to stab Lin Bei into a funnel shape. She didn't think she was wrong to want to kill Lin Bei. On the contrary, she thought Lin Bei had made a big mistake by acting and deceiving her.
Snap.
Without saying a word, Lin Bei slapped Tang Kaiyun across the face. He used his enhanced right hand to deliver that slap. With one slap, Tang Kaiyun lost several teeth, and Lin Bei's voice rang out at that moment.
Are you out of your mind? You were about to kill me. Is it too much for me to just act? What? Do you expect me to just lie here and let you kill me?
Lin Bei almost laughed out of anger. He truly didn't know where Tang Kaiyun got the courage to question him. Tang Kaiyun raised her other hand to cover her face, blood flowing continuously from her mouth, and several teeth lay on the ground. The malice in her gaze toward Lin Bei intensified. Only after realizing the situation was unfavorable to her did she reluctantly suppress her malice.
Tell me, what will it take for you to let me go?
I did intend to kill you, but in the end the scissors never touched you, so the killing of you didn't actually happen, and you have no reason to kill me in return.
How about this?
I'll stay here with you for 3 days.
You can do whatever you want during that time. After 3 days, I'll give you a large sum of money, and then we'll call it even, as if nothing ever happened, okay? Tang Kaiyun had met many men, including some with good careers.
Without exception, they all fell for this. Money, power, and sex.
There's always one that will capture your heart. Dream on. You want me to release you, but you want me to serve you for 3 days? You really think you're wearing diamonds? Tang Kaiyun was stunned by the scolding.
She felt a strong sense of frustration.
This infallible tactic actually failed? That would be terrible.
After saying that, Lin Bei didn't bother to waste any more words with Tang Kaiyun. He simply reached out his right hand and snatched the scissors. With just a little force, he crumpled the scissors into a ball and casually tossed them into the water glass next to him.
He didn't kill Tang Kaiyun directly because there were still some questions to ask. Let me tell you clearly, you are definitely going to die today.
The only difference is whether you die a quick death or a miserable one. The decision is in your hands.
Tell me the real reason you want to kill me. Don't try to fool me with that impulsive excuse. After all, I've never offended you.
As he spoke, Lin Bei unleashed an even stronger burst of energy. In an instant, Tang Kaiyun, who had only had her right arm under control, lost control of her left arm, legs, and neck, to the point that she could not even turn her head slightly. Furthermore, she could clearly feel this invisible force tearing at her body. If it exerted just a little more force, it could forcibly rip off her limbs, a terrifying force comparable to being torn apart by 5 horses.
He's not joking.
If I don't do as he asks, I will die in extreme pain.
He will use this unbreakable power to torture me severely. I regret it so much. If only I hadn't gone into that ward today.
Regret filled Tang Kaiyun's heart. One wrong decision cost her her young life. The force has increased, and the tearing sensation is stronger. Tang Kaiyun was in so much pain that she broke out in a cold sweat, but she was powerless to resist.
I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Please be gentle, it hurts so much.
Lin Bei did not reduce his strength, but began interrogating her on the spot.
No matter what he asked, Tang Kaiyun would give him an answer.
Lin Bei quickly figured out the reason.
So that's how it is. It's the mess between those big families. Because Lu Ruyan's parents knelt down and begged me, I came into their sights and was seen as a potential threat. And she was involved too. After reporting my situation, she was given the task of killing me. He frowned.
Knowing this will definitely cause a lot of trouble.
Unbeknownst to them, they were drawn into a conflict.
But Lin Bei wasn't afraid. In other words, this matter involves Lu Ruyan, so if I help Lu Ruyan resolve these troubles, I will definitely receive a lot of rewards. It's not just the system's reward, but also the compensation from Lu Ruyan and the Lu family.
He was even somewhat looking forward to it.
Tang Kaiyun stood to the side, her face ashen. She had been observing Lin Bei and finally understood that he wasn't joking. Even if she cooperated and told him everything, Lin Bei didn't intend to let her off the hook. She could only wait until she died.
Every second was agonizing, it could be the last.
Finally, after a minute, Lin Bei spoke again.
All right. Go to hell.
For the first time, he used the power of his second profession to condense a sharp ice sword. A single sword strike to the throat. Tang Kaiyun collapsed to the ground, struggled for a while, and then died. The stench of blood filled the room, and Lin Bei didn't sit idly by. He immediately began to dispose of the body. He reached out and touched Tang Kaiyun's body.
Energy conversion. In fact, Lin Bei wasn't sure if he could do it, it was just an idea that hadn't been verified yet.
The next moment, Tang Sayun's corpse began to disappear in large quantities, turning into a pure energy that flowed into Lin Bei's body. The remaining less than 1% of power was instantly replenished. On the ground, there was nothing but clothes and scissors. Tang Kaiyun hadn't even left a trace.
It really can be done.
The thought that the energy surging within his body was transformed from Tang Kaiyun made Lin Bei feel uneasy. The system promptly explained. "Host, please rest assured. The energy converted from a professional has no side effects. It's not directly derived from a corpse, it undergoes a complex process. In essence, this power is no longer related to the individual, and it gradually diminishes with use by the host." Lin Bei nodded, and the unease he felt disappeared. Putting aside other aspects, this is a divine skill for destroying evidence.
Not a single thing is left, and you don't even know they're dead.
It's simply the best way to dispose of a corpse.
All I had to do was deal with her clothes. He knew.
I'll definitely need to use this ability a lot in the future.
Chapter 12, Countdown to the Competition. How Meng Meng's Approach.
Lin Bei had no intention of staying at this hotel any longer. He had just checked and confirmed that there were indeed no surveillance cameras in the hotel, and they had even skipped the procedure of registering identity information. You can check in as long as you pay, and you can even choose any room you like.
This is truly the first time I've ever seen a place like this. Was it specifically built to handle similar situations?
It seems that this world is darker and more dangerous than I imagined. Before this, Lin Bei had never been involved in these matters. After all, he was just an ordinary person who only witnessed these kinds of things now that he had a career. Lin Bei packed up Tang Sayun's clothes and naturally didn't miss the pair of scissors. He glanced at the locked door, abandoned the idea of leaving through the main entrance, and instead looked at the floor-to-ceiling windows with a good view. Judging from what we just saw, the skill of energy projection is actually very similar to mental power. It can sense the surrounding environment and also affect physical objects.
Then can it also carry my body and fly in the sky?
As soon as he thought of this possibility, Lin Bei immediately began to try it. The abundant power within his body was released outwards, converging at the base of his legs, and successfully lifted him up after a few seconds, thus achieving levitation. He controlled the movement of this force, and his body moved along with it.
It really can be done. As expected of an S-rank skill. Lin Bei was very satisfied with this skill. It's very comprehensive and powerful.
There's no time to lose, we need to leave immediately. Lin Bei cleaned up any traces that might expose him, then took Tang Sayun's clothes, opened the window, and left. Flying at an altitude of 100 meters, it avoided all possibilities of being detected. However, Lin Bei did not maintain this state for long. After finding a place where no one was paying attention, he returned to the ground. It won't be exposed for now, but this matter certainly won't end here. It's only a matter of time before her death is discovered. Then another group of people will come looking for me, so I need to hurry up and improve my skills. Lin Bei glanced at the time. With half an hour left before the match officially began, and since he had nothing else to do, Lin Bei decided to go and watch. After all, those who can participate in this competition all have combat-related professions and their grades are not low. Although it is impossible for them all to reach S grade, there will definitely be a lot of B grade and C grade, and the number of A grade is also considerable.
There may even be other S grades. Lin Bei's goal is simple. Other professionals besides Xinxing Xue.
Currently, he has very few S-level professionals with whom he has established a charging relationship, only Xinxing Xue and Lu Ruyan, and the two of them are simply not enough.
Please don't let me down.
At this moment, a large number of people have gathered at the First Academy of Nanjiang City, where a large arena has been set up in the center of the academy. Xinxing Xue and the other contestants sat in the preparation area, waiting for the start of this important competition. The audience was buzzing with discussion, all paying close attention to the afternoon's match. I've heard there are quite a few geniuses participating this time.
I wonder who will be the final winner.
Personally, I'm most optimistic about Sun Batian. Although his professional grade is only A, as long as he can unleash the Berserk blood skill, his combat power is enough to crush S grade.
That's hard to say.
There are 3 S-class professionals participating this time: Winter Mage, Shadow Dancer, and Demolition Expert.
The final winner will definitely be one of them.
Most likely a Demolition Expert. That profession is known for its high damage output.
That's not necessarily true.
The Shadow Dancer's specialty is assassination, especially in one-on-one battles like this.
Once she locks onto you, you're done for.
As for the winter mage, I admit that this class is very strong, but unfortunately it is a glass cannon, especially at low levels, where magic power can only be used 3 times at most.
Of the 3S level professionals, Xue was the least favored. It's not that she's weak. It's a characteristic of the profession. Even among S-class professions, there are differences in strength.
Some are very strong in the early stages, but become weak in the later stages. Some are relatively weak in the early stages, but become extremely powerful after they grow up.
There are also a few that have consistently been very strong. A profession is a complex and vast system. There is no strongest, only stronger. Shun Mei. S-rank professional, shadow dancer. She is Xue's cousin, but they have been at odds since childhood. She competes with Xue in almost everything and always tries to outdo her. Over the years, the two have had their share of wins and losses. At this moment, Mei was looking at Xue, her lips curling up in a smug smile. In this competition, you and I will definitely face off. And I will definitely be the winner. You're just a fragile mage, how could you possibly withstand my assassination attempt? An assassin against a mage is like bullying a child.
She is not bad, much less malicious. She's always been competing with Xue since they were little. He didn't wish for Xue to do badly, he just wanted to outdo her. The other participants all had their own thoughts. Without exception, their goal was to win and obtain the final reward.
A very important reward. This is extremely important for newly awakened professionals.
Lin Bei took a taxi to get there. The match will officially begin in a few minutes after his arrival.
Thankfully, I wasn't late.
Because of what happened that morning, Lin Bei's appearance attracted a lot of attention, and everyone who knew about it looked at Lin Bei as he got out of the taxi.
Some people are feeling very sour. Look, that hateful gigolo is here. This guy got paid $1 million by school beautician for a year. Why am I not the one enjoying that kind of treatment? I'm so envious. Being kept by school beautician is such a great thing. I'd be willing to give her $1 million even if I had to pay her $1 million. Why is he able to be kept by school beautician? I admit he is very handsome, but good looks can't put food on the table. Heaven is unjust. What has he done to deserve this?
Lin Bei ignored all these comments. Hao Meng, who was in the crowd, heard these discussions and immediately stood up to look at the focus of people's attention.
It's him. My precious baby is here.
A strong light flashed in Hao Meng's eyes as she recalled the secret Xue had revealed. She had originally planned to meet Lin Bei at night, but unexpectedly, Lin Bei came here to watch the game.
This is a golden opportunity that has fallen from the sky.
Without the slightest hesitation, Hao Meng left the best viewing spot she had paid for and walked through the crowd to Lin Bei. In front of everyone, she grabbed Lin Bei's arm and pressed her body tightly against it, appearing very intimate.
You're here. I've been waiting for you for so long.
Those around stared wide-eyed at the sight, unwilling to believe what they were seeing.
Hao Meng is also very beautiful. To be honest, she's just as good as Xinxingzhu, except they have different styles, one is aloof and the other is cute.
They have different styles, but they are all goddesses and the objects of countless people's secret crushes.
Wait, what's going on? Another one throwing herself at me? His looks are just as good as Xin, the school beauty. This bastard clearly ate what was in his bowl, but he still wouldn't let go of what was in the pot. He really deserves to die. She is Hao Meng, the school beauty of the 3rd Academy, and it is said that she is also an S-level professional. Damn it! Chapter 13. I want to take you under my arms too. Elemental Archer. Lin Bei sensed something was wrong. What's going on?
Of course he remembered Hao Meng, after all, he had seen her just a few hours ago, but Hao Meng was not like this back then.
The relationship between the two could be described as awkward and distant.
Their first meeting was like that, which even led to a misunderstanding. But now, Hao Meng took the initiative to come over, greet him, and then hugged his arm, which puzzled Lin Bei.
It looks completely different from before. You?
Lin Bei's voice was filled with doubt, indicating that something must have happened.
Hao Meng hugged Lin Bei's arm even tighter. What's wrong? Was what I did inappropriate? Xue is my best sister. We've been best friends since we were little.
In your men's words, we're sisters who would risk our lives for each other. Now that you're being taken care of by Xue, as her best friend, it's only right that I get closer to you.
Isn't that a perfectly reasonable thing to do?
Lin Bei won't be able to handle these things anymore.
That's perfectly reasonable. So you can even share this? He didn't know what to say in response. At this moment, Hao Mengmeng leaned close to Lin Bei's ear and lowered her voice considerably. Xing Shuai has told me everything about you. I know you can provide experience points, and I also know you can break through the 5-fold power limit. So I want to take care of you like Xing Shuai did. Here's another sum of money, let me have my way with you. No, it's about enjoying your power. She deliberately said these things to make Lin Bei believe that someone who could share such a secret was obviously reliable. Lin Bei was indeed surprised. Generally speaking, people who encounter such good fortune will choose to keep it a secret and secretly become stronger while others are unaware. Only people with whom you have a very close and trustworthy relationship would share such things. Lin Bei now believed Hao Mengming's words. You mean you're going to keep me as a sugar daddy too? His voice wasn't loud, but people nearby could hear it. Immediately, the people around Lin Bei looked at him with disbelief, their eyes filled with doubt. Hao Mengming's voice has returned to normal. That's right. I want to take care of you too. Please, give me a chance, don't be so heartless. She didn't want to be rejected. Because she knew better than anyone else that this might be the biggest opportunity of her life, and once missed, it would never come again. It's important to know that the profession of power bank user has been thoroughly researched over the years. From the lowest E-level power bank to the highest SSS level power bank, all aspects of their capabilities have been developed to the extreme and are recorded in textbooks. But there has never been any information about Lin Bei's condition. An unconventional power bank that is far removed from the norm. Lin Bei did not agree immediately. Let me think about it. This is no small matter. He was seriously considering it. He doesn't care much about money right now. What really determines whether he agrees is Hao Mengming's profession. If it were a useless E-rank profession, Lin Bei wouldn't do anything no matter how much money he was offered. Conversely, if the job is good enough, not paying is acceptable. At that moment, everyone around them broke down. Their gazes toward Lin Bei grew even more displeased. What did you say? You need to think about it? Hey, are you kidding me? This is the school beauty of the Third Academy. I really want to smash his head and he's getting all worked up over his own fatness. I'm starting to think he deserves to die. Are all these school beauties possessed? Why are they all chasing after him, begging to be his sugar daddy? This world is too crazy, I really don't understand it. If looks could kill, Lin Bei would have died 100,000 times over. And the kind where there's no trace of the body. In the preparation area, Xing Shuai heard the commotion caused by Lin Bei, so she stood up and looked at the back of the crowd, where she saw Lin Bei being held by the arm by Hao Mengmeng. Xing Shuai immediately felt a pang of sadness. Stinky Mengmeng. You tried to steal my boyfriend when I wasn't looking. Oomph, I haven't even hugged his arm like that yet, and you beat me to it. She didn't hate Hao Mengmeng because of this, but she felt a sense of crisis and was worried that she would lose to Hao Mengmeng if things continued like this. Xing Shuai secretly resolved to put in even more effort to win this fair competition. Then, her gaze fell on Lin Bei. I told him to rest and not to come, but he still came here in the end. He must have come because he was worried that something would happen to me. Could it be that what I have between him and me isn't just a one-sided crush? As she thought about it, Xing Shuai blushed. Shen Mei happened to see this scene. She smiled smugly. Your face is so red, you must be very nervous. That's true, I understand. Everyone knows you'll lose to me. If I lose to you, I will lose that opportunity, so it's normal to be this nervous. Shen Mei couldn't think of any other possibility besides this situation. She became even more smug, sitting there with her legs crossed, humming a song happily. Today is a good day. Lin Bei ignored everyone around him. All he wanted was an answer. What's your profession and rank? May I take a look? You know my abilities. If you're too weak, it's best not to try. Hao Mengmeng was able to understand what Lin Bei meant. She wasn't worried about this at all, because her rank and profession were no less than Xing Shuai's. Since Xing Shuai can enjoy that kind of treatment, then she can certainly do the same. My profession is combat-related. The grade is S rank. Your access has been granted. You can search for me freely. Without hesitation, Lin Bei immediately checked Hao Mengmeng's information. Hao Mengmeng. Class, Elemental Archer. Grade, S. Level, LV12. Experience 588-2000. Stamina 1200. Arrow count 1200. Abilities Eagle Eye, Elemental Arrow, Precision Strike. As it turns out, Hao Mengmeng wasn't lying. She is indeed an S-class combat professional, and an archer at that, which is quite impressive overall. Of course, it also meets Lin Bei's requirements. S-rank combat professional. Only by training this professional can he be guaranteed a generous reward. Alright, you've gone to such lengths, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to refuse again. I agree to be kept by you and Xin Xue together. Hao Mengmeng was immediately thrilled and cheered excitedly. That's great. Finally, I've got to book you. I'll transfer the money to you right away. Give me your card number. Snap. Snap. Lin Bei heard a sound that almost crushed a hand bone, and the surrounding temperature instantly dropped by more than 10 degrees. He shivered. No rush, let's chat slowly. Let's find a place to sit down first. If I stay here any longer, I'll be killed by their gazes. Hao Mengmeng then calmed down and realized that the situation was somewhat serious. She quickly pulled Lin Bei away from the crowd. Behind them were countless murderous gazes. Even after pushing through the crowd to the front of the viewing area, Lin Bei could still feel the envious, jealous, and resentful gazes directed at him. Sweating profusely, Hao Mengmeng sat next to Lin Bei, her legs pressed tightly against Lin Bei's legs, her arms pressed tightly against Lin Bei's arms, the two of them pressed together as if glued together. The only thing that made Hao Mengmeng uneasy was that she couldn't give Lin Bei the money immediately. The reason was the same as with Xin Xue. Lin Bei couldn't accept transfers that were too large. However, she has already sent people to resolve the issue. The process will be completed in a few hours at most, and then we won't have this problem anymore. Chapter 14, Just the Tip of the Iceberg. The Heavenly Vine's Secret Realm. Hao Mengmeng's boldness and initiative made Lin Bei feel somewhat uncomfortable. They've only just met, and they're already sticking so close? Is the next step to sit on someone's lap? Wouldn't the next step be even more outrageous? Hello? You're the school beauty. Where is your self-respect? Hao Mengmeng blinked her big eyes at Lin Bei, her eyes filled with anticipation and longing. Brother Lin Bei, can you top up my account now? I can't wait. She'd wanted to start for a long time. Ever since she learned about the situation from Xin Xue, she had been eager to experience Lin Bei's true strength. What exactly is it? Is it really, as Xin Xue said, that it can make professionals like them enter that state of being unable to stop? So impatient? Is it really necessary? Despite his words, Lin Bei's body betrayed him, immediately using his restored power to establish a friendly and intimate recharging relationship with Hao Mengmeng. A power that only he could sense appeared, instantly constructing a special bridge, with the other end directly entering Hao Mengmeng's body. Ah! Comfortable. Hao Mengmeng felt incredibly comfortable. A warm power coursed through her body. Before this, Hao Mengmeng had used other power banks, but none of them gave her this feeling. They could only restore power in a simple way, and sometimes they would cause side effects to her body. It's completely different from the feeling of snuggling into a warm bed. Simply put, the previous ones were terrible. It's definitely different. Damn it, after experiencing how powerful it is, I don't want to use any other power banks anymore. Hao Mengmeng was so comfortable that she sat there with her eyes closed, her exquisite and beautiful face full of enjoyment. She didn't want to do anything except close her eyes and enjoy the moment. It took her a while to finally snap out of that state and remember to check the information bar. Hao Mengmeng. Class, Elemental Archer. Grade, S. Level, LV12. Experience, 596-2000. Stamina, 1200. Arrow count, 1200. Abilities, Eagle Eye, Elemental Arrow, Precision Strike. Although Hao Mengmeng had prepared herself mentally beforehand, she learned about Lin Bei's true abilities from Xin Xue. But only after experiencing it firsthand did she truly understand how terrifying Lin Bei's power was. Without any training, experience points are increasing. Despite having full stamina and arrow capacity, he easily surpassed his limits after receiving Lin Bei's power. That's the upper limit. It's a fixed set of data based on the level. Absolutely incredible. Two astonishing abilities. Each one of them has surpassed the limits of a professional. I really can't imagine what would happen if he were captured by some force and kept somewhere as a training fodder.
It's no exaggeration to say that it's a humanoid cheat code that can move freely, and its known abilities are providing experience points and breaking through the upper limit.
Hao Mengmeng suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. On Lin Bei. Could there be other unknown abilities? Lin Bei, besides these, do you have any other abilities? My intuition tells me that this is only part of your ability. My intuition is always very accurate. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. It must be admitted that Hao Mengmeng is right. This is indeed only one part of his abilities. If I had to say, this is only the tip of the iceberg. It's just that the other abilities haven't been used by you and Xin Xue yet. Take it slow. Many things can't be rushed. Feeding you too much at once will only make you burst.
Strictly speaking, Lin Bei wasn't lying. That's the truth. He is still growing, has a long road ahead, and will gain many more abilities. Hao Mengmeng froze, her expression one of astonishment, wondering if she had misheard.
What did you say? Is this just the tip of the iceberg? Stop joking. Even I don't believe it, so Xingxue definitely won't believe it either.
As soon as she finished speaking, Hao Mengmeng felt regretful, because she could see the seriousness on Lin Bei's face, and her intuition told her that Lin Bei was not joking. These two seemingly incredible powers were, as Lin Bei had said, just the tip of the iceberg.
Are you serious?
Hao Mengmeng's mind was buzzing. She only now realized a terrible truth. The cost is 10 million.
That's far from enough. Even 100-fold increase wouldn't be enough. Xingxue is right.
This is more than just finding a treasure.
Charging continues.
Hao Mengmeng's experience points are increasing little by little, and her stamina and the number of arrows are also rising steadily. In the preparation area, Xingxue kept an eye on Lin Bei and Hao Mengmeng. Seeing that Hao Mengmeng was still somewhat restrained and hadn't gone too far, she finally felt relieved. But she was still envious. She was clearly the first person to be close to Lin Bei, but now she can only watch from the preparation area, while Hao Mengmeng can shamelessly stick close to Lin Bei.
We need to end the game quickly. If this continues, I'm afraid Mengmeng will lose control. Mengmeng's expression is very strange.
Something important must have happened, and it must be related to Lin Bei.
Xingxue knew Hao Mengmeng too well. She could deduce things from Hao Mengmeng's facial expressions.
A few more minutes passed, and all the contestants arrived. The audience seats were also full, and Hao Mengmeng was still sitting close to Lin Bei. Lu Zhan, the dean of the First Academy, appeared on the competition stage.
The entire venue fell silent instantly, and everyone's attention was focused on the stage. Lu Zhan got straight to the point, without rambling on and on.
The competition is about to begin, and the winner of this competition will receive the same prize as in previous years. The token of the secret realm codenamed Sky-Reaching Bind. As everyone knows, the Sky-Reaching Bind secret realm contains a top-grade treasure that can evolve any profession. Even if you don't get this treasure, you can still gain something else. The most important point is that this secret realm is low-level in danger, making it a very rare secret realm with low danger and high rewards. The winner can enter alone or as a team, with a maximum of 5 members per team.
Alright, that's enough. I hereby declare the competition officially open.
Please welcome the first group of contestants to the stage.
Soon, 2 professionals stepped onto the competition stage, and a battle between professionals began.
Lin Bei watched quietly from below, a hint of doubt appearing in his eyes. Over the years, he has been busy working to earn money and hasn't known much about the rewards for the competition. This is the first time he has learned what the rewards are.
A token to enter the secret realm. Xingxue values it highly. This token seems to be quite extraordinary.
Hao Mengmeng, who had been openly peeking at Lin Bei from the side, realized that Lin Bei didn't know much about the situation. She immediately whispered in Lin Bei's ear. The reward for each competition is the same, a token to enter the Sky-Reaching Bind secret realm.
This secret realm is very friendly to humans. I also got a token back then.
After entering the secret realm, I obtained a very high-quality bow, which was much better than the weapon I bought for millions.
This kind of competition is not limited to the one in front of us. It is also held regularly in other cities. Everyone who gets the token needs to compete with others to grab rewards and opportunities. It is the first lesson for professionals. It can be said that as long as you enter the Sky-Reaching Bind secret realm, you will gain something more or less. As long as you don't get close to the Sky-Reaching Bind in the secret realm, you will be basically safe. The monsters inside are also very weak.
Lin Bei listened patiently. After listening, he became quite interested in the Tongtian vine.
A special kind of plant. But it was the code name for that secret realm. This in itself is very abnormal. Is the heavenly vine dangerous? Tell me more about it. Chapter 15: The person on the heavenly vine? Crushing his peers.
Hao Meng was eager to talk to Lin Bei more, because doing so would effectively bring her and Lin Bei closer.
Today,
it was the first day she met Lin Bei. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they're strangers, so they need to communicate and interact more.
It's very dangerous. But I've only heard about it a few times, and I don't know much about the specifics.
First of all, it can be confirmed that the heavenly vine is a real plant in this secret realm. Although it is relatively rare, there are still 100 of them, distributed in various locations throughout the secret realm, and their distribution is completely random. According to some eyewitnesses, the heavenly vine in the secret realm eats people. Anyone who touches the heavenly vine will be eaten by it. Moreover, the heavenly vine especially likes to eat support classes, especially the most numerous battery class.
It's safe to say that the power bank profession is exactly what Tong Tiantang loves most. Once Tong Tiantang sets its sights on you, you're doomed.
If 10 people with different professions come into contact with the same heavenly vine, the first one to be eaten will definitely be the power bank.
The remaining 9 people will also die one after another. They cannot change their fate of death.
So if you want to live, you must not get close to the heavenly vine. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei became even more interested in the so-called heavenly vine. A thoughtful look flashed in his eyes.
He's a picky eater? This is a big problem. A picky eater. Is your favorite food a power bank? This is getting more and more interesting.
At this moment, Hao Meng was still talking. By the way, there's an unverified rumor about this secret realm.
Someone once said that he saw a person on the Tongtian vine.
Those who live on the heavenly vines, and who have built their homes there. More than one person has said this, but unfortunately, it is still impossible to confirm whether there is anyone on the heavenly vine. Besides the heavenly vine, the other dangers in this secret realm actually come from other professionals who enter this secret realm. Hao Meng continued talking. Lin Bei also gained a more comprehensive understanding of the sky-reaching vine's secret realm. Simply put, it's the secret realm with the lowest mortality rate. The dangers are only twofold. As long as you don't recklessly touch the heavenly vine or get into conflicts with other professionals, you'll definitely survive and be able to make a beautiful exit with the rewards you get from the secret realm.
I'd really like to go and see.
Those who can enter the secret realm are basically winners of the competition, and becoming a winner usually means that they are very good in terms of strength and profession, at least a level profession.
And there are also beings that appear to be human on the heavenly vine. Could these creatures also be within the range of those that can be cultivated? Finally, there are the treasures in the secret realm.
I really need these things now, and there are still a lot of troubles waiting for me to solve. Lin Bei made his decision. As long as Xinqing Xue can obtain the token, he will enter the sky-reaching vine secret realm with her.
The first battle on stage ended 20 minutes later.
After all, they are all people who have only recently awakened, and they all have combat-related professions, so it will not be easy for them to determine a winner.
Battles continued one after another.
Fortunately, there weren't too many participants, otherwise the competition would have lasted a very long time. Soon, it was Xinqing Xue's turn to appear.
Di Luzhan announced.
The participants in this match are Xinqing Xue and Sun Body. The two are respectively an S-rank Winter Mage and an A-rank Blood Warrior.
The match begins.
Unlike the previous matches that didn't garner much attention, this match captured the attention of everyone in the audience. Xinqing Xue and Sun Badian are both highly favored contenders for the championship.
We've finally waited for this moment.
I personally think Sun Badian has a better chance of winning. Indeed, although the Blood Warrior is only an A-rank class, it has a greater advantage in one-on-one combat, especially when it unleashes its full power. Its defense and speed will be greatly enhanced, while the Mage class needs casting range and casting time. It's not that Xinqing Xue is weak, but rather that the situation is quite unfavorable: disadvantageous terrain, disadvantage in the early stages of her career, and an inherent weakness in physical strength. If it were a huge arena, and Xinqing Xue had enough time to cast her spells, she would definitely win in the end.
Most people don't think Xinqing Xue has a good chance.
Even Lu Zhan shared this thought on the competition stage.
Sigh, bad luck.
The academy finally produced an S-class professional, but the first battle he encountered was a bloodthirsty warrior. It looks like we'll have to hand over the championship prize to someone else again this year.
I just hope that Xin Xingshue's self-confidence won't be damaged. Xin Xingxue and Sun Badian went on stage one after the other. Sun Badian was overjoyed. What great luck! I happened to run into her in the first round, and I was absolutely confident of winning against her. It might not be so certain if it were one of the other 2S class professionals. He was so glad. However, he didn't utter any provocative or arrogant words. He only wanted to end this battle, which he was absolutely certain of winning, as soon as possible. Let's begin. After saying that, Sun Tianba rushed towards Xin Xingxue, his blood burning intensely, and his speed reached an astonishing level, covering almost a third of the distance in the blink of an eye. His skin was red, his veins were bulging, and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked quite frightening. Xin Xingxue stood calmly in place. I admit, you're very strong. If it were the old me, I would definitely have lost to you in this match. But unfortunately you're unlucky. You've run into me after I've been charged by Lin Bei. You're not good enough for me to lose to. Her expression was cold, showing no sign of panic. If they were of the same level, Xin Xingxue would naturally have no hope of winning, as there was simply not enough time to do anything in such a short period of time. But now, she's reached level 5. Facing a level 1 enemy, it's really hard to feel panicked or uneasy. For professionals, the gap in skill level can be fatal. A difference of 1 or 2 levels isn't a huge impact, but a difference of 10 or 8 levels can make a big difference. However, this is not absolute. Various other factors can influence the outcome, whether the gap narrows or widens further, depending on the relative strengths and weaknesses of different professions. In addition to the weapons and equipment they carried, and whether they used any drugs, and many other things. The next moment, Xin Xingxue moved. She conjured a ball of ice at her fingertips, aimed it at Sun Tianba, and released some of her magic. Click! Sun Tianba, who was moving at high speed, was immediately hit. His legs were firmly frozen to the competition stage by the ice, and the ice was still forming. A second later, his body from the waist down was encased in a thick layer of ice. He could no longer move forward even a meter and could only watch helplessly as his body was rapidly frozen. Another second passed, and only the area above the neck remained normal. Everything below the neck was easily frozen. A complete crushing defeat. Sun Tianba's face was filled with panic. The reality was completely the opposite of what he had expected. He was completely powerless to resist. How so? I was instantly killed? This is unreasonable. What happened to the promised career advantages? Chapter 16. Can I hold your hand? It's become a demon in my heart. Sun Tianba had already planned how to deal with the other 2S class professionals, and never thought he would lose to Xin Xingxue, a mage. Because his profession is recognized as highly skilled. Although he is only a rank, he is comparable to S rank. He used his strongest ability right from the start, activating all the blood in his body. Every drop of blood was in a berserk state, and his strength, speed, defense, and reaction speed were greatly enhanced. But this is how it ended. Let alone defeating Xin Xingxue in one move, he couldn't even get to Xin Xingxue's side. Why is there such a big difference? She only woke up this morning. Click. At this moment, Sun Tianba was completely frozen, becoming a human-shaped ice sculpture, and his boiling, violent blood calmed down. Clearly, the outcome is decided. The winner is Xin Xingxue. Xin Xingxue didn't even glance at Sun Tianba before turning around and leaving the competition stage. It was only then that the audience realized what was happening. This match was extremely short, and the result was unexpected. Ha! It's over just like that? One move, she only used one move, right? How could it be so strong? The Blood Warrior, a special A rank class, was actually one-shot by a mage, who is generally considered the weakest class in the early game. This is more than a swift kill. Xin Xingxue was clearly not taking it seriously. I don't understand, my head is buzzing. This was an outcome that no one had anticipated. This defies common sense. Xin Mei, who was originally feeling smug, was dumbfounded. She suddenly lost her confidence in winning. Is this really the Xin Xingxue I know? Why is it different from the intelligence? She only woke up this morning, and couldn't even familiarize herself with her job in a whole afternoon, yet she easily dealt with that idiot Sun Tianba. Although Sun Tianba is an A-level professional, he only awakened his profession 10 days ago. His proficiency in the profession should definitely be far superior to Xin Xingxue's, but he still lost in the end? Suddenly, Xin Mei didn't know what to do. Her plans were disrupted, and all that remained in her heart was worry.
Lu Zhan snapped out of his daze and immediately announced the results of the match.
The match is over. The winner is Xue.
After saying that, he walked to Sun Tianba's side, raised his hand and touched the layer of ice, trying to shatter the ice and rescue Sun Tianba. But the next moment, Lu Zhan's expression suddenly changed. He discovered the anomaly after just one contact.
Wrong. There's something wrong with the strength of this ice.
This level of strength is definitely not something a level 1 winter mage could achieve.
Could it be that Xue's level isn't level 1?
When this guess came out, even Lu Zhan himself found it laughable. He had personally witnessed Xue's awakening process and was 100% certain that Xue had awakened just a few hours ago.
Therefore, Xue's current level is 100% level 1, there is no other possibility.
The more certain it became of this matter, the less Lu Zhan could understand the situation before him.
That piece of ice is right in front of me.
He was equally certain that the ice did not meet the required grade.
Even I can't figure it out. I have a bit of a headache.
Forget it, now is not the time to study it.
Let's think about it after the competition.
Lu Zhan was very interested. He decided that he would do some research and try to find the reason, just in case he made an unexpected discovery.
Click.
With a casual slap, Lu Zhan easily shattered the ice block, freeing Sun Tianba, who had almost frozen unconscious. He collapsed to the ground, his face filled with lingering fear, experiencing for the first time the feeling of having his life and death in someone else's hands.
Call. Sun Tianba was panting heavily. Today's experience would become his nightmare. Lu Zhan looked at Sun Tianba and asked very politely. Are you all right? How are you feeling? Sun Tianba barely came to his senses. He shook his head. I feel really bad. I can't accept it. I have so many advantages in every way, so why can't I even touch her hair? That shouldn't be the case.
Sun Tianba's words seemed to be both an answer to Lu Zhan and a murmur to himself.
Lu Zhan, who witnessed the scene, could only shake his head regretfully. It's over. This child has inner demons.
I was worried that he would damage Xue's confidence, but now it seems that I was just worrying for nothing. Lu Zhan casually dismissed Sun Tianba from the stage, then announced the start of the next match. Xue returned to the preparation area, but her heart was not at peace. Lin Bei changed my destiny. Otherwise I would have been eliminated in this round. I just wanted to help him because I was afraid he was suffering too much, but I didn't expect it to turn out so well.
You inserted it correctly.
The match then continued.
One after another.
Hao Mengmeng sat next to Lin Bei the whole time, and after each game, she would take a moment to check her information panel.
Hao Mengmeng. Class, Elemental Archer. Grade, S. Level, LV12.
Experience, 834-2000.
Stamina, 1888-1200. Arrow count, 1888-1200. Abilities, Eagle Eye, Elemental Arrow, Precision Strike. Hao Mengmeng almost stood up in excitement.
She clenched her small hands, suppressing the urge.
Wow, that's fast. I've already gained half the experience.
I only sat here for a short time, but the effect was equivalent to me leveling up for more than half a month.
If I hadn't experienced it myself, I definitely wouldn't have believed it. No, it's not that I can't believe it, it's that I dare not believe it, because it's simply unbelievable. Hao Mengmeng now deeply understands why Xue was so excited back then.
She was even more excited now than Xue was back then. In a short time, he gained a lot of experience. This was something he would have gained if he had spent day and night with Lin Bei, especially in a close relationship.
What would that be like?
All those so-called geniuses, prodigies, and prodigies backed by powerful forces, even if they were all put together, would be left far behind.
No matter how hard I try, I can't catch up.
My stamina and arrow load have also increased by more than 600.
This can be used as a trump card.
If I fight someone who knows me, then when I shoot an arrow beyond my limit, I will definitely achieve great results.
The upper limit is 5 times. That is to say, 6,000. Hiss.
Even though Hao Mengmeng tried her best to restrain herself, after thinking it through, she was still overwhelmed by excitement. She stood up excitedly, her beautiful face flushed red, and her body was trembling with excitement. Everyone around Hao Mengmeng looked at her, and they could see how excited she was.
Coincidentally, Xue was the one competing on stage.
Turns out she's excited because her best friend won. She's even more excited than Xue herself.
Hey, that's a bit of a case of the guest overshadowing the host. If anyone should be happy, it should be Xinxing Xue. Is it really necessary?
Xinxing Xue has been dominating every match, and she wasn't this excited in the previous matches.
I don't understand, but I respect it.
Hao Mengmeng then realized how rash her behavior had been. However, she made no attempt to explain and sat back down next to Lin Bei, looking at him with a gaze that held both shyness and longing.
That. Could I go any further? Like holding hands?
Actually, Hao Mengmeng really wanted to grab Lin Bei's hand directly, but she remembered Xinxing Xue's words and told Lin Bei to give him enough respect. Now she also agrees with this requirement.
Absolutely right.
This precious treasure must be treated with utmost care. It must never be bumped or knocked, and it must never be offended or annoyed. The attention of some people around them was drawn to Lin Bei, who looked indifferent, and Hao Mengmeng, who looked pleading.
Am I seeing things? The campus belle of the Third Academy is actually begging to hold a man's hand?
His tone sounded very humble, and he lacked confidence.
Give it to her, give her your hand.
Lin Bei felt immense pressure. The gazes of those around him were like knives.
Pull it.
As soon as he finished speaking, Hao Mengmeng immediately took action, reaching out to tightly grasp Lin Bei's hands, interlacing her 20 fingers one by one, as if afraid that Lin Bei would pull his hands away.
Lin Bei was taken aback. Would a normal person hold hands like that? Hold hands? You want to cross your fingers? Hao Mengmeng nodded reluctantly.
She knew it was wrong to do this, but she remained stubborn.
Normal. Xinxing Xue and I usually hold hands like this. Lin Bei remained silent for a few seconds.
In the end, he said nothing more. Since the other party has already said that, it's better not to expose them.
After all, it's just holding hands, it's not like you're losing out in anything.
On the competition stage, Xinxing Xue, who had just finished a match, clearly saw everything Hao Mengmeng did.
She instantly guessed Hao Mengmeng's thoughts. Have you already experienced how powerful he is? I understand.
Because if it were me, I would also try to do that, otherwise I wouldn't have gone that far at noon.
Xinxing Xue left the competition stage.
The match is still ongoing.
Time passed little by little. Every battle was exciting. After an unknown amount of time,
Hao Mengmeng received a phone call. After a series of procedures, Lin Bei was able to freely accept large transfers of over 10 million yuan. Only then did she reluctantly let go of Lin Bei's hand.
I'll transfer the money to you right away. 10 million for now.
I know this amount is far from enough to cover you for a year, so you can think of it as a deposit.
I will discuss it with Xing Xue later and try to give you a reasonable price. Lin Bei nodded. He needs money. Besides Lin Xi's place, there are many other places as well. In today's world, even powerful professionals need money everywhere.
Nothing is worse than being sick, and nothing is worse than being broke.
Good. Hao Mengmeng took out her phone and skillfully operated it.
Half a minute later, Lin Bei received a text message. He received a transfer of 10 million yuan in his account, with the note stating that it was the first phase of his sugar daddy sugar baby arrangement. The system notification sounds at the same time.
Byte.
The host earned 10 million from another professional using their own abilities, meeting the criteria for receiving the reward. Reward obtained, S-rank skill shared network. You can pull all those you've charged into a special space. They will enter as spirits, and you can communicate and transfer items within this space without affecting their souls or minds. At this moment, Lin Bei's eyes widened slightly.
Another amazing ability. It can bring all people's souls into the same place. So far, I have charged 4 people, Xinxing Xue, Lu Ruyan, Hao Mengmeng, and my sister. Can my sister be brought in too?
The thought of this possibility excited him so much that he almost used the skill on the spot. After careful consideration, Lin Bei decided to hold back for now and try again in a safe place after this matter was over.
Not now. Wait a little longer.
Furthermore, Lin Bei noticed an important detail.
Another professional.
He considered one possibility. When I earned 10 million from Xinxing Xue, I received a reward.
Now I've earned 10 million from Hao Mengmeng. What the system said is pretty much true.
It can be basically confirmed that this type of reward is calculated separately, and each person undergoes an individual calculation process. In other words, the prize pool related to Xinxing Xue is still accumulating, and so is this newly opened prize pool.
There may be other possibilities.
Once the total amount reaches a certain level, there might be some unexpected surprises. This is just Lin Bei's guess. He couldn't say for sure whether it was true or not, he would only know once it reached that level. Soon, the semifinals arrived, and 4 players remained. Xinqing Xue and Shen Mei, who advanced all the way, another S-level professional demolition expert, and Sun Tianba, who fought his way out of the revival competition. In the first semi-final, Xinqing Xue and Sun Tianba were the 2 competitors, and they became opponents once again.
Sun Tianba's face was very ugly. How could I be so unlucky? I finally fought my way out of the revival round, only to run into her again in the semifinals? How am I supposed to fight this? But some audience members thought differently. They were cheering on Sun Tianba. Go for it, don't be a coward. You were careless last time, just be more careful this time. That's right, you have to get back up from where you got it. Logically speaking, you should be the one to win in the end.
Sun Tianba ignored these people. He was focused intently on Xinqing Xue.
Just looking at it, I felt immense pressure. It was as if the person standing there was an insurmountable mountain. He couldn't even muster the courage to fight again. I surrender. Chapter 17: How Munming's New Ability. Lin Bei's third profession. After much deliberation, Sun Tianba made this decision because he saw no possibility of winning. His intuition told him that if he attacked Xinqing Xue again, his situation would be even more terrible than before. Last time they only froze him, but this time it won't be so easy, so he finally decided to admit defeat. The people in the audience were very dissatisfied. Admit defeat? How can you do this to your profession? What a disappointment. You gave up without even fighting. I already told you it was because you were careless. Don't give up. Go up and fight her. I paid 100,000 to bet you'd win. Sun Tianba did not explain. He knew that explaining would be a waste of time, and that people who hadn't experienced it firsthand wouldn't understand. Lu Zhan stepped onto the competition stage. A wise decision. Although I don't know what happened either, there's a huge gap between you and her. You are no match for her right now. Sun Tianba felt bitter inside. Even now, he still doesn't know where he went wrong. He actually fell for Xinqing Xue twice. Xinqing Xue didn't think too much about it. She returned to the preparation area to prepare for the final battle. The one who advances is Xinqing Xue. The next match is about to begin. Please come up to the stage, contestants. Shen Mei gave Xinqing Xue a deep look before walking onto the competition stage. Her opponent, Bai Xiaoxiao, is a demolition expert and S-level professional. Bai Xiaoxiao walked onto the competition stage from the side. Shen Mei was extremely focused. We must win. Xinqing Xue has made it to the finals. I can only have a chance to defeat Xinqing Xue if I also make it to the finals. Battle is imminent. Boom! Explosions were everywhere, shattering the competition stage. Shen Mei could only frantically dodge the explosions, finding no chance to retaliate. Finally, she was pinned to a corner, and multiple injuries appeared on her body. Oops. You underestimated her. She's been hiding something. In this situation, I cannot slip into the shadows, much less get behind her. Thump! Thump! Another barrage of bombardments ensued, and Shen Mei, unable to resist, was blasted away, falling off the competition stage. Her face was filled with humiliation. She never expected to fall in this round, without even having the chance to go all the way to the end and fight Xinqing Xue. Her intensity is way too much. Although we are both S-class professions, you have been able to suppress me and prevent me from using my power to fight back. And she was particularly ruthless, almost seriously injuring me several times. There must be something wrong with her. However, although I lost to her, I may not necessarily lose to Xinqing Xue. Xinqing Xue will meet her soon, and the final outcome will definitely be that she will beat him up, so at most I can only say that I am evenly matched with Xinqing Xue. After some self-consolation, Shen Mei successfully accepted the fact of her defeat. At the same time, she firmly believed that if it were Xinqing Xue, she would definitely not be a match for Bai Xiaoxiao. Thinking about it this way made her feel a little better. Losing to anyone else is acceptable, but I just don't want to lose to Xinqing Xue. Especially on such important matters. Bai Xiaoxiao wanted to continue her attack, but Lu Zhan arrived in time to stop her. Stop. The match is over. Bai Xiaoxiao then stopped attacking and immediately looked at Xinqing Xue, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. There's one last round. If I beat her, I can get the key. I must enter the Heavenly Vine's secret realm no matter what.
She left the competition area and returned to the rest area to quickly adjust her breathing. The competition is relatively humane, giving the participants ample rest time before the final battle.
The audience also got a breather.
Hao Meng, who was still holding Lin Bei's hands tightly, checked her information panel immediately.
Hao Meng. Class, Elemental Archer. Grade, S. Level, LV12. Experience, 1996-2000. Stamina, 4,850-1200. Arrow count, 4,850-1200. Abilities, Eagle Eye, Elemental Arrow, Precision Strike. My god, it's almost leveled up. How long has it been? His stamina and arrow capacity are almost at 5,000. That's terrifying.
At this moment, even though Hao Meng was the beneficiary, she still felt a chill run down her spine. She dared not even imagine what would happen if Lin Bei, this monster, fell into the hands of someone else.
Or rather, if Lin Bei continues to do this, what enormous changes will occur in the world? Keep in mind, Lin Bei only awakened his powers today.
Hao Meng released her hand and patted her heart. Lin Bei's appearance will cause a huge change in the world, and those who are connected with him will turn the world upside down. Fortunately, I hit the jackpot and became the one who got recharged by him. A few seconds later, Hao Meng felt her strength increase, a feeling she had experienced more than 10 times.
This is a characteristic of a successful upgrade. It's been upgraded. Level 13. Hao Meng opened the information bar again to check. Hao Meng. Class, Elemental Archer. Grade, S. Level, LV13. Experience, 0-2,500. Stamina, 4,860-1300. Arrow count, 4,860-1300. Abilities, Eagle Eye, Elemental Arrow, Precision Strike. Unique ability, Charged Arrow. This is your unique ability, allowing you to charge an arrow, greatly enhancing its power. The current charge limit is 1 arrow. Continuing to charge will increase the strength of this ability. What? New ability? Is it a unique ability? Am I seeing things? Hao Meng couldn't believe it. She just wanted to check the upgraded information panel and never expected such an extra surprise. No, it's gone beyond surprise, it's reached the level of shock. And it was stated explicitly. The reason they were able to acquire this ability ultimately comes down to Lin Bei. It's one of the abilities Lin Bei possesses. It's because of Lin Bei. It's due to his abilities. He actually has this kind of ability? That's incredible. This ability is definitely no weaker than the previous two. Hao Meng's soul was tingling. She was truly stunned. Once and again. One after another, things that defied common sense happened, each one considered absolutely impossible. But Lin Bei actually did it all. At this moment, Hao Meng stared blankly at Lin Bei, deeply attracted by his mystery. They've completely fallen. Therefore, without Lin Bei's consent, Hao Meng made an even bolder move. She released Lin Bei's hands, and while Lin Bei wasn't paying attention, she sat on Lin Bei's lap, and then tightly grasped Lin Bei's hands again. Hao Meng felt uneasy and kept praying silently. Please don't send me away. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Lin Bei's mind, so he temporarily ignored Hao Meng. Bite. The host has helped an S-rank professional reach level 13, meeting the criteria for receiving a reward. Reward obtained, Job Trait Basic Wireless Charging. With this ability, the host can remotely recharge designated professionals, with an effect equivalent to regular charging. However, the distance cannot be too great, otherwise the effect will gradually weaken. They've even brought remote charging now? Alright. He was quite satisfied with the reward. Afterwards, Lin Bei also checked his own information panel. Lin Bei. Job 1, Power Bank. Grade, E. Level, LV3. Experience, 6,300. Capacity, 130. Actual capacity, 13,000. Abilities, Basic Energy Recovery, Basic Stamina Recovery, Reverse Charging, Energy Conversion, 100x Capacity, Experience Point Increase. Basic, Limit Break 5x, Energy Projection, Granting New Abilities, Flesh and Blood Regeneration. Basic, Right Hand Enhancement. LV1, Network Sharing, Wireless Charging. Basic. Class 2, E Rank Ice Mage. Magic Power, 1313. Ability, Low Level Ice Magic. Class 3, E Rank Archer. Stamina, 1313. Ability, archery. Oh, another new profession. It's just a pity that the grade is still too low. However, the impact is not significant. As long as you continue to improve your skills, this profession will continue to grow stronger. After all, a solid foundation is also very important. Before Lin Bei could do anything, the system notification sounded again. Byte. The host has granted an S-rank professional an exclusive ability, currently possessed only by that professional in the world, thus meeting the criteria for receiving the reward. Reward obtained, SSS rank skill job synthesis. The host can combine their excess professions. Each combination requires at least 3 professions. After combination, the host will gain a new profession, but the 3 professions used as materials will disappear. Hiss. Lin Bei gasped. It's here. SSS level skill. An incredible new ability. Profession synthesis. You can get a new profession just by using 3 professions as crafting materials? That's an outrageous skill. Even I, the owner, am afraid. It's a pity that there are only 2 extra professions now, otherwise Lin Bei would definitely combine them all to play around with. However, he was not in pain. It was bound to happen sooner or later anyway, so a little more time won't make a difference. After an hour's break, Lu Zhan appeared on the competition stage, his gaze lingering on Xin Xingxue and Bai Xiaoxiao. Even he couldn't predict the outcome of this match. Unlike previous years, in the past we could usually tell who would be the final champion at the very beginning of the competition, but this year it's impossible to tell. Both of them are S-level professionals. Bai Xiaoxiao has a rather special identity. In every generation of her family, no matter how many people there will always be one person who awakens the profession of explosives expert. Xin Xingxue comes from the Xin family and doesn't seem to have anything particularly special about her, but her previous battles have all been off. I'm increasingly suspicious that her problem lies in her level. These two are no ordinary people. This year is really interesting. After noticing Xin Xingxue's strange behavior, Lu Zhan paid close attention to almost every battle she fought and was basically certain that there was something wrong with her. However, he couldn't pinpoint the problem. He had a guess but dared not confirm it. Xin Xingxue and Bai Xiaoxiao arrived on the competition stage and looked at each other, sharing the same thoughts. They all want to win. Bai Xiaoxiao was carefully observing Xin Xingxue. In fact, she was not confident of victory because Xin Xingxue had always acted casually in the previous battles, making it impossible to judge her true strength. The final battle. Come on. We must win. But Xin Xingxue is different. She remained calm and showed no sign of panic. Her trump card is her power, which is up to 5 times stronger than her previous strength. Let's finish this already. Meng Meng is getting more and more outrageous. She's already sitting on Lin Bei's lap, and holding her hand isn't enough for her anymore. If this continues, things will get out of control. No, even if it's only a matter of time before things get out of control, I'm going to be the first person to make him lose control. After Lu Zhan announced the start of the battle, he quietly retreated to the side. He paid special attention to this battle, with Xin Xingxue being his primary focus. Who will be the winner? Xin Xingxue? Still Bai Xiaoxiao? I've heard a bit about what happened to Bai Xiaoxiao. It seems that her clan has a special relationship with the Tongtian Vine secret realm, so they've wanted to enter it for many years, but they haven't had the chance yet. It seems they're pinning their hopes on Bai Xiaoxiao this time, as there's no reason for them to go to Xin Xingxue's side. We lost at least in terms of power. Chapter 18 continues the crushing defeat. Bai Xiaoxiao is in despair. At this moment, the battle officially begins. Everyone present, including Lin Bei and Hao Mengmeng in his arms, focused their attention on the competition stage. Everyone is paying close attention to the outcome of this match. Lin Bei was mainly looking at Bai Xiaoxiao. Demolition expert, an S-level combat profession, is no weaker than Xin Xingxue in terms of strength. We could consider training him. After saying that, he looked at Xin Mei, who was staring intently at Xin Xingxue in the crowd, and noticed that something was wrong with Xin Mei. He kept staring at Xin Xingxue, muttering something under his breath, his expression quite complicated. This left Lin Bei somewhat confused. Does she have some kind of relationship with Xin Xingxue? It looks very strange. But it's not important. The reason he looked at Xin Mei was simply because Xin Mei's profession was also S-level. As for the A-level professionals, Lin Bei couldn't be bothered to look at them, they weren't his targets. Even Sun Tianba, an A-level professional comparable to an S-level professional,
was someone he didn't bother to give a second glance to.
Meng Meng, what is the relationship between that person named Shen Mei and Shen Xingxue?
She looks very strange. And they all share the surname Shen. How Meng Meng shifted her body, adjusted to a comfortable sitting position, and then answered Lin Bei's question.
Shen Mei is Qing Shue's cousin. Their relationship is indeed somewhat complicated.
They are like neighbors, so they have always been competing with each other in various matters. From small things like who arrives at the academy first today, to big things like today's competition, no one wants to lose to the other. But Shen Mei is not a bad person. She would not use underhanded means to harm Qing Shui.
She just doesn't want to lose to Qing Shui.
After listening, Lin Bei realized that the relationship between Shen Xingxue and Shen Mei was more complicated than he had imagined.
This also explains why Shen Mei's expression was so complicated. I see. Her profession is quite good, an S-level shadow dancer, she can indeed rival Shen Xingxue. Shadow dancers don't necessarily need to know how to dance, but they can consider doing something appropriate.
Lin Bei had some ideas about these two S-level professionals.
It's important to know that S-class professionals are extremely rare.
The reason Lin Bei is able to encounter several people a day is purely because of today's special match.
Those high-ranking professionals all wanted to compete for the championship reward, so they gathered here.
Otherwise, you might spend several months and still not find one. On the competition stage, the moment the battle began, Bai Xiaoxiao, who was determined to obtain the secret realm token, launched an attack on Shen Xingxue without hesitation.
Boom!
Multiple explosions occurred around Shen Xingxue, further damaging the already severely damaged competition stage. A powerful explosion, mixed with flying gravel and sand, hurtled towards Shen Xingxue.
Thick smoke enveloped the area.
The audience could only see the continuous explosions, everything else was obscured by smoke and the constant sound of explosions. Their eardrums were sore from the vibration.
Damn, they made such a commotion right off the bat. Do these two have some kind of life or death feud? It's terrifying to look at. If I were in that situation, I would have been blown to pieces by now. Is this the demolition expert known for his destructive power? He's truly terrifying.
Outside the thick smoke, Bai Xiaoxiao was acting like a madwoman, frantically consuming the power within her body. Her hands never stopped moving.
This is the only way.
We can't give her time to cast a spell, her strength is still unknown. Only by constantly suppressing her and forcing her into a passive defensive posture can I have the greatest chance of winning.
We can't give her a break.
With this in mind, Bai Xiaoxiao intensified her attack, not even considering whether there would be any side effects.
At this moment, her body is under tremendous strain. Such a fierce attack is bound to come at a cost.
But in order to obtain the token to enter the sky-reaching Vine's secret realm, Bai Xiaoxiao was willing to give anything. This situation lasted for 3 minutes, during which the explosions did not stop.
The entire competition area was a mess.
No one knew anything about Shen Xingxue's situation. All that was known was that Shen Xingxue did not take any action during those 3 minutes of intense bombardment. They didn't even know if he was alive or dead.
Without a doubt, Shen Xingxue lost. Both are S-rank professions and are at level 1.
It's impossible for her to be unharmed after such an attack.
I agree.
Bai Xiaoxiao is a demolition expert, and her destructive power is definitely above that of the Winter Mage. Moreover, she has a greater advantage in close combat.
The outcome is decided. Dean Liu, please announce it quickly. It's already quite obvious who the winner is.
Most people believe the battle was over. After all, Bai Xiaoxiao has already gone to this extent.
How could a mage with thin skin and fragile health possibly remain unharmed?
Even Lu Zhan thinks so. He even planned to go to the competition stage to announce the end of the match. But when he thought about Shen Xingxue's previous behavior, Lu Zhan silently gave up the idea.
Let's wait and see.
I have a feeling this battle won't end so easily. Hao Mengmeng sat comfortably in Lin Bei's arms, without the slightest worry in her heart.
She was one of only 2 people who knew about Shen Xingxue's situation. Worry? There's absolutely nothing to worry about.
There's absolutely no need to worry. Bai Xiaoxiao was in very poor condition. Standing on the competition stage, she was breathing rapidly, and her hands were trembling from overuse.
We should have won. I gave it my all in 3 minutes, and even an SS rank professional couldn't have survived it.
Her eyelids were almost too heavy to open. They paid too high a price to win. Gradually, the thick smoke dissipated, and the scene inside finally appeared before everyone's eyes.
The first thing they saw was ice.
The thick ice layers piled up one after another, with each direction having a thickness of more than 10 meters. The ice layer was riddled with craters, and the ground was covered with ice shards. Xue stood in the center of the ice, her expression still calm, as if something insignificant had just happened.
There wasn't a single scratch on her. The entire room fell silent instantly.
This situation was completely unexpected. No one had anticipated that things would turn out this way. They were all staring at Xue, hundreds or even thousands of eyes filled with surprise and disbelief, none of them having the courage to believe what they were seeing.
Xue was the one who was bombarded relentlessly, yet she was completely unharmed.
This is truly astonishing.
They were all blocked. Bai Xiaoxiao's attacks were completely ineffective. Wow, they can't even break through the defense. How is Bai Xiaoxiao supposed to fight? This is very unreasonable. This is not the winter mage I know. Can a normal winter mage really do this? Yes, I also have serious doubts. A high-level winter mage could definitely do this, but the problem is they're only level 1. A thorough investigation is recommended.
The suspicion in Lu Zhan's eyes deepened. He kept a close eye on Xue, not wanting to miss her every move.
Something's wrong. The problem is bigger than we thought. This method is quite sophisticated.
At this moment, Lu Zhan believed that the match did not need to continue, as the outcome was already quite obvious. One side was exhausted, with little strength left. On the other hand, they were completely unharmed and showed no signs of weakness. The person who was most surprised was actually Bai Xiaoxiao.
Why? Why did this happen?
I've almost exhausted all my strength, yet I haven't even managed to injure her.
She almost broke down. Despite giving it your all, you still can't break through the defenses? She was completely overwhelmed on the spot. Just then, Xue made a new move.
With a casual wave of her hand, she dispelled the defenses of the thick ice layer.
Is your attack over? Now it's my turn.
As soon as she finished speaking, Xue used her strongest ability.
Transform into the dead of winter. She wanted to see how far she could go with this move now. The ability is activated, and 5 times the amount of magic power is poured in. Call.
Suddenly, a strong wind howled, followed by a flurry of snowflakes, each the size of a bottle cap. At the same time, the temperature plummeted, and extremely cold air swept around, freezing the entire broken arena instantly. The surrounding area was also greatly affected, and the preparation area and the front row of the spectator area were transformed into an icy realm. Winter is coming. Arrive! Xue waved her hand gently at Bai Xiaoxiao, and several ice spikes materialized out of thin air, easily piercing into Bai Xiaoxiao's body.
The whole process was extremely fast, and Bai Xiaoxiao didn't even have time to react.
When she realized what had happened, her body had already been pierced by several ice picks. A sharp pain struck, and Bai Xiaoxiao could no longer stand. She staggered and fell onto the frozen ground. But the moment her body touched the ice on the ground, the cold air spread along her body, freezing that part of her body as well.
Bai Xiaoxiao's face was ashen. I lost. I am not qualified to be her opponent at all. She accepted this cruel reality. Despite her reluctance, Bai Xiaoxiao has no choice but to give up now. On the competition stage, every spectator had a blank expression. They stood there as if they were stunned, letting the wind and snow lash their faces. After a long while, one of them finally came to his senses. It's over. It's really over this time. The winner is the winter mage, Xue. Then, the other talents gradually returned to normal. To be honest, this has really opened my eyes and refreshed my understanding of the mage class. I didn't know that mages could be this powerful in the early game. If all other mage professions could be like her, then from now on, mages will probably be revered. Although there are many things I don't understand, I have to admit that Xue is really strong. I can't imagine how strong she will become in the future. Chapter 19 Xin Mei's Blow. Dean Lu Zhan was stunned. Lu Zhan looked at the frozen area, where snowflakes were still falling from the sky. Bai Xiaoxiao, whose body was pierced by an ice pick, fell to the ground, and all parts of her body that touched the ground were frozen. It seemed to have merged with the ground, and even the blood that flowed out could not escape the fate of being frozen. At that moment, he finally had the answer in his heart and was certain of one thing. You call this level 1? Who would believe that? Moreover, it's not just her level that's problematic, her magical power is also abnormal. The strength of the skill Transform into Winter is directly linked to the spellcaster's magical power.
The area covered by her winter's chill is not small, it's not something a level 1 winter mage could do. Lu Zhan's doubts grew stronger. Others might not know about the winter mage, but he was different. He had had a lot of contact with the winter mage and had some understanding of these matters. Therefore, he couldn't see through Xue. A gray mist seemed to shroud Xue. Call. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhan suppressed all his doubts, knowing full well that now was not the time to pursue the truth, there were more important things to do. No rush, there's plenty of time. Every secret will eventually be exposed. Lu Zhan entered the frozen area. However, the first thing he did was not to announce the winner, but to look at Xue and say, "The outcome is decided, we can stop now. No amount of magic can withstand such depletion." While speaking, Lu Zhan kept an eye on Xue's expression, but found that Xue remained very calm. Even when she heard him deliberately mention the word magic, her face didn't show any change in expression. She simply nodded and ended the terrifying skill. Not wanting to expose himself, Lu Zhan quickly averted his gaze and announced to the many affected contestants below the stage, "The victor in this battle is Xue. Congratulations to Xue for winning the championship of this competition. This is her championship reward." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhan took out the token that allowed him to enter the Heavenly Vine secret realm. A token with a chaotic mix of brown and green, made entirely of a special metal, with the 3 characters Tong Tian Tang engraved on it. Xue accepted the token. "Got it. I will give the token to Lin Bei in a moment." Then, she looked at Lin Bei immediately, but what she saw first was Hao Mengmeng still sitting in Lin Bei's arms. "That's outrageous. The game is over and you're still sitting there?" Xue really wanted to rush over and pull Hao Mengmeng away. Lu Zhan noticed this from the side and followed Xue's gaze, seeing Lin Bei and Hao Mengmeng. However, because he knew Hao Mengmeng and was also familiar with the relationship between Hao Mengmeng and Xue, he subconsciously assumed that Xue was looking at Hao Mengmeng and automatically ignored Lin Bei, who was just a background figure. That little girl from the Hao family. Why is she sitting on a man's lap? They look like students from my college? They dare to do this in broad daylight. The younger generation today is indeed different from us back then. Lu Zhan withdrew his gaze, not giving it any further thought. He just thought it was a sign of affection between a young couple. In the preparation area, Xin Mei's face was even paler than Bai Xiaoxiao's. Things were unfolding against her, and the final result was the last thing she wanted to see. After losing to Bai Xiaoxiao, Xin Mei was convinced that Bai Xiaoxiao would be the final winner, but it turned out that Xue was the one who stood in the end. Moreover, Xue won in a completely overwhelming manner. Speedrun without taking damage. She won. No. It's impossible. Bai Xiaoxiao is so strong, how could she have lost to Xue in the end? Xue shouldn't be this strong. She only awakened her profession today. It doesn't make sense. Xin Mei was the one least willing to accept this fact, even more so than Bai Xiaoxiao, who had lost the secret realm token. She was defeated by Bai Xiaoxiao, completely suppressed and unable to fight back. It was no exaggeration to call it a humiliating defeat. But Bai Xiaoxiao lost to Xue in an even more humiliating way. The person who easily defeated her was instantly killed by the person she wanted to defeat. This is a huge blow, this is a huge drop in expectations. At this moment, Xin Mei couldn't help but question the meaning of life. When exactly did Xue leave her far behind? Why didn't she even notice it? Before this, Xue and she had always been evenly matched, with a 50-50 win rate. And now, she is doomed to lose. After the harsh winter ended, Bai Xiaoxiao was able to move freely, but her injuries had not healed, and she had no mood to treat them. She sat there blankly, as if she had lost her soul, staring at Xue who held the secret realm token, despair growing wildly in her heart. We lost. In the end, we still lost. We have lost our only chance to enter the Heavenly Vine secret realm. What should I do now? My family will be disappointed in me, and I will be disappointed in myself. Bai Xiaoxiao clenched her hands tightly, her hands full of gravel and sand. Her once neatly trimmed nails had pierced her skin and were now digging deeper into her flesh. 2 teardrops slowly slid down her face, and her eyes were bloodshot. Lin Bei happened to be looking at Bai Xiaoxiao, taking in her entire demeanor. He muttered to himself. She was very sad. It seems she really wants to enter the Heavenly Vine secret realm, which explains why she used such a reckless fighting method. Is it something more important than life itself? After a moment, Lin Bei slowly withdrew his gaze. He made this conjecture while considering how to contact Bai Xiao, because he wanted to get his fourth job as soon as possible. You can activate a job synthesis skill by using 3 extra jobs. Even if the luck in this synthesis isn't great and the final result is still just one E-rank profession, it will definitely be better than the original 3 professions. In short, using this skill will only result in profit or huge profit. The competition came to an end, and some spectators left one after another, but some deliberately stayed. They all gathered around Xin Xingxue.
Congratulations, Ms. Shen.
If you need more teammates, you can consider my son. He's an A-level support player and can definitely be a great help to you.
Are you planning to sell one of your spots? I'm willing to pay a high price to acquire it.
Yes, there are 5 spots to enter the secret realm anyway, so exchanging them for some benefits is a good option, and I'm willing to pay a high price for them.
Can you tell me how you did that?
Your behavior just now doesn't seem like that of someone who has just awakened. Indeed, I suspect you used some kind of cheating method.
There are all sorts of people saying all sorts of things.
Xin Xingxue selectively ignored this, but answered a few of the questions.
Thank you everyone, but the spots are not for sale at this time. I will contact you if there are any changes.
She had already decided to give the secret realm token to Lin Bei as a gift, so she wouldn't agree to these things.
Seeing this, no one asked any further questions.
These things can't be rushed, and they all know they won't get results here. Even if Xin Xingxue really agrees to give up her spot, there will definitely be a lot of competition among so many people who want it.
It would be better to talk to Xin Xingxue privately later.
Not far away, Bai Xiao, who had just stood up, noticed what was happening here, and a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes, which had turned gray.
Perhaps there's still a chance. Although the hope is slim, we still have to give it a try. Soon, only a few people remained.
Even Lu Zhan, who was in charge of the competition, was planning to leave and was packing up his things and making arrangements. Bai Xiao went straight home, ignoring her bleeding injuries, and prepared to discuss with her family about exchanging a spot with Xin Xingxue.
Xin Xingxue then came to Lin Bei and Hao Mengmeng.
Looking at Hao Mengmeng sitting in Lin Bei's arms, she felt a tickle in her teeth and a pang of bitterness in her heart. Hao Mengmeng did something that even she hadn't done yet.
Mengmeng, you haven't ridden it yet?
Hao Mengmeng could hear the threat in his calm tone, and immediately left Lin Bei's embrace. She knows Xin Xingxue very well and knows what Xin Xingxue is thinking right now.
Xingxue, please sit down. I'd like to take a break. It hurts. Xin Xingxue seized the opportunity perfectly and took over Hao Mengmeng's position. Don't say it. It really hurts. Just then, Lu Zhan, who had finished packing his things and had just taken a sip of tea, witnessed the entire process of Xin Xingxue and Hao Mengmeng taking turns sitting down. Puff.
He spat out all the tea he was drinking, his heart filled with shock, even more so than during the match.
Holy crap! Am I seeing things? Are the 2 little ones from the Shen and Hao families taking turns sitting? Hey, are you guys kidding me? You're not sitting on benches. That was a living, breathing man.
Although young people today are different from us when we were young, are they so close that they can even share things like this?
I don't understand, but I respect it. I don't know what their parents will think. My niece, Lu Ruyan, is much more worry-free in this regard.
Since I have nothing to do later, I'll go check on Ruyan.
My second brother hasn't been feeling well lately. Chapter 20 by Xiao comes knocking. Dean Lu, questioning the meaning of life. Lu Zhan, a member of the Lu family, is Lu Ruyan's uncle.
After Lu Ruyan's accident, he also tried to find a way to treat her, but the trouble Lu Ruyan encountered was too difficult, and even he, as the dean of the First Academy of Nanjiang City, was powerless to help. He was also worried about this. I haven't been there for a few days, and I don't know how Ruyan is doing now.
Why?
The thought of Lu Ruyan gave Lu Zhan a headache and made him feel extremely sorry for her.
He did not marry or have children. Lu Ruyan is his only bloodline in this generation.
After gently shaking his head and adjusting his state, Lu Zhan left and headed to the hospital where Lu Ruyan was.
Lin Bei is feeling very unwell right now.
Ahead of him was Xin Xingxue, who didn't want to get up at all, and beside her was Hao Mengmeng, who was eyeing him covetously. Both of them had spent a lot of money to support him, their power bank sugar daddy. This left him feeling quite helpless.
Even if you wanted to do something, there's no need to do it here, is there? There are other people around. There aren't many people. But they're still alive. Lin Bei looked around.
Sure enough, everyone still there was staring at the three of them, one man and two women, and all sorts of comments reached his ears.
Wow, two school beauties are fighting over him, he's truly a role model for us all. I'm so envious. They're all so amazing. If I could have one of them, I'd be laughing in my sleep. He deserves to die, I want to smash his head in. Why is he the one who gets this treatment? Why can't I experience it too? Lin Bei had a feeling that if things continued like this, it would provoke public outrage. So he gently patted Xinxing Xue. Stand up. Let's leave here first. We can't stay here any longer. That's too high profile. Hearing this, Xinxing Xue reluctantly got up. If she could, she would like to stay there for several days and nights. Hao Mengmeng asked at this moment. Where are we going? Having tasted the benefits, she wanted to continue to help Lin Bei recharge. Coincidentally, Xinxing Xue had the same idea, and she could tell what Hao Mengmeng was thinking. Go to my suite. It's still early, let's stay for a few more hours. Hao Mengmeng immediately agreed. Good. Let's hurry up and make the most of our time. Given the circumstances, Lin Bei had no choice but to risk his life to accompany the school beauty. It's just charging, isn't it? Charge. Fill it to the brim. Fill them both up to bursting. Anyway, it's better than staying here and enduring those murderous stares. Walk. The three of them quickly arrived at the hotel suite. Multiple people charging. Let's begin. Lu Zhan drove to the hospital. After parking his car and entering the hospital lobby, the strong smell of disinfectant filled the air, making his heart heavy. In the end, he let out a heavy sigh. Why? I need to get myself in the right state of mind so as not to affect Ruyan. She's already suffering enough. By now, Lu Zhan had become quite adept at pretending to be normal. He quickly adjusted his expression and demeanor, and walked towards Xinxing Xue's ward, arriving at his destination in no time. Looking at the closed ward door, Lu Zhan stood silently for a few seconds before pushing the door open with a smile on his face. But the first person he saw was Lin Shi. The strange woman, covered in various instruments, lay there quietly without making a sound. Even her breathing was so shallow that it was almost imperceptible unless you looked closely. Lu Zhan was taken aback. Who is she? Did I go to the wrong ward? That's impossible. I would never make such a basic mistake. He planned to go out and check the ward number. The situation left him bewildered. Lu Ruyan was staying in a private ward. How could a woman she had never seen before possibly be in Lu Ruyan's ward? Just then, Lu's mother's voice came. Brother, you've come to the right place, this is Ruyan's ward. But now, Lu Zhan was even more astonished. If we haven't gone to the wrong place, then who is this strange woman? Why are you lying here? Sister-in-law, what's going on? There are some things I don't understand. Lu's mother was not surprised by this. It was normal for Lu Zhan to ask such a question. Anyone else would have asked the same thing. She had already thought about how to answer. She is the elder sister of my benefactor. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhan was even more bewildered. What? The benefactor's sister? What is all this? How did a benefactor suddenly appear? What exactly happened? He's only been gone for 3 days at most, and the situation has become so unfamiliar? Lu's mother continued to explain. Big brother, come and see Ruyan first. After you read this, you'll understand why I say this. She believed that there was no need for further explanation. Letting Lu Zhan see for himself would be more effective than any explanation. Moreover, how many people would believe such an unbelievable thing if it were told to them? Even if Lu Zhan were Lu Ruyan's uncle, he wouldn't believe it. Lu Zhan's brows furrowed more and more tightly. The situation made him increasingly curious. You'll know what happened if you read about Lu Ruyan. This clearly indicates that the strange situation is related to Lu Ruyan. Without further hesitation, Lu Zhan immediately walked to Lu Ruyan's bedside and looked at Lu Ruyan lying on the bed. But he didn't notice anything unusual. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's condition was similar to that of the last time he saw her. Then, Lu's mother lifted the blanket covering Lu Ruyan's right hand. Brother, look at Ruyan's hands. Lu Zhan immediately looked at Lu Ruyan's hand. A brand new hand. It was undamaged, uninjured, and had delicate, fair skin. It looked like a brand new hand. He froze on the spot. It's completely different from what I remember. In her memory, Lu Ruyan's right hand was in terrible condition. It was missing several fingers and had many bloody holes. but now it is completely intact. Okay, okay. Hands like smoke. Okay. That's wonderful. Lu Zhan immediately cheered loudly, his hands trembling with excitement.
At that moment, everything became clear. He understood what the benefactor Lu's mother spoke of represented. To be able to do something like this truly deserves the title of benefactor. After calming down, Lu Zhan hurriedly asked, "What about the other parts?
Is it ready?"
Lu's mother shook her head.
No.
My benefactor only stayed here for a short while.
After healing Ruyan's hand, she had to leave. It's only a matter of time. My benefactor said he would completely cure Ruyan within a month.
Ruyan will be fully recovered in a month at most. As she spoke, Lu's mother once again shed tears of emotion. She covered Lu Ruyan's right hand with the blanket and stood quietly by the bed, wiping away her tears. Lu Zhan's face was beaming with a smile.
It only takes a month? Truly a divine being.
The hospital said that Ruyan would never recover and would die soon, but this person was able to save her. It's like he's snatching someone from the jaws of death.
He has only one thought right now. I want to meet this benefactor. I want to personally thank this benefactor. He would willingly accept even if the other party asked him to kneel.
Then, Lu Zhan looked at Lin Shi.
Did our benefactor ask us to take care of his sister?
You must take good care of them.
Should I send some students or teachers over?
He dared not be negligent in the slightest towards his benefactor's sister, and could not afford to make even the smallest mistake. Lu's mother had also considered this issue.
Why don't we just go somewhere else?
Ruyan's situation will get out sooner or later, and then it might cause some trouble. By the way, Tang Kaiyun from the Tang family met our benefactor today and almost hurt her. Although she didn't see Ruyan's condition, she will definitely start paying attention to this matter, because Lu Do and I were kneeling and begging our benefactor at the time. She's no good person. We need to get rid of her as soon as possible.
Lu Zhan frowned.
A murderous intent flashed in his eyes.
The Tang family?
There are indeed rumors that they were involved in Ruyan's case. Leave this to me, I will make sure nothing happens to my benefactor. Encountering such a good thing, Lu Zhan was in a much better mood than when he arrived, and then chatted casually with his mother.
Both of them are in good condition.
As they talked, the conversation turned to the younger generation.
By the way, what's the relationship between Ruyan and those two young ladies from the Haoanshan families? Do you usually keep in touch? Although Lu's mother didn't know why Lu Zhan would suddenly ask such a question, she still answered truthfully. No.
But we're not familiar with each other.
We don't usually keep in touch. She knew that Lu Zhan was referring to Xingxing Xue and Hao Mengmeng.
These two are known for their close relationship, making it difficult for younger members of other families to interfere in their lives.
Lu Zhan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Once Ruyan recovers, tell her not to have too much contact with those two. Lu's mother's doubts deepened.
Normally, people should have more contact, as it would have many benefits, but Lu Zhan said that contact was not allowed.
Why is that? Did something happen to them? Is there trouble between the Shen and Hao families?
She could only think of these two possibilities. Lu Zhan recalled that scene from before.
Neither. I'm afraid that Ruyan will be led astray by the two of them. You might not believe it, but the younger generation of the Shen and Hao families are both vying for the same man, and have even gone so far as to take turns sitting in his lap. Although Ruyan would never do such a thing, she will definitely change after spending more time with them. You don't want Ruyan to end up like them, do you?
He didn't want Lu Ruyan to end up like that.
Lu's mother felt terrified just thinking about it. She has only one daughter. It's better to stay normal. Understood. One who stays near vermilion gets stained red, and one who stays near ink gets stained black.
I will make Ruyan keep her distance from them.
Lu's mother made up her mind. Absolutely not. Let Lu Ruyan be beautiful on her own. Lu Ruyan remains unconscious, and it is unknown when she will wake up. Lu Zhan stayed for a while and then left. He was busy with the matter of transferring Lu Ruyan and Lin Shi.
This matter cannot be rushed or made too obvious, otherwise it will definitely attract a lot of attention. Right now, a lot of people are focused on the hospital, and even the slightest thing could arouse suspicion.
In a hotel suite, Lin Bei was charging Xingxing Xue and Hao Mengming's energy.
His originally abundant energy was being rapidly depleted, and it felt like two octopuses were clinging to him, tightly wrapped around him.
Satisfying 2S level professionals at once is no easy task. Lin Bei has now become a two-pronged power bank.
Without saying a word, he started charging it up. As a result, Xin Xingxue and Hao Mengming's experience points continued to increase, and their only goal was to squeeze every last drop out of Lin Bei today. Time passed slowly, and it was already late at night.
During this time, the system notification sounded twice. Byte. The host has successfully helped an S-rank professional reach level 15, meeting the criteria for receiving a reward. Reward obtained, C rank spirit weapon explosive bow. Arrows fired from this bow will possess explosive properties upon impact. They will cause a small-scale fire explosion. The weapon has been stored in the system space by default. Byte.
The host has successfully helped an S-rank professional reach level 10, meeting the criteria for receiving a reward.
Reward obtained, C rank spirit weapon frost staff. An exclusive weapon for ice mages.
Casting a spell with this staff and hitting the target will accelerate the freezing process.
The weapon is already stored in the system space.
Both rewards were weapons.
A magic staff. A bow.
This corresponds exactly to the other 2E level professions that Lin Bei possesses. Lin Bei did not rush to take out his weapon.
He doesn't need it for the time being. It also feels like a waste.
I do have the Ice Mage and Archer classes, but I'll be using them as crafting materials later, so even the best weapons won't be of any use to me.
Is it only good for selling?
Lin Bei has already begun to consider how to deal with these two fairly decent weapons.
If you take it to the market, you can get a good price.
A short while later, Xin Xingxue loosened her grip on Lin Bei, let out a long sigh, and said,
"A pleasant day is coming to an end. I have to go home.
Although I want to stay here longer, there are strict curfews at home, and I have to go home before the designated time.
I can only come to see you again tomorrow."
Hao Mengming also said at this moment.
Me too. So Qingxue and I have no choice but to leave first. What a hateful access control system. She looked annoyed. Before I could even enjoy myself, I was forced to go home.
Hearing this, Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief.
Even he couldn't keep up if things continued like this. Fine. You should go home. I need to rest for a while too.
Before leaving, Xin Xingxue took out the token for entering the Tongtian Vine secret realm and put it into Lin Bei's hand. She looked at Lin Bei with a serious expression.
This is a gift for you. In a few days, you can enter the Heavenly Vine secret realm.
You can decide who you want to bring in, even if you don't bring me.
But my personal advice is not to go in alone. Although the Heavenly Vine secret realm is safe, it is not absolutely safe.
You have no combat ability, and you will probably find it difficult to move an inch once you enter.
Lin Bei accepted the secret realm token without hesitation.
He had planned to enter the Heavenly Vine secret realm anyway, and he didn't want to waste this opportunity.
Good. After that, Hao Mengming and Xin Xingxue left.
Similarly, Lin Bei didn't stay there either, but returned to the rented house where he and his sister Lin Shi had grown up.
One night passed. Xin Xingxue got up very early.
The first person she thought of when she opened her eyes was Lin Bei.
It's time to find him. Continue charging today. Ding dong.
Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Xin Xingxue opened the live monitoring and found that the visitor was none other than Bai Xiaoxiao, who had lost to her yesterday.
He was wrapped in bandages and carrying many gifts. He looked uneasy and clearly had come with some purpose. Is it her? Why would she come looking for me? It seems there's something they want to ask me.
Xin Xingxue wasn't worried that Bai Xiaoxiao would have any bad intentions, because she was the eldest daughter of the Xin family, and many experts trained by the Xin family lived nearby. If she encounters any danger, those experts will immediately take action, and Bai Xiaoxiao will only face certain death. Moreover, comprehensive monitoring confirms that Bai Xiaoxiao came alone, thus eliminating any potential danger. Although she didn't know why Bai Xiaoxiao had come looking for her, Xin Xingxue still walked towards the super alloy security door. She was going to find out what Bai Xiaoxiao's purpose was in coming here. Because she was certain that Bai Xiaoxiao wouldn't have come to see her unless it was something important. Xin Xingxue opened the door and looked at Bai Xiaoxiao outside, asking,
"Come in first."
Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, then carried her things into the house.
"Sit."
Bai Xiaoxiao sat on the sofa. She was very nervous, her hands gripped the gift tightly, as if she wanted to say something but didn't know how to begin. Sitting opposite Bai Xiaoxiao, Xin Xingxue became increasingly certain that something was wrong with Bai Xiaoxiao, and it was something very important, otherwise she wouldn't be reacting like this.
Is there something you need from me?
If I remember correctly, yesterday was the first time we met, and we haven't had any other interaction.
Bai Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously again. Yes, yesterday was the first time we met. She took a deep breath, mustered her courage, and spoke. I came to you hoping you could give me a chance to enter the Heavenly Vine Secret Realm. Let me be your teammate and we can team up together to enter.
We only need one spot, the others are not required.
This is the reward I prepared for you.
Bai Xiaoxiao pushed the gifts she brought in front of Xin Xingxue. Xin Xingxue subconsciously looked at the pile of things. It's not the usual eggs, meat, and milk, but rather things that professionals need, such as elixirs and special liquids.
The quality is also quite good. Buying it at the market would cost a lot of money. The quantity is also quite large, which shows great sincerity. But Xin Xingxue shook her head. It's no use you coming to me. I am not the one who can make the decisions.
She had already given the token to Lin Bei, so whether Bai Xiaoxiao could enter was not up to her, but entirely up to Lin Bei. If Lin Bei says he can go, then Bai Xiaoxiao can go.
Bai Xiaoxiao looked disappointed.
She was not surprised by this result.
Because she knew Xin Xingxue's family background, these things that had emptied her family's wealth might not be of much value to Xin Xingxue.
The probability of using these items to obtain a spot in a secret realm is already very small.
No.
I'm sorry to bother you, I'll leave now. Bai Xiaoxiao forced a smile, then got up and walked towards the door. She didn't pick up the gifts that hadn't served their purpose, clearly intending to leave them for Xin Xingxue.
As for Xin Xingxue's answer, Bai Xiaoxiao simply took it as a random excuse. How can someone who owns a secret realm token not have the power to make decisions? How could it be true?
It's just that it's not easy to refuse directly. Xin Xingxue glanced at Bai Xiaoxiao's dejected figure, then at the pile of various gifts on the ground.
After hesitating for a few seconds, she made a decision. Wait, I haven't finished speaking. I'm not lying to you. Whether you can get a spot to enter the secret realm is really not something I can decide, because I gave the secret realm token to someone as a gift.
Therefore, the decision-making power is in his hands. I can take you to see him, but whether you can get him to agree depends mainly on your abilities.
Chapter 21 Bai Xiaoxiao's Reason. A visitor from the Heavenly Vine.
Bai Xiaoxiao was stunned when she heard the news.
What? You gave the token away as a gift?
She had very mixed feelings.
She tried desperately to obtain this secret realm token, but ultimately failed. After failing, she emptied her family's wallet in order to get a spot, but to Xin Xingxue, it was just a gift? Wah! How infuriating.
Bai Xiaoxiao quickly calmed down and accepted the fact.
Since this secret realm token is Xin Xingxue's personal property, she can do whatever she wants with it, even throwing it into the sewer is fine. Yes. I gave it away. If you ask why, it's obviously to make him happy. Are you going or not?
Although Bai Xiaoxiao had mixed feelings, she was unwilling to miss this opportunity.
What if we could get that person to agree?
Once she agrees, she can enter the Heavenly Vine Secret Realm.
Go.
Bai Xiaoxiao is thinking about something.
Who received this gift?
Judging from Xin Xingxue's reaction, it can be confirmed that this is a very important person, since the reason for giving the gift was simply to make the other person happy.
I'm so envious of that person. He's so lucky.
If I could receive such a gift, I would probably be so excited that I wouldn't be able to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights.
Not just 7 days and 7 nights. He must be Xin Xingxue's childhood sweetheart? Or her fiancé with whom she was betrothed since childhood? That's how it's written in novels.
Xin Xingxue had no idea what Bai Xiaoxiao was thinking. She just felt sorry for Bai Xiaoxiao and wanted to give her a chance, but she wouldn't interfere with Lin Bei's decision. Even if Lin Bei coldly refuses, she will still wholeheartedly support him.
Then come with me.
His home is quite far from here. To Bai Xiaoxiao, the meaning of those words had completely changed. They now referred to her home as being in a villa district, rather than this top-tier residential area.
She didn't think much of it. Instead, she thought it was normal. Anyone who deserved such a gift from Xin Xingxue must be extraordinary in terms of family background and resources. Good.
Xin Xingxue drove Bai Xiaoxiao into a village within the city.
At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao's face showed confusion. Strangeness? Aren't we going to a villa area?
How did you get here? Having lived in Nanjiang City for so many years, she naturally knew what this urban village was.
It is the most backward and poorest area in Nanjing City. A chaotic place. Most of the people living here are poor and those who have no other choice. The rent is the lowest, the cost of living is also the lowest, but the security is also the worst, with frequent serious incidents. However, Bai Xiaoxiao didn't ask, assuming that they were just passing through, since this was on the outskirts of the city, and the person Xin Xue was looking for might live in the next city. A few minutes later, Xin Xue parked the car in front of a dilapidated 6-story building, where the road was full of potholes. We've arrived. Get off the bus. He lives here. I'll take you to him. Xin Xue had been to this place more than once. Long before she successfully became Lin Bei's mistress, she already knew a lot about him and had secretly come here to watch him several times. Lin Bei was working himself to the bone to earn money, doing all sorts of dirty and tiring jobs, and almost got injured several times. Xin Xue saw this and felt sorry for Lin Bei. She tried to help him secretly, but she didn't dare to go too far. The reason I proposed to take care of Lin Bei yesterday was because I had finally gotten the opportunity, and I had a D-grade power bank as a legitimate reason to act. However, what happened next was beyond our expectations. Ah? You really live here? Bai Xiaoxiao was somewhat confused. The gift is a secret realm token. The person who gave the gift is Xin Xue, who is known as the school beauty and is an S-level professional. How could the person who received the gift live in a place like this? A small building that looks very dilapidated. Even someone from an ordinary family like her wouldn't choose to live here. Despite her many doubts, Bai Xiaoxiao followed Xin Xue into the building, carrying the gifts she had planned to give to Xin Xue. The two of them went straight to the 6th floor. Room 608. The door was a very ordinary iron door, covered in rust, and the surrounding walls were cracked. Bai Xiaoxiao's doubts deepened. Who exactly is it? Is it worth it for Xin Xue to do this? Despite the vast difference in their family backgrounds and social standing, he received such unconditional favoritism from Xin Xue. Even incredibly valuable items are given away without hesitation. Just then, Xin Xue knocked on Lin Bei's door. Lin Bei, are you home? Someone is looking for you. A few seconds later, the locked door was opened, and Bai Xiaoxiao finally met Lin Bei, the mysterious man. Ah. It's him. She remembered Lin Bei. Because Hao Mengmeng and Lin Bei's behavior was somewhat eye-catching during yesterday's competition, her attention was drawn to them several times. However, Bai Xiaoxiao didn't think much of it at the time, assuming that the young couple were just very affectionate and couldn't control themselves in public. But she never expected that the person who received Xin Xue's generous gift would be Lin Bei, who had another girlfriend. How could it be him? So many people saw it yesterday, there's no way Xin Xue wouldn't know. Why does she seem like a simp? Pa. Stop having that idea immediately. Bai Xiaoxiao only thought of this adjective subconsciously, without any intention of disrespecting Xin Xue. She remembered Xin Xue's kindness in her heart. After all, Xin Xue brought her here to help her. What's up? Lin Bei had just woken up and was still a little groggy. Xin Xue pointed at Bai Xiaoxiao. She's the one who contacted you. She wants a spot to enter the Heavenly Vine Secret Realm. Don't consider my feelings. Whether you give it to me or not is entirely up to you. I'm just here to guide you. She was afraid that Lin Bei would misunderstand, so she made a point of explaining, not wanting to put pressure on him. Lin Bei looked at Bai Xiaoxiao and remembered how she had acted during the competition yesterday. In order to obtain the token of the Tongtian Vine Secret Realm, she had risked her life and gone to any lengths. They came to visit again today. This further confirms that entering the Heavenly Vine Secret Realm holds extremely significant meaning for Bai Xiaoxiao, unlike ordinary people who want to find treasures or become stronger. Lin Bei was very interested in this matter. Want to come in and chat? This is no small matter. I can't make that decision easily. He was also plotting something else. Bai Xiaoxiao. The profession is also S-level. There's a high probability that we can offer him a job. If Lin Bei could obtain a third profession, he would be able to perform a profession synthesis, something he was really looking forward to. Xin Xue was very perceptive. Seeing that Lin Bei wanted to talk to Bai Xiaoxiao alone, she decided to leave first, since she was going to buy a weapon today. We're about to enter the secret realm, so we need a handy weapon. I'm going shopping to buy a weapon. You guys chat. Lin Bei gave a brief response and did not try to persuade him to stay. Bai Xiaoxiao carried large and small bags of gifts into Lin Bei's dilapidated rented room.
The decor is old, the furniture is also very old, and it looks like it has been used for a long time.
Even the TV is the old kind, and one of the refrigerator doors is broken. Sit.
After speaking, Lin Bei sat down on a plastic stool.
There isn't even a sofa here.
But Bai Xiaoxiao didn't seem to mind. She was only concerned about getting a spot in the secret realm, so she sat down on another chair with the gifts piled up to the side. Looking at Lin Bei sitting opposite her, Bai Xiaoxiao couldn't help but felt curious, wondering what Lin Bei relied on to maneuver between Xin Xingxue and Hao Mengmeng.
First of all, there are two stunningly beautiful women.
She didn't know Hao Mengmeng, but Xin Xingxue was a genius from a powerful family, and logically and emotionally, she shouldn't have any connection with someone like Lin Bei. Curious as she was, Bai Xiaoxiao didn't dare to ask. She knew it was inappropriate to do that. Lin Bei stated directly.
I can give you a spot to enter the secret realm. But you have to answer a few questions for me. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded. Good. She would say anything to get a spot.
Lin Bei took out the token that allowed him to enter the Heavenly Vine secret realm.
Why did you enter the Heavenly Vine secret realm? Tell me the real reason. Don't give me the same excuses as everyone else.
His tone carried a warning. If Bai Xiaoxiao starts talking nonsense, he won't give her a chance. Bai Xiaoxiao considered for a few seconds and finally decided to tell the truth.
She didn't dare to gamble.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and we cannot afford to lose it by trying to hide the secret.
Nothing is more important than entering the Heavenly Vine secret realm.
Because my grandfather's grandfather came from the secret realm of the Heavenly Vine. After the secret realm opened one time, he secretly left the secret realm, came to Nanjiang City, married, and had children, and only told the next generation the secret on his deathbed. He also said that we all have a curse within us that will erupt before the age of 60.
The curse is that we will not live past 60. And indeed, that's what happened.
All my elders died the day before their 6th birthdays, and we couldn't break it by any means.
The only way to break the curse is to activate the hidden bloodline within the body. The way to activate the bloodline is to go to the Heavenly Vine secret realm, pick a fruit from the Heavenly Vine and eat it. Once you eat it, the bloodline will be activated and the curse will be removed. My dad is 59 years old this year. If we don't lift the curse soon, it will be too late. Bai Xiaoxiao had a reason why she absolutely had to enter the Heavenly Vine secret realm. For her own sake, and for her family's sake. Lin Bei listened quietly from the side. The situation was more complicated than he had expected. It was a situation he had never heard of before. I see. Curse and bloodline. It is indeed necessary to enter the Heavenly Vine secret realm. Chapter 22 by Xiaoxiao's decision. Let's take a closer look.
After he finished speaking, Bai Xiaoxiao watched anxiously from the side, wondering if Lin Bei would agree. After all, this was a problem she was facing, and it actually had nothing to do with Lin Bei. It was normal for her to be rejected, and no one else had an obligation to help her share her troubles. Unbeknownst to Bai Xiaoxiao, after learning the real reason, Lin Bei developed an even stronger interest in her. To put it simply, Lin Bei has completely set his sights on her. Both her S-class profession and her hidden bloodline were very tempting to Lin Bei.
Since reverse charging can grant you a profession and various attributes, it's only natural to acquire a bloodline, right? We must keep her by our side.
Her value is in no way less than that of Xin Xingxue and Hao Mengmeng. Lin Bei was reluctant to let go of such an excellent item.
But he won't become a sycophant. Access is now granted. Let me see your information panel.
Bai Xiaoxiao immediately did as instructed. Then, information about Bai Xiaoxiao appeared in Lin Bei's site.
Bai Xiaoxiao. Occupation, demolition expert. Grade, S. Level, LV1. Experience, 0-100. Stamina, 100-100. Ability, powerful detonation, master of bombs. Only a pitiful level 1. 0-point experience.
Lin Bei closed the information bar and, after thinking for a moment, had an idea in mind.
Now let's talk about the conditions for giving you a spot. It's very simple. Be my bodyguard and protect my safety.
Except for necessary matters, you must stay by my side at all times and are not allowed to leave without my permission.
Let's set the time frame at 1 year.
If it were Xin Xingxue or Hao Mengmeng, Lin Bei would never have made such a request. Because the two of them are his sugar daddies, they want to keep him busy all the time. If they stay by his side, he will be the one who suffers in the end. But Bai Xiaoxiao is different. Bai Xiaoxiao needed his help, so he could manipulate her as he pleased without worrying about being exploited in return.
Almost without hesitation, Bai Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement.
And she was curious about something.
What fatal dangers might a D-tier support player encounter? The answer is no.
Therefore, Bai Xiaoxiao believed that the troubles she would face were all minor, and as an S-level professional, she could easily solve them. She was far from realizing the seriousness of the situation.
Good. I do.
In Bai Xiaoxiao's view, working as a bodyguard for a year in exchange for this opportunity was perfectly acceptable.
It was totally worth it. Lin Bei continued. Wait.
I'm ordering a soul contract now, and it should arrive in about half an hour.
A soul contract.
An enhanced version of the contract. Made by professionals who possess soul power, its main function is to bind the two parties who sign the contract. If the contract is violated, the soul will be punished.
Good.
Bai Xiaoxiao raised both hands in agreement. She also believes that signing a soul contract is the safest option, as it can eliminate the possibility of either party backing out.
Once a contract is signed, it must be followed. Neither party can renege on the agreement midway. Termination of the contract requires the consent of both parties. 20 minutes later, a food delivery driver knocked on the door. Lin Bei opened the door and realized it was someone he knew. Su Qiangqiang. His classmate.
We're not particularly close, but we'll greet each other when we bump into each other.
Lin Bei?
What a coincidence, I didn't expect to run into you here.
Why did you buy a soul contract? Did school beautician want to sign it with you? That makes sense.
After all, she offered such a high price to keep you, so she would definitely sign a contract so that she can do whatever she wants to you.
He.
Su Chengxian continued talking to himself while also looking around the room. The next moment, he saw Bai Xiaoxiao sitting there quietly.
Who is she? Where is school beautician?
Shen Xingqing rubbed her eyes, thinking she was seeing things, but in the end she still saw Bai Xiaoxiao.
A person whose looks and talent are no less than Shen Xingxue's. Another stunning beauty? You deserve to die. Does school beautician know you did this?
Lin Bei closed the door directly, too lazy to talk to Su Changxian. Signing the soul contract was the most important thing.
Outside the door, Su Changxian looked on with envy and jealousy. Why should I? Why are all these stunningly beautiful women surrounding him? No matter how unwilling he was, in the end he could only ride his old, second-hand electric scooter to deliver things to the next customer. Bai Xiaoxiao also learned about the relationship between Shen Xingxue and Lin Bei because of this. So Shen Xingxue was keeping him as a mistress. So it seems that giving her another gift was simply because you liked her? Wow, that's really generous. Just how much do you like it?
But she also felt that something was not right. Previously, Shen Xingxue's attitude towards Lin Bei did not resemble that of a sugar daddy and sugar baby relationship. On the contrary, she seemed to be inferior to Lin Bei. At this moment, Lin Bei had already signed the soul contract.
For you.
Bai Xiaoxiao bit her finger and signed the document. At this moment, the soul contract was completed, and an unseen force connected the two together. Even the soul contract turned into two balls of purple light, which entered Lin Bei and Bai Xiaoxiao's bodies respectively. Lin Bei sat back down on the sofa.
Now you can experience my true abilities. After you experience it, you will understand why Shen Xingxue gave me the secret realm token. He had seen through Bai Xiaoxiao's thoughts long ago.
He didn't bother to explain, knowing that Bai Xiaoxiao would understand everything once this process began.
True ability? Bai Xiaoxiao was filled with doubt. The profession of power bank isn't the only skill it provides simply charging? What's so great about this experience?
But she also knew that Lin Bei was unlikely to be talking nonsense.
That leaves only one possibility.
There's really a problem with his abilities. Bai Xiaoxiao got up and took the initiative to sit down next to Lin Bei. A few seconds later, the charging relationship was established, and Lin Bei's power continued to flow into Bai Xiaoxiao's body. But apart from feeling comfortable, Bai Xiaoxiao did not notice anything else unusual. She waited patiently for a while, but the situation remained the same, which made her even more suspicious, but in the end she still didn't ask Lin Bei. It wasn't until she felt her strength had improved across the board that Bai Xiaoxiao suddenly realized how shocking things were.
Wrong. I leveled up?
She stared wide-eyed, her eyes filled with disbelief, and immediately opened the information bar to check.
Bai Xiaoxiao. Occupation, demolition expert. Grade, S. Level, LV2. Experience, 0-200. Stamina, 500-200. Ability, Powerful Detonation, Master of Bombs.
Staring at the information panel, Bai Xiaoxiao sat there blankly, her usually bright mind unable to process what she was seeing. It was as if a large bowl of paste had been poured into it.
She felt like she was dreaming. Such absurd and boundless things can only happen in dreams. It's been upgraded. I've already leveled up to level 2? And what's wrong with my stamina? How can there be as many as 500? The upper limit is obviously only 200.
Bai Xiaoxiao stood there stunned for a long time before she realized what was going on. Then, the way she looked at Lin Bei changed. Extremely attentive, filled with longing, as if looking at a sparkling human-shaped gemstone, almost drooling from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao suddenly understood why Shen Xingxue treated Lin Bei this way. It had absolutely nothing to do with being a sugar daddy or anything like that. It was entirely because of Lin Bei's own value.
These two abilities alone are enough to drive countless people crazy.
This ability is truly heaven-defying. I've only charged for a short while, and I'm already much stronger than before, even with a normal charging method.
If we charge for a long time and go to the most intimate level, wouldn't that night be incredibly pleasurable?
Originally, she agreed to protect Lin Bei's safety only because she wanted to get a spot to enter the secret realm from him, but now her thoughts have changed. Compared to Lin Bei's power, even entering the secret realm seemed insignificant. It's no exaggeration to say that as long as you stay by Lin Bei's side, the rewards you can get are definitely no less than those from entering a secret realm.
I see.
No wonder Shen Xingxue, who only awakened yesterday, was able to crush me with an almost invincible attitude. No wonder I couldn't hurt her even with all my might. It turns out she has such an extraordinary being by her side.
That's absolutely unreasonable. Bai Xiaoxiao's thoughts were clear.
She accepted it all calmly.
She became a beneficiary by chance.
At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao was staring intently at Lin Bei. In fact, she is a passionate and bold person, and she is more willing to make decisions when faced with important matters.
It's decided. I want to follow him for the rest of my life. I won't resist any other women who are involved with him, as long as I can be one of them. I have a strong intuition that this will be the best decision I've ever made in my life. Without exception.
Lin Bei was unaware of this. A system notification sounded in his mind.
Bite.
The host has successfully helped an S-rank professional reach level 2, meeting the criteria for receiving a reward.
Reward obtained, rank a skill grants random buff.
When a professional is charging with a host, there is a chance to randomly gain a buff status. All buffs are not positive and are currently uncontrollable, only granted randomly.
Lin Bei nodded slightly. Good.
This ability is also very good. It's a pity that it's randomly assigned. It would be better if it could be specified. The moment Lin Bei came to his senses, he met Bai Xiaoxiao's gaze, and he actually sensed danger in Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes.
That was a greedy look in his eyes.
Bai Xiaoxiao seems to want to eat him up. The next moment, Bai Xiaoxiao reached out and took Lin Bei's hand, licked her lips, and said,
"Walk. Come inside with me. Since I'm going to protect your safety, I need to get to know you better." She was certain. Neither Shen Xingxue nor Hao Mengmeng have reached the final stage with Lin Bei yet.
She will gladly accept this first spot.
Chapter 23 Bloodline Ability Activation. Lu Ruyan awakens. After a long while, the system notification sounded. Bite.
The host has helped an S-rank professional reach their peak, meeting the criteria for receiving a reward. Reward obtained, S-rank skill bloodline activation. When a professional uses a host as a power bank, there is a certain probability that the bloodline dormant within the body will be awakened.
Even a very weak bloodline can be activated, but whether it can be activated depends entirely on luck.
Lin Bei felt refreshed and extremely satisfied.
Double happiness. New identity, new experience. A new S-rank skill. Can it stimulate the blood vessels hidden within the human body?
Although I don't know much about it, there are probably not many people with this bloodline.
This skill can only be used when encountering a suitable target. He's not in a hurry. As long as you keep searching, you will eventually meet her. Haven't you already met Bai Xiaoxiao?
After glazing at Bai Xiaoxiao, who was already asleep, Lin Bei considerately closed the door and went into the old living room. At this moment, he felt completely relaxed and had never felt so good. After eating something casually, Lin Bei took out the token that allowed him to enter the Heavenly Vine secret realm from his shirt pocket.
A maximum of 5 people can enter the secret realm. Currently, I've confirmed that 4 people will be entering.
Among myself, Xin Xingxue, Hao Meng Meng, and Bai Xiao Xiao, there is one spot left to enter.
Should we just have 4 people go in? Or should we choose one more person to make it 5 people going in together? Lin Bei is considering this issue.
If there are 5 people, he is still short one person.
My sister definitely won't do.
She's had a job for several years now, which doesn't meet the requirements of the secret realm.
Lu Ruyan?
It seems that only she is left.
Thinking of this, Lin Bei fell silent. Currently, Lu Ruyan is still without her lower body. Is it really appropriate to bring someone like that in?
He was in a coma for a long time, but occasionally woke up. Speaking of Lu Ruyan, today is a good day to go and see her.
We're entering the secret realm the day after tomorrow, and I don't know how many days it will take.
I won't have time to treat Lu Ruyan then, but the rewards she brings are incredibly tempting.
I'll ask her parents if they've gotten any information.
In fact, what Lin Bei cares about most is the reward and the truth about his sister Lin Shi. After making the decision, he tidied up briefly and locked the door behind him as he left home. Living in this chaotic area, locking the door from the outside is a must, otherwise, it's very likely that other people will visit. Especially since Bai Xiao Xiao, a stunning beauty, is in the rented room today.
Good heavens, this is even more dangerous.
Meanwhile, after finishing her shopping, Xin Xingxue returned to the Xin family home, where her father and others were already waiting. But her heart remained in Lin Bei's dilapidated rented room, constantly wondering what might happen there.
Will Lin Bei agree? I hope Bai Xiao Xiao won't become my rival like Meng Meng did. What are Lin Bei and Bai Xiao Xiao doing now?
Chat. Still charging.
I really regret leaving there. I should have stayed and kept watch.
Mr. Xin keenly sensed that something was wrong with Xin Xingxue. Thinking about the unusual things he had heard about his daughter in the past few days, he was absolutely certain that something must have happened.
Shuer, what are you thinking about? Why do you look so preoccupied? What trouble have you encountered? Something good still happened.
Xin's father has heard about Xin Xingxue's performance in yesterday's competition more than once in the past 2 days, as many people have told him about what happened.
In short, it's absolutely outrageous.
It surprised even him from the very beginning. He hadn't expected Xin Xingxue to win the championship. The Xin family also wanted to explore the Heavenly Vine secret realm, but he didn't want to put pressure on Xin Xingxue, so he never asked for it. But who could have imagined that his daughter would be so capable, taking the opportunity on her own initiative without him having to say anything? Now that's good, the Xin family can enter the Heavenly Vine secret realm to explore, which is why he urgently called Xin Xingxue back. Xin Xingxue immediately shook her head and said,
"No. I have nothing on my mind. It's just that I didn't sleep well."
That's what she said, but her tone and expression betrayed her. It was obvious that something was wrong.
Mr. Xin had an expression that said, "Is that really true?" He knows Xin Xingxue too well. Something's definitely wrong. I've heard about what's been going on with you lately. How? Aren't you going to give me an explanation? Xin Xingxue panicked.
I never expected it would attract my father's attention.
She didn't have the courage to say it. After all, it's this kind of thing. I.
Upon seeing this, Xin's father realized that something was indeed wrong. He pretended to be serious, but he was just teasing Xin Xingxue.
If Xin Xingxue really didn't want to talk, he wouldn't force her to. Oh? What do you mean, you?
Finally, Xin Xingxue decided to go all out. She took a deep breath and said, I admit that I really like Lin Bei, and I've had a crush on him for 3 years. I just couldn't resist that day, so I paid him to support me. Xin Xingxue thought that this matter had been exposed. Upon hearing this answer, Mr. Xin froze on the spot, completely dumbfounded.
My own daughter actually took the initiative to keep a man as a sugar daddy? He was trying to ask something. But that's not what I wanted to ask. Who asked you? Besides, who is Lin Bei? What a bastard. Someone came here. Give me my knife.
Xin Xingxue, her face flushed, had already returned to her bedroom. Lin Bei sneezed several times while walking down the street, and for some reason, he felt a chill down his back.
Did you catch a cold?
It must be because the house is drafty.
After we leave the secret realm, we'll need to find a new place to live. Soon, Lin Bei arrived at the hospital and successfully entered Lu Ruyan's ward.
The first thing he did was go to see Lin Shi.
Unlike when she came before, Lin Shi was very clean today, and her complexion was much better.
There was also a specially made sachet next to her pillow, which showed that she had been carefully cared for. Even the nutrient solution has been replaced with the highest grade, which is completely different from the one we used before that could only keep us alive at best. Lin Bei was very satisfied. At least Lu's mother cared about her older sister Lin Shi and did not take care of her perfunctorily. Since Lu Ruyan's family didn't try to appease him, he naturally wouldn't try to fool them either. After charging his older sister Lin Shi's batteries for a while as usual, Lin Bei went to Lu Ruyan's bedside and asked a question he was very concerned about.
Has she been unconscious the whole time? Does it still wake up only occasionally? The last time I saw Lu Ruyan, she was lying unconscious in bed. The same applies now. It didn't seem like it woke up during the journey. Mother Lu immediately replied. Most of the time I am in a coma. I wake up once every 3 days on average, but the time I am awake can only last for half an hour at most. The doctor said that Ruyan's organs were severely damaged, and she was only able to wake up occasionally while being kept alive by medication and equipment. She desperately wanted to tell Lu Ruyan about finding a cure, but Lu Ruyan remained unconscious. Lin Bei looked at Lu Ruyan's upper body. He couldn't see the extent of the internal damage from the outside, but that didn't affect his decision. Today, he needs to treat his heart condition and heal Lu Ruyan's internal injuries, trying his best to restore her to a conscious state. He will also take this opportunity to strengthen his own organs. Then I will repair the organs today. Bring me the diagnosis report. Lu's mother hurriedly found the diagnosis report and handed it to Lin Bei. After glancing at it once, Lin Bei had a general idea of what was going on. My heart, liver, spleen, kidneys, and stomach have all suffered severe damage. I'm practically clinging to life with medical intervention. It takes a lot of tenacity to be able to regain consciousness even occasionally. The other parts, such as the large and small intestines, are in relatively good condition. It was clearly not the primary target of the attack. Treatment will begin immediately. Remember not to let anyone else disturb me. I don't want that day to happen again. Lu's mother nodded vigorously, understanding what Lin Bei was going to do. Her eyes were filled with tears. Good. I won't let anyone in. After saying that, Lu's mother went to stand guard at the door of the ward. Even if the King of Heaven himself came today, he wouldn't be able to enter this ward. Lin Bei also began this rebirth of flesh and blood. He has no skill in treating diseases, he can only perform minor tasks like regrowth. A short while later, Lu Ruyan's heart fully recovered, but the system notification tone did not sound. Lin Bei didn't pay any attention and continued on to the next rebirth. The liver has fully recovered. The kidneys have fully recovered. The spleen has fully recovered. Finally, there's the stomach. After a while, my stomach recovered completely. The system notification tone then sounded. Bite. The host has successfully helped an S-rank professional regain their intact internal organs, forcibly pulling the professional back from the brink of death, thus meeting the criteria for receiving a reward. Reward obtained, 5 internal organs enhancement LV1. This reward is a combination of 5 previous rewards. The host's 5 vital organs have been strengthened to a certain extent, to the point where they cannot be easily damaged, while their aging and weakening rate has been slowed by 10 times. They will automatically repair themselves after being damaged, provided they are not all blasted into dust at once. The situation was exactly as Lin Bei had predicted. The rewards obtained through this method are the most predictable. The 5 internal organs have been strengthened. Very good. The ability to survive has been further enhanced. Just then, Lu Ruyan, who was lying in the hospital bed as before but whose internal organs had been reborn, slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Chapter 24: Lu Ruyan's profession. A 5-person squad. When Lu Ruyan opened her eyes, the first person she saw was Lin Bei. An unfamiliar face. There are no related memories in my mind. So she panicked. When she awoke after being unconscious for a long time, a strange man appeared beside her bed, a satisfied smile on his face, staring at her. The combination of these factors was quite terrifying. You? Who are you? Why are you by my bed? Lu Ruyan subconsciously tried to sit up, but after feeling the disconnection in her lower body, she suddenly realized that she couldn't sit up. In other words, no matter what Lin Bei wanted to do, she had no way to resist. Dad! Mom! Where are you? Lu Ruyan immediately began to cry for help, knowing how dire her situation was. Many people want to kill her. Only after she died could many things finally settle down.
Lu's mother, who was guarding outside the door, naturally heard Lu Ruyan's cries for help. But instead of immediately pushing open the door and going in, she stood at the door wiping away her tears.
That's great, Ruyan is awake.
The voice was very strong, without the slightest hint of weakness. It seems that her internal organs have been healed.
Finally. It's finally getting better.
Wiping away her tears, Lu's mother pushed open the door and entered. When she saw Lu Ruyan lying on the bed with her eyes open, her tears, which she had been holding back, burst forth again. Lu Ruyan was unaware of what was going on and just wanted her mother to come and keep her company.
Who is he? Why would someone be sitting by my bedside? And he had that weird grin on his face. How perverted. Could it be that my family betrayed me?
Lin Bei remained silent.
His explanation of this matter was far less effective than that of Lu's mother. Lu's mother walked to Lu Ruyan's bedside. Silly child, what nonsense are you talking about? What pervert? This is your benefactor. Quick! Call me benefactor brother. Lu Ruyan was even more confused. She was completely confused. Benefactor? What and what? How did a benefactor suddenly appear? What happened while she was in a coma? Just then, Lu's mother spoke again. Ruyan, take out your right hand and let me see. You haven't forgotten what your right hand looks like now, have you?
Upon hearing her mother's words, Lu Ruyan suddenly realized what was happening. Ever since she woke up, she had felt something strange in her right hand, but she had only thought about it in that direction and hadn't bothered to check it.
My hand. Wrong. This feeling. Has it grown back?
Lu Ruyan immediately raised her right hand. Although various tubes were still inserted in it, her right hand, which had been severely injured before, was now fully restored.
Hand. My hand. All right.
No one was more agitated by this matter than Lu Ruyan. Looking at her intact right hand, tears welled up and streamed down her fair and delicate face, quickly soaking the bedsheet. After a long while, Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Bei, her expression completely different from before, and there was no longer any wariness in her eyes.
Did you do this? Thank you. My benefactor, brother.
She acknowledged Lin Bei's status as her benefactor. If she had legs to kneel on, she would definitely be kowtowing to Lin Bei right now.
Lin Bei then gave instructions. Your organs have just been repaired. Feel it, is there anything that makes you feel uncomfortable?
Lu Ruyan obediently followed instructions, carefully sensing the state of her own organs.
After a while, she had her answer. No problem at all. I don't feel any discomfort. My benefactor, thank you for curing my heart and other organs. They helped me so much, they are like my second parents.
At this point, Lu Ruyan paused, and after a few seconds continued.
My benefactor brother, from now on you are my own brother. Please don't hesitate to ask if you need any help. If I, Lu Ruyan, can do it, I will definitely go through fire and water to do it for you. She was serious.
She already regarded Lin Bei as her absolute benefactor, a debt of gratitude she could never repay in a lifetime, which is why she made this decision.
Moreover, Lu Ruyan realized something. With hands and internal organs restored, how far away is the still incomplete lower body? It will return to normal sooner or later. The gratitude is still accumulating.
Lin Bei did not refuse. This favor must be repaid, of course.
He's not a philanthropist, he won't help others casually. The main reason for helping Lu Ruyan is that Lu Ruyan has a very strong professional background. Let me see your information panel first.
Lu Ruyan cooperated and granted Lin Bei permission to view the information panel.
Lu Ruyan. Class, Sword Master. Grade, SS. Level, LV5. Experience, 567 500. Stamina, 808 500. Blade Soul, 6-5. Abilities, Sword Chi / Sword Array Construction, Sword Spirit Summoning.
This was the first time Lin Bei had seen Lu Ruyan's information. He had only heard about Lu Ruyan in various news reports before, and she was known by many as a genius that the Lu family had only seen once in a century.
Now he truly understood what Lu Ruyan's profession was.
Lin Bei had no prior knowledge of the Sword Soul class, but just by looking at this information panel, he could tell that this class was very strong.
Indeed, very strong. As expected of an SS rank profession. Lin Bei was in a good mood. The stronger Lu Ruyan's profession is, the better the rewards he will receive later.
In short, it is a sure thing that will make him profit. At the same time, Lu Ruyan was also checking her own panel. When she saw the rest, she was stunned.
Her first thought was, am I seeing things? Am I seeing things? How come it leveled up so quickly? How did your stamina reach over 800? What's with that attribute in Blade Soul? The limit is 5, but I have 6? Was my healing just a dream?
Lu Ruyan began to wonder if this was some absurd thing she had done while she was unconscious.
Because the content of the dream was absurd enough. These are all things that are impossible to happen.
First, his missing right hand and internal organs returned to normal, then his experience points inexplicably increased, and 2 attributes exceeded their limits.
These are things that could never happen in reality. Therefore, it is reasonable to have this idea. If it's a dream, then let this dream continue. At least I feel better in my dreams. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her face, interrupting Lu Ruyan's astonishment. It hurts so much. Let's go quickly.
Lin Bei was pinching her face, and her fair face was already red, showing that Lin Bei was using a lot of force.
Lu Ruyan has recovered.
The real pain she felt made her realize something.
It wasn't a dream after all. It's all true. She glanced at the information panel again. No change.
I have indeed gained more experience points.
Physical strength and sword spirit have indeed exceeded their limits.
Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Bei again and guessed that this matter was related to Lin Bei.
My benefactor, brother. Did you make this too? You can even do something so unconventional?
If this gets out, you'll be protected like a living national treasure, and anyone who wants to see you will have to go through layers of vetting.
Her eyes showed admiration.
They have been completely conquered by Lin Bei's power. Lin Bei smiled and said in a low voice.
Then I'll have to ask you to keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone else.
Lu Ruyan nodded vigorously, her delicate face filled with seriousness.
Good. I promise.
She made a silent vow in her heart. Even if facing certain death, one must not tell anyone else about this. After that, the 2 of them tacitly agreed not to mention the matter again.
Lu's mother stood aside and witnessed the whole process.
She knew that her daughter must have gone through something, but she didn't intend to ask. As long as Lu Ruyan doesn't bring it up, she will never ask about it and will keep it buried in her heart. At this moment, Lin Bei also made a decision.
I'm going to a secret realm in a few days. Do you want to come with me? He made no promises of any benefits, but Lu Ruyan did not hesitate at all. I want to go.
After answering, Lu Ruyan looked at her mother, not saying a word, but asking with her eyes. If it were anyone else who wanted to take Lu Ruyan to the secret realm, Lu's mother would never agree, no matter if she was threatened or bribed. But this person is Lin Bei, and she couldn't wait for Lu Ruyan to get closer to Lin Bei.
Go if you want to. He's here. I'm very relieved.
Thus, the 5th person selected to enter the Heavenly Vine secret realm has been determined.
The 5-person team was successfully formed.
Lin Bei, Xinxing Xue, Hao Meng Meng, Bai Xiaoxiao, Lu Ruyan. A team with 4 damage dealers and 1 support.
Chapter 25 Shared Network. Lu Zhan was stunned again.
After finishing this task, Lin Bei returned to Lin Shi's side. Lin Shi still showed no signs of waking up. Lying quietly in the hospital bed, it was as if she had fallen into an endless dream. Without bothering to say anything to Lu Ruyan, Lu's mother immediately told her about Lin Shi's situation. Please wait patiently for a while longer. My husband has located the positions of your sister's former teammates, and he is gathering his team to prepare for the arrest.
But the people now are different from before. They are much stronger than when they were teammates with your sister. It's an abnormal increase in strength.
We don't know exactly what happened, but my wife thinks it's very likely related to your sister.
You don't need to worry about this for now.
Let my wife do her best to investigate the situation, and we will definitely give you an explanation.
Overnight, Lu's mother learned some things about Lin Bei.
She didn't deliberately investigate, but when she talked to the caregivers about Lin Bei, she heard his story. Successfully learned what Lin Bei had gone through over the years.
She also knew how much Lin Bei cared about Lin Shi.
Therefore, she and Lu's father were aware of the situation. One was taking good care of Lin Shi, while the other was diligently investigating the matter. Lin Bei didn't urge him, knowing that these things couldn't be rushed.
Thanks.
I'll leave my sister's matter to you. He had already made up his mind that if his sister's teammates were the culprits who caused her to become like this, then he would kill those people with his own hands.
Leave no one alive.
Lu's mother immediately shook her head in response.
No trouble at all, no trouble at all. This is what we should do.
She wouldn't dare let Lin Bei say such a thing.
If anyone should be thanking someone, it's them who should thank Lin Bei.
Lu Ruyan listened from the side, but her gaze was focused on Lin Shi. It turns out she's the benefactor's older sister.
Then she's my sister too.
After staying for a while, Lin Bei left the hospital without encountering any trouble this time. He was going to the market to buy some breakfast. I rushed to the hospital to check on her condition, and hadn't even had breakfast yet.
There was also Bai Xiao, who had been defeated, at home. Anyway, I have 20 million on hand right now. Eat when you want, drink when you want.
Therefore, Lin Bei bought a large meal and went home. Bai Xiao is still asleep.
He did not disturb them. I'm getting ready to do something else. It's time to build a shared network and see. Bring Xinxing Xue and the others in.
Previously, Lin Bei hadn't had time to use this ability. Now is the perfect time, as we are undisturbed.
The next moment, he activated the ability to share the network. A special space has been formed.
Only Lin Bei could sense that he possessed the power to freely enter and exit this space. Lin Bei closed his eyes, his consciousness entered the shared network.
This is a data-driven space.
There was no real scenery around, only strings of code and data floating by. In this shared cyberspace, even the flow of time is infinitely slow, seemingly different from the rules of the normal world.
It's a great place to connect.
No matter how far apart we are, no matter what our circumstances are, even if we are asleep, we can be forcibly pulled into this space. Then, Lin Bei had a sudden thought.
5 goals were identified.
Xinxing Xue, Hao Meng, Bai Xiao, Lu Ruyan, and his sister Lin Shi.
Come in, all of you.
A few seconds later, several familiar figures appeared in the shared network space. Lin Bei immediately looked at the most familiar figure, his only sister Lin Shi, wanting to know what state Lin Shi was in after entering this space.
Will he be conscious?
But reality disappointed Lin Bei. Lin Shi's spirit did indeed arrive here, but like her body, she was in a coma, standing there like a statue, without moving even a little.
Even his mental state is like that of a vegetable? Something's wrong.
Now Lin Bei was even more certain that something must have happened, otherwise his sister Lin Shi wouldn't be like this.
He took Lin Shi back. I don't want Lin Shi to be disturbed.
Just then, the other 4 people gradually realized what was happening. They were initially a little panicked, not knowing what had happened, and suddenly found themselves in this unprecedented fear. The scrolling data and characters around the screen make the situation seem even more abnormal, as if it itself has become an insignificant piece of data. Only when they saw Lin Bei standing not far away did the 4 of them feel relieved and their tense nerves relaxed. With Lin Bei around, they weren't afraid, and they also realized that their presence here was related to Lin Bei.
Where is this place? It looks amazing. Are those things that float by data? It's a lot like the spirits entering the network in movies and TV shows. Without any feeling or warning, I was instantly pulled into this place. This method is truly terrifying.
Xinxing Xue and the other 3 looked around, each of them like a curious child. Lin Bei also said at this moment.
This is the cyberspace I have created. This is a space that belongs exclusively to me and you. When I'm not around in the future, you can come here to contact me. I will grant you free access.
You can also contact me through this space if there is anything important.
That's how it is. Lin Bei didn't linger there. After explaining the situation and granting the necessary permissions, he turned and left.
Only Xinxing Xue and 3 others remained. Xinxing Xue immediately looked at Lu Ruyan.
As members of the same large family, she naturally knew Lu Ruyan, though they weren't very close. Lu Ruyan? Why are you here too? You know Lin Bei too?
Hao Meng was also looking at Lu Ruyan. There was hostility in her eyes, and the same was true when she looked at Bai Xiao.
Oh no, there are 2 more. We all know them, and none of them are easy to deal with. Lu Ruyan recognized Xinxing Xue and Hao Meng, but she didn't know Bai Xiao.
She roughly figured out the situation. So many women are involved with my benefactor brother.
I'm just one of them. However, even so, I am still lucky.
Let's see who has the better methods. Anyway, I will not leave my benefactor brother. Only Bai Xiao remained quiet. Her gaze toward Xin Qingshui and the other two carried a hint of arrogance, and in a way, she certainly had reason to be proud. Only her. The deepest charging relationship has been established. The four of them faced off. A silent stillness spread through the space, and some conflicts had already begun to arise without anyone noticing. A moment later, they left the space one after another. At dusk. After a busy day, Lu Xun came to the hospital again, constantly worried about his beloved niece Lu Ruyan's condition.
Ruyan's transfer process will be completed soon, and Ruyan's condition is being kept very well hidden.
After that, we just need to wait for that person to come to find Ruyan, and it won't be long before Ruyan returns to normal. We have to kill those bastards when the time comes. Lu Xun was in a good mood and was already considering what to do next. Some things won't just be left like that. As Lu Xun approached the ward door, he pushed it open and entered. The first person he saw was Lin Shi, whom he had met the day before. This time he adapted and wasn't surprised. But the next moment, Lu Xun heard a familiar voice.
"Uncle, you're here."
Lu Xun suddenly froze at the door of the ward, looking at Lu Ruyan, who was smiling. His eyes widened in disbelief at what he was seeing.
Lu Ruyan woke up. Unlike the occasional waking up I've had before, this time it's obvious I'm waking up in a normal state.
Every time I woke up before, I was pessimistic and desperate, and I felt disgusted with everything in this world.
But Lu Ruyan is laughing heartily right now. Chapter 26: The Corpse Collector.
"Uncle, come in, don't stand at the door.
A breeze will come in and blow on my sister." Only after Lu Ruyan spoke again did Lu Xun finally accept the fact.
Immediately afterwards, he was filled with excitement and joy, and he quickly closed the door and walked to Lu Ruyan's side.
"Ruyan, how are you feeling now? What happened again?"
As they spoke, Lu Xun was still carefully observing Lu Ruyan's body, and he did not see the same weakness and sickness as before.
He breathed a sigh of relief. "It just looks like a good thing." Lu Ruyan responded with a smile. "I feel good.
It was done by my benefactor brother. Today, my benefactor came and healed my heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and lungs, restoring these organs to a perfect state.
So now, apart from not having legs, I'm no different from a normal person."
Although she was young, she was very perceptive and knew exactly who in the Lu family was truly good to her. Aside from her parents and eldest uncle, everyone else was just putting on a show now that she's in trouble. They've all revealed their true colors. Lu Xun, on the other hand, was trying to find a way to help her. You can only know people's hearts when you encounter problems.
It really is that person. Very nice. It will recover soon.
Before he knew it, Lu Xun's eyes began to well up with tears again.
He was so excited. We received a series of good news. Ruyan, when you have the chance, take me to meet him.
I must thank him in person with the utmost courtesy. Lu Xun knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. Otherwise, if you fail to express your gratitude and accidentally upset the person, it would be a case of losing more than you gain.
Lu Ruyan nodded solemnly. "Good. I will." Even if Lu Xun hadn't said anything, she would have done it anyway.
Having received such a profound act of kindness, which felt like being given a second life, I must express my sincere gratitude to Lin Bei. After leaving the shared network, Lin Bei patiently stayed at home, researching information about the Heavenly Vine Secret Realm. He had a cup of strong tea beside him, but no matter how much he searched, he didn't find much of a result. There has been a lot of discussion about the Heavenly Vine Secret Realm, but unfortunately, most of it is not very useful. It seems that doing this is not very useful. You have to explore it yourself.
Bai Xiaoxiao's secret background made Lin Bei realize something important. The Tongtian Vine Secret Realm was probably not as simple as it seemed.
Although it is known as the safest secret place, there are definitely secrets that are being kept hidden, or rather, secrets that have not yet been discovered. After all, there are restrictions on entering the Heavenly Vine Secret Realm. Only those who have awakened their profession for less than a year can enter, which means a group of young people under 20 years old.
Moreover, each time they can only stay for a maximum of 3 days.
Lin Bei rubbed his forehead, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and then stopped this pointless activity.
Let's go into the Heavenly Vine Secret Realm first. Only by going in yourself can you find out what's going on. Anyway, as long as you don't exceed the time limit, you can enter the Heavenly Vine Secret Realm multiple times.
Just then, Bai Xiaoxiao, who had just woken up, walked to Lin Bei's side.
The way she looked at Lin Bei was dangerous. Like a hungry wolf.
Lin Bei seemed to have become a little lamb.
"I'm hungry, come and charge your phone." I want to level up. Lin Bei's hand holding the teacup was trembled involuntarily, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He looked at Bai Xiaoxiao, whose face was full of expectation. No? He's not a bad person. Is your addiction still so strong? Entering the heavenly vine is very important. Many people want to enter it to gain opportunities. Because the heavenly vine secret realm is a safe secret realm, the mortality rate is far lower than other secret realms. The opportunities available there are no less than those in other secret realms. On the contrary, they are often much better. Therefore, entering the heavenly vine secret realm is the best choice. Therefore, after the secret realm token is given out, some bad things always happen. In Nanjiang City, someone, after a deliberate investigation, discovered a piece of news that was comparable to a bombshell. Great news! Huge good news! Xinxing Xue gave the secret realm token to a power bank. I checked the information about that power bank. Its grade is only E. The reason Xinxing Xue gave him the secret realm token is because he is a gigolo being kept by Xinxing Xue. I never expected that Xinxing Xue, who has the face of a school beauty and a terrifying S-level profession, would actually be a love-struck simp who was blinded by lust. There's no time to hesitate, let's act quickly and snatch the secret realm token from that guy before the heavenly vine secret realm opens. And this information was discovered by more than one person. Others who knew about this news and were also eyeing the secret realm tokens decided to take action against Lin Bei. Undercurrents are swirling, a storm is brewing against Lin Bei. Meanwhile, Tang Xiyun's disappearance has been discovered. The people behind her are investigating. Lin Bei could be exposed at any time. Lin Bei, who was completely unaware of this, was busy charging his phone. Time passed. In the blink of an eye. Another night. A night with a torrential downpour. The day after tomorrow was the day we will enter the secret realm. Bai Xiaoxiao was currently by Lin Bei's side, helping him recharge. She had been learning a lot from Lin Bei these past few days. Bai Xiaoxiao. Occupation, demolition expert. Grade, S. Level, LV 14. Experience, 2,883,000. Stamina, 7,1400. Ability, powerful detonation, master of bombs. Bai Xiaoxiao looked completely absorbed, so much so that she was unable to extricate herself from this comfort. It's going to be upgraded again soon. These past few days have been absolutely fantastic. With such a human cheat code, why bother leveling up? Just lie next to him, eat, drink, and enjoy yourself. Before meeting Lin Bei, she had never imagined that leveling up could be so easy, and the experience was even simpler than eating and drinking. In just a few days, it's equivalent to more than a year's worth of effort for others. Most importantly, all you have to do is enjoy it without lifting a finger. Moreover, it's not just about upgrading, the improvements in other aspects are truly terrifying. A dreamlike experience. Lin Bei, I have to go home later. My family needs to talk to me about something. They want to ask me about the secret realm. I can't be with you for the time being. But don't worry, I'll come right away as soon as I'm done. In fact, Bai Xiaoxiao didn't want to leave at all, because staying by Lin Bei's side was just too enjoyable. But there's no way around it, there are always things that have to be done. Lin Bei nodded. Good. If there's something to do, then do it. He never intended to keep everyone by his side. Everyone is a free individual. Besides, it needs to be charged as long as it's with you, and even if it has a large capacity, it can't withstand this kind of use. Chapter 27, First Professional Synthesis. Bai Xiaoxiao's new ability. Bai Xiaoxiao did not leave immediately. Instead, it charged for a while longer, only reluctantly stopping after reaching level 15. She checked her information panel again. Bai Xiaoxiao. Occupation, demolition expert. Grade, S. Level, LV 15. Experience points, 3,500. Stamina, 7,1500. Ability, powerful detonation, master of bombs. Exclusive ability, explosive copying. This is your exclusive ability. It allows you to copy every explosion you use without consuming your stamina. Currently, you can copy a maximum of 3 explosions at a time. The power of the copied explosion is currently 30%. Continuously charging this ability will increase its strength. Finally, Bai Xiaoxiao also gained a unique ability. Her efforts during this period were not in vain. Bai Xiaoxiao was stunned on the spot. She had only casually checked the level, never expecting such an unexpected gain. Ah! Oh my god. An exclusive ability that belongs only to me? He actually had this kind of hidden trick up his sleeve. You've really hidden it well. Only then did Bai Xiaoxiao begin to study her unique ability. Without a doubt, that's a very strong ability. Although it is a newly acquired ability, its power and strength are still in their most basic stages. But the effect is amazing. It can replicate 3 explosions at once, and the combined power is 90%, which is basically no different from a normal explosion. In other words, it means launching one more attack. And this is just the beginning. This exclusive ability will continue to grow stronger, with both the copying limit and power increasing. We don't know what the limit is, but the position will definitely reach 100%. After figuring all this out, even Bai Xiaoxiao herself was scared. The ultimate strength of this ability is unpredictable. She even spent countless days and nights trying to recharge herself with Lin Bei, but thankfully she managed to restrain herself. Because she was afraid Lin Bei wouldn't be able to handle it. My decision was indeed the right one. Nothing is better than choosing to follow Lin Bei. Fortunately, there aren't many competitors yet, only Xin Xingxue and Hao Mengmeng. Bai Xiaoxiao's resolve deepened. She was considering how to make Lin Bei love her even more. There aren't many competitors, but they are all formidable, possessing good looks, connections, and talent. At the same time, a system notification sounded. Byte. The host has successfully helped an S-rank professional reach level 15, meeting the criteria for receiving a reward. Reward obtained, electromagnetic domain. The host can release energy from their body to create an electromagnetic field. Within this field, the host is the absolute master and can use the field's electromagnetic capabilities in combat. The host can employ various methods according to their own will, such as electromagnetic storms, electromagnetic bombardments, and electromagnetic blockades. Lin Bei smiled with satisfaction. Finally, I have an ability that I can use in combat. I don't want to be a support forever. Supports are ultimately too weak in self-defense. That's a good ability. An electromagnetic field can be constructed. After leveling up a few times, my internal power is more abundant, and the effect of using this ability will definitely be very good. During this time, Lin Bei had figured things out. Not every time a professional is promoted to a higher level, a reward will be given. For example, Bai Xiaoxiao didn't receive any rewards when she reached level 6, 7, or 8, but she received a not very useful reward when she reached level 10. Then there's the reward for level 15. The patterns are a bit tricky to figure out. Therefore, Lin Bei is more inclined to rely on luck. Who cares? Anyway, all I need to do is keep training the professionals, and I can collect so many rewards that my hands will go numb. Anyway, he doesn't lose out. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao finished tidying her clothes, stretched, and said, I'm leaving now. I'll come find you as soon as I'm done. You should get some rest first. By the way, Xin Xingxue brought a lot of tonics and a lot of high-end food today, so be sure to eat your fill. Having spent so much time with Lin Bei, Bai Xiaoxiao had figured out his temperament and knew that he wasn't a bad person. In fact, he was quite easy to get along with. Therefore, she no longer felt nervous and fearful when she was with Lin Bei. During this period, Xin Xingxue and Hao Mengmeng also came over every day, seemingly engrossed in recharging with Lin Bei. As a result, Hao Mengmeng and Xin Xingxue both became much stronger. Lin Bei also received some rewards. New. Before long, Bai Xiaoxiao reluctantly left, turning back 3 times for every step she took. Lin Bei then opened the information bar to check. Lin Bei. Job 1, Power Bank. Grade, E. Level, LV8. Experience, 666,800. Capacity, 80,800. Abilities, Basic Energy Recovery, Basic Stamina Recovery, Reverse Charging, Energy Conversion, 100x Capacity, Experience Point Increase Basic, Limit Break 5x, Energy Projection, New Ability Granting, Flesh and Blood Regeneration Basic, Right Hand Enhancement LV1, Network Sharing, Wireless Charging Basic, Job Synthesis, Bloodline Activation, Object Charging Basic, Electrical Drive Basic, Electromagnetic Domain. Looking at the dense array of abilities, even Lin Bei felt a little scared. The ability to charge an object and the ability to be powered by electricity are capabilities acquired during this period. The ability to charge objects is a simple and practical capability, namely, the ability to charge electronic products such as mobile phones, computers, and new energy vehicles. Electric drive, similar to energy release, injects electrical energy into non-electronic products, such as an inflatable doll, so that the doll can move on its own. Class 2, Ice Mage. Grade, E. Magic Power, 800. Ability, Low-Level Ice Magic. Class 3, Archer. Grade, E. Stamina, 800. Arrow count, 800. Ability, Archery. Career 4, Detonator. Grade, E. Stamina, 800. Ability, Random Detonation. At this moment, Lin Bei's face was beaming with a smile. We finally have one. What a pleasant surprise. The fourth profession is here. Is this the reward Lin Bei wants most right now? The fourth profession. It's also E rank. The time has come to use that ability. 3 E-level professions are combined. What will the outcome be? It definitely won't be bad. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Occupational synthesis. An extremely useful skill. Combine 3 professions of the same grade. After combining them, you can obtain a new profession. We need to make some preparations first. Just to be on the safe side, Lin Bei decided to wash his face first. Luck plays a huge role in these kinds of things. For E-grade synthesis, he only needs to wash his face. If it were 3 S-grade professions to synthesize, he would even have the urge to burn incense and pray to Buddha, and then choose an auspicious day. There must be a reason behind the things passed down from our ancestors. Lin Bei washed his face carefully, using toiletries that Xinxing Xue had provided in the past few days. They're all brand name products. There were even 4 toothbrush holders on display. All done. Initiate synthesis. Chapter 28 The Punisher. A deadly intent in the rainy night. Call. Lin Bei took a deep breath and used this ability. The next moment, a panel appeared in front of him. 3 circles. Surrounding a merge button. Choose 3 professions, then click merge. I must say, this ability is really special, it's like playing a game. Lin Bei selected 3 E-level professions, filling the 3 circles, and then clicked the synthesize button. I felt nothing, it just ignited in the air. Then, the 3 circles containing E-rank professions began to rotate, and after a few seconds, the 3 circles merged into one, forming a new circle. There is a new profession within the circle. The Punisher. There are only 3 words. There is no grade displayed at the beginning. But just from the name, you can tell it's a very demanding profession. Lin Bei promptly checked his new information panel. Lin Bei. Job 1, Power Bank. Grade, E. Level, LV8. Experience, 666,800. Capacity, 80,800. Ability. Class 2, The Punisher. Grade, C. Divine Wrath, 1-1. Divine Punishment, 1-1. Ability, Limitless Growth, Divine Wrath, Divine Punishment. This is a hidden profession, unique to you, and exclusive to you. One of the most destructive professions in the world, capable of growing stronger by devouring other professions, reaching a maximum rank of SSS or higher. The higher the profession's rank, the greater its overall strength. Currently, its rank is too low, so it can only be used to a limited extent. This class cannot be obtained again during subsequent synthesis. Consuming synthesized classes will grant faster growth. The information about this profession was rather complicated, and it took Lin Bei a while to get a general idea of it. Without a doubt, it's an incredibly powerful profession. Hiss. This is truly an incredibly powerful profession in every aspect. What S-class professions, what SSS class professions, they will all be completely crushed in front of this profession. It's a pity that it's too difficult to cultivate, as it has to devour other professions to grow. How can an ordinary person afford to support this profession? The final synthesis result made Lin Bei extremely satisfied. This profession, although of low rank, is incredibly powerful. He is not worried that this profession will stagnate. It is extremely difficult for others to have multiple jobs. 99% of people spend their entire lives with only one job. But for Lin Bei, obtaining other professions is not difficult, it just requires more hard work. Fortunately, I got this job. I'm afraid I'm the only one in the world who can make this profession grow. Lin Bei was very happy. He even considered calling Bai Xiao back to celebrate. But he held back. Health is important. But before Lin Bei could be happy for a long time, the tightly closed door was pushed open. He looked towards the doorway. 3 strangers walked in openly.
At first, Lin Bei thought that Bai Xiaoxiao had sensed his thoughts, so she turned back halfway. It wasn't until they saw the three people that they realized trouble was coming their way. After all three of them had cold expressions and were holding weapons. Rumble. Just then, there was a clap of thunder. This made the atmosphere even more somber. However, Lin Bei remained completely calm. At this moment, he was certain that these three people were going to attack him, and he could even guess the likely reason. It's either because of Lu Ruyan, or because of the secret realm token. There is no other possibility besides these. It's the perfect time to come. I was just thinking about where to put my new job to use. Having finally obtained such a profession, Lin Bei was eager to see its strength. No. The prey has arrived. The three men were looking at Lin Bei with no wariness or vigilance in their eyes, but rather with disdain. They had information about Lin Bei, knowing that he was just an E-level power bank, and that his other identity was a gigolo. Taking care of Lin Bei is a piece of cake. Three people are really unnecessary. Who made the move? I can't even be bothered to touch this kind of garbage. You're coming? No, you should do it. Stop dawdling, just kill him with one strike. Lin Bei could sense the contempt these people held for him. He didn't care about it. In his eyes, these were just three dead men, their last act of arrogance before their deaths. But Lin Bei had a concern, so he spoke up. Stop arguing. Go outside and kill them. I rented this house. If I damage the furniture, things will get very complicated. My landlord is not someone to mess with. His landlady was a woman in her 50s who had made a name for herself in the area with her silver tongue. Lin Bei really didn't want to associate with the landlord unless absolutely necessary. The three of them were completely dumbfounded. They stared at each other, wondering if Lin Bei had something wrong with his head. They'd already made it clear they wanted to kill Lin Bei, and their disdain and contempt were undisguised, yet Lin Bei was worried about accidentally damaging the rented house? Seriously? Is this really something to worry about right now? Hello? The real worry should be whether we survive until the rain stops. After saying that, Lin Bei didn't care whether the three agreed or not, and pushed them aside to go outside. The three then realized what was happening and instinctively thought Lin Bei was trying to escape. They rushed to the door to try and stop him, only to find that Lin Bei was really just going downstairs. He pulled an umbrella out of nowhere. Clearly, what he said just now was serious. They had no intention of cooperating with Lin Bei, and one of them raised a knife in his hand. Hey, I've never seen anyone like you before. You're about to die and you still want to pick a good place to go? I'll kill you right now. He was too lazy to care about anything else. Completing the task was the priority. But just as he caught up to within a meter of Lin Bei, he could no longer close the distance between them. It was as if an invisible wall was blocking their path. He couldn't see or touch it, yet that was what prevented him from getting close to Lin Bei. What's going on? How did it get blocked? Somewhat disbelieving in the superstition, he raised his knife and slashed down forcefully. Strangely, the knife was also forced to stop, striking the air in front of it, and no matter how hard it tried, it could not fall any further. The situation was very strange and far beyond what was expected. A sense of unease arose in all three of them at the same time. This matter was clearly not so simple. But Lin Bei didn't stop. If you say you're going outside, then you absolutely have to go. But the three people were unwilling to cooperate. Knowing that the situation was abnormal, why did they continue? Why don't we leave first? We can come back after we figure out the situation. We still have some time. I agree. We need to observe further. I don't want to be caught off guard. Let's go now. The three turned around and prepared to leave. But just then, a force bound their limbs and forcibly pushed them forward. Following closely in Lin Bei's footsteps, they would advance a certain distance with each step Lin Bei took forward. Where are you going? I already said I was going to go outside and kill you all. Killing you inside the house will damage the furniture, and killing you here will dirty the hallway. It's better to go to the open space outside. This kind of torrential rain is perfect for killing people. At that moment, the three of them suddenly realized what was happening. Turn out to be Lin Bei is the one who wants to kill them. This deadly night in the rain is aimed at them. They are the ones who should be worried about whether they will live to see the rainstorm stop. Chapter 29: The Yandera's Room. The terrifying power of the Divine Punisher. Lin Bei continued down the stairs, his steps light and natural, no different from when he usually went down the stairs. Behind him were three people who were forcibly controlled by the outward release of energy. They tried to struggle and resist, but to no avail. When Lin Bei reached the second floor, he ran into an acquaintance.
It was his landlord. Xiao Bei, are you going out in the rain? Going to work again? When he wasn't acting crazy, the landlord was normal and wouldn't start cursing without warning. Lin Bei responded politely. Yes. There's work to be done. He dared not let the landlord know what he was up to. Otherwise, before the rain even stops, everyone around will know. Then, the landlord saw the three people behind him. Its posture was bizarre, and it moved forward like a zombie. You could tell something was wrong at a glance. She could naturally tell that something was wrong with the three of them. Xiao Bei, are these three your friends? How did you get so drunk? We agreed beforehand that we wouldn't let drunkards stay here, so you'd better get rid of them quickly. Lin Bei nodded, without offering any further explanation. Okay, landlady. I'll send them away right away. He just wanted to get rid of the landlord as soon as possible. The longer you spend time with your landlord, the more complicated things become. The three people, however, seemed to have seen a savior and immediately begged the landlady for help. Save us. He's going to drag us out and kill us. He's not going to take us home at all. Yes, he really is going to kill us. Stop him, or find someone else to save us. We didn't lie to you. Lin Bei frowned. This situation is getting a bit complicated. Should we kill the landlady to silence her? Hey. That seems like a good idea, then we won't have to pay rent anymore. The landlady had a complicated look in her eyes, as if she were looking at three idiots. Xiao Bei, your friends are quite drunk. Hurry up and leave, don't vomit in the stairwell. I hate drunkards the most. When they're drunk, they even slander their friends. Others may not know you, but I know you very well. You are known for your loyalty and righteousness. How could you possibly do something as bad as killing your friend? After saying that, the landlady pinched her nose and left. Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call, but no real danger. I almost lost this landlord. He continued downstairs, using his strength to control the three people. However, Lin Bei did not notice that in the house where the landlord lived not far away, a woman was hiding by the door, pulling the door open a crack, and secretly watching Lin Bei. She adjusted her glasses. There's a problem. Based on my observation of Lin Bei, it's impossible for him to have friends like that. He doesn't even have any friends. On the contrary, there's a school beauty named Xue who has always had a crush on him. Moreover, the three of them looked very strange. It seemed like they were being coerced by Lin Bei, who would never normally buy alcohol. No, I need to figure out the situation. I can't let Lin Bei get out of my control. He can only belong to me. The landlady's daughter wore a sickly smile, and her eyes were filled with a kind of infatuation as she looked at Lin Bei. She went back to her bedroom, locked the door immediately, and then turned on the light. The lights came on. The room was then illuminated. The room wasn't big, but the walls were covered with photos of Lin Bei. It was densely packed, covering the entire wall and even the ceiling. Lin Bei's back view, Lin Bei's profile, Lin Bei's appearance while working, and Lin Bei's appearance while sleeping. They were almost all taken secretly. Besides, the body pillow was custom made using Lin Bei's photo, and even the duvet cover and bed sheet are made of Lin Bei. Even her phone notification sound was Lin Bei's voice, which she secretly recorded when she had the chance. Hey hey. He. Looking at the photos filling the room, she couldn't help but drool. After wiping away the drool, she picked up a tissue. Never mind anything else, let's start a game. We'll investigate the situation later. Just a meter away, there was a curtain of rain, and the torrential downpour showed no sign of stopping. Lin Bei opened his umbrella and stepped into the rain, with the three men forced to follow behind him. Lin Bei walked several hundred meters and came to an open space where unused building materials were placed. This place is very open and there are no people living nearby, making it the best place to start. Although this is an era for professionals, some things still shouldn't be taken too far. After all, this is in a city, not a secret realm, and certainly not an area occupied by foreign tribes. Lin Bei withdrew the released energy. He turned to look at the three of them. Shall we begin? Let's see who dies in the end. The three of them were really confused and couldn't understand Lin Bei's actions at all.
They clearly had the power to suppress them, yet they deliberately gave them freedom and even told them to make the first move.
This just doesn't seem right.
For a moment, they were unsure whether they should take action.
Let's fight, we can't win. If we don't take action, we're headed for death. Lin Bei didn't hesitate.
Seeing that the three of them were standing there without moving, he decided to take action directly.
Heaven is enraged. Boom!
The sky above suddenly began to shake, as if it were letting out a roar, even more terrifying than thunder.
Many people who were already asleep were startled awake.
They opened their eyes abruptly, their foreheads covered in cold sweat.
What's that strange noise? It's hurting my ears. Thank goodness, it was just a false alarm. I almost thought my phone had exploded.
Wah, I just dreamed about the masked lady, give me back my sweet dream. Then, an immense and terrifying force burst through the thick layer of dark clouds, and the affected clouds vanished without a trace. At that moment, the rain briefly stopped.
But only a small area is like this.
Lin Bei looked up at the sky.
A cloudless circular area appears. Above that are stars and the moon. Meanwhile, other places remain shrouded in dark clouds.
That terrifying force was descending rapidly, and only Lin Bei could clearly see it.
It is a transparent and invisible force.
It felt like a kind of pressure, or perhaps an impact.
The shock of the heavens. The shock of the heavens.
The three people's attention was also drawn by the loud noise in the sky, and they looked up at the night sky almost at the same time.
Nature noticed the unusual phenomenon in the sky.
Before they could react, an invisible, terrifying force descended and struck the three of them on the head. Before their brains could even react, their bodies were crushed, blood, flesh, and bones splattering everywhere.
All three died on the spot.
The ground was also doomed, instantly cracking and collapsing. Only the area where Lin Bei was located remained intact. Lin Bei stood there, completely bewildered. He knew the Punisher class was very powerful, but its actual strength far exceeded his expectations.
It was just one move.
He ruthlessly killed three people whose levels and professions were all above him, and also destroyed the dark clouds and the ground. Even the rain that fell along the way disappeared without a trace.
This is the power of the Divine Punisher. No wonder both abilities can only be used once. Now I understand. Chapter 13 Battle? Anxious Xinxing Xue.
The feeling that the profession of the Punisher brought to Lin Bei could no longer be described as simply satisfactory. It could even be said to have given him the creeps.
What a huge profit! 3 E-level professions were useless combined to create such an absurd profession. I need to keep up the good work. However, we should try to lower our standards, we can't be this lucky every time.
Lin Bei had already mentally prepared himself. He knew very well that there couldn't be too many of these kinds of jobs, and it was even less likely that he would get them every time.
It all depends on luck.
Besides needing good luck, the profession of being a crafting material is also very important. The better the materials used, the greater the probability of synthesizing a good profession. As the wrath of the heavens subsided, the damaged clouds gradually recovered, and the rain that had stopped fell on the area once again.
But the story isn't over yet. The commotion was so loud that it attracted a crowd. So that's where it was. Hopefully, it's not too late. Damn it, has someone already succeeded?
We're still a step too late.
No matter who it is, they can't take the secret realm token away.
They all came for Lin Bei, but they arrived a little later than the other three. So they didn't see what was happening there, and of course they didn't know what had happened. The thoughts in their minds remained unchanged. Most people came for the Tongtian Vine secret realm token in Lin Bei's possession, while only a very few came because of Lu Ruyan. After a while, the sky returned to normal, and the heavy rain poured down again, as if it would engulf the entire world. Lin Bei, who had just killed the three men, stood in the pouring rain with an umbrella. The remaining bloodstains were washed away by the rain, and the originally strong smell of blood was also suppressed by the rain. On the broken ground beneath his feet lay a jumble of corpse fragments. Lin Bei had no intention of cleaning it up. The energy is at full capacity, so there's no need to convert it into energy. Anyway, there are body collectors who will take care of these things.
Corpse Collector. A special organization. Not affiliated with any party.
Their job was to dispose of the bodies of professionals who died in the city. They will appear wherever there are unattended corpses of professionals.
Go back to sleep.
Lin Bei had just stretched when he sensed something was wrong. To prevent any unexpected situations, he had just released some energy, which spread out and existed within a 100-meter radius. But now, a sudden change has occurred. Through his perception of external energy, Lin Bei discovered that many people were approaching from all directions. And they were all heading in the direction he was in. In such terrible weather, ordinary people wouldn't come outside. These people clearly have some other purpose.
Again? This is really never going to end.
A few seconds later, footsteps sounded amidst the sound of raindrops hitting the ground, which Lin Bei could faintly hear. The sounds were soft and chaotic, but one thing was certain: the number of people involved was definitely not small.
There must be at least more than the 3 people from before.
Clearly, they were all after him and had ulterior motives.
There are at least a dozen people. More than I expected. Lin Bei frowned.
I realized once again the importance of the Heavenly Vine secret realm.
Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. There is only 1 day left until the opening of the Heavenly Vine secret realm. All sorts of demons and monsters began to take action. It doesn't matter. Kill as many as come. I won't hand over the secret realm token. Secret realm of Babelvine. I'm definitely going. Lin Bei's expression was indifferent.
Since they're all coming for him, he won't hesitate to make his move later.
Let them die in this night rain.
The next moment, someone officially arrived in this area, and their gaze immediately fell on Lin Bei.
Found it. He was not injured. It seems the secret realm token is still in his hands.
Then, other enemies arrived one after another.
There were a total of 18 people.
The majority of them are young people.
But it appears to have split into 4 camps.
3 of the factions consist of groups of 5, while the other faction has only 3 members. Lin Bei thus confirmed one thing. These people are not a group, they just happened to all come to cause trouble today. Even he thought it was the right decision. It was raining heavily, it was nighttime, and the location was a chaotic, old slum.
This is the perfect time to take action. There are too many enemies. Killing them would be much more difficult than killing those 3.
However, I still have 1 divine punishment left unused, so it's not impossible for me to kill you if I want to. Despite the dire situation, Lin Bei remained completely calm.
Because he has enough territory.
But now Lin Bei has a different idea.
With so many enemies, this is a rare opportunity, and we can let Xinxue and the others come and practice their skills. This can also be considered a practical exercise before entering the secret realm. Moreover, Lin Bei also considered another possibility. If Xinxue and the others kill this group of people, wouldn't that be considered a special kind of growth and becoming stronger? Inner growth is also growth. Never mind, let's give it a try. Even if there's no reward, it's not a loss. The next moment, Lin Bei remotely pulled Xinxue, Hao Mengmeng, and Bai Xiaoxiao into the shared network. He went inside as well.
The time flow rate within a shared network is independent. You might spend 10 or more minutes inside, while only 1 second might have passed outside.
Xinxue was the first to come in.
She immediately ran to Lin Bei's side.
What's wrong? Do you miss me?
Before Lin Bei could answer, Hao Mengmeng and Bai Xiaoxiao arrived. They looked at Lin Bei with suspicion, knowing that there must be something important, otherwise Lin Bei would never have brought them here. Lin Bei shared his view with the 3 of them, allowing them to intuitively understand their situation.
Someone wants to kill me. We need your help.
Through Lin Bei's perspective, the 3 of them learned what was going on and could clearly see the 18 people surrounding Lin Bei. The 3 of them were immediately enraged.
Someone actually wants to kill Lin Bei? That's practically suicide.
This is their most beloved treasure. Anger filled those 3 beautiful faces. Extreme rage had penetrated their hearts.
Xinxue put on her coat and went out, holding the magic staff she had just bought at a high price. This is infuriating. A bunch of blind fools. I have to get there right now, not a second can be wasted. I'm so worried.
Please make sure nothing happens to you.
She panicked.
Because the situation is too dangerous. There were far too many people besieging Lin Bei, and they were all professionals.
In contrast, Lin Bei was merely a weak support character.
Despite possessing many incredible abilities, it is ultimately a support role. Support classes are inherently not good at combat, so when they fight one-on-one against combat classes, the final result will definitely be a crushing defeat. Not to mention the situation where the numbers are also extremely disadvantageous. Xinxue rushed out of the house without even taking an umbrella.
Shen Wujian looked completely bewildered. The situation was so sudden that he didn't react in time. Xing Xue. What are you going to do? Are you coming back for a late-night snack later? But he received no answer. Shen Wujiang immediately realized that something big had happened, and without saying a word, he grabbed the car keys and ran out with Xing Xue. He only has one precious daughter, Xing Xue, and he would never let her act alone knowing there is danger. Even if you're determined to do it, he needs to be with you to ensure your safety. Chapter 31: The Three School Beauties' Actions. A shocking divine punishment. What exactly happened? Xing Xue is actually this anxious. Soon, Shen Wujiang caught up with Xing Xue. Xing Xue ran wildly in the rain, completely disregarding her usual image. Where are we going? I'll take you there. After getting soaked in the rain, Xing Xue regained some composure, realizing that traveling on foot was simply not enough time. So she decisively got into the car. Go to the urban village in the south of the city. Hurry up. We need to get there as quickly as possible. Dad. Please. At this moment, Shen Wujiang's heart was filled with complex emotions. Xing Xue had never asked him for anything before. This was the first time she had treated him this way. Although he had no idea what was going on, Shen Wujiang knew what to do. Sit still. I'm going to speed. As soon as he finished speaking, he floored the accelerator, and the dashboard instantly filled up. Buzz. Like a ferocious beast, I charged into the rain. Hao Meng, carrying a high-grade bow, secretly climbed out of the window and left the Hao family home. Her car was parked on the side of the road. Get in the car, start the engine, and speed off. I'll be there soon. You must hold on until we arrive. Don't be reckless and fight them to the death. Staying alive is the most important thing. To live. I haven't been fully charged by you yet. She ignored the ban issued by her family. As long as Lin Bei is in danger, no matter how late or far away, she will rush there as quickly as possible. Nothing is more important than that. Bai Xiaoxiao was glad that she hadn't gone too far. She was only a few minutes away from where Lin Bei lived. She hurriedly said to the taxi driver. Parking. No. It's a U-turn. Driver, please take me home at full speed. I'll take responsibility for any consequences, because I have something very important to do. Quick. The taxi driver sensed the worry and unease in Bai Xiaoxiao's tone. Without saying a word, he turned around on the spot, stepped on the gas, and sped back the way he came. Wow! The torrential rain showed no signs of stopping. Lin Bei stood in the rain, looking at the 18 people around him, and spoke first. Tell me, what are you all here for? I know some of you came for the secret realm token, but there are also a few who came for other reasons. Tell me the truth before you die. As he spoke, he looked at the three-person team and keenly noticed the astonishment on their faces. Lin Bei thus concluded that these three people were not after the secret realm token. Why? Besides trying to seize the secret realm token, it seems that only Lu Ruyan's matter remains. He thought of Tang Kaiyun. I roughly have the answer in my heart. If nothing unexpected happens, it's related to Tang Kaiyun. There are so many troubles. Lin Bei's behavior left those present somewhat puzzled. The intelligence clearly states that Lin Bei is a support character, and a rather pathetic D-level power bank at that. No matter what, this is not the right reaction. The most normal reaction would be to be terrified, cry and beg for mercy to save one's life. This is unreasonable. Something feels off. His reaction isn't what I expected. Don't overthink it. He's just putting on a brave face. He's actually terrified inside. Don't forget he's just an E-class power bank. That's right, let alone dealing with us, he can't even beat a dog. Their panic subsided. Everyone thought it was just overthinking. The three people connected to Tang Kaiyun exchanged glances instinctively, seeing excitement in their companions' eyes. They originally came only to get rid of Lin Bei, but they didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. The token of the Heavenly Vine Secret Realm. Even if you can't use it yourself, you can sell it on the market and it will definitely fetch a very high price. I'm really lucky, I managed to snag a great deal on the side. Ha, just thinking about it is awesome. I never knew he was hiding such a good thing. Plan changed. Let's prioritize grabbing the secret realm token. He's definitely going to die today anyway. But Lin Bei only had one thing to do at that moment. That is to stall these people. Before Xing Xue and the other two arrive,
do not let these people leave this open area.
Use divine punishment. This tactic is enough to keep them here.
The next moment, Lin Bei released his energy and flew into the air, dragging his body along with him. Seeing this, the others assumed Lin Bei was trying to escape, and without thinking about why Lin Bei could fly, they prepared to shoot him down. At the same time, Lin Bei activated the second skill of the Heavenly Punisher.
Divine punishment. Rumble.
Although it was a stormy night, there was no lightning, but suddenly a large amount of lightning appeared in the sky.
Strangely, these lightning bolts did not strike the ground. Instead, they emerged from the dark clouds and remained suspended in the air.
It maintains a state that lasts for a long time, and its shape automatically condenses into the form of a spear.
In the night sky, there were vast areas of lightning bolts.
The tips of each lightning spear pointed directly downwards. It just stayed there airily, completely unlike a normal, fleeting lightning bolt. This scene, deeply shocked the 18 people present. They stood there, stunned, looking up at the breathtaking scene in the sky.
Those spears formed from lightning could strike them at any moment. No one had the courage to speak, fearing that their words would become a lightning rod.
There were a total of 19 people, both in the sky and on the ground, but only Lin Bei dared to make a sound.
All of you stay here obediently. Whoever runs will die.
As Lin Bei's voice fell, all 18 people turned their gazes to what was behind him.
Everyone already knew the answer.
The thunder that filled the sky was all Lin Bei's doing.
They couldn't believe it, they were questioning the meaning of life.
You should know that in the intelligence they obtained, Lin Bei's profession was clearly listed as E-level power bank.
Are you kidding me? Which brand of E-class power bank can do this? Even if you find an SS-level power bank, or even an SSS-level power bank, you absolutely cannot do this. An E-class power bank? Are you sure that's his profession? This doesn't seem like it at all. Are you kidding me?
I'd believe you if you said his profession was Thor.
How could things turn out like this? The plan was overturned before it even started?
None of the 18 dared to do anything rash.
Those lightning spears were the best warning. But there are always exceptions. One person standing on the outermost edge decided to take a gamble.
We can't stay here, otherwise we'll be in a very passive position, and we won't know what he's planning to do.
I have to sneak away when he's not looking. A great opportunity. Now. He immediately ran in the opposite direction from Lin Bei. It's very fast. The equipment, weapons, and backpacks were all thrown on the ground.
Lin Bei stood on high ground, and everything below was under his gaze. He didn't speak, he just raised his hand and then lowered it.
Boom!
A spear of lightning fell. But it landed 10 meters away from that person. The lightning spear exploded instantly, transforming into a vast ocean of lightning that swept across the surrounding area.
Is it crooked? No.
Lin Bei did it on purpose. He wanted to see the power of that shot.
Soon, the vast ocean of lightning dissipated.
The ground was severely shattered, leaving a large crater inside, which was charred black.
Lin Bei was very satisfied with the power of this shot. Very strong.
I would call the Punisher the strongest profession. The man was terrified, fearing he would be caught in the lightning, and fled in another direction. Lin Bei raised his hand again, and another lightning spear instantly struck down, accurately piercing the fleeing man's shoulder and pinning him to the ground like an eyebrow nail.
However, the lightning spear did not explode, clearly telling everyone something.
These lightning spears were at Lin Bei's complete control.
Chapter 32, Doubts Grow Deeper. Everyone's here. Lin Bei remained standing in the air, surrounded by emanating energy. He did not retrieve the second lightning spear, nor did he kill the man, intending to leave it for Xue and the others to kill. The people below were all silent. They could speak, they wanted to speak, but they dared not speak. Contrary to their outward calm and solemnity, their hearts were in turmoil. Whoever gathered that intelligence has really screwed people over. An E-grade power bank? No, it's an SSS-grade Thunder King. Who is this? What grudge do you hold against me? Just because his power is lightning doesn't mean his profession is a power bank. Who would dare to use something like this to charge their phone? This time we're doomed.
He clearly has no intention of letting us go, and the chances of us escaping are practically zero. At this moment, no one has the courage to try to escape from here. The first person to escape was still pinned there by lightning. The damage caused by the first shot that went astray can be seen at any time.
They are trapped here. A group of people who came to kill Lin Bei ended up being sheep in a flock. Meanwhile, Shen Xingxue and her two companions were on their way.
Shen Wujiang drove at top speed, ignoring all regulations. Suddenly, a car rushed out from behind, traveling at a similar speed, and eventually kept pace with him.
The two cars were speeding away.
Shen Wujiang glanced to the side and realized he recognized the car.
Meng Meng? Even if she's going?
He was even more surprised. It's one thing for my own daughter to act up, but why is my friend's daughter like this too?
This is insane. They've all gone mad.
Given the current situation, Shen Wujiang had no choice but to continue driving forward.
Before long, we were almost at our destination. With his attention highly focused, Shen Wujiang noticed another car speeding ahead.
Although it wasn't as fast as them, that was because the performance of the vehicles was so different, but it still reached the limit of that vehicle.
Another one?
Shen Wujiang could hardly believe it.
Things are getting more and more outrageous.
Buzz. He was still driving at full speed. Ahead, inside a taxi, the driver displayed his best driving skills, only to find two cars chasing after him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that they were two extremely expensive cars, each costing dozens of times more than his own.
Holy crap! Why are there other people racing?
And he's driving this kind of car.
This is the first time I've ever seen anything like it in my entire life.
Finally, the two cars arrived on his left and right sides respectively, and the three cars arrived at their destination together. The driver's legs became stiff, and he gripped the steering wheel tightly, afraid to make any deviation, lest he accidentally scratched the car next to him. A short while later, all three cars stopped at the same time. The driver was even more frightened.
Oh my God? Are these two cars coming for me? Did I accidentally offend some important person? He wanted to cry. I regret going to work today.
I thought there would be less competition in this weather and I could earn more money, but I ended up encountering this kind of thing. As soon as the car came to a stop, Bai Xiaoxiao threw down a bill, pushed open the door, and rushed into the pouring rain. At the same time, the doors of the two luxury cars opened, and Shen Xingxue and Hao Mengmeng got out and headed towards Lin Bei's location with Bai Xiaoxiao.
The driver was completely dumbfounded. What is all this about?
At this time of day, in this kind of weather, why are three beautiful and delicate women not at home, but instead coming to a place like this?
What's wrong? Are there any celebrities here? He really wanted to go and see. Just as the driver was about to open the car door, Shen Wujiang came to the car with an umbrella. Get back in the car. Then he drove away. This is hush money.
Don't tell anyone about what happened today, or you'll face the consequences. He threw a thick pile of money into the car, which looked to be several hundred bills. The driver wanted to ask for more, but after seeing Shen Wujiang's face clearly, he was filled with panic and abandoned the idea.
Okay, Shen, Master Shen.
The next moment, the driver immediately got back into the car, put it in reverse, made a perfect U-turn, and floored the accelerator, leaving this place of trouble behind. He had seen Shen Wujiang on the news, which made him realize even more the seriousness of the matter, which was something an ordinary person like him could not possibly get involved in. Shen Wujiang then looked at Shen Xingxue and the other two who were running wildly in the distance.
What exactly happened? Xingxue is acting strange, and Meng Meng is acting strange too.
If I'm not mistaken, the third person is Bai Xiaoxiao. Something's not right with her either.
What lies at their destination?
At this moment, the meaning of the matter has completely changed. If only Shen Xingxue was like this, he could convince himself that it was some kind of special case and not worry too much about what was going on. But now even Hao Mengmeng and Bai Xiaoxiao have gotten involved.
The situation has changed dramatically. He was determined to find out what was going on.
Shen Wujiang felt he had to figure this out no matter what his intuition told him it was very important.
Everyone's behavior is very abnormal. Xingxue wouldn't tell me anything.
She was anxious and uneasy every second she sat in the car, as if being a second late would have irreversible consequences. Mengmeng only got her driver's license not long ago, but she drove like this today, completely disregarding her own safety.
This is not in line with her personality.
I don't know Bai Xiaoxiao very well, but she's not much better.
What normal taxi driver would drive like that? Call. After taking a deep breath, Shen Wujiang walked forward.
Although he did not deliberately speed up, his speed was no slower than that of Shen Xingxue and the other two, and the distance between them was even decreasing steadily. Soon, the three entered the open area and saw the 18 people who had surrounded Lin Bei in the torrential rain. They were filled with boundless killing intent, wanting nothing more than to kill all these people to vent their anger.
You will all die. I will kill you all, I will not spare a single one. How dare you touch Lin Bei?
You bunch of damned bastards.
Do you know how important he is?
Even if the three of us die today, we will never let Lin Bei get hurt. When Lin Bei saw Xin Xingxue and the other two arrived, he cancelled a divine punishment. The thunder in the sky disappeared instantly, and the person who had been pinned to the ground was finally freed. He landed on the ground himself, looking at the 18 people who dared not move. Those people remained absolutely silent, even their breathing was careful, and they dared not make too much noise, their minds filled with the thunder that Lin Bei controlled. A few seconds later, Xin Xingxue and the other two arrived beside Lin Bei, forming a triangle to protect him. While they were on guard against the enemy, they were also concerned about Lin Bei.
Lin Bei, are you alright? Are you hurt? Did those bastards touch you? They'll pay for it soon.
Sorry, we were still too slow. Lin Bei calmly shook his head and said,
I'm fine. You arrived just in time.
I called you here not to rescue me, but to let you practice your skills.
Killing them is the only way.
Upon hearing this, Xin Xingxue and the other two finally felt relieved, their hearts finally at ease.
It's good that you're alright. Chapter 33 Don't be afraid. Even if you die, we'll bring you back from hell.
Xin Xingxue let out a long sigh and patted her heaving chest.
So they called us here to kill people, huh? Then I can rest assured. I was so worried about you just now. I thought you were hurt.
She looked at Lin Bei. His face was full of smiles.
As long as Lin Bei is alright, that's all that matters. As long as Lin Bei is happy, anything is acceptable. Hao Mengming's condition has also improved a lot. A minor issue.
You say who to kill, and I'll kill them. Anyway, I don't intend to let them get away with this. Regardless of whether they hurt you or not, they definitely had designs on you, and none of them will escape.
Although Bai Xiaoxiao didn't say anything, her actions proved everything she had already begun to consider: where to detonate the bomb.
Every single person present had become a target she intended to kill. Xin Wujiang stood at a distance and observed silently, deciding not to approach for the time being. At this moment, his brows were furrowed as he stared intently at Lin Bei's face.
A completely unfamiliar face, one I had never seen before. Who is he? You're also from Nanjiang City, so you're probably just an ordinary person. Let me see your profession first. What? An E-class power bank? It's terrible. No wonder I had no impression of him at all. But that doesn't make sense. If he were an ordinary person, how could he possibly receive this kind of treatment?
I didn't have this kind of charm even when I was young. In terms of looks, Xin Wujiang admitted that Lin Bei was very strong.
But he didn't approve of Lin Bei in other aspects. Being surrounded by a mere 18 people, you need to find others to come to your rescue? Too weak.
The 18 people who had been forcibly detained by Lin Bei had just recovered from the shock of divine punishment when they were once again frightened by the scene before them. They are all people who live in Nanjiang City year-round, so they naturally have a clear understanding of Nanjiang City. At the same time, as professionals, they are most concerned about professionals. They might not recognize ordinary professionals, but they have relevant information about special professionals. At this moment, the three professionals who appeared before them, who had come specifically to help Lin Bei, were all renowned geniuses in Nanjiang City.
3 S-rank professionals. And they are all S-rank combat classes. At this moment, all 3 S-rank combat professionals stood in front, clearly indicating their intention to protect Lin Bei at all costs. They panicked even more now.
He was already terrified by Lin Bei, and he didn't even know if his pants were wet from the rain or something else. And here come 3 more equally terrifying guys.
How do we fight this? There's no way to fight. And they didn't dare to fight.
Although the 3 newcomers are relatively weak, they are all key protected individuals in Nanjiang City.
If you really mess with them, you're doomed.
What's more, there's that even more terrifying power bank out there.
It's completely over.
3 more guys we can't afford to mess with have arrived. There's no chance of survival.
Things are getting more and more outrageous. I just wanted to steal the secret realm token. Is it really necessary for me to encounter all these bizarre things? Those 3 seem really angry.
You must have gotten something wrong. We're the ones who've been bullied all along.
What should I do? I don't want to die here.
These 18 people were in despair at that moment, believing that there was nothing more hopeless in the world. They couldn't think of any way to break the deadlock, and knew that even kneeling down and begging wouldn't help. Just now, even with only Lin Bei, they couldn't leave. Now that 3 more have arrived, they're even less likely to escape. At this moment, Shen Wujiang finally realized that something was wrong. Wrong. He doesn't look like he's in danger. Judging from these people's reactions, he seems more like the danger itself. He retracted his previous disdain. She developed a strong interest in Lin Bei and realized that the reason Lin Bei could get Xin Xue and the other 2 to do such a thing was not just because he had a handsome face. Finally, the 18 people could no longer hold back. They exchanged glances and made the same decision. Since there's no way to escape, let's take a gamble. Since we're all going to die anyway, we might as well take a few people down with us. It's better than waiting here to be killed. They are destined to be enemies, there's no need to consider certain things anymore. Nothing is more important than staying alive. I advise the 3 of you to leave. Don't think that just because you're S-class, you can do whatever you want. If you push us too far, we'll still take action against you. We can't kill him, but we can kill you. One is level 12 and the other 2 are level 1. Killing you won't be difficult. That's right, hurry up and leave. We can pretend you were never here. There's no need to risk your life for a man. They wanted to scare away Xin Xue and the other 2. Dealing with Lin Bei alone is definitely better than dealing with 4 people. However, Xin Xue and the other 2 remained unmoved and stood firmly in front of Lin Bei. Leave? Impossible. A fight to the death? No problem. Xin Xue gripped the staff tightly with both hands, her body surging with magical power, 5 times the maximum limit, making her fearless. Even if I really die, I will not leave. Nobody's going to make me leave. She adjusted herself to her best condition, and her attention was extremely focused, so that she would not let these people contact Lin Bei. Hao Mengmeng drew back the bow with force, and a fire arrow formed from elemental power materialized. Currently, she can use arrows of 5 different attributes. The 5 basic attributes are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Leaving is impossible, but I can send you off from this world. Bai Xiaoxiao had no weapons. However, she also used her strongest power. A powerful explosion was ready to be detonated at any designated location at any time. You dare threaten us? I'll blow you all to smithereens in a minute. The 3 of them shared the same idea. If you want to mess with Lin Bei, kill them first. Even if they might die, the 3 of them were unwilling to back down. Just then, Lin Bei broke the stalemate. The casual conversation is over. Let's get started. No need to leave any survivors. He was tired. I just want to go back and rest as soon as possible. In addition, Lin Bei sensed something was off about the 3 of them. Although they all seemed normal, the 3 of them were a little nervous. Lin Bei could understand this. After all, it was the first time I had done something like this. This is not a trivial matter like petting a cat or teasing a dog. Therefore, Lin Bei decided to give the 3 of them a shot in the arm. Don't be afraid. Death does not mean the end. I will bring you back from hell. That's right, he hasn't acquired that ability yet. But considering the current situation, he is quite certain that he will definitely get such an ability in the future. After all, he has already obtained the ability to regenerate severed limbs, so wouldn't it be too much to get a resurrection ability next? Keep in mind, this is just the beginning. The future is promising and bright. Perhaps one day I will be able to obtain this power. Chapter 34 Absolute Suppression. The Desperate Assault. Xin Xue was stunned. Ah? Even death can bring us back from hell? They can even do something like that? My understanding of you is still not comprehensive enough. She knew Lin Bei's abilities were incredible, but she never imagined they would be this incredible. They can even bring the dead back to life? It completely overturned the normal rules of life. It's truly defying the heavens. Although she hadn't seen him in person, Xin Xue trusted Lin Bei unconditionally. Hao Mengmeng is the same. She looked completely dazed, her eyes filled with admiration. That's amazing. While others haven't even figured out how to regrow missing limbs, he has already mastered this power. Far ahead. Bai Xiaoxiao's face was beaming with smiles. She thought of something. So they can even do something like this. You know so much about me, yet you still haven't told me. That's good. Even if he doesn't find a solution in the Heavenly Vine secret realm, he still has a way to solve this problem. Now, Xin Xingxue and the other two were completely relieved of their pressure. Even the dead can be brought back to life. What is there to worry about? That's invincible. Seeing that Xin Xingxue and the other two had no intention of compromising and were determined to use their lives to protect Lin Bei, the 18 people present felt that the situation was particularly difficult. Threats and intimidation are ineffective. We have no choice but to fight to the death. One person, still clinging to a sliver of hope, looked at Lin Bei and tried to say, "How about we each take a step back and just break it off like this? Anyway, we didn't even touch your finger, and you didn't suffer any actual loss, so there's no need to keep harping on it. We're all from Nanzhang, there's really no need to fight to the death." As he spoke, he cursed the intelligence gatherers in his mind. It's all because the intelligence was so inaccurate. If the intelligence was correct, this wouldn't have happened. They won't even come. Everyone else was also looking at Lin Bei, hoping to see him nod. But Lin Bei refused outright. Are you out of your mind? That's unacceptable. You came to kill me, but you failed. This only proves that you are useless and do not have the strength. I don't have to pay for your failures. Further discussion is pointless. Xin Wujian, who was hiding not far away, was now completely certain. Lin Bei was not at a disadvantage. It was those 18 people. Despite having an overwhelming numerical advantage, they bowed their heads and begged Lin Bei for forgiveness. This is not normal. This is very abnormal. This is enough to show that Lin Bei is no ordinary person. That's really interesting. A person whose profession is a power bank has made 18 combat-type professionals so afraid. What secret does he hold? Xin Xingxue was the first to make a move. She infused her magic into the staff, which then emitted a snow-white light. Call. A blizzard is coming. A mix of strong winds, blizzards, and torrential rain. The temperature dropped rapidly, and every drop of rain began to freeze. A second later, all the falling rain turned into sharp icicles, freezing the rain on the ground and the rain on the people. The battle had barely begun when they were controlled and killed, and the chill was seeping into their bodies, freezing their blood and bones. In less than half a minute, their hearts will freeze. I can't move. She only awakened a few days ago, her level should only be level 1, how could I be frozen by her? That doesn't make sense. Our profession is inferior to hers, but our level is much higher. The level difference is enough to suppress the difference in profession. It's so cold, I've lost all feeling in my legs, and her strength is seriously questionable. Even though they knew something was wrong, they had no chance to find the answers. The moment their bodies were frozen in ice, their lives officially began their countdown. Hao Mengmeng was the next to make a move. She had already selected several detonation sites. Thump! Thump! Powerful explosions occurred one after another, deliberately avoiding the frozen legs of those people and targeting their upper bodies. In just a moment, several people were blown to pieces, their bodies mangled and bloodied. Meanwhile, Hao Mengmeng's elemental arrows kept shooting out, each one accurately piercing a person's body. Each person had several arrows stuck in their body. Wailing and screams echoed through the despairing rainy night. My arm! Someone, please help me! Help! Someone's trying to kill me! It hurts! It hurts so much! Please, spare my life! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. In just one round of attacks, more than half of the casualties were killed or wounded. 18 people. Only 5 people remain. The situation was beyond everyone's expectations. Before this, they had considered killing the 3 people besides Lin Bei, and thought it would be an easy task. Although all 3 are S-rank professions, their levels are ultimately too low, with 2 at level 1 and 1 at level 12, totaling less than level 15. Their levels all exceeded level 12, with the 3 who came because of Tang Sayun's matter even reaching level 20. In terms of level, they completely crush each other. And their professions aren't bad either. Now I realize how ridiculous that idea was. This is anything but easy. This is incredibly difficult. One person was so frightened that he completely collapsed, his face filled with panic, and his legs gave way and he fell to the ground. Impossible. Why would something so absolutely impossible happen? Even though their combined levels are all less than level 20, they instantly killed so many professionals around level 20. Monster! They're a bunch of monsters. Everyone else remains silent. The sight of the corpses on the ground ignited a deep fear within them. The heavy rain continued to fall, the snow continued to drift, and the gale showed no signs of stopping. The ground was completely stained red with blood.
Limbs and severed bodies were everywhere. At this moment, the remaining 8 people all realized one thing. They're dead. Even with 18 people, they couldn't escape, let alone with only 5.
Xin Xingxue, Hao Mengmeng, and Bai Xiaoxiao were also silently observing their surroundings.
They realized once again how terrifying Lin Bei was.
On the surface, it is said that they killed these people.
In reality, Lin Bei was the one who started it all. It was Lin Bei who gave them this power.
His level skyrocketed in a short period of time, accumulating several times his power in new abilities, which is why he was able to do this.
If it weren't for Lin Bei, they would still be struggling to level up.
They wouldn't be able to wipe out most of them in one blow, and even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat one of them.
Thanks to Lin Bei, I couldn't have done this if he hadn't slept with me. I've only been awakened for 3 or 4 days and I've already done this. A few days ago, I would never have believed such a thing. You call the 3 of us monsters? The real monster is Lin Bei. Chapter 35, Playing ranked matches without me? God of Dark Love.
At this moment, the most shocked person was actually Shen Wujiang. He witnessed the entire process from the shadows and knew why those 10 people died.
Xingxue is actually this strong?
Despite being more than 10 levels lower, she was able to easily crush them.
This can't be explained by differences in professions alone.
And Meng Meng and Bai Xiaoxiao, those two aren't normal either. Leaving aside Meng Meng, she was already at level 12, so it's barely understandable that she did something like this. But one thing is certain, Xingxue and Bai Xiaoxiao only have 1 day each. They won't have had their professions for more than 10 days.
Even Shen Wujiang, the head of the Shen family, could not easily accept this absurd and jarring reality.
This was beyond his comprehension. Having been the head of the Shen family for decades, he had witnessed many bizarre and outlandish things, but none were as unacceptable as what was happening now. If someone else told him that 2 level 1 professionals plus 1 level 12 professional instantly killed 13 professionals of level 12 or higher, he would only think that person had lost their mind.
I won't believe a single word of it. But ironically, he witnessed it with his own eyes. This cannot be faked. We have no choice but to believe.
We made the right choice coming here this time. Xingxue has grown up and has kept this secret from me.
As he muttered to himself, Shen Wujiang's gaze fell on Lin Bei.
It can be confirmed with 100% certainty that Lin Bei is the core root cause of this situation. Although he didn't know what Lin Bei had done, he knew that Lin Bei must possess an incredible ability.
That brat. At first glance, I thought he was a pretty boy. But then I was shocked time and time again. How did he do that? A profession is clearly a power bank. Shen Wujiang's entire heart was occupied by Lin Bei.
Now he only has one thought, to figure out what's going on with Lin Bei. Before Lin Bei could give the signal, Xin Xingxue and the other 2 continued their attack, targeting the remaining 5 people.
Soon, another round of attacks ended. 4 people died suddenly.
Only 1 person survived by luck.
At that moment, he had only one thought in his mind. Run. I have to run. Run as far as you can. I absolutely cannot stay here any longer, or death will be my only fate. Without saying a word, he turned around and tried to run away.
But then he suddenly remembered that his legs were frozen. The next moment, a flaming arrow pierced his head.
Puff. He's dead. Hao Mengmeng's voice followed. Trying to run? What kind of dream are you having? The battle is now over. None of the 21 attackers survived. Their bodies lay scattered in the night rain. Only the last person's body was relatively intact. Everything else was reduced to pieces. The ice and snow melted away.
The heavy rain has subsided. Xin Xingxue, Hao Mengmeng, and Bai Xiaoxiao relaxed their guard, and smiles returned to their faces, which had been filled with murderous intent.
The 3 surrounded Lin Bei in the center. Mission accomplished. How did I do? And me, my archery skills are pretty accurate, aren't they? I think my explosion was also very powerful.
All 3 of them wanted Lin Bei's praise and recognition, which was very important to them. Lin Bei was not stingy in this regard.
You were all great, you did better than I expected. And the fact that you were willing to kill really surprised me. Most people would have to go through a lot of internal struggle before taking that step. It wasn't a waste of time to train you guys.
Xin Xingxue, Hao Mengmeng, and Bai Xiaoxiao were all filled with sweetness and joy.
Very good. Lin Bei praised me.
Then, Lin Bei looked at the corpses scattered on the ground. The situation was dire, but what happened afterwards was none of his concern.
Professionals will come to handle it.
Therefore, the 4 people, led by Lin Bei, left and all returned to Lin Bei's rented room.
The landlord's house. The landlord's daughter threw a wad of toilet paper.
She looked satisfied, refreshed, and in excellent condition. Picking up her camera and putting on her raincoat, the landlady's daughter prepared to go outside to check on the situation. But as soon as she pushed open the door and went out, she saw Lin Bei leading Shenxing Xue and the other 2 upstairs.
The 4 of them chatted and laughed, creating a pleasant atmosphere. The gazes of Shenxing Xue and the other 2 were filled with fervor and admiration. Snap!
The landlady's daughter's hand suddenly went limp, and her phone, which she hadn't even had time to turn on, fell to the ground. An indescribable sense of loss welled up inside her.
I'm so heartbroken. They're already in a 4-player squad, aren't they going to just take me and go straight to a 5-player squad? She was at a loss for what to do. She wanted to chase after him but didn't have the courage. She could only hide in a dark corner and secretly watch Lin Bei. They could only collect and use things that Lin Bei had used, scavenging them from the trash. It has always been this way.
She felt like a voyeur, forever unable to confront Lin Bei directly. She simply didn't have the courage. Only after Lin Bei, Shenxing Xue, and the others disappeared did the landlady's daughter pick up the broken camera and return to her bedroom, looking utterly dejected. She then saw the walls covered with photos of Lin Bei. An overwhelming sadness welled up inside me. Pain. It hurt so much. Is there anything in the world more painful than this? The beloved man, accompanied by 3 beautiful women, returned to the rented apartment step by step. Having endured the pain of unrequited love for years, she could only watch from a dark corner where no one noticed. Finally, tears welled up in her eyes, and the landlady's daughter burst into tears in the room. The landlady noticed something was wrong the moment her daughter returned. She was standing outside the door when she heard sobbing coming from inside. She was heartbroken but also powerless. She had long known that her daughter loved Lin Bei deeply and was keen on secretly filming him. After all, she herself had done the same thing when she was young. Daughter. Mom can't help you. You have to get through this on your own. Maybe this is the growing pain of youth. Your father and I were like that back then. As a middle-aged woman, she couldn't really get involved in matters of the heart, so she could only silently raise Lin Bei's rent. Immediately, she picked up her phone and sent Lin Bei a message, informing him that the rent would increase by 100 next month. Just then, the entire room suddenly went dark, as if the power had gone out. The landlord immediately returned to normal. What kind of lousy property management is this? They even cut off the power in this kind of weather. IFUUF. But it wasn't like that in the landlord's daughter Qin Xiuai's room. Although it was also completely dark, a purple magic circle appeared within that darkness. She was stunned. Anyone could tell that this situation was not normal. Immediately afterwards, a voice that only she could hear rang out. I am the god of dark love, Cuba. Humans. You have an extreme love and severely distorted emotion for that human being in your heart, making you very suitable to be my spokesperson. Would you be willing to accept my power, obtain my unique profession, and become my representative on Earth? I will give you strength. Do me a favor. Chapter 36 Becoming Spokespersons for the Gods. Let's check and balance each other, sisters. Qin Xiuai stared blankly at the magic circle. The magic array has a complex structure. Its voice can be heard, but its spirit cannot be seen. What the voice said was quite explosive. To become God's human spokesperson? To obtain a unique profession exclusively belonging to God? But the price is that I have to do one thing? That sounds like a good thing. Qin Xiuai was indeed very tempted. As for claims of distorted feelings, she chose to ignore them, because she believed that her feelings for Lin Bei were not distorted, but rather that she was just a little shy. The affection of an autistic person is not a sign of distortion. Qin Xiuai calmed down and did not immediately agree to the request. I'd like to know first what I can do to help you with. The voice of the god of dark love rang out again, this time with more complex emotions than before. Help me find a woman. Others might not be able to tell what it feels like, but Qin Xiuai, who specializes in this, can. It's the resentment of loving someone you can't have. At this moment, Qin Xiuai had already made her decision, but there was still one thing she cared about. You're a woman too, so why are you looking for another woman?
And your attitude towards that woman.
She actually had some suspicions in her mind, but she just wanted to confirm the evidence.
The god of dark love did not refuse to answer. Is there a problem? I am the god of dark love, isn't it normal for me to be a little special? After thinking about it, Shin Xiuwei realized that this was indeed the case. If it's a normal thing, just call it the god of love. Why add the words darkness that sound a bit off? Good. Then I'm willing.
But I can't guarantee how long it will take to find the woman you're talking about. She knows nothing about that woman and has no idea where to look for her, so she doesn't dare give a definite answer. The voice of the god of dark love sounded once more.
It's all right. I have waited for many years, so what's another 30 or 50 years?
You can go do your own thing first and improve your strength. You can help me when you reach a higher level. She wouldn't give up this opportunity because of that.
Finding a suitable spokesperson is no easy task. Shin Xiuwei breathed a sigh of relief. That's good.
The moment she finished speaking, the magic circle in front of her emitted an even brighter light. The light, along with the magic array, approached her and eventually merged entirely into her body. Shin Xiuwei immediately closed her eyes to feel and gradually accept this divine power. And she gradually came to understand this power and how powerful it was.
Wow, that's amazing. Is this what a profession related to God is?
With this job, I'm sure I can snatch Lin Bei away. Inside the rented room, Lin Bei dried his hair with a towel. The situation was too chaotic just now, so it's inevitable that some people will get wet in the rain. The crisis is over, and there should be no further danger for the time being.
You can go back now.
He did not intend to leave the three of them behind. Shin Xingshui and Hao Mengmeng have curfews, while Bai Xiaoxiao has important things to do.
Even if there were others secretly plotting something, what just happened was enough to intimidate them.
At least until they have accumulated enough strength, they will not act rashly, not to mention that Lin Bei still has the divine punishment up his sleeve.
However, Shin Xingshui and the other two did not leave immediately.
The reason is simple: they had concerns and were afraid that what had just happened would happen again. We were able to get here in time this time, but what if we're farther away next time? Hao Mengmeng was the first to shake her head and refuse. I can ignore the access control today, since no one's home anyway.
Even if I don't go, they won't know.
She was actually lying.
My parents are not home.
But with the nanny and housekeeper around, her absence from home will definitely be exposed.
But Hao Mengmeng didn't want to care about that.
Now all she wants to do is stay by Lin Bei's side. Hearing this, Lin Bei felt a little embarrassed to refuse. How could he be a man if a beautiful woman with a cute appearance and a great figure said such a thing?
Whatever.
As long as you don't mind where it is. Old rental houses are nothing like villas, and estates. The difference is like night and day. Hao Mengmeng is a pampered young lady. I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to adapt to this kind of place. Hao Mengmeng made up her mind.
Of course I don't mind. You're here, after all.
Originally, Shin Xingshui planned to leave, since her father had died and her whole family was still waiting outside. She dared not stay overnight at a man's house in front of her father, but Hao Mengmeng's choice put her in danger. Shin Xingshui was naturally aware that Bai Xiaoxiao had stayed here for a few days. She was powerless to stop it.
What was going to happen has happened.
Now that Hao Mengmeng is also going to spend the night here, Shin Xingshui is getting anxious.
If Hao Mengmeng really stays behind alone, then she'll be the only one who hasn't experienced it yet. That won't do.
Shin Xingshui glanced out the window and mustered her courage to make a decision.
I want to stay too. It's raining so hard, it's not convenient to go back.
Her idea was simple. Either work together, or maintain checks and balances.
Hao Mengmeng sighed inwardly.
His face betrayed his disappointment.
The plan has fallen through again.
Lin Bei did not refuse. This reason is reasonable. It's indeed difficult to go back in the pouring rain, and refusing would seem heartless. Finally, he looked at Bai Xiaoxiao.
And you?
There's no need to force yourself to stay here.
Go do what's important, don't worry about my safety.
Bai Xiaoxiao made a decision based on the situation inside the house. She had to leave first. Having monopolized Lin Bei for so long and enjoyed so many benefits, we should give others a chance, otherwise it will easily arouse public anger.
Good. Then I'll head back first.
Most importantly, Bai Xiaoxiao believed that nothing would actually happen. Over the past few days, she has gained a certain understanding of Hao Mengmeng and Shin Xingshui, and figured out their personalities. If she were alone with Lin Bei, something might happen.
But together? 3 people? Not possible at the moment. Outside, in an open space,
Shin Wujiang arrived at the actual site of the battle and stood amidst a pile of shredded flesh, observing the scene. The more he looked at him, the more alarmed he became, and the deeper his doubts grew. It's hard to say for sure what's going on with Meng Meng.
But Qing Shui and Bai Xiaoxiao's levels are definitely more than 1. At least level 10. But the problem is that they get their jobs in less than a week. Where in the world can you find such an incredible speed of advancement? Even when Qin Wujiang was young, with an S-level profession and the influx of family resources, it still took him several months to reach level 10.
It is absolutely impossible to achieve this level in just a few days.
But that's exactly what happened.
Shin Wujiang knew what was going on and looked up at the room where the lights had just been turned on not far away.
It's all related to him.
He's the one who raised Qing Shui and Bai Xiaoxiao's levels, using a very mysterious method, a power that no one knows about yet.
What a mysterious guy. How did Qing Shui and the others find this precious gem? Even I'm a little envious. Chapter 37 Qin Shui's Profession. A professional corpse collector. Suddenly, Shin Wujiang's cell phone started vibrating in his pocket. He took out his phone. The caller was my dear daughter.
Shin Wujiang had a bad feeling, and his hand trembled slightly when he took out his phone.
Broken. If they're calling me now, it can't be anything good.
Despite his words, he immediately answered the phone.
What's wrong?
Shin Shui had already prepared her words.
Dad. I'm not going home today.
Sleep with Meng Meng.
You go back first. Please. Shin Shui's tone was full of pleading and coquetry, and it was clear that she really wanted to stay here.
In the past, Shin Wujiang would never have agreed, but this time he had a completely different idea.
After a few seconds of silence, he sighed and replied. You can stay here. But don't do things you shouldn't do. It has to be after meeting the parents. Do you understand? This is Shin Wujiang's bottom line. He couldn't accept anything too outrageous.
Shin Shui immediately blushed.
Dad. What are you saying? How could I possibly do that? After chatting for a few more minutes, Shin Wujiang hung up the phone.
He had mixed feelings. There's a sense of melancholy about daughters growing up and leaving home.
Why?
My daughter's all grown up, it's time to prepare her dowry. Shin Wujiang decided to leave first and go home to slowly process the news. But when he got to the car, he saw Bai Xiaoxiao walking out of the building entrance.
Is it her? This is a good opportunity to ask about the situation.
Shin Wujiang got into the car, turned around, and finally stopped in front of Bai Xiaoxiao.
He pressed down the window. Let's get in the car and talk. I'll give you a ride to your destination. Don't worry, I am Shin Shui's father. I saw everything that just happened. Bai Xiaoxiao knew she couldn't refuse.
So he got into Shin Wujiang's car, but sat in the back seat, keeping his distance from Shin Wujiang. Shin Wujiang didn't say anything about it, and after getting the address, he started the car. The luxury car drove through the torrential rain, gradually moving away from the dilapidated old town, at a much slower speed than when it had started.
After walking a distance, Shin Wujiang finally organized his thoughts and asked. Who is that young man? Is he the one who made you like this?
You only awakened not long ago, yet your strength has already reached this level.
He just wanted to know more about Lin Bei. But Bai Xiaoxiao chose to remain silent.
Even if the other party was Shin Shui's father, she would not answer any questions related to Lin Bei casually. Seeing that Bai Xiaoxiao remained silent, Shin Wujiang knew he wouldn't get any information out of her, but he had a better understanding of the situation.
It seems so. You can rest assured, I won't make a move on him. On the contrary, I will protect him if necessary.
After all, my daughter Shin Shui is also by his side, and we have a complicated relationship that is hard to explain.
Actually, I asked you this question just to confirm one thing. Are there any side effects? I don't want you to take unnecessary risks in order to become stronger. You can become stronger by taking it slow. This is the problem that Shin Wujiang is most worried about.
There are instances where a profession can suddenly experience a surge in power, but this usually comes with serious side effects.
Sometimes it can even be fatal.
Bai Xiaoxiao provided an answer to this question.
There will be no side effects. That's all I can tell you.
As for other matters, if you really want to know, then you should ask Shin Shui. After she finished speaking, she turned off her microphone.
Xin Wujian didn't ask any more questions, this answer was enough. As for the rest, we can take it slow. Sooner or later, we'll have some contact with Lin Bei. Rainstorm. It's still raining.
The body collectors quietly arrived at this place. They were all dressed in matching black suits and wearing white gloves, observing their surroundings. That's incredibly cruel, it's practically a one-sided massacre.
Did these really happen by 3 young girls? Not necessarily.
There are 4 types of power fluctuations remaining here: explosion, ice, and arrows. In addition to these 3, there is another power that is not quite certain, which is somewhat similar to the power of lightning, but also very different.
I also sensed something was wrong.
Although the presence of the 4th power was quite strong, it must be admitted that it is indeed a very special power.
It doesn't matter what kind of power it is. Our task is just to clean up the battlefield. Maybe one day we'll find their corpses. These body collectors are very professional.
In a short time, they cleaned up the body parts scattered all over the ground, leaving not a single scrap of flesh behind.
Even the lingering smell of blood was eliminated.
After cleaning up the body, they quietly left, as if they had never been there. At the same time, Xin Xiuai broke free from that strange state.
She opened her eyes. It was still pitch black all around. The magic circle belonging to the god of dark love still exists. Is that all? Xin Xiuai immediately checked her personal information section. Xin Xiuai. Occupation: Divine Messenger, God of Dark Love. Grade: S. Level: LV1. Experience: 0-100. Divine Power: 100-100.
Ability: the full power of the Dark God of Love. A slight smile appeared on her lips.
A unique profession.
Even its grade has reached S level. I never expected to encounter such a wonderful adventure.
Thanks to Lin Bei.
If he hadn't broken my heart, I wouldn't have been crying in my room, and I wouldn't have encountered this situation. Even at this point, Xin Xiuai still regards Lin Bei as the greatest contributor.
She loved it even more.
The magic circle of the Dark God of Love began to disappear.
She left only one sentence before disappearing completely. Upgrade first. I will tell you about that person after you level up. The next moment, the magic circle disappeared completely, and the darkness vanished in an instant.
Everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Only Xin Xiuai and the God of Dark Love know what happened. The landlady's voice, tinged with doubt, rang out at that moment.
Is the phone back on? Didn't the property management say there was a problem with the wiring in my apartment? How strange. She still didn't understand what was going on.
At this moment, Xin Zhao's heart was still aching, but she no longer had feelings of inferiority. As a divine messenger, she was qualified to confront Lin Bei directly.
But not now. Xin Xiuai needs to become stronger first.
She pushed open the door and went into the living room, her tears already dried.
The landlady looked over immediately. Xiao Ai, are you alright? Don't be too sad. Everyone experiences growing pains during their youth.
She hoped Xin Xiuai wouldn't be too sad, and even more so, wouldn't do anything foolish because of it.
Xin Xiuai responded very seriously. Mom. It hurts a lot. But it will soon turn sweet. Lin Bei. I'm determined to win. Chapter 38: Crazy Upgrade. Goodbye, Lu Ruyan. The landlady looked bewildered, wondering where her daughter got her confidence from.
She knows her daughter Xin Xiuai's situation very well. She usually only dared to hide in the shadows and take pictures secretly.
She didn't even dare to greet Lin Bei when they occasionally met.
Afterwards, she would feel remorse and blame herself.
How could he say something like that now? Oops. I was so heartbroken that I became completely confused. This is troublesome.
It seems that raising the rent by only 100 is not enough. We also need to add the cost of my daughter's medical treatment.
Xin Xiuai did not explain.
There are some things that are enough for her to know herself. The rain was still falling, showing no signs of stopping. Lin Bei's body is full of energy, which can continue to recharge the professionals. Therefore, he looked at Hao Mengmeng and Xin Xue who had come in with him, and coincidentally, Hao Mengmeng and Xin Xue were also looking at him.
The three hit it off immediately. Needless to say, charging begins.
Xin Xue and Hao Mengmeng's experience points are constantly increasing, but other aspects have reached their limits and can only be viewed when they level up. Several hours later, the two of them were upgraded one after the other.
The first thing to do after the upgrade is to check out the brand new information panel. Shenxing Xue. Class, Winter Mage. Grade, S. Level, LV15. Experience, 03500. Magic Power, 7500-1500. Ability, Power of Ice and Snow, transform into the depths of winter. Hao Meng Meng. Class, Elemental Archer. Grade, S. Level, LV20. Experience, 07000. Stamina, 100, 00, 2000. Arrow count, 100, 00, 2000. Abilities, Eagle Eye, Elemental Arrow, Precision Strike. Unique ability, Charged Arrow. Shenxing Xue and the other person were all smiles. The level has reached a new height. I've already reached level 15. Even if some big families put all their efforts into training me, they can only achieve this level at most. I only took less than a week, and I didn't kill a single monster from beginning to end. Accepting Lin Bei's request to be kept by a sugar daddy was truly the best decision I've ever made in my life. My god, I'm already level 20, and my stamina and arrow count are a whopping 10,000. Both of them knew it very well. Compared to their peers and other professionals of the same age, they are already far ahead, and no one can catch up with them no matter what. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Lin Bei's mind. Bite. The host has successfully helped an S-rank professional reach level 15, meeting the criteria for receiving a reward. Reward obtained, S-rank skill energy lockdown. The host can inject a ball of energy into the target's body. That energy will maintain a special form and will not be absorbed. It will also be remotely controllable. As long as the host can find the correct location, it can restrict the enemy's mobility to a certain extent. The more correct locations are restricted, the better the restriction will be. Lin Bei's eyes suddenly lit up. This skill is great. If used properly, it can forcefully weaken the enemy. He knew his weakness was that he wasn't strong enough. Although he possessed the terrifying class of the Punisher, both of his skills could only be used once. When facing a strong opponent, the situation will become very bad if you use up both of your chances. However, with the covert assistance of this skill, the situation will inevitably change. The system notification sounded again. Bite. The host has successfully helped a professional reach level 20, meeting the criteria for receiving a reward. Reward obtained, S-rank skill energy shockwave. The host can continuously accumulate energy within their body, condensing it into a massive shockwave that can be released. The more energy accumulated, the greater the power of the shockwave. 2 more awards. Moreover, they are 2 abilities that can be used in combat. Very nice. Lin Bei was very satisfied. He continued to recharge Shenxing Xue and the other person, while also considering something else. I need to go to Lu Ruyan's place again after dawn. But we can't let her legs regenerate yet, we have to do that after we enter the secret realm. This is the best option. It can avoid arousing too much suspicion and also lull other competitors into a false sense of security. Lin Bei has also taken some time these past few days to look at more information about the Heavenly Vine secret realm. Although this is touted as the safest secret realm, it doesn't mean there are no dangers. Aside from the Heavenly Vine, other dangers come from others. People from different factions have different purposes. Some people's main goal is to hunt down other professionals, and Lu Ruyan's group is the best example. Therefore, Lin Bei knew what was going on. Entering the Heavenly Vine secret realm this time, they will likely face a lot of trouble. The reason is quite simple. Their team composition is terrifying. First of all, his E-class power bank is unlikely to attract the attention of other people. But apart from him, everyone else was top-notch. Shenxing Xue, S-rank profession, Winter Mage. Hao Meng Meng, S-rank profession, Elemental Archer. Bai Xiaoxiao, S-rank profession, Explosives Expert. Lu Ruyan, SS rank class, Sword Soul. They are destined to be a team that will cause trouble. When the time comes, anyone who comes looking for trouble will be killed without exception. Trouble is something we can't keep around. Otherwise, you'll end up hurting yourself someday. Time passed little by little. After charging for a long time, Lin Bei felt tired, so he stopped charging and fell into a deep sleep on the bed. Shenxing Xue wanted to seize this opportunity, but after seeing Hao Mengming's wolfish expression and remembering her father Shen Wuzhang's warning, she had no choice but to give up the opportunity. She took Hao Mengming's hand. Meng Meng. Let's go sleep in that room.
It's been a long time since we've shared a bed.
How Meng Meng had no choice but to agree.
Because she knew that as long as Xinxingxue stayed here, she couldn't be too presumptuous.
Good. One night passed.
By daybreak, the downpour had stopped, but the sky was still covered with dark clouds, and it was a very cool day. Lin Bei returned to the hospital.
Currently, Lu Ruyan has not been transferred yet, and the procedures for Lu Zhan are still being followed. Seeing Lin Bei enter, Lu Ruyan smiled happily.
She instinctively tried to sit up but couldn't.
You've arrived.
Her voice was sweet, her expression genuine, and her eyes, when she looked at Lin Bei, held not only excitement but also undisguised admiration. Clearly, Lin Bei has already occupied an important place in Lu Ruyan's heart.
Lin Bei walked to Lu Ruyan's bedside. How are you feeling? Are the newly grown hands and heart still functioning properly? Is there anything that's bothering you? He asked with a smile. The way he looked at Lu Ruyan was very gentle. Because Lu Ruyan was the first SS-level professional he encountered.
In terms of value, it is even higher than Xinxingxue and the other two. In terms of looks, she is on par with Xinxingxue and the other two.
It can get a very high score. Chapter 39 is full. Full. Experience points are maxed out. Lu Ruyan answered all of Lin Bei's questions.
Although they had only known each other for a short time, Lin Bei had already taken up an important place in her heart. It works very well, even better than my old one, and there was no rejection reaction.
My body is even better than before.
I haven't felt any discomfort for so long, so I can be sure my body has perfectly adapted to this.
Thank you, thank you.
This answer was exactly what Lin Bei had expected. Therefore, he was relieved. Since this is the first time doing something like this, it's best to confirm the situation first.
That's good.
You can continue to rehabilitate other parts of your body afterward.
Just thinking about it made Lu Ruyan very excited.
She wanted to regain her legs, to stand and walk again, and to seek revenge on those who had wronged her.
There are so many things waiting for her to do. The prerequisite for doing all this is to first restore the body to normal. Otherwise, it's all just a dream. Lu Ruyan nodded obediently. Okay. I'll do whatever you say.
She is very well behaved. She also had a shyness that was easily noticeable.
Lu's mother stood aside with a smile on her face, not interrupting Lin Bei and Xinxingxue's conversation.
Despite the inappropriateness, as a mother, she found herself somewhat enamored with Lin Bei and Lu Ruyan.
If we entrust Ruyan to him, then my husband and I will be able to relax. With his help, Ruyan's future will definitely be bright, and we will also benefit from it.
Judging from his appearance, he should be the kind of person who is devoted to one thing and would not do anything to betray Ruyan. Thinking of this, she remembered what Lu Zhan had said a few days ago about how Meng Meng and Xinxingxue are fighting over the same man. Immediately, a smug smile spread across Lu's mother's face.
That's ridiculous. Those two little ones are really blinded by love.
The real man worth fighting over is right here.
Outstanding, handsome, capable, and perfect in every way. It's a pity you didn't have the chance. He is my daughter's.
She was unaware that Xinxingxue had won the competition because her mind was elsewhere. Lin Bei had no idea what Lu's mother was thinking.
He came here today to talk to Lu Ruyan about entering the secret realm.
Seeing that Lin Bei looked like he had something to say, Lu's mother spoke up before he could.
You guys chat. I'm going out for a walk. Lu Ruyan immediately agreed. Good. Frequent meetings.
She longed to be alone with Lin Bei. After she finished speaking, Lu Ruyan realized her loss of composure and immediately buried her head in the quilt, somewhat afraid to face Lin Bei. Lu's mother smiled and glanced at Lu Ruyan, then left the ward on her own, intending to go for a walk outside. She left with a smile on her face, radiating joy and high spirits.
Inside the ward.
Although she got the chance to be alone with Lin Bei as she wished, Lu Ruyan felt nervous. Suddenly alone with Lin Bei, she didn't know what to say. After thinking for a moment, she asked softly,
"Have you eaten? Would you like some breakfast?"
Lu Ruyan felt that asking this question was the most appropriate way to show her concern for Lin Bei without seeming abrupt. Lin Bei was slightly taken back, but still answered the question.
"Have eaten." He finished answering. The ward fell silent again.
Lu Ruyan was anxious and wanted to find a topic to talk about with Lin Bei, but she was too nervous to find a suitable topic.
At this moment, Lin Bei took the initiative to speak. We'll be entering the secret realm tomorrow. We'll talk about your legs after we get there. It's too obvious to let your legs recover. If others see it, it will definitely arouse a lot of suspicion. Unlike hands and internal organs, which can be easily concealed without being detected, do you understand what I mean? Lu Ruyan had no objection to the decision. And she understands this principle. Entering a secret realm, no matter what happens to you afterward, can be explained as having had a serendipitous encounter. Can it be cured and recovered outside? Everyone who discovers this will be compelled to investigate. You need to know. This is the power to regenerate human limbs. There are countless professionals in the world with physical disabilities. Even some of the most skilled professionals have missing limbs. If this were to be exposed, how many people wouldn't be tempted? Who would want you to remain in a state of severe injury indefinitely? Good. I understand your good intentions. Don't worry, my parents, my uncle, and I will never betray you. Lu Ruyan's expression was very serious. She was clearly not joking. This was exactly the answer Lin Bei wanted. He wasn't worried about Lu Ruyan, but there were some risks with Lu's parents, so he would try to win Lu Ruyan over as soon as possible to further reduce those risks. That's good. Besides informing you of this matter, I have another matter to discuss with you today. Before entering the secret realm, you must first improve your strength so that you can cope with danger. Lu Ruyan was somewhat bewildered. To enhance strength? Given her current state, how can she improve her strength? My benefactor, brother. Are you kidding me? I really want to improve my strength as you suggested, but my current condition doesn't allow me to do so. After saying that, Lu Ruyan began to worry, fearing that Lin Bei would dislike her. But there was nothing she could do. I really can't do that. Lin Bei knew that Lu Ruyan had misunderstood. Have you forgotten what happened before? I'll take care of making you stronger. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan remembered the matter. The experience points increased miraculously and the stamina exceeded its limit. She was in such a hurry that she forgot about it. Oh, I see. I was overthinking it. How could Lu Ruyan possibly refuse such a wonderful opportunity? She looked up at Lin Bei. My benefactor, brother. You can do whatever you want to me. Lin Bei immediately took action. The two established a charging relationship. Power continuously flowed into Lu Ruyan's body. Lu Ruyan felt a tingling sensation from pleasure. I can clearly feel the changes within myself. It's very comfortable and warm, and my strength is gradually increasing. And you won't feel tired. Lu's mother took a long walk outside. In order to prolong the time as much as possible, she even went out for a stroll while wearing a black mask to discuss things and spent over 1,000,000 yuan to buy some clothes for Lin Bei. It's been 3 hours. Have they finished communicating their feelings? Lu's mother returned to the hospital and was heading towards Lu Ruyan's ward. But she didn't push the door open immediately. Instead, she wanted to check what was happening inside. She did hear Lu Ruyan's voice. My benefactor, brother. It's full. It'll be full soon. You're amazing. At this moment, Lu's mother's expression changed drastically. Excited cheers. It's still the same kind of talk. She could only think of one possibility. Because she had a similar experience. But the next second, Lu's mother felt relieved. Really? What am I overthinking? How could such a thing happen? Ruyan doesn't have a lower body. And that is indeed the case. When Lu Ruyan said full, she actually meant that her experience points were almost full. Chapter 40. I will repay him properly. These young people really know how to have fun. At that moment, inside the ward, Lu Ruyan had just closed the information panel. You're just a few experience points away from leveling up. She was so excited that she exclaimed, completely unaware that her mother was listening outside the door. Lin Bei didn't feel there was anything wrong with it. A short while later, Lu Ruyan successfully leveled up. She immediately checked her information panel. Lu Ruyan. Class, Sword Master. Level, LV8. Experience, 0800. Stamina, 4800. Blade Soul, 48. Abilities, Sword Chi/Sword Array Construction, Sword Spirit Summoning. Lu Ruyan was extremely excited. That feels so good. Her voice wasn't particularly loud, just loud enough for Lu's mother, who was standing at the door of the ward, to hear clearly.
Mother Lu was already overthinking things because of what she had just said.
Now, hearing those 3 words makes me even more inclined to think in that direction. Cool. Could he have healed Ruyan's leg while I was away and then done something he shouldn't have? Very likely, otherwise Ruyan's reaction would be inexplicable. What should we do? Would it disturb them if I went in now?
Lin Bei had no intention of stopping there. We're entering the secret realm tomorrow, and this level isn't quite safe enough. It would be better to upgrade it further.
Then I'll continue.
It's only been 3 hours, and I still have plenty of energy. Even if Lin Bei didn't bring it up, Lu Ruyan would have mustered the courage to bring it up herself. Because she really wanted to be with Lin Bei. The feeling of being able to level up continuously while lying down is absolutely amazing. Keep going. I want this feeling again. I can't wait. Outside the door, Lu's mother had a very serious expression. Because the more I listen, the more it sounds like it. Could the speculation be true? These young people really know how to have fun. Never mind, I won't bother them. Mother Lu left silently again, afraid of disturbing Lin Bei and Lu Ruyan's good time. Inside the ward, Lin Bei is continuously charging. The body has ample energy and will not stop working in the short term. Last night, after Bai Xiaoxiao returned home, her father, who had called her back, didn't say anything important. He just chatted casually for a few minutes and then told Bai Xiaoxiao to go and rest. Bai Xiaoxiao was very cooperative. She slept for a long time and woke up at noon. Although she had enjoyed these past few days, she was also quite tired. Once she regained consciousness, Bai Xiaoxiao went to the living room, where her father and brother were already waiting. She could guess what they wanted to talk about. Sure enough, after a few seconds of hesitation, Bai Fulai, whose poor condition was obvious to the naked eye, asked, "Xiaoxiao, how is it? Has Xinxing Xue agreed?" Cough cough. In truth, he wasn't confident at all. The chances of success were extremely slim. After all, what they wanted was a spot to enter the Heavenly Vine Secret Realm. The Heavenly Vine Secret Realm is a crucial opportunity for every professional. Only a very small number of professionals have the opportunity to enter the Heavenly Vine Secret Realm. Bai Xiaoxiao had already thought about how to answer. Agreed. Tomorrow I will enter the Heavenly Vine Secret Realm with them. We will definitely find something that can cure us. This is her main purpose. Unless there are special circumstances, the objective will never change. Bai Fulai was quite surprised. He didn't expect Xinxing Xue to agree. Xinxing Xue is such a kind person. Although those things emptied all of our family's savings, in reality it wasn't that much. It certainly couldn't compare to the other people who wanted this spot, but she still gave you this opportunity. She's so kind. I must remember her kindness and repay her in the future. Hearing these words, Bai Xiaoxiao didn't know how to respond. She simply couldn't bring herself to tell the truth. To be honest, Xinxing Xue was just a guide. The person who truly gave her this opportunity was Lin Bei. However, she was too afraid to say it, so in the end, she could only nod in agreement. Rest assured. I will definitely repay him properly. This time, Lu's mother was gone for several hours. She returned to the hospital when it got dark, thinking that Lin Bei and Lu Ruyan should have finished by now, since more than 10 hours had passed. Just like last time, Lu's mother decided to listen outside the ward first. At first, nothing happened. But just as she was about to push open the door and go in, Lu Ruyan's voice reached her ears once again. It's full again. This is absolutely awesome. I really want to work through the night. Lu's mother is numb. No? Is it true or false? Is it still going on? Do you even want to fight all night long? Can it withstand it? Lu's mother has begun to consider whether or not to continue staying outside. Just then, a system notification sounded in Lin Bei's mind. Bite. The host has successfully raised one SS rank profession to level 10, meeting the criteria for receiving rewards. Reward obtained, Beginner Energy Spirit Summoning. The host can consume some energy to summon an energy spirit. The strength of the energy spirit is related to the energy consumed, and there are various types of energy spirits. Currently, the host cannot specify the type to summon. Lin Bei's eyes lit up slightly. He really liked the reward. Summon the spirit of energy? This seems to be a very useful ability. He didn't study this ability much, and it wasn't appropriate to use it in this situation. Dispelling his joy, Lin Bei refused Lu Ruyan's request to stay overnight.
No, thank you. Go back and recharge your energy.
I have important business to attend to tomorrow. Although Lu Ruyan was very reluctant to part with him, she did not want to become an obstacle for Lin Bei, so she could not say anything to persuade him to stay.
Remember to pick me up early tomorrow.
Lin Bei nodded in agreement, then walked to the door of the ward, opened it, and prepared to leave. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw Lu's mother. Lu's mother was somewhat embarrassed. But as someone who's been through it all, she still pretended nothing was wrong.
Are you leaving? I just got back. By the way, these clothes are for you, they're all suitable for young people. Lin Bei took the clothes and then left the hospital. It got dark. I need to get home quickly. Tomorrow is the day we officially enter the Heavenly Vine Secret Realm.
After calming herself down and preparing for the potentially chaotic state of the ward, Lu's mother stepped into the room and immediately looked at Lu Ruyan on the bed.
At that moment, she was stunned.
Lu Ruyan lay on the hospital bed, her lower body still empty, no different from when she left in the morning. Both legs were still missing. Clearly, her guesses outside the ward were all wrong, terribly wrong. Lu's mother was completely dumbfounded.
Since there has been no recovery, what was the cause of the previous commotion?
It's full, it's great, strange, and raunchy words. But the truth has absolutely nothing to do with these words.
Did I hear that right? That's impossible. But why is the ward so clean? There wasn't even any toilet paper on the floor. Chapter 41 The Pervert's Smile. I've just let it go.
Lu's mother remained completely bewildered. This was completely unexpected for her.
Did they clean it secretly? A clean room can be used as an excuse. But the legs did not grow. So that kind of thing is impossible. Now the question is, since the most probable scenario has been ruled out, what exactly happened in the ward? You couldn't possibly have misheard. This is a true story.
At this moment, in Lu's mother's mind, this matter had become one of the world's top 10 unsolved mysteries. At this moment, Lu Ruyan, in a very good mood, saw her mother and immediately called out with a smile.
Mom, you're back. Why have you been gone for so long? I'm hungry.
Lu's mother didn't know how to answer. She couldn't very well reveal her guess.
That would be too embarrassing. Nothing. I accidentally wandered around for a while longer. I'll get you some food.
She fled the ward as if she were escaping.
Lu Ruyan was puzzled and couldn't understand why this was happening.
Her mother's reaction was clearly abnormal, as if she had been stimulated by something.
However, she didn't think much of it and opened the information bar again. Lu Ruyan. Class, Sword Master. Grade, SS. Level, LV10. Experience, 0-1000. Stamina, 5000-1000. Blade Soul, 50-10. Abilities, Sword Chi / Sword Array Construction, Sword Spirit Summoning.
Lu Ruyan closed the message box with a delighted smile on her face.
The more I think about it, the more impressive it seems. Spending a day with me in the ward made me much stronger.
And this was even without close contact. I kept at least a meter away from him. How stingy, he won't even hold hands. The more she thought about it, the brighter her smile became, until she finally burst out laughing, looking completely silly. Lu's mother, who was returning with the food, happened to see this smile.
It gave her an even stranger feeling. It looks exactly like a pervert's laugh.
Therefore, Lu's mother was unable to come to her senses for a long time. Lu Ruyan's smile lasted for a long time. The entire ward was very quiet. The beeping sound of the instrument was somewhat jarring. Even the abundant food tasted bland.
One night passed. Sunrise.
The day has arrived for us to officially enter the Heavenly Vine Secret Realm.
Nanjiang City, on the outskirts, at the entrance to the Heavenly Vine Secret Realm.
As soon as dawn broke, many people had already gathered here, all waiting for the entrance to the secret realm to officially open.
It's very lively. Discussions continued. I'm so envious.
It's another year where I can only watch others enter the Heavenly Vine Secret Realm, while I'll never be able to enter it in my lifetime. I can only blame myself for not having the power, money, or strength. I was simply not qualified to enter the Heavenly Vine Secret Realm. Based on previous years, at least half of the people will benefit, further widening the gap with others, making it even more difficult to catch up with them. Missing this opportunity will lead to a lifetime of regret. They were all well aware of the importance of the Heavenly Vine Secret Realm. The only secret realm with the lowest risk, yet the highest potential reward. As long as you're not too unlucky, you're guaranteed to gain something by entering the Heavenly Vine secret realm. Soon after, the deans of the 5 colleges in Nanjiang City arrived one after another. Their task was to protect their students. They are powerless to interfere with what happens inside the secret realm, but they must ensure the safety of those outside the realm. Lu Zhen stood with the other 4 deans. 4. As always, we must maintain order here and prevent any accidents from happening to the students. As he spoke, he glanced at the crowd around him. There were many people, the situation was chaotic, and there were many unfamiliar faces, so it was basically certain that they were not from Nanjiang City. The other deans all agreed with the proposal. Of course, our college also has students participating this year. Although his professional level is only A, which is not as good as Xinxing Xue from your first college, he is still someone I value highly.
What a coincidence, you all know Bai Xiaoxiao, right?
I heard she also successfully found a team. There are a total of 5 tokens in Nanjiang City this time.
We don't know who has the remaining 3 tokens. Let's hope they don't fall into the hands of those dangerous elements. We can't let Lu Ruyan's fate repeat itself. We finally got an SS-level professional, and it was ruined by those beasts.
At this moment, the deans of the other 4 academies looked at Lu Zhen, knowing that this matter was Lu Zhen's sore spot. In the past, whenever this matter was brought up intentionally or unintentionally, Lu Zhen's expression would be particularly unpleasant.
Because the murderer has not been caught yet. But today they didn't see anger or grief on Lu Zhen's face.
Lu Zhen just stood there with a normal expression, as if this matter had nothing to do with him at all.
This is very abnormal. The dean of the 2nd academy couldn't help but ask. Old Lu? Why are you so calm today? What happened? Have you found the murderer?
His gaze was puzzled. I'm very familiar with it, but I don't understand.
He hadn't heard anything about this recently.
Normally, if the murderer were found, the news would spread far and wide.
Lu Zhen shook his head. Not found. I've just come to terms with it.
But this matter certainly won't just end like this. He made up an excuse to brush it off. He has no intention of revealing the truth.
This is an important secret. The fewer people who know, the better. It must be kept secret.
As for whether or not to disclose the details, or to what extent, we can only determine that after meeting that person.
I'll go see him after I finish this.
Lu Zhen also planned to meet with the person who saved Lu Ruyan as soon as possible, as he needed to express his gratitude in person. He never married or had children, and he never planned to do so in his life, so he did tet on Lu Ruyan as if she were his own daughter since she was a child. When Lu Ruyan was a child, her parents were sometimes too busy to spend time with her, so in the end, it was Lu Zhen who accompanied her. However, Lu Zhen's perfunctory answer was clearly of little use. The other 4 deans all cast questioning glances, carefully observing Lu Zhen's reaction.
Have you come to terms with it? Who would believe that?
They all know Lu Zhen's attitude towards Lu Ruyan, so such a possibility is almost non-existent.
However, they didn't press the matter further.
Curiosity aside, the occasion wasn't right. The most important thing right now was the Heavenly Vine secret realm, though he had various thoughts running through his mind.
Old Lu is definitely hiding something from us.
Knowing him as I do, he couldn't possibly be this calm at a time like this. He treats Lu Ruyan like his own daughter.
Now is not the time to think about this. I must ask about it when I have time later. You've seen through it all? Ha, you think we're fools.
A moment later, the 5 deans separated and went to different locations, one in each of the 4 cardinal directions, with Lu Zhen in the center. As time passed, more and more people came to this place. Just then, the first team that was about to enter the Heavenly Vine secret realm also arrived here.
Chapter 42: The Most Unique Team. A team of 1 person. A team of 5. The lineup is well balanced.
There are 3 combat classes and 2 support classes, and all of them are well equipped. It included not only weapons, but also armor and food. Entering the Heavenly Vine secret realm is not something that can be finished in a few hours, but requires staying for 3 days.
Once the time is up, you will be automatically removed. You cannot stay even a second longer. I know them.
All 5 of them are level professionals, a combination of 3 DPS and 2 support. Although none of them are above level 5, as long as they don't provoke the Heavenly Vine, they won't be in danger. I heard that one of their support abilities is healing, so they're sure to make a lot of progress this time.
Envious.
After that, teams that were about to enter the Heavenly Vine secret realm arrived one after another. The second team, the third team. Both teams consist of 5 people, with a relatively balanced distribution of roles, much like the first team, with both support and damage dealers. A well-balanced team like this is better able to survive in dungeons. A short while later, the fourth team has arrived. There was only one person. A very beautiful young woman, but she didn't carry anything with her, not even a bag. At that moment, everyone was watching the person who walked in alone. It's Su Rue. I've heard of her. She's an S-rank professional, though her specific profession isn't clear. It's said to be related to spatial abilities. Alone? Planning to enter the Heavenly Vine secret realm alone? What is she thinking? I don't understand. There may not be any particularly threatening monsters in the Heavenly Vine secret realm, but that doesn't mean there's no danger. There must be people from the Hunters Guild who have infiltrated. A lone S-class professional like her will definitely be a target. The onlookers did not understand this behavior. As a genius, acting alone in the secret realm makes him practically a walking target. The Hunters Guild members are a bunch of ruthless bastards. Lu Jun's gaze also fell on Su Rue. He knew a little about Su Rue. So she also obtained a secret realm token. If I remember correctly, she belongs to that organization, and her purpose for entering the secret realm is probably different from others. Lu Jun didn't think much of it, knowing that Su Rue must have her reasons for doing this, and it couldn't be for the sake of showing off or being pretentious. By this point, 4 teams had arrived, leaving only the team he cared about most, the one with Xinxing Xue. Why haven't they arrived yet? She must not end up like Su Rue, creating a one-person team. Lu Jun was very worried that Xinxing Xue would cause trouble. Because he always had a bad feeling. Su Rue could clearly feel those gazes that contained strange undertones. However, she didn't care, so she ignored it all. The mission this time is to study the Heavenly Vine, and the requirement from above is to bring back a section of the Heavenly Vine. Go do this first. After we succeed, we'll decide based on the situation. It would be best if we could also get some opportunities. Su Rue bears a heavy responsibility. She was well aware of how dangerous this was. The Heavenly Vine secret realm is widely recognized as the safest secret realm, but the most important prerequisite for safety is to avoid approaching the Heavenly Vine. Over the years, countless examples have proven this point. There is usually no danger if you do not touch the Tontian Vine. Once you come into contact with the Heavenly Vine, you will surely die. But Su Rue was willing to do it. Even if we suffer misfortune, we must complete this mission. A few minutes passed. Finally, the team led by Lin Bei slowly arrived. At this moment, everyone present looked at Lin Bei and his group of 5. Lin Bei walked in the middle. He pushed the wheelchair. Lu Ruyan sat in a wheelchair, a thin blanket covering her empty right leg. Xinxing Xue and Hao Mengmeng walked on the left side of Lin Bei. Bai Xiao was on the right. The 4 people surrounded each other on the left, right, and in front. The 5 people chatted and laughed, showing no signs of tension, as if they were about to embark on a pleasant trip. Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. 5 people, 1 boy and 4 girls, all 4 of whom have top-notch looks and are known as school beauties. They are the objects of secret crushes for countless teenagers in Nanjiang City. But now, they've appeared together and formed a team. As for Lin Bei, they were simply ignored. Look, there are 4 stunning beauties over there. Are they here to explore the secret realm or to film a movie? They're all so beautiful, they're making my heart itch. They're all top-notch. Who is that man? Compared to their overwhelming good looks, what's even more astonishing is their lineup. After a few days of fermentation, news about Xinxing Xue and Bai Xiao's professions had already spread throughout Nanjiang City, to the point that it was common knowledge. Lu Ruyan and Hao Mengmeng became famous earlier, and due to their status, their professions were not a secret either. Holy crap, what an incredible team! 3 S-rank professionals and 1 SS-rank professional. They could probably sweep through even a dog if they brought it in. I know him. His name is Lin Bei, and he works as an E-grade power bank operator. No, how can a broken power bank like him join this team? It's extremely unreasonable. Putting aside whether the 4 of them need any support, even if they do need support, they should be matched with someone who is good enough for them. What's with bringing an E-grade power bank? Is it some kind of performance art? To be honest, he's really not qualified. People didn't hide their opinions from Lin Bei and his group of 5. Therefore, Xinxing Xue and the other three heard these words. Immediately, they couldn't hold back anymore and wanted to shut up the people around them, because this was an insult to Lin Bei. Although they were filled with anger, they subconsciously did not want Lin Bei's abilities to be exposed, so they avoided mentioning Lin Bei's power in their words.
Shut up, all of you. If you say another bad word about him, I'll freeze you all into ice sculptures. If you don't want to be blown to pieces, then keep talking. I promise I won't show any mercy. I really want to shoot your heads through. Everyone who has spoken ill of him, listen up. Although I have no legs, I can pay someone to break them. Every word was laced with threat, its coldness and malice made no attempt to conceal. Those watching fell silent. They could tell that Xinxing Xue and the other three were serious. If they dare to say anything detrimental to Lin Bei again, then something really might happen. Envy is understandable, and jealousy is also real, but people don't want to be enemies with Xinxing Xue and her three companions. 1 SS rank and 3 S rank, all of which are combat-type professions. Who dares to mess with us? Whoever messes with them will die. Oh my god, this is terrifying. Why are all 4 of them so agitated? How angry must they be to say something like that? Let's keep quiet, I can't afford to mess with these 5 ladies. Everyone remained silent. They only dared to watch, not to make a sound. Among the crowd were some highly skilled professionals who showed no fear of Xinxing Xue and her group, but having reached such a level of strength, they would not do anything to look down on Lin Bei. Su Rui was drawn to this situation, and her gaze fell on Lin Bei. Interesting. 4 beautiful women actually defended him like this? Does he have some kind of leverage over us? Chapter 43. Lu Zhan was dumbfounded. Are you a humanoid succubus? At this moment, Lu Zhan was looking at Lin Bei, his serious face full of displeasure. He viewed Lin Bei with prejudice. Of course, it has nothing to do with Lin Bei's professional talent, it's mainly because of the ambiguous relationship between Lin Bei, Xinxing Xue, and Hao Mengmeng. Lu Zhan still remembers what happened that day clearly. At the same time, Lu Zhan was filled with shock and disbelief at what he was seeing. Why did Ruyan come here? Why was Ruyan being pushed by Lin Bei? Why are Ruyan involved with Xinxing Xue and others? I don't understand. Am I still half asleep? He just couldn't understand it. The last time we met, Lu Ruyan was still lying in a hospital bed, but today she appeared at the entrance to the secret realm, and she was even sitting in a wheelchair. Entering the Heavenly Vine secret realm in this manner will not only lead to your own demise but also hinder your teammates. Lu Zhan instinctively tried to stop Lu Ruyan. But then he thought about it again and gave up the idea. It cannot be stopped. Ruyan must have her reasons for doing this. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't have gone in. Lu Zhan suppressed that impulse. A few days ago, he would have stopped Lu Ruyan without hesitation, because at that time Lu Ruyan was contemplating suicide and had lost all hope of living. But things are different now. Lu Ruyan has found a savior, and it's only a matter of time before she recovers completely. She no longer has any desire to die, so it's absolutely impossible for her to go to the secret realm to her death. I have to believe Ruyan. I'll have to ask my sister-in-law later. For some reason, Lu Zhan had a bad feeling, not about safety, but about his relationship. However, he did not connect Lin Bei with the person who could cure Lu Ruyan, and such a thought never even crossed his mind. The situation is still very bad. All 4 of them have high professional ranks, so they will definitely become the main targets of those dangerous elements and will attract the majority of their firepower. However, with Xinxing Xue around, the situation might not be so bad. After all, the Tongtian Vine secret realm has restrictions only those who have awakened their profession for less than a year can enter. I hope they don't get hurt. Just as Lu Zhan had expected, among the chaotic crowd, there were several people in different locations who were looking at Lin Bei and the others with venomous eyes. However, they dared not show it too obviously. The murderous intent in their eyes lasted only for a moment, for fear of attracting the attention of other professionals. Those guarding this place are not only the deans of the 5 major academies, but also many well-known powerhouses from Nanjiang City. 4 high-threat targets, and 1 useless one, they must be the top priority for elimination. What a pleasant surprise. If we can kill these 4 stupid women, it will definitely have a huge impact on Nanjiang City, and we can also take away 4 top-tier professions. We need to get the message out quickly so that all members can take immediate action. It's a pity that a piece of junk power bank snuck in. If I had 5 S-class ones, I could definitely walk sideways. At this moment, undercurrents were surging. On the surface, everything seemed calm,
but in reality, Lin Bei and his 4 companions had been designated as kill targets.
Once you enter the Heavenly Vine secret realm, trouble will come knocking.
At this point, all 5 teams from Nanjiang City had arrived and were standing at the entrance area, waiting for the gate to the secret realm to open. Lin Bei casually found a place to sit down and looked at the other groups besides them. Only the team consisting of 1 person caught his attention. The other 3 teams were nothing special.
Only 1 person? Who is she? Bai Xiaoxiao stayed by Lin Bei's side and overheard what Lin Bei said. She looked at the man, and with that answer in her heart, she quickly sat on Lin Bei's lap, seizing the opportunity before anyone else could, and then whispered in Lin Bei's ear. I know, she is Su Rue. Also an S-class professional. I don't know anything else. My profession is also kept secret, and I don't usually appear in people's sight.
Lin Bei glanced at Su Rue again.
He was considering whether or not to approach Su Rue.
To dare to enter the Heavenly Vine secret realm alone, one must be confident in one's own strength.
It can be concluded that Su Rue's profession is not bad.
At the very least, they will be on par with Xin Xingxue and others.
Let's not make contact for now. We'll talk about it after we enter the secret realm. It depends on the situation. Lin Bei didn't want to let any S-level professionals go.
To him, every S-class professional, or even a high-quality A-class professional, is equivalent to a moving gold mine.
With patience and perseverance, you can reap huge rewards.
At this point, Su Rue was unaware of this.
Xin Xingxue and Hao Mengmeng's faces clearly showed their displeasure, and their gazes toward Bai Xiaoxiao were filled with hostility.
Just 1 step too late, and Bai Xiaoxiao beat her to it, missing the chance to sit on Lin Bei's lap. But with so many eyes watching, they felt too embarrassed to pull Bai Xiaoxiao away and sit down themselves. Not far away, Lu Zhan had been paying attention to the situation and naturally saw what Bai Xiaoxiao had done, recalling the events of that day.
Hiss. Even Bai Xiaoxiao did this? Are you a succubus?
The incident of Xin Xingxue and Hao Mengmeng taking turns sitting is still fresh in everyone's mind, and now Bai Xiaoxiao has done the same thing. Therefore, his uneasy premonition became even stronger, and he paid more attention to Lin Bei, developing a great interest in him. The 3 people I'm seeing now all have S-level professions, yet they're all very close to Lin Bei. It could even be described as 3 women vying for 1 man.
3 genius girls. This is clearly not normal. There must be something special about him. But I can't tell. Never mind, as long as Ruyan remains normal, that's fine. She absolutely must not get involved in this competition.
Lu Zhan has confidence in Lu Ruyan. Because Lu Ruyan had never been interested in men and didn't pay much attention to her male childhood friends, it was impossible for her to get involved in such things.
Chapter 44: The item connecting heaven and earth. Heal your leg first. All 5 teams were present when the secret realm officially opened.
But Lu Zhan, who was in charge of this matter, was still looking at Lin Bei. It wasn't until someone reminded him that he came to his senses and realized that what he was doing was a bit out of line. He quickly composed himself and went to open the secret realm.
Lin Bei noticed Lu Zhan's unusual gaze. But he didn't know what was going on. Why are you looking at me? Are you doubting me? I haven't provoked him, have I? At this moment, Lin Bei's gaze also changed, and he became wary, because Lu Zhan's behavior was not quite right. He even sensed hostility.
Lu Zhan quickly finished his preparations. The 5 teams have gathered at the entrance to the secret realm. Lu Zhan didn't look at Lin Bei any longer, and earnestly explained the situation to everyone. You all have some understanding of the Heavenly Vine secret realm, but I still want to remind you once again. The Heavenly Vine secret realm is relatively the safest secret realm because the monsters in this secret realm are very weak and have little offensive capabilities.
But remember, never go near the Heavenly Vine.
Do not approach any of the Heavenly Vines. Countless examples throughout history have proven that the Heavenly Vine is a taboo that cannot be touched. Once you touch it, you will surely die. You also need to be careful of people like the Hunters Guild. They will try to infiltrate the secret realm with the aim of hunting high-level professionals. You are all their targets, so you must be extremely careful.
He didn't want anyone present to die. Every death is a huge loss. Even Lin Bei's dispensable E-class power bank is the same. Lu Zhan hopes everyone can return intact and doesn't want Lu Ruyan's tragedy to repeat itself. Don't worry, we definitely won't touch the Heavenly Vine. That thing is far too dangerous. Anyone knows what to do. I'm not going to risk my life. I will stay far away from the Heavenly Vine. Su Rue did not speak. Lin Bei and the other four remained silent. Fortunately, Lu Zhan didn't think too much about it. He didn't believe that anyone would be foolish enough to touch the heavenly vine knowing it was dangerous, thus courting death. That's good. Then, Lu Zhan took out another, higher-level secret realm token. He activated the token. The token emitted a dazzling light. At the same time, the secret realm tokens held by the 5 teams seemed to be summoned by a soul, emitting the same light as that token. A second later, the light engulfed all 5 teams. Another second passed. The light disappeared. Lin Bei and the others also disappeared. At this moment, Lin Bei is experiencing a very special situation. All 5 of his senses have lost their function. You can't see it, you can't hear it, you can't smell it, and time and space seem to not exist. It was as if I had fallen into nothingness. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Bei's 5 senses were fully restored, and he finally saw the situation inside the Heavenly Vine's secret realm. Lin Bei immediately observed the surroundings. Looking around, they were on a mountain. The surrounding area was filled with many unfamiliar flowers, plants and trees, and a refreshing scent wafted in from all directions. There are no buildings on the mountain. A pristine, untouched ecological area. There was no one else there besides the 5 of them. The scenery is quite nice. If I didn't know that this was in the Heavenly Vine secret realm, I would definitely think that I had come to some scenic spot. At the same time, Xinxuet and the other 3, who had returned to normal, were also carefully observing their surroundings. Their expressions were serious, and they seemed to be trying to eliminate any potential dangers. Lin Bei, on the other hand, looked into the distance. From this location, you can already see several towering vines. Thick, green vines rose from the ground, reaching into the invisible clouds, their ultimate height unknown. Although there was some distance between them, they could still be seen very clearly. The entire world seemed to be connected together by the heavenly vine. If we consider the sky and the earth as 2 pieces of cloth, then the vine that reaches the sky is the thread used for patching and mending. Furthermore, one can vaguely see many irregular patterns of varying sizes on the main body of those towering vines. It looks like some kind of building, or it looks like a fruit, or it could even be some kind of monster. Until we get really close to the heavenly vine, we can't be sure what the situation is. Is this the heavenly vine? It truly connects to the heavens. Just by looking ahead, Lin Bei saw dozens of heavenly vines. He turned to look in other directions and found that heavenly vines with similar appearances were growing in every direction. The quantity is at least 100 or more. The exact number is uncertain because there are areas that cannot be seen. Secret realm of Babelvine. Indeed extraordinary. So, all we need to do next is explore different places? Lin Bei was really looking forward to it. His first encounter with the Heavenly Vine secret realm sparked his considerable interest in it. 3 days. Enough to do a lot of things. As long as you're not too unlucky, you're bound to reap some rewards. Su Rui, who entered alone, appeared by a river, not too far from Lin Bei and the others. That was the first thing she did. We're going to see the nearest towering vine. Found it, it's there. We need to get there quickly. It looks close, but it's actually quite a distance. You can't get there in just 3 to 5 minutes. The other 3 teams also successfully entered the Heavenly Vine secret realm. The 5 teams are not far apart. After all, they entered through the same city. Unlike Su Rui, they did not rush to take action. Instead, they first explored the surrounding situation and made preparations before taking action. A secret realm is still a secret realm. Acting carelessly will only harm you. Lin Bei withdrew his gaze and looked at Bai Xiaoxiao beside him. Bai Xiaoxiao was clearly not in a good state at this moment. She stood there staring into the distance, her eyes were moist, and her body was trembling slightly. Xiaoxiao. Can you hear me? Hello. Bai Xiaoxiao did not respond. Maintain that state of complete immersion. Lin Bei tried calling Bai Xiaoxiao again. No matter how he called out, Bai Xiaoxiao didn't respond. She just stood there gazing into the distance. To be precise, they were looking at those towering vines. Lin Bei roughly guessed what had happened. Are you attracted? It should be noted that Bai Xiaoxiao possesses bloodline originating from the Tongtian vine. Her sudden return to the Tongtian vine secret realm suggests strongly that her bloodline has undergone some kind of disturbance. Therefore, Lin Bei decided to temporarily ignore Bai Xiaoxiao and instead turned his attention to Lu Ruyan, who was sitting in a wheelchair. We'll be going down the mountain soon, and we might have to climb vines, so danger could come at any time. It is clearly inappropriate to keep Lu Ruyan in a wheelchair. Let's heal your leg first.
Xingxue, Meng Meng, keep an eye on your surroundings and don't let anyone disturb me.
No one else can know about this.
Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan was extremely excited and almost stood up from her wheelchair. She had been waiting for this moment.
Good. Chapter 45 Healing Lu Ruyan. Overall strengthening of both legs. Xingxue and Hao Meng Meng didn't ask any further questions.
They did whatever Lin Bei told them to do, immediately guarding the only path leading up the mountain. Even if their biological parents come, they can forget about disturbing Lin Bei and Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was at a loss for words to express the joy in her heart. There are no four great joys in life, nothing makes people happy like this.
Immediately.
She will soon have her legs back, be able to stand on the ground again, and run and jump around like a normal person. Instead of having to suffer in a hospital bed and wheelchair.
Every minute, every second, was like a nightmare, unbearable. During this time, Lu Ruyan endured countless pains, and no one could understand how desperate she was.
He was a genius, but unfortunately he has fallen to this state, not even as good as an E-level professional. Some people came specifically to see her, mocking and ridiculing her.
Countless strange looks were like countless thorns, deeply piercing her body.
When she was lucid, Lu Ruyan had the thought of ending everything more than once, but she would give up the idea when she saw her parents. But after a while, this thought would reappear, gradually eroding her reason and mind. Lu Ruyan struggled repeatedly in this pain, reaching the brink of collapse time and time again.
Until Lin Bei appeared. Lin Bei brought her hope.
It became the warmest flame in her dark life.
Finally, I'm fully recovered. Thanks to him. He brought me a new life. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's gaze towards Lin Bei was exceptionally ardent, filled with intense emotion.
Lin Bei had already occupied the most important place in her heart. She succumbed to despair.
She fell for him.
She was deeply involved. She has decided to spend her life with Lin Bei. No one can hurt him. Lin Bei squatted in front of Lu Ruyan, unaware that Lu Ruyan was imagining a whole host of things. Now, all he wants is for Lu Ruyan to return to normal. The reason I said it would be done in a month was because I was worried that Lu Ruyan's parents might cause some trouble, but judging from the current situation, those worries were unnecessary.
If those two were to do anything, Lu Ruyan would be the first to disagree.
Lin Bei abruptly pulled back the thin blanket covering Lu Ruyan's legs and placed his hands on the broken parts of Lu Ruyan's legs. Both legs are gone, and the bones are damaged to the point that they are indeed beyond cure.
Even fitting prosthetics is extremely difficult.
However, this was not a difficult task for Lin Bei.
He released a portion of his power to begin repairing Lu Ruyan's legs, and the gentle power easily entered Lu Ruyan's body.
The next moment, Lu Ruyan's legs changed. Visibly, flesh and bone are rapidly growing at the breakpoint. After growing into a special position, Lin Bei consciously closed his eyes, adhering to the principle of not looking at what is improper. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan really wanted Lin Bei to open his eyes. Since she had already decided to follow Lin Bei for the rest of her life, it didn't matter whether he looked at her sooner or later, so there was no point in closing his eyes.
But she held back in the end, not wanting to distract Lin Bei.
Especially Lin Bei's serious expression with his eyes closed.
Really?
A man who is serious is the most handsome.
Lin Bei's power continued to flow into Lu Ruyan's body.
In a short while, Lu Ruyan's legs had recovered by 1/3, and the next part to recover would be her knees. Time passed second by second, and his legs became more and more complete, leaving only his feet that had not yet grown. Lu Ruyan covered her legs with a thin blanket, causing Lin Bei to open his eyes and notice her legs.
So white and so long. Wrong.
The recovery was really fast.
It will be ready soon. Wait patiently for a while. Lu Ruyan nodded obediently.
Nowadays, she believes whatever Lin Bei says, even if he says holding hands will make her pregnant.
Forehead. Yes, it will.
A few seconds later, Lu Ruyan's legs were completely restored, the same length as before, but wider and more supple, and just as beautiful. Lu Ruyan lowered her head and looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar legs. Even though she knew that her legs would grow back, she was still momentarily stunned when she actually saw them. My long-cherished dream came true so easily. A few seconds later, Lu Ruyan finally broke free from this state. Overwhelmed with excitement, she jumped up, hugged Lin Bei's head, and gave him a big kiss. The thin blanket covering her legs fell to the ground.
The scenery is breathtaking. Just as Lin Bei was about to remind Lu Ruyan to pay attention to her own condition, the system notification sounded first. Bite. The host has successfully helped an S-rank professional regain their legs. This is tantamount to giving the professional a second chance at life, enough to influence their entire life, and meets the criteria for receiving a reward. Reward obtained, overall leg enhancement LV1. The host's legs have been strengthened to a certain extent, including the thighs, calves, and knees. The strength and explosiveness of the legs have been greatly enhanced, and the speed when walking and running far exceeds that of ordinary people. Moreover, the feet do not emit any odor, and their defense has reached a level comparable to steel. They can also self-repair after being injured. This skill can be improved. Chapter 46. Lu Ruyan, who is beyond control. He's the one for her in this lifetime. Call. Lin Bei let out a long sigh of relief. Restoring Lu Ruyan's legs was more tiring than I had imagined, because her legs were quite long, perfectly embodying the terms long, white legs and great legs. In conclusion, it looks very moisturized. Lu Ruyan withdrew her mouth, carefully wiping the drool from Lin Bei's face. Looking at his resolute face, she couldn't help but wanted to kiss him again. That's what she thought, and that's what she planned to do. Just then, Lin Bei's voice rang out. Calm down, don't act impulsively. Get down and walk a few steps first. Let's see if your legs are any good. Lu Ruyan then suppressed that thought, and felt a sense of regret, as she was just a little short of gaining more advantage. Her feet landed firmly on the ground. It's been a long time. I felt it again. The feeling of having your feet firmly planted on the ground. It was a feeling she missed terribly. Really. It still feels best to stand on the ground. It's over. My nightmare is finally over. My parents will be so happy when they hear this news. I'm going to make those who took advantage of us pay the price. Not only has my leg recovered, but my talent and my career are also back to normal, without any damage. While inwardly sighing, Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Bei again. Her beautiful eyes were filled with gratitude and a special emotion that only she knew. Besides spending more time by his side, I also need to start planning my revenge. But we must prioritize him. He is more important than revenge. Lu Ruyan secretly made up her mind. Lin Bei had no idea what Lu Ruyan was thinking. Now that Lu Ruyan's eyes have recovered, there is no need for her to stay on this mountain. She can go explore the secret realm next. Based on the current situation, the Heavenly Vine secret realm is well worth exploring. Especially those towering vines. Danger always hides a great opportunity. If possible, try to make contact with the Heavenly Vine. The best course of action is to make contact with the Heavenly Vine that is connected to Bai Xiaoxiao's family. Lin Bei made a decision. Since we're here, let's not leave empty-handed. But safety must always be the top priority. Then, Lin Bei called out to Xue and Hao Mengmeng. Xue, Mengmeng. Come back. Prepare to leave here. Xue and Hao Mengmeng, who had been keeping a close eye on the situation down the mountain, returned to Lin Bei's side upon hearing this. The first thing they saw was Lu Ruyan, whose legs had completely recovered and who was now jumping around happily. Unbeknownst to anyone, Lu Ruyan had secretly put on trousers. That is... leg? Lu Ruyan's legs have grown back? Xue and Hao Mengmeng stared wide-eyed at Lu Ruyan's legs. Just then, Bai Xiaoxiao also emerged from that state, and the next moment she saw Lu Ruyan's legs, which had fully recovered. A pair of legs that are flawless and without any defects. They were absolutely certain. These are real legs. It's not a hallucination, it's not a fake leg. These are truly reborn legs. Xue and Hao Mengmeng recalled what Lin Bei had said on that rainy night. Even if they die tragically, they will be brought back from hell. At the time, they didn't think too much about it, because even if Lin Bei couldn't do such a thing, they would still stand in front of him and be willing to die for him. But now it seems that what he said wasn't a joke, it was actually possible to do such a thing. It seems that Lin Bei's words about bringing us back from hell were not a lie he made up to dispel our concerns. He's serious. If we were to die, he really could bring us back to life. This truly means peace of mind. Doesn't that mean as long as you maintain a good relationship with Lin Bei, you can go to all sorts of dangerous places and have fun? The thought of this made Hao Mengming's eyes light up. She has so many places she wants to go. I didn't go before because it was too dangerous. I would most likely lose my life if I went in. But things are different now. Even if I lose my life, it doesn't matter. Anyway, Lin Bei can bring her back from hell. Just thinking about it is awesome. Seizing this opportunity is the best decision I've ever made. Bai Xiaoxiao quickly returned to normal. This incident shocked her greatly. Limbs regenerating, returning from hell. This is truly a heaven-defying act that defies the laws of the world. This is something that has never happened before in modern history. Luckily, I am one of his people. To be connected with him is a blessing accumulated over countless lifetimes. Bai Xiaoxiao was desperately trying to suppress the shock in her heart. Because she knew very well what she should do now was to tell Lin Bei about the changes in her situation. After all, Lin Bei cared a lot about her having a special bloodline. Just then, Lin Bei's gaze swept over, and Bai Xiaoxiao immediately recounted what had just happened. I had a strange feeling just now, like an unfamiliar force was guiding me and telling me which direction to go. At this point, Bai Xiaoxiao raised her hand and pointed straight ahead. That force led me there to find a heavenly vine numbered 88. They didn't say the specific reason, but it must be related to my ancestors. Shall we go and take a look? She would only go if Lin Bei nodded and said so. Chapter 47. At this moment, the war officially began. Lin Bei looked into the distance. Only the presence of the heavenly vine can be seen, but the numbers on it are not clearly visible, and even the blurry shapes of the numbers are not visible, indicating that the distance is quite far. Is the number 88? Does that mean the number 88 heavenly vine? Good. Then let's go find the number 88 heavenly vine. Seize any opportunities you encounter along the way. All obstacles in the way will be cleared away. Be prepared, you might have to kill some fools. Lin Bei really wanted to help Bai Xiaoxiao activate her bloodline. Because if you succeed, there is a certain probability that you will receive a similar reward. He had originally intended to do this by charging. However, the charging time is too short, only 2 or 3 days, and the level of this ability is also relatively low, which has directly resulted in the failure to successfully activate Bai Xiaoxiao's bloodline so far. If we had a little more time, we could definitely have done it. Therefore, after arriving at the Heavenly Vine secret realm, Lin Bei decided to make activating Bai Xiaoxiao's bloodline a matter that he absolutely had to do. He also wanted to obtain the power related to his bloodline. Bai Xiaoxiao silently took Lin Bei's hand. Thanks. The word simple comes from the bottom of my heart. If Xin Xingxue and the others hadn't been around, she would have loved to start a game on the spot. After a while, Lu Ruyan regained her composure, and the first thing she did was push the wheelchair off the cliff. We don't need this anymore. Even though the wheelchair was worth tens of thousands of yuan, she didn't feel any heartache when she did it, because the wheelchair carried the most painful memories of her life. Thump! The wheelchair fell to the bottom of the cliff. It turned into a pile of broken parts, making a huge noise. Then, Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Bei again, and stood there quietly watching him. In her heart, Lin Bei was almost a god. What his parents begged and pleaded with his grandparents to do was incredibly simple for Lin Bei, as easy as eating and drinking. I must protect him. He gave me this life, and I'll protect him even if it costs me my life. If it weren't for him, I would still be lying in a hospital bed, waiting for the most humiliating death to come. For him, I'm willing to do anything. In her heart, she had already become Lin Bei's shape. Xin Xingxue keenly sensed something was amiss. Her heart skipped a beat. Damn it, another competitor. First Meng Meng joined, then Bai Xiaoxiao, and now it's Lu Ruyan. Bai Xiaoxiao is making the fastest progress. I really envy her. I want to be as brave as her. Meng Meng and I are the same, we can only sit in each other's arms or lie together, but we haven't had the chance to take the next step yet. Even Lu Ruyan is faster than us. A bunch of bastards. I was the first one to strike. At this moment, Xin Xingxue's sense of crisis became even stronger. She was very uneasy. You have to understand, she was the first person to establish a relationship with Lin Bei, but now she's not even as good as Bai Xiaoxiao and Lu Ruyan, who came later. Therefore, Xin Xingxue secretly made a decision. We need to find an opportunity to completely take down Lin Bei. She didn't want to fall behind. Hao Meng Meng was unaware of the seriousness of the situation. She kept staring at Lu Ruyan's legs, which were absolutely perfect and flawless. Still preoccupied with thoughts of Lin regeneration and returning from hell, he didn't notice the strange look Lu Ruyan was giving him. That's amazing. He. I really want to know if he can make a single body part grow. Bai Xiaoxiao took in the reactions of Xin Xingxue and the other two. The situation was entirely under her control. A smile played on her lips, her heart brimming with smugness. I was so wise. He volunteered to be the first person to eat Lin Bei's food.
No matter what they do in the future, they will never be able to surpass my position in Lin Bei's heart, at least in this respect. Each of the four had different thoughts in their hearts. The only thing they have in common is that they are all related to Lin Bei. Afterwards, Lin Bei didn't linger on the mountaintop for long. A moment later, he led the four beautiful school beauties down the mountain. Their target is the 88th heavenly vine. However, the descent was not without its challenges. Because these four beautiful school beauties have officially begun their open and covert struggle. The core of the struggle naturally revolves around Lin Bei. Before they had taken more than a few steps, Xin Xingxue took the initiative to hug Lin Bei's left arm, and Hao Mengmeng, who had a high degree of tacit understanding with her, immediately hugged Lin Bei's right arm. The two of them occupied Lin Bei's left and right sides, not giving Lu Ruyan and Bai Xiaoxiao a chance to compete.
I will never let go. If you let go, they'll snatch it away.
Luckily, I reacted quickly and managed to grab an arm.
But Lu Ruyan was not to be outdone.
She jumped up and pounced on Lin Bei's back, crossed her hands in front of Lin Bei's neck, and her two new legs clamped tightly around Lin Bei's waist like a pair of pincers. Lin Bei was so suddenly jolted that he almost fell to the ground, as Lu Ruyan was clinging tightly to him. Bai Xiaoxiao also stopped and looked around before finding no suitable spot.
Finally, her gaze settled on Lin Bei's neck. Sitting there seems quite nice. The last time someone sat on my shoulders was when I was in kindergarten. That's the decision.
At the same time, she was secretly very pleased with herself. The progress of these three is far behind hers.
No matter what we do, we can't catch up. I'm far ahead. Then, Bai Xiaoxiao walked towards Lin Bei, wanting to join the four-person game, and naturally, her position was chosen to be the neck. Lin Bei realized something was wrong. This can't go on. Is he carrying four humanoid hangers?
Even taking a single step forward requires a great deal of effort.
Calm down, everyone.
But he was too late. Bai Xiaoxiao was too fast and agile, and in the blink of an eye, she was riding on Lin Bei's shoulders.
It forms the head. Chapter 48. The pressure is immense. Let's fight it out slowly.
Lin Bei felt a lot of pressure. His hands, neck, and back all carried a weight of nearly 100 pounds. Before they came in, when there were outsiders present, Xin Xingxue and the others behaved normally, and even if they had any thoughts, they would restrain themselves.
But now, they've let themselves go. Restraint? It doesn't exist.
They all want to have it all to themselves. Although Lin Bei said that, it had no effect. None of the four were willing to give in first, for fear of suffering a loss. Seeing this, Lin Bei could only sigh helplessly.
Get down, everyone.
Rest assured.
I will not completely restrict you. One at a time. I really can't keep up with all of you coming at once. It's even hard to take a single step forward.
Xin Xingxue and the other three then realized how much they had gone too far. It is a very serious mistake to disregard Lin Bei's feelings for one's own selfish desires. Xin Xingxue was the first to let go of Lin Bei's arm. Hao Mengmeng released her other arm almost at the same time. Lu Ruyan got off Lin Bei's back, and Bai Xiaoxiao stopped sitting on Lin Bei's neck. Lin Bei stretched his body. You guys discuss it yourselves, decide on the order and duration, and then come over one by one to charge your devices.
Remember, be fair.
I don't care about anything else, but this matter must be fair. He knew it was impossible to avoid touching it altogether, since it still needed to be charged, so he simply let the group discuss it among themselves. Since Lin Bei made the request, Xin Xingxue and the others naturally had no objections, and they stood together to discuss it.
How about each person gets 1 day, in the order they met him? The order is fine, but the duration is too long. I suggest 3 hours per person. No, 3 hours is too long.
One round would take 12 hours, and the waiting time would be a full 9 hours. It's better to have a shorter time, but more rounds. Before long, Xin Xingxue and the other three reached a consensus. They work in the order of getting to know each other, 1 person per hour, with rotating shifts 24 hours a day. The first one is Xin Xingxue. Xin Xingxue walked up to Lin Bei and hugged his arm. This time, she could enjoy herself without having to be wary of others like before. Only after the four of them reached a consensus were Lin Bei's body finally freed. Although she still has the school beauty pendant on her all the time, it's still better than having 4 people on her at the same time. He immediately started charging. Xin Xingxue's experience points are gradually increasing.
Let's go down the mountain.
After saying that, Lin Bei walked forward.
Xin Xingxue clung to Lin Bei's arm and moved in step with him.
Hao Mengmeng and the other two followed beside Lin Bei. After walking for only 10 minutes, a cave appeared in front of Lin Bei.
The cave entrance is very large, and its depth cannot be determined. A foul smell kept emanating from the cave.
The stench was mixed with the smell of blood.
Lin Bei frowned. A cave of some kind of monster? Is there any chance of finding anything good in here?
Hao Mengmeng and Lu Ruyan had both entered the Heavenly Vine secret realm before, so they were fairly familiar with the situation inside. There are quite a few monsters in the Heavenly Vine secret realm, but they are relatively weak and pose no danger to professionals.
Hao Mengmeng spoke before Lu Ruyan could.
Judging from the smell, it should be the den of a bear-like monster.
Whether there are any good things or not depends on luck.
Generally speaking, bears hide honey in their caves, so there's not much point in going into the caves. After saying that, she looked at Lu Ruyan triumphantly.
Without saying a word, Lu Ruyan took out her weapon and entered the cave. She's a practical person. Hao Mengmeng was stunned on the spot. Oops. How come I didn't think of that? I should have just gone in while I was talking. Thump. Thump.
30 seconds later, Lu Ruyan walked out carrying a large beehive, and this time it was her turn to look at Hao Mengmeng triumphantly.
Anyone can say that. Not everyone can take action. Lu Ruyan walked up to Lin Bei and presented him with the honeycomb that was almost a meter in size.
Here, take this.
This honey is especially fragrant.
Lin Bei looked at the large beehive with some worry. Portability of such a large cellular structure is a problem.
Should I put it into the system space?
That's a bit of a waste.
Hao Mengmeng immediately saw a good opportunity.
She pushed past Lu Ruyan and stood in front of Lin Bei, taking out a spatial ring that was still in its packaging. Here, take this. The volume is alright, about 10 cubic meters, enough to put some things in. Then, Hao Mengmeng looked at Lu Ruyan with a provocative smile on her face.
She said it deliberately in a boastful tone. What's the big deal about delivering a beehive?
The spatial ring is still more useful. If I hadn't given Lin Bei the ring, there would be nowhere to put this piece of junk, and it would even have affected Lin Bei's normal activities.
Seriously, I don't want to talk about it anymore. Lu Ruyan's face darkened.
From that moment on, a grudge was formed between the two. It doesn't matter if it's life or death, but it's all about who's superior.
Good. You wait. We still have plenty of time, let's take our time and fight it out.
Hao Mengmeng straightened her back to meet the challenge.
Okay. I'm definitely not going to lose.
Bai Xiaoxiao rubbed her head helplessly to the side. She truly never expected that the eldest daughter of the Hao family and the eldest daughter of the Lu family, both with S-level and SS-level professions respectively, would actually fight over something like this. It looked like two little children playing around.
Chapter 49 can be shared. The Sakura Country Team.
Bai Xiaoxiao has no intention of getting involved in the conflict between Hao Mengmeng and Lu Ruyan. She stood there silently, her loving gaze fixed on Lin Bei. I'm afraid only Lin Bei could get Hao Mengmeng and Lu Ruyan to this extent in this world.
I'll stay out of it for now. Now that I have such a huge advantage, the next thing to do is to further expand that advantage. I don't know much about this. I need to find more information and learn more knowledge when I get back.
As soon as she made this decision, Bai Xiaoxiao noticed a strange look in her eyes. She looked towards the source of the gaze, and there was none other than Xinxing Xue looking at her with that same gaze.
That gaze is so kind. What? Does she also want to find a competitor? I've been chosen. What should we do? From both a moral and logical standpoint, I cannot do such a thing to her. She was the one who introduced me to Lin Bei and brought me so many benefits. Without her help, I wouldn't be where I am today. No matter what, I should help her. This really stumped Bai Xiaoxiao. She frowned and racked her brains, and actually came up with a solution. I've got it. It can be shared. Bai Xiaoxiao knew Xinxing Xue's little scheme.
He simply wanted to monopolize Lin Bei. But she had already seen through the situation and knew that it was impossible to have Lin Bei all to herself. She was destined to share him with others. Therefore, Bai Xiaoxiao never intended to monopolize Lin Bei, she simply wanted to be ahead of the others.
Instead of trying to monopolize Lin Bei, it's better to be the first to share. That way, you'll definitely get Lin Bei's special attention.
And so, amidst the fervent competition among the four campus beauties, Lin Bei led his team down the mountain with great difficulty.
Time passed little by little.
Xinxing Xue and the others kept a tight schedule, taking turns as soon as it was time, not wanting to waste even a second. Below the mountain is a plain covered with flowers, trees, and animals, but there are still no signs of habitation. It felt like we had entered a well-preserved natural ecological zone. Lin Bei led the team to continue towards the number 88 Heavenly Vine. Xin Xue and the others were still putting in effort, taking turns grabbing one of Lin Bei's arms while trying to outdo the others.
Now it's by Xiaoxiao's turn to recharge.
At this moment, Lu Ruyan grabbed a small rabbit and ran to Lin Bei's side.
Are you hungry? I roasted this rabbit for you. Do you want it spicy or savory?
Lin Bei felt helpless.
The little rabbit is so cute, it must taste delicious. Spicy flavor. Lu Ruyan nodded, then continued to ask. How spicy do you want it? As spicy as me?
Lin Bei had nothing to say.
Even when roasting a rabbit, you have to tease it? The spicier the better. Xin Xue imitated what others showed. She caught a sheep. I'll make you a wool sweater. As soft as my body. Lin Bei's lips twitched. It's over. Even Xin Xue was corrupted. Xin Xue wouldn't do that before entering the secret realm. Seeing that Xin Xue and Lu Ruyan had both taken action, Hao Mengmeng quickly came up with a brilliant idea.
She walked a few steps to Lin Bei's side, raised her hands and pressed them against her face, gently clenching them into a claw shape.
Meow meow meow. Master, would you like to keep me as a kitten?
The meowing sound, combined with Hao Mengmeng's already adorable appearance, really made her look just like a kitten. What else could Lin Bei do but cooperate? After all, everyone likes cute things. Besides, all three of them were doing it for his own good. Bai Xiaoxiao clung to Lin Bei's arm, and even though she had a unique advantage, she still felt immense pressure. Then she looked at Lin Bei, deliberately lowering her voice to a level that only she and Lin Bei could hear.
Want to watch the moon together tonight? Find a grassy area. Avoid them. Look at the moon, look at the stars, feel the evening breeze, listen to the cicadas, and enjoy the beauty. Lin Bei did not refuse. Because he is a kind-hearted person, he couldn't bear to see Bai Xiaoxiao sad and disappointed. It can run water. But you must not cry. However, none of Lin Bei and his group of 5 noticed that about 100 meters away, a group of 5 professionals were watching them from a large tree. To be precise, they were staring at the 4 people besides Lin Bei. Those 5 pairs of lewd eyes were filled with greed, and one of them even drooled. They were dressed in black and stood on the thick tree trunk, surrounded by many leaves that formed a natural barrier. For beauties, each more alluring than the last. I really want to capture them, lock them up in jail, and torture them to my heart's content. She's much better looking than domestic celebrities. If this were made into a movie, it would definitely get a lot of views. They're all so tender, it'll definitely be a great experience. They can also be given to important figures in exchange for resources, and many important figures like women from China. These 5 people are not from China. They came from the land of cherry blossoms and chose to enter the secret realm because of something they had to do. At this moment, they started having wicked ideas. Chapter 50. The Sakura Squad wants to form a team? You only have 3 seconds to get lost. In the land of cherry blossoms, there are also women with outstanding looks. But they didn't have a chance to make contact. All time is strictly planned, and every day is spent desperately leveling up. There are no days off. Therefore, upon seeing 4 exceptional individuals at once, they immediately began to drool. Just then, all 5 of them turned their gazes toward Lin Bei, a strong hatred rising in their hearts, their innate darkness stirring within them. Baka! What is he? How dare he be surrounded by 4 beautiful women? The 4 of them, what do you think? Should we take action? They're all delicate and probably don't have much fighting power. The biggest threat is that man. Then kill him, and we'll split those 4 beauties equally. As for the guy who got a bye, don't worry, he'll definitely meet some beauties later. I'm willing to be the one who gets a bye, but before I kill that man, could I spend some time alone with him? After all, he's quite good looking and fits my aesthetic perfectly. In my eyes, he's like a little girl. I didn't realize you were a lolicon. They quickly devised an ending for Lin Bei and his group of 5. Lin Bei plans to play first, then kill, and then take some spoils with him. Xin Xue and the other 3 took turns doing it once, 40 or 50 times, and then captured Yinghua to torture her. In short, no one had a good ending. Take action and get it done as soon as possible. There are more important things to do after this is over. Don't forget we came here on a mission. Don't worry, I will never forget it.
The organization spent so many resources to train us to level 15 within a year, all for the sake of doing that.
I will never forget this even if I forget who I am.
The mission must be completed, and the beautiful women cannot be overlooked. That's right, their confidence comes from their rank.
Level 15. In the outside world, it's a very low level.
There are professionals at dozens levels everywhere, and even quite a few professionals who have reached the maximum level of 100.
But
in the Heavenly Vine Secret Realm, which has entry restrictions, level 15 is a level where one can roam freely. After all, only professionals whose awakening time is less than 1 year can use the Secret Realm token to enter the Heavenly Vine Secret Realm.
Those who enter after the time limit will be forcibly eliminated. How many people can reach level 15 within a year?
Even a pampered young lady like Hao Meng Meng might not be able to do it, because it takes a lot of hardship to reach that level. These 5 people are all level 15, and every day after awakening their professions is under extremely high pressure. And their professions are all quite good. The next moment, the 5 people left the tree and headed towards the 5 people from Linbei who were gradually moving away.
They are very fast. It is also known as Superboy.
Before long, the distance was reduced to just over 10 meters. The 5 did not act immediately, but planned to disguise themselves first, hoping to eliminate Linbei, their only thorn in their side, without harming Xue and the others.
Richuan Steel Plate shouted loudly.
Handsome guys and beautiful girls, please wait a moment.
Let's team up. This is ultimately a secret realm, and danger may be encountered at any time. Going forward in a team is the safest option.
Linbei stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Richuan Gangban and the others. He sensed something was wrong at first glance. Although he tried his best to hide it, there was still an uncontrollable malice. One of the 5 men has a mustache. This characteristic is enough to make a judgment.
Sakura person? What wicked plan are you hatching? I didn't know that the secret realms were interconnected.
Linbei had no liking for Sakura-ren. Especially these 5 people in front of me, they all look like they're full of bad intentions. Bai Xiaoxiao clung to Linbei's arm, clearly feeling the aggressive gazes of the 5 men, which made her very uncomfortable. Because she had already decided that she was Linbei's woman.
What a disgusting look. Linbei. They definitely have ill intentions. Linbei nodded, indicating that he understood.
Xue, Hao Meng Meng, and Lu Ruyan all lost their will to fight each other at this moment. They also harbored great hostility towards these 5 people, and each of them became wary. The professionals from the Dragon Kingdom and the professionals from the Sakura Kingdom have been clashing frequently for a long time, resulting in the deaths of professionals from time to time. If this continues for a long time, there will be many deaths and injuries, and the conflict will become increasingly serious.
Hitenjaro, feigning innocence, smiled and said, "Everyone, don't be too hostile towards us. Put aside those distant grudges for now. The 5 of us will not harm you." The other 4 also spoke in succession. "We sincerely invite you to form a team. We have no ill intentions whatsoever.
Make friends, team up to explore the secret realm, and split what you get.
How about it?" After saying that, Fei Tian Zhanglang even gave Linbei a flirtatious wink. That's right, it was him who took a liking to Linbei.
Linbei was truly disgusted. His answer was also decisive.
"Roll. Get out of my sight within 3 seconds. Otherwise, they'll all die here." 3 seconds. It was Linbei's last act of mercy. Although this time is definitely not enough, what does it have to do with him?
It's not him who's going to die. As for those insincere pleasantries and back and forth responses, Linbei was too lazy to do them.
Because there's no need for it. Fight if you need to. Kill them if they deserve it. Chapter 51 Death. Death. One sword kill. Moreover, Linbei was absolutely certain that these 5 people had no good intentions.
While they claimed to have no ill intentions, the reality could very well be quite different.
No. There was definitely malicious intent. Giving someone 3 seconds to escape isn't a real commitment, it's just a formality.
If it causes any trouble, it can be explained away when it comes to investigation.
After all, they were given time to escape. As for whether there is enough time, don't worry about it. Anyway, it's been given.
Even if someone manages to escape, they will be caught and killed. At this moment, Hikawa Kosaka and Hitenjaro were all stunned. They had considered the possibility of rejection, and the probability was not low, but they never expected it to be like this. Not only were they rejected,
but they were also given a death sentence. Get away from here in 3 seconds? Who could do that? It's obvious we're destined to die here. Huh? Did I hear that right? He said he was going to kill us? It's true, and their attitude was terrible. There was no room for negotiation. What? After realizing what had happened, all 5 of them were extremely angry. They couldn't understand where Lin Bei got the courage to say such a thing. Keep in mind, they are all level 15 professionals. When they team up, they can easily clear the Tongtian Vine secret realm, but now they are facing this kind of threat. You idiot, you're dead, you're dead. The more arrogant you are when you talk big, the worse you'll be later. You're such a fool who doesn't even understand the situation. What you say is laughable. Smimasai, I couldn't help but laugh. Are you the busiest one in the circus? With things having come to this point, Hiko Wakoban and the others exchanged glances and decided not to go through with the pretense. That's right, they didn't want to hurt Xinxingxue, Hao Mengmeng, and the others, since skin injuries would affect their experience. If the injury is to the face, the situation will be even worse. Unfortunately, Lin Bei's words displeased the 5 members of the Rikawa Steel Plate Group, so they decided not to care about it anymore. So what if I'm injured? Consider it a battle-damaged version. Lin Bei immediately started the countdown. 3, 2. Rikawa Steel Plate and the others didn't take it seriously at all, letting Lin Bei count down from 3, finding this behavior ridiculous. It looks just like a cat baring its teeth at a group of tigers. Are all the people from the Dragon Kingdom so arrogant and conceited? Or are the people from our Cherry Blossom Kingdom more humble? Keep counting, and let's see if we or you die after the countdown ends. 5 empty shells of a fool, you are only fit to be playthings, not worthy of bearing my offspring, otherwise it would definitely affect your intelligence. Although I want to save my strength for missions, I don't mind taking care of you guys first. At this moment, the 5 members of the Hikawa Steel Plate team were still unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Because they were absolutely confident that Lin Bei and Xinxingxue were weak and couldn't even beat any one of them. Their confidence stems from their level 15 rank and at least an A-rank profession. 1. The countdown has ended. Lin Bei smiled. You were given the opportunity, but you didn't cherish it. Then whatever happens next, you can't blame me. He stepped back a few paces and left a message for Xinxingxue and the other 3. You've come here. Feel free to improvise. Just leave one alive. Lin Bei didn't want to deal with these scumbags himself, because he would get his hands dirty. They spared their lives to ask them some questions. Even before the others started mocking Lin Bei, Xinxingxue and the others had already reached their breaking point. Their doubts and other emotions vanished, leaving only boundless killing intent. Dare to insult Lin Bei? They deserve to die. He deserves to die. All 5 of them are going to die here. Seeing Lin Bei retreat behind Xinxingxue and the other 3, Fei Tian's Hanglang immediately looked down on Lin Bei even more. Oh. He really is a good-for-nothing. Even in a life-or-death crisis, he still thinks about relying on a woman for protection. I really don't know what he's pretending for. As for escaping? They didn't take it seriously at all, didn't think it necessary to do so, and took it all as Lin Bei bluffing. This was exactly what Xinxingxue and the other 3 wanted. It's best not to run at all, so as not to cause too much trouble. If these 5 people escape, the situation will become more complicated, and we'll have to split up to hunt them down. The first person to make a move was Lu Ruyan. She took out a sword from her spatial items and randomly selected one of the 5 enemies. It's been a long time since I've fought. I really miss it. I'm also very curious to know just how strong I am right now. After muttering a few words to herself, Lu Ruyan slashed her sword forcefully at the man. Clang! A massive crescent-shaped sword aura appeared and hurtled forward at an incredible speed. In a mere instant, she traversed a vast distance and precisely struck her chosen target. The whole process was too brief. By the time the person from the Sakura Kingdom reacted, the slash had already reached his face. The next moment, the slash pierced through his body and continued to strike into the distance. The Japanese man stood motionless, his face showing no sign of pain, and no blood flowed from the spot where he had been struck by the sword energy. It was as if nothing had happened. The remaining 4 people came to their senses at this point, and were all somewhat confused about what was going on. An attack was launched, but nothing happened? They instinctively looked at the person who had been slashed by Lu Ruyan. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by.
Half of the man's body was blown to the ground by the wind, while the other half remained standing. He died the moment he was slashed through. It was only because the slash was too fast that the severed body didn't have time to separate, and it only became like this after being hit by the force of the wind. Chapter 52. That woman is suspicious. Those women are suspicious.
At this moment, the 4 members of Feitian Zhanglang were unusually quiet.
They all stood there, stunned. I was deeply shocked. After spending a year together, their partners, whose strength was comparable to theirs, died so simply. He was killed in one strike? Really? Sanai Koan was instantly defeated? How can this woman from the Dragon Kingdom be so strong? Sanai Koan is level 15, and her profession is in A rank verbal sparring. How could she be instantly killed? To instantly kill a level 15 A rank professional, how powerful must that be? It must far surpass Sanai Koan's ability, right? We've entered the Heavenly Vine secret realm, haven't we? Everyone be careful, that woman is suspicious. The group of people working on the steel plate at Reach 1 no longer dared to underestimate it. Because they knew the other's strength better than anyone else, this was power that had been earned through sheer risking their lives. I use 24 hours as 48 hours every day, and my sleep time in more than 300 days does not exceed 1,000 hours. He can only maintain his condition by forcibly prolonging his life through other means. But it was too late. Just as they changed their minds, Xinxingxue launched her attack. Snowflakes fell, and the cold air filled the air. In an instant, the feet of the 4 people were frozen to the ground. The cold air penetrated inwards, and a large number of cells in their bodies began to freeze and die. Before long, the frozen parts would completely die. From this moment on, their lives officially begin their countdown. The 4 members of the group, including Hiten Jaro, instinctively tried to struggle, but were shocked to find that their struggles were futile. They wanted to fight back. However, his hands were controlled by the ice and he could not lift them, so he could not use any attack methods. At that moment, they realized something else. No, it's not just the woman with the sword. This woman also has a big problem. Such a powerful chill, it must be at least an S-rank skill, right? That's not quite right. I've faced an S-rank ice-type class before, but that person's strength was far from this level. I seriously doubt we've come to the wrong place. They couldn't help but wonder if this was truly the secret realm of the Heavenly Vine. After all, the Heavenly Vine secret realm has huge limitations. It's impossible for someone to be able to completely overwhelm them. Bai Xiaoxiao and Hao Mengmeng were also busy. Their attacks came one after another. However, in order to leave some survivors, they deliberately controlled their power, not daring to use their full strength, for fear of accidentally killing all the enemies. Thump! Whoosh! Explosions and arrows raged. A second later, 2 more people died. Only Hikawa Kapan and Hiten Joro remain alive. The 2 were terrified. All that existed in my heart was fear and regret. How is this possible? 4 women from the Dragon Kingdom, and they're all strong enough to kill us instantly? Why are they all so strong? We've messed with the wrong people. Only then did they realize they had kicked a steel plate. No! This is more than just steel plates. It's a forbidden wall that kills you the moment you touch it. 3 level 15 professionals, all of whom were quite skilled, couldn't even stand a single round of attacks and were reduced to dust in seconds. The 2 of them survived only because of good luck. They were hit by relatively few attacks, but even so, it took almost half their lives. Fortunately, the ice covering its body was also destroyed in the process. Steel plate, we can't both die here, or the mission above will be a complete failure. We both know the consequences of mission failure. Not only will we be killed, but our family and friends will also be doomed. One of us has to leave here to carry out the mission given to us. Even if we can't complete the mission, we have to get the information out. I understand, I have no choice but to run. The situation is already very clear, the gap in strength between the 2 sides is too great. If the enemy becomes so powerful that they have no chance of resistance, even if both of them unleash their full power and fight to the death, their final fate will still be death. The only option right now is to run. Get away from here. As for those other ideas, Hikowa Kosho and Hisaten Jaro didn't dare to have them at all. The 2 instinctively looked at each other, seeing the same thought in each other's eyes. Run! With a shout, Hikowa's steel plate turned and ran away into the distance, completely forgetting about the mission. None of these things are as important as saving your life. Feitian Zhanglang was clever and chose to run in another direction. Although there were 5 people on Lin Bei's side, it was still the best option to escape separately. Lin Bei, on the other hand, looked at them with amusement, as if he were watching two dying rats desperately searching for a way to survive.
Oh? Trying to run away now? Aren't people with cherry blossoms usually pretty fast? Why are you all so slow? Lin Bei showed no mercy whatsoever. He didn't intend to let any of these 5 people go, but he didn't plan to kill them all right now because there was another important matter. It has been confirmed that the 5-person team from Japan entered this secret realm to carry out a certain mission. To carry out a mission, 5 level 15 professionals were specially trained. Just thinking about it makes you realize how important this mission is. Admittedly, for Lin Bei, training a level 15 professional is not a difficult task. He can do it with just a few days of training. But for others, it may be quite the opposite. This is actually an extremely difficult task. It's impossible to accomplish without putting in a tremendous amount of effort and dedication. Lin Bei was aware of this fact, which is why he deliberately reminded him. Go after them. The same requirement remains, 1 person must be left alive. It doesn't matter which one you keep. Lin Bei wanted to find out the truth. He was very curious. I also wanted to see if I could get an unexpected surprise. Xinxing Xue and the other 3 instantly understood Lin Bei's meaning. They had no objections and would do whatever Lin Bei asked. The 4 immediately sprang into action, splitting into 2 teams to pursue Hikawa Koban and Hisatanjoro. Chapter 53: The Most Terrifying Person. I told you to get lost, not to run away. Hao Mengmeng and Lu Ruyan were responsible for chasing Fei Tian's Hanglang. Whoosh! Dozens of arrows were shot out in succession. It has an extremely high rate of fire. A second later, more than a dozen arrows pierced through the legs of Hitanjaro, while the remaining arrows struck other parts of his body. He collapsed to the ground, unable to escape, his life force fading away. The next moment, Lu Ruyan descended from the sky with a sword in her hand and slashed Fei Tianzhanlang across the neck, ending Fei Tianzhanlang's life. Your name sounds like it's going to be hard to kill. So we have to kill them all. Meanwhile, Xinxing Xue and Bai Xiaoxiao also succeeded. They remembered Lin Bei's request and only severely maimed Richuan's steel plate, without killing him outright. Xinxing Xue looked at the fallen steel plate at her feet, her beautiful face full of disdain. Cut. So weak it's unbearable to look at. I really don't know where you weaklings get the courage to plot against us. Did eating radioactive seafood damage your brain? Bai Xiaoxiao remained silent. The steel plate was simply filled with explosives, which could be detonated at any time and blown to smithereens. At this moment, Lin Bei walked over. Xinxing Xue ran to Lin Bei's side. I didn't kill him. He was spared his life as you requested. How did you do it? Lin Bei patted Xinxing Xue's head. He was never stingy with praise. You did a very good job. Hearing this, Xinxing Xue was very happy. Bai Xiaoxiao watched longingly from the side. Seeing this, Lin Bei patted Bai Xiaoxiao's head. Hao Mengmeng and Lu Ruyan returned from not far away and looked at Lin Bei at the same time, their 4 big eyes filled with longing. Lin Bei smiled helplessly. I touched them one by one. The 4 were then satisfied. Hikawa's steel plate was stunned on the spot. Although he knew beforehand that Lin Bei was surrounded by Xinxing Xue and her 3 companions, his mindset was completely different when he saw this scene again after experiencing this battle. Previously, Rikawa's steel plate was only attracted by the good looks of Xinxing Xue and the others, and did not take their strength seriously at all. But now he understands. Faced with that incredible power, the 4 people's outstanding good looks were merely icing on the cake. Similarly, Nikawa's steel plate also figured out something else. Xinxing Xue and her 3 companions are indeed terrifying. But there is someone even more terrifying. He's probably the truly terrifying one. Those 4 strange women from the Dragon Kingdom all revolved around him. Not only would they act according to his requests, but they would also act cute and charming towards him afterward. I can't imagine just how powerful they must be to make those 4 do this. At this moment, all that Rikawa's steel plate felt for Lin Bei was fear. He also knew that he was alive because Lin Bei wouldn't let him be killed. Hikawa's steel plate made a decision. Try to please Lin Bei. Doing this gives you a chance to survive. Then, he actually gave Lin Bei a grateful look, clearly thanking Lin Bei for sparing his life at the critical moment. Thank you. You are so generous. What a benevolent being. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's lips twitched a few times. Is the person who doubts Nikawa's steel plate a little bit crazy? Anyone with a brain knows that when he told Xinxing Xue and the others to stop,
it wasn't to save him, given how things had already turned out.
Do you think he's some kind of saint? He stopped me because he wanted to ask me some questions.
Just now, Hikawa Kosaka and Hisa Tenjiro said something about the mission failing and the situation being very bad. Therefore, it can be confirmed with absolute certainty that the purpose of these 5 people entering the Heavenly Vine secret realm is probably different from that of others who are only looking for opportunities. Rather, it is to complete some unknown mission.
Unfortunately, all 5 of them were level 15, which was almost the limit of the Tongtian Vine secret realm.
With this kind of lineup, entering the Heavenly Vine secret realm, their ambitions must be significant, and the matter must be far from simple.
Now that we've encountered this opportunity and hold a significant advantage, we absolutely cannot let it slip away. Is it convenient? I have something I want to ask you.
Hikawa Steelplate immediately nodded in reply.
Convenient. Very convenient. He has now been completely terrified by Xue and the others. 4 people.
Any one of them could easily beat him to a pulp, and killing him would be a piece of cake. He was like a tiny bug, easily crushed underfoot. Therefore, Hikawa Steelplate made its decision.
He'll answer whatever Lin Bei asks him later. What if I actually get a chance to live because of my good performance?
Just then, Lin Bei waved to Richuan Steelplate.
Get over here.
A smile appeared on Hikawa Steelplate's face, and he immediately took a step towards Lin Bei. But before he could take that step, an arrow grazed his face, leaving a bloody gash. Hao Meng Meng spoke in a very cold tone.
I told you to get over there, not to run over there.
Hikawa Steelplate immediately stopped. If the arrow had been slightly off course, it would have hit his heart.
Hi. Clear.
Driven by his instinct to live and fear death, Richuan Gangban immediately lay down on the ground and rolled to Lin Bei's side like a ball.
He did not stand up.
Because Lin Bei didn't tell him to stand up.
She is very sensible. I'm here now. Please tell me what you need or what questions you have. I said.
I'll tell you everything.
I only beg you to give me a way to live. Chapter 54 The Reason Revealed. A goddess from 100 years ago?
Lin Bei was somewhat surprised. He had thought that getting Richuan Steelplate to cooperate would probably require some effort, such as dislocating an arm or a leg, but he never expected that Richuan Steelplate would take the initiative to make such a request.
Okay. Save your energy.
They have no backbone at all, which fits Lin Bei's stereotype of cherry blossoms.
How about a way out? Unimportant. He never intended to keep his promise to the professionals in Japan. Tell me, what is your purpose? Why should we enter the Heavenly Vine secret realm?
Hikawa Steelplate had already guessed that Lin Bei would ask this question.
If you think about it carefully, you'll come to this conclusion. The leaked information and the special nature of the team both indicate that the matter is extraordinary. He didn't intend to hide it. It's just a stupid mission, it's not as valuable as my own life. As for involving family members, I don't really care about the steel plates anymore. He can't even guarantee his own life or death, so how could he have the energy to care about those other things? Besides, this mission is definitely doomed to fail, so there's no need to keep it a secret any longer. It's better to use it to create an opportunity. For Richuan Steelplate, nothing in this world is more important than their own life and interests. Okay, I'll tell you everything. He wasn't sure if he would survive if he told anyone. But under the current circumstances, this may be the only chance to survive. We must seize this opportunity no matter what, because there is no other choice at this point. Call. After taking a deep breath, Hikawa Steelplate revealed the truth. The real reason we entered this secret realm is to find a person, a woman who was said to have served as a goddess in the land of cherry blossoms hundreds of years ago, named Yamamoto Haruko. According to existing intelligence records, before her disappearance, Yamamoto Haruko clearly stated that she wanted to enter the Tongtian Vine secret realm to do something, and she also took away a large number of precious treasures when she left, including a national treasure artifact. Although she left with so much stuff, it wasn't a malicious defection, and what she said wasn't an excuse, she really was going to do something. Although so many years have passed, she is still alive. Several years ago, she successfully established contact with the Yamamoto family to which she belongs, promising to bring many treasures to the Yamamoto family, on the condition that the Yamamoto family sends someone in to take her out. Since then, the Yamamoto family has been working hard on this matter. We were chosen by the Yamamoto family and have been training day and night for the past year. Our mission is to find Yamamoto Haruko and take her and her treasures out of the country. That's all I know. My value is ultimately limited to completing the mission, so I can't know anything more about it.
After speaking, Richuan's steel plate fell silent, his eyes filled with pleading and longing as he looked at Lin Bei. Clearly, he wanted to live. Lin Bei ignored Richuan's steel plate. Things were much more complicated than he had imagined. A woman who disappeared hundreds of years ago, the Yamamoto family of the Sakura Kingdom, many treasures that were taken away, including a national treasure.
That's really interesting. I never expected to accidentally uncover such a huge secret.
Admittedly, the matter was complicated and involved many things, but it successfully piqued Lin Bei's interest.
He only had one question left to ask. Is this woman named Yamamoto Haruko strong? Becoming a goddess in the land of cherry blossoms must be no easy task, right?
Having already said so much, Hikawa's steel plate naturally wouldn't hide anything.
Yes. There are several strict requirements. First, their looks must be top-notch.
Second, the profession must be strong enough, at least S level. Third, their social status cannot be low, they must be from a prominent family. Fourth, one must not have a shameful past, one must remain clean in all aspects.
He told Lin Bei everything he knew.
The matter concerning the goddess is not a secret in the land of cherry blossoms. Anyone in the land of cherry blossoms who pays attention to this matter knows the situation.
Even some people in other countries are aware of it. Goddess. It's absolutely crucial at Sakura Junior High. Many people regard the goddess as a kind of faith. Chapter 55 The Reasonable Lin Bei. The Yamamoto family head's wrath.
After gaining a preliminary understanding of the goddess, Lin Bei developed a considerable interest in her. He wasn't particularly interested in meeting the goddesses of recent years, but this goddess, who lived hundreds of years ago, especially since she possessed so much, was someone he absolutely had to see. However, Lin Bei did not expect to be able to accomplish this time.
I can only stay in the secret realm for 3 days. 3 days, I don't know if that will be enough. He had no idea either.
The Heavenly Vine secret realm is too vast, with countless Heavenly Vine branches scattered throughout, filling various locations with all sorts of things.
Finding someone in such an environment is not an easy task. Moreover, it's impossible to predict what will happen next. Did that goddess say where she is? Where do you plan to look for her? Lin Bei is waiting for an answer.
He was quite certain that Hikawa Steel Plate and others knew the specific scope. The probability of sending someone into the secret realm without knowing this is too low, and the possibility of achieving the goal is infinitely close to zero.
Hikawa Steel Plate once again spoke frankly. Number 10 Heavenly Vine.
Our mission is to find the goddess in the area where the number 10 Heavenly Vine is located.
Upon receiving this answer, Lin Bei couldn't help but frown. He is now planning to go to the 88th Heavenly Vine. According to the numerical order, it is far away from the 10th Heavenly Vine and is very likely in the opposite direction.
If there's anything else you can tell us, take the initiative to say it.
I might spare your life then.
Hikawa Steel Plate was very excited when he heard this, but he had already been drained and had nothing to say.
It's really gone.
At that moment, Lin Bei's expression changed.
You're deliberately hiding it, aren't you? Okay.
I, Lin Bei, am a reasonable person.
Since you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you to. I'll even kindly send you on your way.
After saying that, he immediately killed Hikawa Steel Plate.
Until the moment of his death, Hikawa Kosho's mind did not process anything. He felt he had been truly wronged. Is he unwilling to talk about it? There's really nothing more to say.
Lin Bei stretched vigorously.
This wave of events yielded some decent results.
While there might not have been much materially, we learned important information about the goddess.
A goddess from hundreds of years ago.
He has great talent, a good career, and a good background. He excels in every aspect. If circumstances allow, we can consider recharging them a few times, but we must never cultivate them into enemies.
Lin Bei wouldn't do anything bad just to get a charging reward. He has a bottom line in this regard.
Meanwhile, in the land of cherry blossoms, in the demon capital.
In a large mansion.
5 glass beads placed on an altar suddenly exploded, scattering fragments of a special material all over the ground, followed by a pungent smell of blood. The person responsible for keeping an eye on things here was immediately stunned.
He quickly came to his senses and realized the seriousness of the situation better than anyone else. Something terrible has happened. All 5 soul beads exploded. Mission failed. Them. Completely annihilated.
The man immediately left and ran to the front yard to tell everyone the extremely bad news. At this moment, the entire mansion was unusually silent. Everyone was on tenterhooks, not daring to even breathe, as if the sky above was shrouded in a thick, dark cloud. Yamamoto Itosho sat there, his face so dark it was almost dripping with ink, and boundless anger was rising within him. This operation was of paramount importance to him. It was an opportunity he had been waiting for a long time. He had made countless preparations for it and devoted a great deal of effort to training 5 level 15 professionals. Reaching level 15 from the initial awakening in less than a year is an extremely difficult feat that cannot be accomplished without immense dedication. What's more, there are 5 of them. Who is it? Go and investigate for me. We must get to the bottom of this. Whoever ruined my plans, I will make them pay the price. To accomplish this, Yamamoto Itsuki went all in, betting the future of the Yamamoto family on this one thing. Only through success can the Yamamoto family have a bright enough future. But now, it's all ruined. All that effort has been wasted. Chapter 56 Yamamoto's Second Step. It couldn't have been done by a human. Soon, the people around him left one by one, and the news spread rapidly. Only Yamamoto Ito's younger brother, Yamamoto Nibi, remains here. He poured a cup of tea for Yamamoto Itosho. Brother, calm down. We will find out the truth as soon as possible, and we will never let the guys who did this get away with it. They will suffer a terrible fate. Don't let anger cloud your judgment. The Yamamoto family still needs you, big brother, to keep things in order. And this isn't the only opportunity we'll have. After offering comfort and guidance for a while, Yamamoto finally left. His reason was that he needed to investigate. Finally, with no one around, Yamamoto Itosho's pent-up anger was completely erupted. Thump! He was smashing things wildly. Anything that came into view would be picked up and slammed to the ground. Antique vases, custom-made teacups, cell phones and computers, fragments of objects were scattered all over the floor, yet Yamamoto Itosho's anger did not subside in the slightest. On the contrary, it grew even stronger. Damn it! No matter who you are, no matter how strong you are, no matter how high your status, I will make you pay the most painful price. I'm going to kill you with my own hands. Having lived for so many years, Yamamoto Itosho had never felt such anger. If his anger could materialize, it would be enough to fill a valley. No matter how intense Yamamoto Ito's anger was, he had nowhere to vent it and could only suppress it all in his heart. Calm. We must first report this situation to the current goddess. After all, she was also a participant in this matter. Suppression of his anger, Yamamoto Itosho left the Yamamoto family mansion. At the same time, Yamamoto Nibi, who said he was going to investigate the situation, returned to his private underground chamber. He hired someone to secretly build a secret room that even his wife and children didn't know about. Those who participated in the construction of this secret chamber all went to hell for some reason. After confirming that the locked room was sealed, Yamamoto's expression changed, no longer displaying the seriousness and focus he had shown before. He was laughing hysterically. Laughter echoed throughout the secret room. The soundproofing of the sealed room was excellent. No matter what he did or said, the sound would not escape. Okay. This is fantastic news. This opportunity is mine. I thought he was determined to win and wouldn't give me a chance, but I didn't expect an unexpected situation to occur. If I can succeed, all the credit will belong to me, and it will only be a matter of time before I replace him. It will succeed. Normally, Yamamoto is always in disguise. He pretended to be innocent and harmless, but in reality, he was not like that at all. He harbored a huge, unspeakable ambition. It's just that they usually disguise themselves so well that they haven't been discovered. Therefore, Yamamoto Itosho had no suspicion of Yamamoto Nibi and regarded him as his younger brother whom he could trust completely. Although Yamamoto was very excited, he did not pop the champagne prematurely, because he knew perfectly well that it was far from the right time. He had only been given an opportunity. Second stroke, you need to stay calm. We need to contact them right away. We originally let them in just to see if we could snatch the goddess away, but we never expected this to happen. It's an incredible opportunity that's been delivered right to our doorstep. That's right, he had set up a backup plan in the newly opened Heavenly Vine secret realm, a backup plan he secretly set up without telling anyone else. Even the 5 people at Lion Rickwin Steel Plate Company were unaware of this. It's also a team that has been carefully cultivated. The next moment, Yamamoto immediately began to take action on this matter. He took out a seashell from the spatial storage item. He soaked the conch in a basin of special purple liquid. The originally calm water surface instantly became chaotic, and a small whirlpool appeared in the basin a few seconds later. A minute later, the basin returned to calm, and the water surface transformed into a unique screen.
Then, a voice rang out. "Dad, what's wrong? I'm here tracking down a professional from the Dragon Kingdom. They look like 5 fat sheep."
Yamamoto Nibi no longer cares about this small gain. If he can find the goddess and benefit from her, the reward will be greater than mountains of gold and silver.
"Stop tracking.
Go to the area where the goddess is immediately. The Hikawa steel plate and the others are dead.
Our chance has come.
Go quickly, you must succeed, and while you're at it, investigate the cause of death of Hikawa Koban and the others.
They are people raised by my Yamamoto family. Even if their survival would hinder my actions, those who killed them must pay the price." The people opposite fell silent on the spot.
They were clearly shocked by this.
"Are you sure this isn't a hallucination? Can something like this really happen? I just can't believe it."
"I've had contact with Hikawa Koban and his gang. They're no weaker than us, but they were all killed as soon as they came in."
"How strong must the people who killed them be? Wouldn't we just be throwing our lives away if we went over there? Who said they were killed by someone else? Maybe they accidentally provoked the heavenly vine. That's the most likely possibility." "Dad, don't worry, we'll get right to it," Yamamoto Nibi specifically instructed. "Remember, this is the most important thing." He knew this could very well be his only chance. Once you miss it, there will be no next time.
Therefore, errors are unacceptable. After explaining everything, Yamamoto Nibi composed himself and left the private room. Before long, someone came to ask him about the situation.
He was already used to pretending, so he once again acted as before and would never expose his secret conspiracy.
At this moment, Lin Bei had already taken action again, leading Shenxing Xue and the others forward. His primary target remains the number 88 Heavenly Vine.
Bai Xiaoxiao's matter is important.
Similarly, the secrets learned from Hikawa steel plate are also important. Lin Bei took both of these matters very seriously.
Things related to Japan have only just begun. Killing those 5 Japanese will inevitably draw me into this matter. There will be a lot of trouble. However, this suits me perfectly.
Lin Bei was thinking about this while traveling.
It was clear that this matter was of great importance to the Yamamoto family of Japan, and he had inadvertently ruined the Yamamoto family's plan. Once this matter is exposed, it will definitely invite retaliation from the Yamamoto family.
It has not been exposed yet.
But the truth will eventually come out. There are too many amazing methods in this world.
Tracing back to the source of some events based on fate is not impossible.
Since we've started, we might as well go all the way. If we don't kill them, they'll kill us.
I have a feeling that there are probably more than 5 members of the Yamamoto family who entered the Tongtian Vine secret realm this time. After all, this matter is so important to the Yamamoto family.
The probability of sending only one group of people is very small. Chapter 57, The Treasure Location Revealed. This is getting a bit overwhelming.
Lin Bei was not afraid of this. Because the place he was in was the Dragon Kingdom. Even if Japan were to uncover the truth, they wouldn't dare to do anything too outrageous, at least not openly.
Moreover, the bodies of Hikawa Kosaka and the others were all converted into energy. This is a true case of destroying evidence. The kind where you can't find a single hair.
Therefore, Lin Bei was certain that nothing would happen in the short term. The only possible targets were the other Sakura country professionals currently in the secret realm.
Walk. Go to number 88, the Heavenly Vine.
Shenxing Xue and the other 3 accompanied Lin Beiqian.
They kept their promise. One at a time. They'll replace you when the time is up. The main point is to ensure that everyone receives the benefits equally. Lin Bei could only sigh helplessly. He was very fortunate that there were only 4 people around him.
If there were a few more like that, his situation would be even more dire.
I have to be more careful when choosing charging targets in the future, otherwise I might accidentally overdo it. 4 is already a bit much.
Meanwhile, Yamamoto Jiro's son, Yamamoto Kento, and his teammates had already launched their operation at top speed. Their target is the location of the number 10 Heavenly Vine.
Hurry up, find that goddess quickly. It is said that the goddess has many good things in her possession.
That's for sure. The goddess has lived here for hundreds of years.
If she hadn't had some kind of extraordinary encounter, she definitely wouldn't have been able to live this long. I heard my dad say that as long as we bring the goddess back to our family, our Yamamoto family will become the strongest family in the Sakura country. Regardless of how Hikawa and the others died, that matter is completely unimportant compared to the goddess. Even if they have a clear goal, it still takes them a long time to get to their destination. Unbeknownst to these five, the direction they were heading was exactly the same direction Lin Bei and the others had come from, and it was only a matter of time before they met. After walking for a long time, Lin Bei suddenly stopped. He saw a huge light shield, about a kilometer away, which looked like a protective shield. The light shield emitted a soft golden light and was over 1,000 meters high, so it could be clearly seen from this distance, although the coverage area did not appear to be very large. That is, Lin Bei had seen this light shield in a post when he was researching information before. It is said to have existed for a long time. But he only glanced at it and didn't pay much attention to the light shield. At this moment, Hao Mengmeng was the one clinging to Lin Bei's arm and enjoying herself. This wasn't her first time entering the Tongtian Vine secret realm, so she knew more about it than Lin Bei did. She immediately leaned closer to Lin Bei and explained. This is an open treasure trove that has existed for many years, but no one has ever been able to enter it and take away the treasure inside. Actually, this light shield is a defensive layer with extremely strong defensive capabilities. The reason why people can't get in is because they can't break through this defense. This treasure location is in an open state. The treasure inside is a deck of cards, but we don't know the specifics. It looks like a common deck of playing cards. However, everyone knows that this deck of cards is definitely not ordinary, but unfortunately no one can take it out. Lin Bei listened attentively and learned about the situation regarding the light shield. He became interested. The treasure placed in such a place is actually a deck of cards? That's interesting. It's definitely not an ordinary poker board. That's something you absolutely can't miss. Moreover, since we've happened to be near the treasure location, there's no reason to pretend we didn't see it. You'll definitely regret it if you don't go. At this moment, Lu Ruyan, who also had some knowledge of the matter, added a comment. I know a little about this treasure location. According to my uncle, the situation is somewhat different from what Hao Mengmeng said. My uncle said that this treasure trove is not actually for professionals to use, but is deliberately shown to professionals. Because the professionals who can enter the secret realm are 100% incapable of breaking through this protective barrier, while those who can break through the protective barrier cannot enter. Officials once concluded that breaking through this protective barrier in the distance would require at least a level 20 professional to exert their full strength. So it's for professionals. As for the reason, no one knows. After listening, Lin Bei looked thoughtful, and his brows furrowed. It's clearly telling people there's something good inside, yet they've set up this protective shield. None of those who can enter the secret realm have the power to break through its defenses. You can only look, not touch, and certainly not have. Well, how should I put it? That's strange. It feels a bit like showing off, but more like fishing. It's getting more and more interesting. Now, Lin Bei was even more determined to go and take a look. He became increasingly certain that the Heavenly Vine secret realm was not as simple as it seemed. There's a problem. And it's a big problem. Walk. Let's take a look. Lin Bei led Xinxue and the other three towards the protective barrier. Regardless of whether we can obtain the treasures inside, we should still go and take a look. Boom. Boom. Even though there were still more than 500 meters to go, Lin Bei could already hear a huge, continuous noise. It's clear that someone is attacking the shield, and judging from the frequency of the attacks, there are probably quite a few people there. Are they all here to break through the protective barrier and obtain the treasures inside? That makes sense, since professionals from all over the world have the opportunity to enter this secret realm. After suffering such a severe attack, this light shield did not weaken at all. It is indeed impossible to destroy this light shield. Boom! The attack is ongoing. The protective shield remained incredibly sturdy. Lin Bei continued walking forward. Before long, they crossed the last few hundred meters and officially arrived at the treasure location. Just as he predicted, there are quite a few professionals here. There were at least several dozen people, including some who came from Nanjiang City. It's them. Lin Bei had some impression of these 5 people. He had seen them before when he was observing them. That's all. I don't know much more. But unlike Lin Bei, who only had a superficial impression of them, these 5 people had a very deep impression of Lin Bei.
A man walking in surrounded by 4 campus beauties is a sight that no one could forget in a short time, because the impact of that scene is simply too strong. 4 stunningly beautiful and talented women, yet their lives revolve around an E-class power bank.
This is outrageous. But the more outrageous it is, the more interesting it is.
Just then, one of them noticed something was wrong, and his gaze fell on Lu Ruyan, who was standing next to Lin Bei.
Etc. That's Lu Ruyan, isn't it? Why did she stand up? Chapter 58 shocks the Nanjiang squad.
They've been targeted by the hunters. This person clearly remembered that before entering the Heavenly Vine's secret realm, Lu Ruyan was still sitting in a wheelchair being pushed by Lin Bei. The thin blanket covering him sagged downwards, eliminating the possibility of deliberately faking a broken leg. Therefore, it can be determined with absolute certainty.
At that time, Lu Ruyan had no legs and couldn't even get a prosthetic leg installed, let alone walk normally.
But he witnessed this scene.
Really? Am I seeing things? Her legs have grown back? How is this possible?
He was stunned, completely terrified, and utterly unable to accept what was happening before his eyes, because he knew Lu Ruyan's situation.
Lost legs can actually be restored? And this was after both legs were completely destroyed?
If only the legs are mysteriously severed, there is a chance they can be stitched back together under certain conditions, and with long-term careful care, they may recover completely. Even his legs were blown to pieces, even a god couldn't save him. At this point, the other 4 people discovered this terrible truth one after another. In Nanjiang City, apart from a very few people, everyone else knows what Lu Ruyan went through, and even that she almost died several times.
But now Lu Ruyan has actually stood up? Even the legs that were clearly lost have grown back.
At this moment, all 5 of them were looking at Lu Ruyan's perfect legs, and no matter how they looked at them, they couldn't see the slightest thing that was out of place.
It was as if those legs had always belonged to Lu Ruyan. That's Lu Ruyan, isn't it? What I saw wasn't an illusion, was it? Her legs really have grown back, right? It's true, it's true. She has really recovered. She has legs again, and they're definitely not prosthetics. So, things that countless people call fantasy can actually be done? This is something no human could do. She must have had some kind of extraordinary encounter in this secret realm. I think so too. This is Lu Ruyan's second time entering the secret realm.
Maybe she found this fortuitous encounter last time, but just didn't have time to seize it.
This is too incredible. Nobody could believe it.
Even if I eventually force myself to accept it, I still believe it was due to a serendipitous encounter. Besides these 5 people, there was another person in the crowd who was also looking at Lu Ruyan. He is a member of the Hunters Guild. He participated in the operation to hunt down Lu Ruyan. Therefore, he was more familiar with Lu Ruyan than anyone else present, and the impact he received was also more intense. He deserves some credit for Lu Ruyan losing her legs.
He put in a lot of effort.
No wonder the higher-ups in the association all say that the Heavenly Vine secret realm is the most mysterious secret realm. It can even regenerate severed limbs.
This is great news.
We can torture Lu Ruyan again and force her to tell us where this adventure is.
An unexpected surprise.
And the 3 women who came with Lu Ruyan are all the organization's top targets for killing.
We don't need to pay attention to that gigolo.
We need to notify the others to come over immediately. For him, this was a great achievement. It's truly a good thing that came to us on its own initiative.
The others didn't react much.
Because they didn't know who Lin Bei and Xue were, nor did they know what Lu Ruyan had gone through, nor had they ever seen what Lu Ruyan looked like when she had no legs. Lin Bei stopped about 100 meters away from the light shield. He decided to observe for a while to see what the situation was before considering whether to try to break through the defense. In fact, Lin Bei didn't have much confidence either.
Let's observe from here first.
After all, this light shield has existed for so long, breaking it is by no means an easy task.
He's just a power bank, relatively weak in combat.
The arrival of Lin Bei and his group only affected the 6 people. The others would at most glance at Lin Bei and his group before being amazed by Xue and her group of 4.
After their initial amazement, they will continue to try and destroy the light shield. Boom! Waves of attacks rain down.
Chaotic elemental attacks rain down, with swords, spears, and clubs relentlessly slamming into the light shield.
This piece of junk is worth more than my life. It can't even be opened a crack. Is it really possible for anyone to get that deck of cards out of there? I doubt anyone could do that in their lifetime. Fine, I've worn the knife down to the point of dulling. You guys can keep wasting my time here, I'm giving up.
After a while, some people left in frustration, but others arrived, and the total number of professionals here gradually increased. After observing for a while, Lin Bei had a general idea of what was going on.
That statement is correct.
Those professionals who can enter the secret realm do not possess the power to break through the light barrier, while those who possess such power are unable to enter the secret realm.
A dead end. However, he still intends to give it a try. Since we're already here, there's no reason to leave without doing anything. Walk. Let's take a look.
At this critical juncture, Xin Xue and the other three stopped vying for Lin Bei's attention.
They were well aware that it wasn't the right time and knew what Lin Bei wanted to do. Everyone around you could become an enemy. Xin Xue's expression was very serious. She was hostile to everyone. No matter what happens later, I will protect Lin Bei.
Hao Meng and others had similar thoughts.
We swear to protect Lin Bei to the death.
Meanwhile, the team that had also entered the secret realm from Nanjiang City was still focused on Lin Bei and his group of 5.
They're here. Everyone be careful. It's best not to provoke them.
They give me a very dangerous feeling.
I agree. I'm not afraid of anyone else here, but those 5 are the only ones who frighten me.
Go to the edge first, and then decide based on the situation. Their ideas were quite aligned. Having made up his mind, he walked toward the edge, no longer daring to linger in the center. A short while later, Lin Bei led Xin Xue and the other 3 to a few meters away from the light barrier.
He looked inside the light shield.
The area covered by the light shield was indeed not large, and there were not many things inside. A bubble the size of a basketball contains a deck of cards, but the cards are not visible from this distance. Apart from that, there were only some flowers, trees, and rocks. You couldn't even see a bird or an insect. Naturally, Lin Bei's gaze was drawn to the bubble containing the playing cards.
I can't see it very clearly. But it shouldn't be bad. It would be best to get it if we could.
I can use it myself, or I can distribute it to them. He was determined to get this deck of cards. The next moment, Lin Bei looked at Xin Xue.
Let's try attacking once. Give it your all. There's no need to hold back.
He wanted to further understand the strength of the light shield so he could decide what to do next.
Xin Xue certainly wouldn't refuse. She was eager to do something for Lin Bei. Simply spending money to support Lin Bei is far from enough to match the value he possesses. Good. Chapter 59 has a hidden requirement. 5 markers.
Xin Xue hadn't considered the possibility of failure.
She had only one thought. Forget everything else, just go for it.
This was simply because it was Lin Bei's request.
Come on. It must be done. Call.
Xin Xue took several deep breaths to adjust her state to the best possible condition. Lin Bei stood not far away, intently watching the light shield, not wanting to miss a single detail. Xin Xue's full force attack far exceeds level 15, and with the addition of 5 times the magic power, it can reach an even higher level.
I wonder if we can break through this light barrier.
Hao Meng and the other 2 did not cause any trouble. But in their hearts, they envied Xin Xue. They all desperately wanted the opportunity to impress Lin Bei.
All 3 of them were confident. It's a pity I wasn't chosen. Oh dear, what a missed opportunity.
No, I still need to work harder to become his first choice. Those around saw Xin Xue gathering her strength, clearly intending to use her full power to attack the shield.
He didn't pay attention. I just consider it a waste of energy. He actually used his full strength. What a waste of effort. She's very pretty, but a little stupid. The reason for this idea is that everyone knows this protective shield cannot be broken. At most, a portion of the force can be used to test the waters and determine whether it can be done. The remaining force must be reserved for other purposes. Wasting all your power in the secret realm was a very foolish decision. Even the Heavenly Vine secret realm, which is known for its relatively low level of danger, is no exception. Especially a stunning beauty like Xin Xue. It will be very dangerous once your strength is exhausted. It's similar to getting completely drunk at a bar. In the end, you'll lose your ability to resist. That face, that body, will cause a lot of trouble. That's why he said Xin Xue was a bit stupid. At the same time, a group of people actually started to have designs on Xin Xue. We're going to attack the shield with all our might. Looks like we're going to get a great deal this time. This face is absolutely gorgeous. I'm lucky to have met such an impulsive and beautiful woman. I hope I'll be the one in the end. Her 3 female companions are also top-notch. They look like 3 pretty faces, but you can get them as long as you tear that man apart. At this moment, Lin Bei was surrounded by many gazes filled with deep malice. He overheard those discussions and knew what might happen next. Lin Bei made a decision instantly. Whoever comes will die, even if they kneel down and beg for mercy, they will not be spared. If you dare to harbor evil thoughts, don't blame me for being ruthless. Hao Meng, Bai Xiao, and Lu Ruyan all looked very unpleasant, with murderous intent and anger churning in their eyes. Normally, the 4 of them would fight each other and scheme against each other to win over Lin Bei, but that didn't mean they had a bad relationship, and they certainly wouldn't want anything to happen to each other. Their principle is to unite against external threats. Making trouble for oneself is one thing, but having outsiders cause trouble is another. A bunch of bastards, don't even think about it. Even if Xinxing Xue becomes weak later, she's not someone you can lay a finger on. Our relationship is our business, but you can forget about touching Xinxing Xue, not even a single hair. When facing a malicious enemy, we are her shield and spear. Xinxing Xue didn't pay attention to these trivial matters. Before long, she had fully gathered her strength. After taking another deep breath, Xinxing Xue unleashed her full power in this attack. Call! An endless blizzard swept in, condensing into a giant ice cone in the air, over 100 meters long, which was hurtling toward the light shield at a speed beyond the limits of the naked eye. Everyone's attention was drawn to the icicles in the sky. The horror of this attack far exceeded their expectations. It deeply shocked them. Holy crap, that's strong? That's outrageous. Unbelievable. She actually used an attack of this level. Just how high must her level be? To reach this level, one would need to be at least level 18, but only those who have awakened within the past year can enter the Heavenly Vine secret realm. Reaching this level is impossible. I really underestimated her, but my thinking hasn't changed. She still definitely can't break through the protective shield. Their scalps were tingling. A full-force attack of that magnitude is not something they can easily fake. Anyone who touches this will die. 1 second later, the ice spike pierced the light shield. Click. Unexpectedly, the ice spike blasted a huge hole in the light shield, but it did not completely destroy the light shield. Instead, the ice spike disintegrated into a large number of ice shards that fell below. This attack severely damaged the light shield. But that's not enough. But it was enough to terrorize everyone present. Did it work? It looks like a hole has been punched in the protective shield. What terrifying power! What a horrible woman! There really is a hole. I never expected she could do something like that. It really shocks me. No, the protective shield hasn't been completely destroyed. Look, what's that? The protective light shield has undergone a new change, attracting everyone's attention. Lin Bei had been carefully observing the light shield. Therefore, he noticed the anomaly in the light shield immediately. After the attack, 5 identical markings appeared on the light shield. One of the markings, located where the icicle pierced the ice, was a different color from the other 4. The 4 marks are black, while this mark is red. I see. Do we need to destroy all 5 markers to break this light shield? The person who created this light shield had a backup plan. Lin Bei was genuinely surprised. The professionals who entered the secret realm were not supposed to break through the light barrier, yet they still left behind such a troublesome backup plan. There was no hope of breaking even 1, let alone 5, but at the same time he realized something else. This deck of cards seems to be really good. Otherwise, there would be no need to go to this extent. They really are fishing on purpose. Place a particularly valuable treasure inside an unbreakable defensive barrier. Those who are attracted to it can only watch from outside the barrier. Obtaining it is simply impossible for them. Although the attack failed, Lin Bei was not discouraged at all. On the contrary, he felt genuinely excited. The greater the difficulty, the more excited he became, because that meant the treasure would be even better. The others also figured out what was going on. At this moment, their expressions were complex and varied. This dilapidated treasure trove is a real trap. After destroying 1 point, you have to destroy 4 other points as well. There's no way to do that. It's infuriating. The people who can enter the secret realm are already limited in strength, and yet they still manage to pull this stunt. Oh dear, all your efforts have been in vain. You're in for trouble now. Without a doubt, this is very important intelligence.
Some people have already found ways to pass this intelligence to the outside world. Among the crowd, there were also those who gloated. They looked at the silent Xue, already planning to do something unpleasant to her. Chapter 60, each displays their unique abilities. They're all monsters. These people were sizing up Xue, but didn't do anything immediately. Instead, they were thinking about what would be the most appropriate course of action. But their malice was not concealed. No one wants to be the first to act, because the first to act often fails and is interrupted or interfered with by other people with similar ideas. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman profits. Everyone wants to be a fisherman. She's probably exhausted, and now she's not much different from an ordinary person, or even as good as some fitness enthusiasts. This is her weakest period, and also the best time to strike. I really don't want to miss this opportunity. She's very good looking, has a strong professional background, and is top-notch in every other aspect. She's simply the best of the best. Rich young men would definitely be happy to keep such a canary. With a little training, she would be very useful. Her profession is at least S-level, so she'll definitely be popular on the black market. Sending her a bag there will make it a hot commodity. It's said that in some places there are methods that can transfer professions, and S-rank professions are offered at exorbitant prices in those places. They're itching to make a move. A crisis has quietly emerged, approaching Xue from all directions, and could erupt at any moment. These people's blatant malice couldn't escape Lin Bei's notice. He didn't have time to deal with them right now, but he didn't intend to shirk his responsibilities. He turned to Hao Mengmeng and the other two and said, "Remember what the people who said these things look like. We'll settle accounts with them slowly after we finish what we're doing now. Don't let them escape." It's not that Lin Bei is petty. He just didn't want to be wronged. I will not accept it. You can't even tolerate people you have close relationships with. Since we have the power to mass produce strong individuals, why should we have to endure humiliation? Are you crazy? This kind of grievance, this kind of insult, let whoever wants to suffer it, he certainly won't. Hao Mengmeng and the others had wanted to do this for a long time. They remembered those disgusting faces. Don't worry, I'll remember every single face. I have a very good memory and I won't forget anyone. These things cannot be ignored. Originally, they were worried that Lin Bei wouldn't care about these things and were considering how to make those people pay the price. Now that Lin Bei has brought this up himself, it's enough to show that they hold an important place in his heart, although there may be some difference in their level of importance. But they were still very happy. After all, there are ways to close that gap. Xue, let's do it again. Xue didn't ask any further questions and immediately prepared to attack again. She just used half her strength. It can unleash that level of attack again. Coming right now. Lin Bei did this to verify something. If we consider the requirement of level 20 attack to break through as stage 1, and the requirement of achieving it 5 times as stage 2, then will there be a third stage? It's entirely possible. We have to give it a try. After seeing the second phase, he began to consider whether this was possible. Although these two lines of defense are practically unsolvable. But what if? Call. A fierce blizzard swept in. An ice spike, no weaker than the previous one, appeared. Just like the previous one, it continued to attack the light shield. Those around were stunned. This was a situation that no one had anticipated. What? She actually came a second time? The power doesn't seem to have weakened. So that attack just now wasn't her full strength? I can't imagine how strong she really is. She can break through the protective shield with only half her power. How terrifying will she be when she fights at full strength? Where did this monster come from? Look at her now, she looks so weak. It seems she has really exhausted all her strength this time. That's true, her current appearance can't be faked. Their judgment was correct. After unleashing 2 rounds of high-intensity attacks, Xue's strength was severely depleted. The strength accumulated over many days was exhausted, and the advantage gained from Lin Bei was reduced to nothing. At that moment, Lin Bei, who was some distance away from Xue, used the wireless charging skill. The immense power existing within him was transmitted into Xue's body from a distance. Xue's dried-up magic pool was replenished, and her magic power, which had been reduced to 0, was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It won't be long before her strength is restored. In an instant, Xue understood the situation. This is remote charging?
He actually had this trick up his sleeve? Truly unfathomable.
She looked at Lin Bei with eyes full of infatuation, and was once again shocked by him. Lin Bei ignored Shen Xingxue. He was carefully observing the ice spike and saw it pierce the protective shield. This time, the ice spikes failed to break the protective shield. Instead, a very strange situation arose.
The instant the ice spike struck, a black magic circle appeared on the protective shield, easily swallowing the ice spike. The icicle just vanished into thin air. So far, my guess is half right. There is a follow-up move after the 5 attacks. I'm afraid we can't use the same person's attacks.
In other words, to break through this protective shield, it would require 5 professionals, each with strength exceeding their limits, to attack together.
And it's almost impossible to do that.
Lin Bei knew all too well how difficult this was. Hikawa Koban and the others were 5 people whom the Yamamoto family of Sakura Country had painstakingly trained. They had worked hard day and night to level up for a year, but in the end, they only reached level 15. To break through this protective shield, you would need an attack with power comparable to level 20, and you would need 5 of them.
It's absolutely impossible.
At this moment, a smile appeared on Lin Bei's face.
No one else would have any hope of doing this. It's a pity I came. Once I understand the situation, I am confident that I can do it.
His previous goal was to figure out what was going on. Now that the situation is clear, it's time to take action. Many intelligent people in the crowd deduced the truth at that moment. The situation is now completely clear. No one can obtain the treasure. They can only look at it from outside the protective shield. It's already incredible that one monster can do this, let alone 5 of them.
Even if they did, they couldn't have appeared in the same year.
The probability is infinitesimally close to 0, and the hope is so slim that it can be ignored.
Everyone, let's all disperse. That beautiful woman must be very disappointed.
She used all her strength but got this result. It will take her at least a day to recover her strength. She might as well save her strength to do other things. Why she can handle the troubles ahead is unknown, and her teammates don't seem very reliable. Although the truth has been revealed to everyone, no one has left voluntarily. They all stay to watch the excitement and see if they can find any bargains.
As for breaking through the protective barrier and the treasures inside, they gave up. They unanimously agreed that there was absolutely no chance of success. Currently, only Lin Bei holds a different opinion.
He spoke to Hao Mengmeng and the other 2 while wirelessly charging Shen Xingxue.
You're also preparing to make your move. Use power similar to Shen Xingxue's to attack different marks. You can decide which tag to choose. After listening, Lu Ruyan immediately asked. But we can only break 4 at most. What about the 5th one?
In her mind, Lin Bei's abilities were indeed invincible, but only in the area of support. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the strongest and most overpowered support. However, they are very weak in combat. Because the power bank profession doesn't provide any bonus to combat. There are 4 marks left in front of them. The 3 of them can destroy a maximum of 3, and 1 mark will definitely remain intact. It is also clear that the shield will not be breached unless all 5 markers are destroyed.
Lin Bei simply said calmly. I'll handle it. Having received this answer, Lu Ruyan didn't say anything more.
Even though she had never seen Lin Bei use any combat skills, she would believe anything Lin Bei said, even if he said he could destroy 5 marks by himself.
Understood. That's good.
Hao Mengmeng had been waiting for her chance to shine, so the moment Lin Bei finished speaking, she selected one of the markers.
The one in the top left corner is mine. You can choose the others. After saying that, Hao Mengmeng drew back the bowstring and aimed at the mark in the upper left corner.
The power within her body continuously flowed into the longbow in her hand, and an arrow containing the power of multiple elements was formed.
Charging arrow.
Hao Mengmeng didn't shoot immediately, but instead kept charging the arrow, because she didn't want to lose to Lu Ruyan. Since Lu Ruyan destroyed the mark in 1 move, she naturally had to do the same, so she couldn't let go as soon as she formed it. The arrow was accumulating more and more power, and its violent force was already affecting the surrounding area.
Naturally, some people noticed this.
Something's not right, her strength seems extraordinary too. I can't be sure yet, but this arrow will affect many people's entire lives. I misjudged her. I thought she was just a pretty face.
I can roughly guess her profession, but what kind of move is this?
I'm sure no profession has this kind of skill.
An arrow that can continuously compress and incorporate energy, that's a skill I've never heard of before.
She must have experienced some kind of extraordinary adventure. Just as they were wondering, Lu Ruyan and Bai Xiaoxiao assigned targets, leaving the center marker to Lin Bei. The next moment, the two of them also began to prepare their attack. Bai Xiaoxiao's attack was very simple. Select the target point, then unleash a devastating barrage, destroying everything with absolutely ferocious attacks. She walked to the marked location, and the power within her surged forth as if it were free. Thump! Thump! A series of powerful explosions erupted within the marked area, instantly turning the surrounding ground upside down. The flying dust obscured the view, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. All that could be heard was a sound comparable to 10,000 firecrackers. Each explosion struck not only the light shield but also the hearts of everyone else. They were terrified just hearing about it. Ah, so, she's not ordinary either? My god, just watching this makes my legs weak. If she had attacked me, I would be torn to pieces by now. Stop joking, it's not that easy. You'd be more likely to be minced meat. Why does this situation seem to be getting more and more outrageous? Lu Ruyan, holding a sword, walked to another marked location. Her expression was serious, and she was under immense pressure. Among the four, I am the lowest level, several levels lower than them, because I enjoy the shortest charging time. My only advantage is that my profession is a level above theirs. The three of them are all S rank, while I am SS rank. I absolutely cannot lose to them. Call. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, and only one thought remained in her mind. The markers must be destroyed. Sword Spirit. She released 30 sword spirits at once. Sword spirits of various shapes surround her sword, each one able to add a layer of power to it. 30 special symbols appeared on the sword in Lu Ruyan's hand, each symbol corresponding to a sword spirit. 30 sword spirits. That's enough. The power she used was not just sword spirit. I didn't think about preserving much else either. Among the crowd, someone recognized Lu Ruyan's profession. Sword Soul. Her profession is the legendary Sword Soul. SS rank profession. A profession that can wield a sword to an unparalleled level. His body was trembling as he spoke. S-class professions are extremely rare, 1 in 10,000. This is especially true for SS rank professions. Every SS rank class is a treasure. At this moment, some people who had heard of the Sword Soul class realized what was going on. What did you say? This is the Sword Soul class that has 1 sword spirit per level? 30 sword spirits, does that mean her level is 30? Don't be ridiculous, it's impossible for someone to level up 30 times in a year. The highest known record is 15. But the problem is, she really does have 30 sword spirits. Another monster. These 4 women are all bewitching. Everyone present felt their scalp tingle and their backs go cold. For stunning beauties and 4 terrifyingly talented individuals, that's how they ended up together? What kind of luck? Meanwhile, those who were already harboring malice felt an even stronger greed in their hearts, and their evil thoughts surged even more fiercely. Yes, let's do it that way. The more power you expend, the weaker you'll become. It's best to use up all your power. She's very strong, but she acts impulsively. Exhausting her strength in front of so many people is just sending herself to her doom. But I like this kind of silly woman. Without a doubt, all 4 are extremely valuable and will definitely be in high demand. Come on. Others considered another possibility. Judging from the current situation, there is indeed a chance to break this light barrier. I need to think carefully about what I should do then. You know what, this protective shield might actually be destroyed. I think so too. These 4 female demons are all incredibly powerful. Should we try to steal the treasure then? Think it over carefully, this might be your only chance in your life. To grab or not to grab, that is the question. Chapter 61, the final mark. Don't count on him. Everyone knew in their hearts that the treasures in this hidden place must be of an extremely high quality. Otherwise, this protective light shield wouldn't be this complex. Various restrictions and requirements, every condition seems to be deliberately making things difficult for people. But the more this is the case, the more it proves that the deck of cards in the light shield is excellent. We'll definitely try to grab it. What if we're lucky and actually succeed? I admit that these people are far stronger than me, but once the competition starts, things will get very chaotic. It's not enough to be strong to protect that treasure. Don't jump to conclusions yet. Let's wait until they get the protective light shield sorted out. Whether they'll succeed or not is another matter entirely. At this moment, several people were already looking at Lin Bei. Since Xin Xingxue and the other three are also strong, they can basically handle the marker points. So it's only natural that Lin Bei, who came with them, would be responsible for taking care of the last one. They hope Lin Bei can do it. Remove the threshold. Then the competition begins. Everyone wants this opportunity. They all considered themselves lucky. Just then, a professional from Nanjiang City poured cold water on everyone's shock. I said, "You'd better not count on him. He and I are from the same city, so I definitely know more than you do. Actually, his job is an E-class power bank user. Do you really expect a power bank to do this kind of thing?" He didn't look down on Lin Bei, he simply liked to tell the truth. As for malice? He wouldn't dare have it. People from other cities and countries may not know about this team, but he, a local from Nanjiang City, knows it very well. We can't afford to mess with them. We shouldn't mess with them either. Otherwise, the Shin family, the Hao family, and the Lu family will go crazy. This news was like a hammer blow, shattering everyone's hopes, and the way they looked at Lin Bei changed. So he's just a decoration. I thought he was so powerful. A power bank, and it's only an E-grade one at that. What were those four geniuses thinking, bringing someone who's going to be a burden to a place like this? Given their abilities, even if they were to bring a power bank as an auxiliary item, they should at least bring an S-rank one. Don't blame me for being blunt, but an E-grade power bank isn't even qualified to be their dog. A piece of trash can be destroyed at will. Now, no one paid any attention to Lin Bei anymore. Nobody cares about an E-class power bank. Upon hearing these people's slander and insults towards Lin Bei, Xin Xingxue and the others immediately decided to put aside their work and help Lin Bei vent his anger. Regardless of whether Lin Bei could tolerate it, they couldn't tolerate it at all. Especially Xin Xingxue, who had nothing to do. The other sisters had to break through the light barrier in front of them, but she didn't have to do that now. Call. Snowflakes began to fall again, landing on the ground one by one, and the temperature in the area began to drop rapidly. However, those around them did not realize the problem for the time being because their attention was focused on Lu Ruyan and the other two. Lin Bei promptly said to Xin Xingxue, "Xingxue, leave one exit. If anyone chooses to leave immediately after the light shield is broken, then let them live. As for the others, anyone who wants to get involved, trap them all." He knew. Someone will definitely come looking for trouble later. Those who seek death will certainly be killed, but Lin Bei does not intend to kill innocent people indiscriminately. At the very least, he will spare those who voluntarily leave and do not wish to participate. Xin Xingxue suppressed the murderous intent in her heart. She couldn't bear to ruin Lin Bei's plan, so she had no choice but to comply with his request. Good. Don't worry. We will not kill any good person, nor will we let any bad person go free. The heavy snow continued to fall, and the temperature continued to drop. Among the crowd, only the small team, also from Nanjiang City, sensed that something was wrong at that moment. They looked at Xin Xingxue, whose expression was cold, and recalled the various rumors about her, especially the news that she had awakened her profession and obtained the secret realm token a few days ago. I have a feeling that we shouldn't have come here to join in the fun. Xin Xingxue and Bai Xiaoxiao, if I remember correctly, had only been working in their professions for a few days. That's true. My dad works at the Shin family's company. A few days ago, the head of the Shin family even gave red envelopes to everyone in the company because of Xin Xingxue's awakening of an S-level profession. Hiss, now that you mention it, it's really chilling to think about. I think your decision is probably the same as mine. Of course, we know what the right thing to do is. This squad just wants to survive. They dared not even entertain thoughts about the treasures within the protective barrier. Whoever wants it can have it. The reason we're still here is to see if the 5 people, led by Lin Bei, can break through that light barrier. Once the results are in, the team will prepare to leave and will not get involved in what happens afterwards. Hao Mengmeng finished charging the arrow, aimed at the mark that belonged to her, and released the bowstring. Break! Boom! The charged arrow instantly reached the marked location. The sharp arrow pierced directly through the outer shell of the shield. Then, the power contained within this charged arrow erupted in full force, and the terrifying and violent power engulfed the surrounding light barrier. Click! The effect is excellent, the markings are directly crushed. There are 3 on the left. At the same moment, Bai Xiaoxiao, who was bombarding another corner, also successfully destroyed the mark. There are 2 on the left. It's my turn. Lu Ruyan slashed at the mark that belonged to her with her sword. With the addition of 30 sword spirits, her strength reached a higher level.
Clang! Multiple sword energies crisscrossed, slashing wildly at the mark.
Before the sword energy had been fully depleted, the mark that had been struck was already tattered and could no longer maintain its normal appearance. At this point, all 4 markers were destroyed.
Only one left. This happened in just a few seconds.
By the time others realized what was happening, it was already the final step. People looked at the 4 damaged marks, their minds filled with complex thoughts, and they were also shocked.
Even seeing it with my own eyes, I still can't believe it, they actually did it all. If all 4 marks have the same strength, doesn't that mean their strength is far beyond the normal range? Holy crap, are those 4 even human? Only one more mark remains.
Once this mark is dealt with, the light shield will be completely destroyed, and the treasure that has existed for so many years will truly be obtained by someone. As the discussion subsided, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Bei. But then they remembered Lin Bei's profession.
E-class power bank. Break that mark? Impossible.
After all, power banks are generally considered to be purely support roles. It can play a huge role when providing support, but it is useless in combat.
Not to mention actually doing such a thing. Forget about E-grade power banks, even SSS-grade power banks won't do. It's just a little support. Chapter 62, calling this a power bank? Break through the defenses. Someone couldn't help but sigh.
Unfortunately, their 5th teammate is an E-level power bank, so all their efforts have been in vain.
They can't count on a support player anymore. Someone responded quickly.
Yes, support characters aren't good at combat to begin with.
They struggle to kill even ordinary monsters, let alone destroy these kinds of markers.
If their teammates were someone of equal skill, they could definitely destroy that shield.
I'm speechless. Couldn't they have just found something decent? Why did they have to bring in an E-grade power bank that even a dog would reject?
Most people believe that Xinqing Xue and the others' efforts were in vain. At least it's certain that Lin Bei can't be relied upon. Unless there is another person with sufficient ability to help.
The Nanjiang City team didn't say anything similar, they felt things wouldn't end in failure. Xinqing Xue and the others must have prepared a backup plan.
After all, they come from big families and wouldn't do something so thoughtless.
I think so too.
The other person might be on their way, but they're too far away and it will take some time.
Yes, they're not stupid. How could they not know the consequences of doing this? No one would want to harm themselves.
However, this was just their idea, and they didn't intend to tell anyone else present. Lin Bei was looking at the last marker, which was located in the middle.
The last one. Once this mark is removed, the deck of cards inside will belong to me. He was ready to make a move. At this moment, Lu Ruyan and the others returned.
Stay here and keep watch, don't let anyone else disturb me, and don't get too close to me.
I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt you. Lin Bei knew what was going on.
To break this mark, he can only use the power of the C-rank class, the Heavenly Punisher. His other powers are not strong enough.
This light shield is really powerful. You can only use your trump card. The Punisher is the best choice.
It's a trump card, but not all of them. Xinqing Xue and the other 3 did not know what would happen, but they still obeyed and moved a distance away from Lin Bei, while keeping a close watch on the people around them.
Call. Lin Bei took a deep breath.
The next moment, abundant energy gathered beneath his feet, lifting his body into the air until it was parallel to the marked position. Their gazes followed Lin Bei's movements, and several of them had already noticed something amiss.
Wait, is he flying? I don't recall that the power bank profession doesn't seem to have this ability, right? How did he do that? Most professionals can't fly, and he didn't even use any props or equipment. It's a bit outrageous, I don't understand it.
They've seen plenty of power banks that run on the ground, but this is the first time they've ever seen one that flies in the sky.
And what's flying in the sky right now is an E-class power bank.
Lin Bei didn't care what the people below were thinking, his eyes were only on the marker ahead. To be more precise, it only refers to the deck of cards inside the light shield. I've used Heavenly Wrath once before, but I haven't used Divine Punishment at full power yet.
This is a perfect opportunity. The power of Divine Wrath is immense. I wonder what Divine Punishment will be like. He only knew that he would definitely not be weak.
Without wasting any time, Lin Bei immediately used this move.
Divine Punishment. Boom!
The sky trembled as thick, dark clouds rolled in, gathering all above Lin Bei's head.
A sense of oppression swept over. Everyone instinctively looked up at the dark clouds in the sky. It was very dark and heavy, and even the sky seemed to darken. The situation is very strange. A sense of unease rose in people's hearts. It's so gloomy, is it going to rain heavily? Why did it suddenly become cloudy? It doesn't feel like a natural phenomenon. I've never seen such a gloomy sky in my life, and for some reason I'm a little scared. Rumble. Rumble. Suddenly, thunder roared, and a massive amount of lightning rolled through the dark clouds. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of lightning spears formed. Boom! The first lightning spear fell, striking precisely at the 5th mark. Then came the second round. After the second shot landed, it was the third shot. One after another, they bombarded the mark. Lightning flashed and sparks filled the air. The sky was filled with lightning. The lightning spears fell so fast that the people on the ground couldn't even see them clearly, but they saw that each lightning spear grazed past Lin Bei's body, and no matter where it came from, it wouldn't hurt Lin Bei. This alone is enough to prove one thing. No way, is this the power of that E-grade power bank? It seems that's true, because every bolt of lightning would pass by him and then strike the mark in front of him. Really? Is this something an E-class power bank can do? Other power banks are used to charge people, while you're directly manipulating heavenly lightning? Who said his profession is an E-class power bank? Come out here and see how this resembles it? The team from Nanjiang City Station there was completely dumbfounded. The fact that Lin Bei is an E-level power bank is not a secret in Nanjiang City. So many people were talking about it before we entered, and many of them knew Lin Bei, so it's definitely not a lie. But the current situation doesn't make sense. Whose E-class power bank can be used as a weapon against lightning? Is this what you call an E-class power bank? It should be called an SSS-class power plant. The facts are completely different from what they said. They call this thing an E-class power bank? Are they crazy or am I out of touch? This doesn't look like a power bank at all. I must never believe such rumors again. The lightning spear continued to rain down. Even Lin Bei didn't know how many times he had attacked in a row. Click. A few seconds later, a sound like breaking glass rang out. Lin Bei immediately stopped attacking, and the lightning in the sky dissipated. He looked ahead. It was a success. The protective shield, reaching a height of 1 kilometer, was completely shattered at that moment. This obstacle, which had stopped countless people from moving forward, has truly disappeared from this world for the first time. At that moment, everyone was stunned. The most unexpected thing has finally happened. The defense, which was deemed unbreakable, was forcibly broken by Lin Bei and his group of 5. It's broken. The protective shield has been shattered. How is this possible? They actually did it. The strength of these 5 people is so terrifying. Are they really human? Is this something humans can do? Holy crap, 5 monsters, that's terrifying. No one expected that the light shield would actually be broken. It should be noted that this protective barrier has existed for a very long time and has been considered unbreakable countless times, with no one able to obtain the treasures inside. But today, a miracle has occurred. As everyone came to their senses, the deck of cards hidden in the treasure attracted everyone's attention. Everyone knew perfectly well that this deck of cards was an absolutely precious treasure. They all want this treasure. But no one dared to make any rash moves. After all, the protective shield had just been broken, and no one knew what would happen next. Chapter 63 One-hit kill. Those who cross the line will die. The expressions on everyone's faces changed at that moment. More than half of their eyes revealed greed, each wanting to step forward and get a share. I'm so lucky. I've actually run into something like this. A treasure that's universally considered impossible to obtain will become someone's today. Maybe I'm the lucky one. This kind of treasure with layers of defense must be comparable to a divine artifact in strength. Bringing it back would make it a family heirloom. Fortunately, this is in a secret realm, so we all have a chance to obtain this treasure. If it were discovered outside the secret realm, it would attract countless powerful forces and experts. We weak professionals like us wouldn't even have the right to be bystanders. Everyone knows that the deck of cards in that light shield is an absolute treasure. Once you obtain it, you'll take off immediately and rise to a very high position in the future. Acquiring vast wealth will be a simple matter for you. At the same time, they were well aware of how difficult it was to obtain that deck of cards. Leaving aside Lin Bei and his group who forcefully broke through the protective light shield, the surrounding people who were eyeing them covetously were already difficult to deal with. But it's worth the risk. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
At that moment, Lin Bei landed on the ground.
He looked around at the crowd and already guessed what was going to happen next. The curtain has been drawn. Someone will be unable to hold back any longer.
People die for wealth, birds die for food. As long as the protective shield is still in place, nothing too serious will happen here. The situation will remain under control. But now that the protective layer is gone, the situation is quite different.
Desire and darkness in people's hearts can surge instantly. Greed can drive a person mad.
Lin Bei's expression was indifferent. He had already made his decision in his heart.
This hand of cards. He's determined to have it. Whoever tries to take it will die. No matter how powerful their background is, or what trouble they might cause, they're all doomed.
We broke the light shield, so what's inside should rightfully belong to us.
No one can take it away from us. One comes, one is killed.
If a group comes, kill them all.
No matter who it is. No matter where you come from. Even though we are both from the Dragon Kingdom. The onlookers came from all over the world. Various faces, various skin colors.
The heavenly vine secret realm connects to the world.
Lin Bei's expression completely changed at this moment.
The next moment, he looked around. In his eyes, everyone was a dying person, teetering on the edge of an abyss. Once you make a mistake and fall into the abyss, you will be doomed. Xinxingxue and the other three dared not stray too far from Lin Bei, and immediately came to his side, positioning themselves to his left, right and in front of him. It's obvious that they ranked themselves for Lin Bei's sake. No one can hurt Lin Bei in front of them. As for their rivalry, the four of them had completely put it aside at this moment. Anyway, there will be plenty of time for open and covert struggles later, so there's no need to dwell on that matter now. Sisters, get ready, things are definitely not going to be peaceful from now on. I've saved up a lot of strength. I definitely won't let him get hurt.
Xingxue, how are you? Will you still be able to fight later?
Of course I can, my magic is recovering rapidly.
Their interaction at this moment was surprisingly harmonious.
The matter has only just begun, and the situation remains at a stalemate, with no one taking the lead yet. Everyone was observing their surroundings. Now, everyone can be an enemy, including your teammates who have teamed up with you to enter the secret realm. Even family members can turn against each other when faced with a priceless treasure.
Moreover, friends and companions. Soon, some people couldn't resist the allure of such a treasure was too great. It's impossible not to be tempted.
One of them had a fanatical look in his eyes.
No one dares to move? Then I'll do it. I really want this.
As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward. His only thought was to get the deck of cards into his hands. As soon as he gets his hands on this deck, he immediately crushes the tokens and leaves, not giving anyone else a chance to compete for it.
This trip is more than enough to obtain this treasure. No.
They committed murder. This could very well be the biggest opportunity of my life. After all, this is a treasure that has existed for many years and that countless people have tried to obtain but failed to acquire.
Everyone else panicked when they saw this. Acting a little later will lower the chances of success. Make your move.
We can't let him take it from us.
Don't worry about anything else.
The more chaotic the situation, the better. Remember, our goal is only to seize the treasure.
Once we have it, we'll leave. Stop it, all of you. That deck of cards is mine.
Brothers, let's not fight amongst ourselves right now. We'll talk about the distribution after we've got our hands on the spoils. Finally, they could no longer tolerate it, the stalemate was ruthlessly broken, and a chaotic battle had begun.
Only a very small number of people did not take action.
The 5-person team from Nanjiang City not only didn't rush forward, but actually secretly widened the gap.
They didn't want to get involved in this mess.
A few seconds later, the person leading the charge was close to Lin Bei and was about to enter the protective light shield.
Lin Bei looked at the man and stopped Xinxingxue and the others from making a move. I'll do this.
As soon as he finished speaking, dark clouds gathered again in the sky, and the spear of lightning reappeared. The destruction of the protective light shield just now only consumes a small portion of the divine punishment power, which he can use again at any time. Xinxingxue and the others were very obedient. They stood there quietly.
Boom!
A spear of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting the man who had led the robbery.
Instantaneous.
The man died in the explosion of lightning. The corpse was charred and mutilated, with pieces of flesh scattered about, clearly in great pain and utterly defenseless. Even its screams were drowned out by the thunder.
This horrific scene shocked everyone.
They stood there, stunned.
Reasons are returned quickly.
The man died so quickly that he didn't even have a chance to resist, so they were all terrified and none of them wanted to be the next person to be killed by the lightning spear.
Just like that, you killed him like that? So ruthless?
There's absolutely no need to go to that extent. Stunning someone would also render them incapacitated.
Killing people without warning, that's inhuman. We just wanted to steal that treasure, it's not your personal property.
No one took the lead, they were all stuck in a rut.
After casually killing the man, Lin Bei did not disperse the thunderclouds in the sky.
He stood in front of everyone, blocking their way from touching the playing cards. Then, Lin Bei drew a line in front of him with his foot, and then looked at everyone with a cold gaze.
Listen carefully, I'll only say it once. This line is your lifeline. Dare to cross? Kill them immediately. No matter where you come from. He wasn't joking. Those who cross the line. A guaranteed kill. The same applies to people we know. Chapter 60 for the Hunter's Methods. Obtaining the ultimate treasure.
At this moment, almost instinctively, the people here looked at the line drawn by Lin Bei with his foot.
Lin Bei's words just now kept echoing in their minds.
The situation is already quite clear.
We are officially declaring war.
The 5 people, led by Lin Bei, declared war on everyone who wanted to compete for it, and at the same time regarded the treasure in the treasure trove as their personal property.
What should we do? Are we just supposed to watch him succeed without even having the chance to compete? Damn it, I want that treasure too, why should I just give it to him like that?
Although they were the ones who set up the protective shield, it wasn't like we begged them to do it, so it's perfectly reasonable for them to try and steal the treasure. They haven't given up their wicked intentions. They were just afraid. With the lightning spear hovering high in the sky, no one wanted to be the first to act and attract the lightning's attention.
The situation has once again reached a stalemate. If you don't take action, you won't get the treasure. Taking action will result in death.
Just then, Lin Bei turned around and walked towards the deck of cards that was floating in the air.
This is his stuff.
Xinxing Xue and the others, who were well aware of Lin Bei's intentions, stood in front of the line that Lin Bei had drawn. They all took out their weapons, staring directly at the crowd in front of them, their threatening intent quite obvious.
The 4 of them will strictly follow Lin Bei's instructions. Whoever crosses the line will die. Without exception. Among the crowd, the team from Nanjiang City took action immediately. Let's leave quickly. We absolutely cannot provoke them, nor can we stay here any longer, otherwise I'm worried it will affect us.
The others may not know the situation, but we know it very well. Don't forget that among this group, apart from Hao Meng and Lu Ruyan, the other 3 have only recently awakened their professions.
Who would dare mess with them? How could anyone dare to mess with them?
It hasn't been that long, and they've already reached this level.
I simply can't understand how they did it. Let's go, I don't want to be cannon fodder here. The 5 people left decisively.
Apart from the team from Nanjiang City, only a small number of others chose to leave, giving up the idea of competing for that treasure. Mixed in with the crowd were members of the Hunters Guild, who were very dissatisfied with the current situation.
Why isn't anyone taking any action? Didn't you want to get that treasure? A bunch of cowards.
He was also very interested in that treasure, but he wasn't in a hurry to snatch it.
He preferred watching the troublemakers to the treasures.
Especially those outstanding professionals who are qualified to enter the secret realm within a year of awakening their profession.
Killing one person adds to your credit.
Seeing that Lin Bei had officially entered the area of the shattered light shield, while the others were still hesitating about whether to take action, his dissatisfaction reached a new level.
A bunch of useless trash. In the end, I'll still have to help you. He secretly took out a bottle of purple medicine. When no one was paying attention, they threw it into the center of the crowd.
The medicine bottle shattered. The medicine inside dissolved into the ground, turning into colorless gas within seconds, and then easily entered the bodies of the professionals.
This is a great new gadget developed by the association. It can turn professionals into slaves to their desires. Professionals below S rank will be affected.
They must have great desires now. Besides wanting that treasure, they also want those 4 beautiful and delicate women.
Go ahead and do it. Humans are a collection of desires, so why suppress them?
After doing this, he stepped back and waited for the medicine to take effect. The colorless and odorless gas successfully penetrated the professionals' bodies, and they were completely unaware of the changes. Desire expands rapidly, overwhelming everything in a very short time and crushing any remaining reason. A few seconds later, most of the professionals present were completely enslaved by their desires. The next moment, the professionals standing at the front rushed forward, clearly intending to cross the line drawn by Lin Bei.
A frenzied, furious roar continued to echo. Mine, all of it is mine. That treasure is mine, and you four beauties are mine too. I must have it all. Get out of my way. As long as I can get that treasure, I can become the strongest. Then I can have as much money as I want, and I'll have 10,000 women. Anyone who blocks my way will surely die.
At the same moment, Xue and the other three knew what to do. Although they sensed something was wrong, these people had suddenly become like this, clearly indicating something was wrong. They didn't have time to think about what was going on. There's no need to consider other options. Whatever the reason, since these people intend to cross the line, there is only one thing left to do. Kill. And they were all killed. Having recovered some of her magic power, Xue said to Hao Mengmeng and the other two. Everyone, we must help each other. There are a lot of enemies, and they all seem a bit off. We need to be careful. Bai Xiao immediately chimed in.
Xue, go to the back and order some food.
You've used up the most energy, so don't rush to the front.
Stay there and support us. Moreover, your ability has a control effect.
If someone accidentally ignores us and rushes towards Lin Bei, you can control the situation in time.
She made this suggestion after careful consideration. Even in this situation, Xue wouldn't throw a tantrum.
In fact, she knew that this was the most appropriate thing to do. Her abilities do indeed play a supporting role. The cold air can effectively reduce the enemy's movement speed and reaction time.
Good. Go and fight with confidence. I will support you from the rear.
Hao Mengmeng and Lu Ruyan remained silent.
The two were ready to meet the enemy.
The very few professionals who were unaffected by the drug looked completely bewildered.
They don't understand why things suddenly turned out this way. 1 second they were worried about this and that and dared not do anything, and the next second they all became such lunatics?
Charge forward regardless of the consequences?
Is that correct? Wait, why are they all doing this all of a sudden? Didn't they discuss it beforehand? What are you doing? Are you sure you can do this? Aren't you afraid of dying? That's too ruthless. I hadn't even figured out what to do, and you guys just went straight for it? Something's not right.
At the same time, Lin Bei had entered the area of the light shield and was heading deeper into the central region. The treasure was right in front of him, contained within a special bubble. From the outside, it looks like a deck of playing cards.
It will be available soon.
After saying that, Lin Bei raised his hand to touch the bubble.
Snap!
The bubbles burst. The contents fell into Lin Bei's hands. A playing card box containing an unknown number of playing cards.
Chapter 65 Mechanical Creator. 41 more chapters to go.
At this moment, Lin Bei finally got a clear look at the playing card box. The box looks very ordinary, with nothing special about it at first glance. There are no patterns or symbols on the surface of the box. If it weren't in a treasure trove, but instead thrown somewhere else, passers-by wouldn't even give it a second glance.
It looks really ordinary. Is this thing really a treasure?
Even Lin Bei couldn't help but have doubts, because it was really impossible to tell from appearance alone. Although he had not seen many treasures, under normal circumstances, the appearance of any treasure must be accompanied by dazzling light and illusions. But this playing card box looks exactly like a deck of cards that's been thrown on a table.
Open it and take a look.
Lin Bei stopped overthinking and decisively opened the playing card box, taking out the contents.
It wasn't quite what he expected. It's not 54 cards. There are only 13 cards. From A to K. The first one is A. Then it goes from 2 to 10. Finally, there's JQK.
The numbering is exactly the same as that of a normal playing card.
But the patterns on them are different.
It's not hearts, spades, clubs, or diamonds.
Is the pattern a gear?
Lin Bei laid out the 13 cards and was carefully examining their suits. The pattern of these 13 cards is mechanical gears.
Even the numbers are made up of multiple gears. What's even more amazing is that every single mechanical gear is still turning. One gear after another works together.
The cards are arranged precisely and seamlessly on the board. Finally, Lin Bei's worries were put to rest.
Let's leave aside the card box for now.
At least the cards are unusual.
Fine. Not ordinary playing cards.
He continued to study the 13 cards in his hand. The next second, it was discovered that the material of these 13 playing cards was also very special. It's not a playing card, nor is it a plastic card.
It is a very special metal.
It feels very heavy in your hand. It feels cold to the touch. You can feel the gears turning. How should we use this deck of cards?
Can't read. There is no information provided.
Lin Bei was somewhat troubled by this. I finally got this amazing treasure, but I can't figure out how to use it.
Does it require a blood oath to bind them? He decided to give it a try.
So he bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto one of the cards. The moment the blood dripped onto the card, all the gears on that card sped up and quickly absorbed the drop of blood. Immediately afterwards, a close connection was formed between that card and Lin Bei.
Ah! It has recognized its master?
It really does require blood.
Are each card counted separately? You know how to have fun.
He felt somewhat helpless. But there was no solution.
The only option is to drip blood one by one.
Lin Bei was very fortunate that he did not have anemia. Soon, the remaining 12 playing cards were all stained with Lin Bei's blood. Therefore, all playing cards are owned. Information about these 13 mechanical playing cards then entered Lin Bei's mind through information transmission. They're here. He closed his eyes, received the information, and soon understood the function of the 13 cards. To be more precise, it means knowing the function of cards with a gear-shaped suit. These 13 cards belong to the same set, called the Mechanical Creators set. Various kinds of metals can be put into the card. Once the amount of metal reaches a certain level, objects can be created. Depending on the type of metal, the mechanical products created can be weapons and equipment, vehicles and airplanes, robots, and so on. Every product created by this card possesses life and self-awareness, and the size of the card determines the number that can be created at the same time, which also affects its strength.
If you use card number 3 to make a robot, you can make 3. If you use card number 10, you can make 10.
The smallest card is 3 and the largest card is 2, which is the same as the rules of Dodiju, a popular Chinese card game.
But there is a serious limitation. The mechanical creator suit requires energy.
The energy injected from the outside becomes the life of the mechanical creation. Theoretically speaking, if there is a continuous source of power, then the life force of the mechanical creation has no upper limit. I have to say, it's a perfect match for my profession.
What I don't lack is energy that I can inject at will. Call.
Lin Bei now has only one thought.
It was worth it.
To obtain this deck of cards, he exposed his own strength and was destined to have his hands stained with blood, which required a great deal of effort.
But it was all worth it.
These 13 mechanical gear cards are well worth the investment.
There was something even more exciting for Lin Bei.
Besides the Mechanical Creators series of cards, there are 3 other series of cards, but what those cards are is unknown. This was not mentioned in the group's message. The order is from A to K, and there are familiar patterns, so we can be sure that the corresponding items are playing cards. It's quite normal for other suits of cards to exist as well. A standard deck of playing cards is very simple, consisting of 4 suits plus 2 jokers, for a total of 54 cards. There are only 13 cards left, 3 suits, and 2 aces. While cards of all 4 suits are certainly strong, the strongest card is undoubtedly the ace. It's a pity we don't know where the remaining cards are. This set of Mechanical Creators cards is already powerful enough, so Lin Bei especially wants to get all the remaining cards, with the ultimate goal of forming a complete deck. But he also knew that it would be difficult to do.
I don't even know where it is. Lin Bei wasn't in a hurry. Take your time. It's only just begun.
He held the 13 cards from the Mechanical Creator series in his hand and looked at the card box that had been tossed aside.
A guess formed in my mind. You have a very good hand. Will the box be bad? Could it also be possible to bind someone to their master through blood? We have to try.
Lin Bei was prepared to fail, and even if he failed in the end, it didn't matter, since he had already obtained 13 cards.
That's good enough.
A drop of blood fell onto the deck of cards. The next moment, the blood began to mix and successfully merged into the playing card box. The playing card box, which had no patterns or decorations, has changed. The blank space on the box is divided into 4 areas of exactly the same size.
The pattern is only present in the top left corner. The content is about mechanical gears. Many neatly arranged and rotating mechanical gears. The remaining 3 areas only have color: red, black, green. It's unclear what it represents. Lin Bei flipped the card box to check, and the other side had also changed to the same state, while the sides and top and bottom were still blank. It actually works. He had barely finished speaking when a flood of information entered his mind, telling him the specific purpose of the card box. A storage tool. It can become one with his body. In this way, all the obtained cards will have a place to be stored, and can be taken out and used at any time. Chapter 66: All-Out Attack. The slowest to run are in the front row. Lin Bei remained silent for a few seconds. 2. After all, it's a card box, its purpose is to hold the cards. That's good too, at least I don't have to worry about accidentally losing the cards. He readily accepted. The set of cards for the mechanical creator was enough to satisfy him. The box was just a free gift. Subsequently, Lin Bei integrated the card box into his body. All 13 cards entered his mobile card box. Meanwhile, outside the protective light shield area, those whose desires were amplified by the evil potion had rushed in front of Hao Mengmeng and her 2 companions. They are very close. It's clear they're determined to steal it. The 3 of them did not hesitate at all, clearly remembering Lin Bei's instructions. Let's do it. As soon as she finished speaking, Hao Mengmeng took the initiative, drawing back the bowstring of her longbow and instantly producing a powerful arrow. Whoosh! She released her grip, the bowstring snapped back, and the arrow shot out, piercing directly through the body of a professional. Before a second had passed, Hao Mengmeng drew back the bowstring again, and another arrow was produced. Whoosh! The second arrow was fired. Soon the third arrow was also fired. The fourth one. The fifth one. Every arrow hits its mark. Every arrow hits the target precisely. Several bodies lay on the ground, each riddled with arrows that had struck vital organs. The few professionals who were unaffected were so frightened that they dared not move, fearing that an arrow might hit them. This is terrible. If you get shot, you'll be severely crippled even if you don't die. They showed no mercy, their aim was to kill those people. So cute on the outside, but incredibly terrifying when killing. Bai Xiaoxiao's attacks never stopped. Unlike Hao Mengmeng, her attacks were ferocious and violent. Thump! Thump! Explosions with the power to easily destroy buildings kept occurring everywhere, and the area in front of her seemed to have become a minefield. Stepping inside will result in being bombed. The relentless bombardment continued, leaving fragments of the professionals' bodies scattered everywhere. Hao Mengmeng's attacks were already extremely oppressive. One man, with a bow, suppressed all the professionals who dared to approach at close range. We have no choice but to retreat or die. With Bai Xiaoxiao's relentless bombardment, the area became even more terrifying and dangerous. Those S-class professionals instinctively stepped back, trying to create an absolutely safe distance. Staying put isn't safe. You crazy woman, do you want to blow up this whole area? Even more terrifying than that, Archer, and it's an area of effect attack. I need to get away, I don't want to get blown up. At that very moment, Lu Ruyan, who had released the remaining 20 sword spirits, also joined the battle, wielding her long sword. Instead of staying at a distance and attacking with sword energy, she charged directly into the crowd. A long sword was wielded with abandon, its silvery white light flashing and weaving through the crowd. With the support of 50 sword spirits, Lu Ruyan didn't just charge into the crowd, but into a frenzy of slicing through people. It was an absolute massacre. Moreover, Lu Ruyan's attack targets were not enemies at close range. She mainly killed enemies who had bad intentions but didn't rush to the front. Clang! Clang! No matter how far or near, any enemy will be spared. No one could survive. The corpses scattered all around were the best proof. It was a direct message to everyone present. Don't get involved. Otherwise? Die. Finally. Things had reached the limit of what those S-level professionals could handle. They no longer even had the intention of staying here to watch. No, I can't stay here any longer, I have to leave right away. It's too dangerous. Staying here might mean death. We can't afford to mess with these people. Monsters, they really are all monsters. Why would these monsters enter the Heavenly Vine Secret Realm? Could it be that there's something wrong with the restrictions of the Heavenly Vine Secret Realm?
This level of strength could not possibly be achieved in just 1 year.
Hurry up and let's go, don't waste time.
Hao Meng and Bai Xiaoxiao are one thing, they are obviously deliberately keeping their attack range to themselves. As long as they don't court death, they will be fine.
But Lu Ruyan is different.
Holding a sword, he looks like a god of war. They might charge in and kill them after they've gotten into a fight, and by then it will be too late to run.
As for the mechanical creator's deck, they had no ideas whatsoever, only thinking about leaving before they died.
The next moment, the group turned and ran without hesitation or doubt, not wanting to stay there no matter what. Including the member of the Hunters Association, after realizing that those people couldn't handle Xinxue and the others, he left the dangerous place with the crowd.
However, he didn't go too far.
After confirming that there was no danger, he secretly hid in a corner where no one would notice. The others ran a long way before stopping, reaching a completely safe location. They were panting heavily. There was a sense of relief, like surviving a disaster.
We're safe now.
This distance is far enough that even if we get too high up, they won't chase us down to kill us.
This time I've really opened my eyes.
I've encountered 5 monsters at once, each one stronger than the last, and they've completely crushed me, who is considered a genius by others, time and time again.
Thankfully, I'm still alive. Fortunately, I rational stayed and didn't try to rob like those people. No, I should say I went to deliver them. From now on, if I encounter such a monstrous being, the first thing I'll do is turn and run.
After their unease subsided, they looked back at that place. But what they saw next startled them once again. The thunderclouds in the sky were still there. At the same time, snowflakes the size of a palm were falling, and a layer of snow more than 10 centimeters thick had appeared on the ground. This layer of snow appeared after they fled. The time was very short.
A strong sense of lingering fear arose in everyone's hearts. The snow is still falling.
Everyone knows that the snow will not stop until the one-sided massacre ends. If they hadn't escaped in time, the snow would definitely have affected them. I completely forgot about her. She's actually the most dangerous one. There was snow on the ground where I was just now. If I had left a little later, I probably wouldn't have been able to leave.
Judging from her expression, is she including us too? That's terrifying. At this moment, they realized that this distance was not absolutely safe. So I started to distance myself again. Whoever runs the slowest goes to the front row. Soon the killing ended, and the survivors no longer dared to step forward. They all understood that if they dared to mess with this deck of cards again, they would surely die. Everyone affected by the drug died here. The gruesome corpses and their fragments had been covered by the blizzard released by Xinxue, but some areas still retained a distinct blood-red hue. Snow and blood. It looks beautiful yet creepy. Chapter 67 The Four Women's Thoughts. I didn't force you. The snow is still falling. But Hao Meng and the others stopped their attack. Hao Meng looked around and, after confirming that there were no survivors, put the bow back into her storage space. That was a real killing spree. I'm getting a little numb from drawing the bow, but it's also a rare opportunity to get a general understanding of my current strength. She is far ahead of her peers, except for Xinxue and a few others. She killed so many people, yet she showed no indifference whatsoever. The thought that she had done all this to protect Lin Bei made Hao Meng even feel proud. She's amazing. Bai Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, remained relatively calm. She raised her hand and breathed on it a few times, and a few snowflakes landed on her hand. It's really cold. Luckily, I warmed up my hands earlier. Not far away, Lu Ruyan casually flicked her sword, throwing the blood and bits of flesh on it onto the ground, then squatted down and washed the blade with snow. Her sword spirits have all entered a resting state, preparing for the next battle. While cleaning the sword, Lu Ruyan was still thinking back to what had just happened. Her strength far exceeded her expectations. He made me who I am. It not only restored my body to normal, but also gave me a power that shouldn't belong to mortals. So it is my honor to fight for him. From now on, I want to become his sharpest sword. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's resolve deepened. She wanted to repay Lin Bei with her whole life, without any other form of repayment, and without any intention of staying by Lin Bei's side to continue becoming stronger. Soon, Lu Ruyan cleaned the sword in her hand, removed all traces of blood, and walked back to where Lin Bei was. Xinxue, who was at the very back, was also quite shocked at this moment. She knew these people, who were both her companions and competitors, were strong, but she hadn't expected them to be this strong. Compared to her, it's hard to say who was better. They are evenly matched. This put a lot of pressure on Xinxue. They're all so strong. The competition will be even fiercer in the future. I'm going to secretly roll it up. She made up her mind in secret.
Lin Bei had no idea what Shen Xingxue and the other three were thinking.
He was in a great mood at that moment.
The main reason is the 13 cards of the mechanical creator. Don't rush to find the remaining cards, but first we need to get all sorts of medals.
Even if we can only get a little bit. I want to try using one of the cards first. Lin Bei was really looking forward to it.
These 13 cards are extremely powerful. If he were to inject his power into her again, she would undoubtedly reach an even more terrifying level, and the effect would be far greater than the sum of its parts.
Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be any metal nearby. Wrong. There's metal here.
Many of those guys carry weapons with them, and most of the weapons are made of metal, which is perfect for collecting.
I don't know if it's enough.
Lin Bei wasn't very hopeful. Because only a few dozen people died here, even if everyone was carrying a weapon, the actual number was not that many, not to mention that not everyone carried a weapon with them. He didn't act immediately, but first carefully observed his surroundings and found that there was indeed only a deck of cards inside the light shield. Apart from that, there were only flowers, trees, and stones.
He couldn't find even a single useful hair.
Finally, Lin Bei left the area and returned to Shen Xingxue and the others. Looking at the heavy snow covering the ground, he couldn't help but felt worried. In this environment, collecting weapons is very difficult.
Difficult to handle.
Meanwhile, the 5-person team from Nanjing City, who had left the area earlier, were extremely grateful that they had made the right decision from the very beginning. They felt as if they had made the best decision of their lives. Thank goodness I didn't try to steal it, or it would be reduced to ashes by now. You can tell they really kill anyone they see, without caring about the consequences, even if they know it will cause trouble.
What's there to be afraid of? Think about it carefully. If the authorities find out about this and know that there are 5 monstrous talents, won't they do everything they can to protect them? Yes, definitely. Even if there's only one prodigy, they'll protect him at all costs, let alone 5 at once. To be honest, I just can't understand why they're all so strong. 3 of them only got their professional titles in less than a week.
After the last sentence was spoken, everyone fell silent.
They couldn't understand it. This is completely contrary to common sense. This had never happened in so many years before, and if you told others about it, no one would believe you. They would just think it was a rumor spread by a madman. No, it's not even a rumor. Rumors are at least within acceptable limits, and there will always be some people who accept them. But this kind of thing goes directly beyond acceptable limits. Spreading such rumors will only make you look like a lunatic. However, the 5 of them hadn't been happy for long when they saw Lin Bei waving at them from a distance, his lips moving a few times. Although they couldn't hear Lin Bei's voice, they all knew what Lin Bei was saying. It's obvious they're being invited over. Their bodies froze. This situation was unexpected. They left early to avoid contact with Lin Bei, but now Lin Bei is calling them over? Who dares to go over there? Were we killed standing up in the past? What should we do? It seems like he's calling us over? If you remove the word seems, that's clearly what he meant. Damn it, I dare not go and touch those 5 monsters, it could really kill someone. Why don't we run now, before we're all dead? Run. Just as they made their decision and prepared to leave quickly, they witnessed an even more horrifying scene. All I saw was... Lu Ruyan raised her sword, pointing it directly in their direction. Hao Mengmeng took out the bow and drew it again, with an arrow knocked on the bowstring. The snow in the sky condensed into a knife, which was flying towards their location. Thump! A few meters away, the ground suddenly exploded, and the smell of gunpowder was very strong. All 5 members of the Nanjing City team were almost in tears. Run? Who would dare to run away? Not running won't necessarily kill you, but running will definitely kill you. What should we do? Should we go over there? It seems we have no choice but to go find him. Damn it, we've been spotted again. I just can't understand it. We didn't do anything, so how could we be targeted? Sigh, let's just go ahead and leave it to fate. They could only walk towards Lin Bei and his group of 5 with long faces. I didn't feel cold even when I stepped into the snowy area. Because their hearts are colder. Soon, the 5 of them went to Lin Bei's side, standing there trembling and not daring to utter a sound, or even make eye contact with Lin Bei and the others. In fact, Shen Xingxue and the others didn't know what Lin Bei was planning to do.
They only did that kind of blatant threatening because they didn't want these 5 people to go against Lin Bei's wishes. Seeing that the 5 people's expressions were all unpleasant, Lin Bei asked with some confusion.
Why do you all look so unhappy? How? Don't you want to see me? If you don't want to see me, you don't have to come. I didn't say I was forcing you to come.
Upon hearing this, the 5 forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, no longer daring to wear such a pained expression. They were so miserable. That's right, Lin Bei didn't force them to come over, he just waved his hand. But Xin Xue and the others did force them. All 4 of them unleashed their power. And it looks like a very powerful attack.
How can they laugh?
Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this.
Right. You should laugh.
After all, smiling service is all the rage these days. As soon as he finished speaking, the smiles on the faces of the 5 men became even more indescribable. To be honest, the 5 members of this Nanjiang City team can all be considered outstanding talents, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to obtain a secret realm token. But now they look like 5 bitter gourds that are about to go bad.
Chapter 68. Can you help me? I'm not forcing you.
Before today, all 5 members of the team considered themselves lucky. Although they couldn't compare to those with exceptionally good luck, they had always done well. He comes from a good family, has outstanding talent, and is very lucky. But now they've changed their minds.
A lucky one? He's clearly an unlucky guy. I didn't do anything, yet I was still being targeted.
At that moment, all 5 of them were praying in their hearts.
Please don't try to kill us.
After all, we were just watching and had no intention of getting involved at all. We all come from the same place and have never had any conflicts or disagreements with each other, so there is absolutely no need for us to be killed.
God help me, I don't want to be killed. Help! I feel like he's looking at me with ill intent. He's definitely up to something. I'm so scared. They are suffering. Every second felt incredibly long. Because Lin Bei didn't say anything.
Until the specifics are known, this situation is destined to remain unresolved. Lin Bei, seemingly oblivious to the others' unusual behavior, focused his gaze on the snow-covered ground behind them.
A few seconds later, he turned his gaze away and looked at the 5 people, saying, You seem very scared? What are you afraid of? We're all from the same place, do you think I'd kill you all?
Lin Bei's goal was indeed not to kill them. The 5 of them breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this.
At least I can be sure I won't die. That makes things easier.
If I don't die, I can do everything else. No way, you're so handsome and popular with beautiful women, you definitely wouldn't care about the 5 of us nobody.
Exactly. Compared to your glory, we're just cockroaches in the corner. How can you possibly make things difficult for us? We're not actually afraid, we're just nervous.
They only dared to go along with Lin Bei's words, fearing that Lin Bei was an unpredictable person, and outwardly they forcibly hid their unpleasant expressions. Lin Bei didn't dwell on these things.
Since you all say you're cockroaches, then you can do me a favor. Are you willing? We won't force you, it's entirely up to your personal choice.
The person who used the word cockroach must want to slap their own mouth to pieces.
Instead of saying kill, they insist on talking about cockroaches. Now you've gotten yourself into trouble, haven't you?
Others were also looking at him with disapproval.
The pressure is immense.
At this moment, Lin Bei revealed his true purpose. You all saw what happened just now, so you can probably tell we're all exhausted. But there are still very important things to do. We need to gather all the weapons and equipment together, and also pile up the corpses and debris.
This is so annoying. I really don't have the energy to do it. What do you think we should do? Can you help me think of a solution? He has made his meaning very clear, anyone with normal intelligence can understand it. It's hard to say whether the 5 people from Nanjiang City understood or not, but Hao Mengmeng definitely did.
She immediately raised one hand, ready to tell Lin Bei to leave this matter to her, assuring him that she could definitely do it perfectly.
Fortunately, Xin Xue reacted quickly and covered Hao Mengmeng's mouth. Mengmeng, take a break. You worked very hard just now too.
Hao Mengmeng wanted to say that she wasn't tired at all, but after seeing Xin Xue secretly wink at her, she lost the will to say anything more. The next moment, one of the team members spoke up.
I have a great idea. It's cold here. We've been looking around, so we need to do some activities to warm up. Why don't you let us handle this?
He also breathed a sigh of relief as he spoke. Fortunately, they were only asked to pick up things and clean up the bodies. They were not intended to kill them. Faced with death, these were all trivial matters, and none of the 5 felt the slightest bit unwilling. The remaining 4 also hurriedly spoke up. Yes, we'll handle it. We're all from Nanjing City, so we should help each other when we're away from home. Please sit down and rest for a while. We'll go and tidy up the place right away. To be honest, I have to thank you for giving us this opportunity. Otherwise, standing still for so long would have been really cold, and my blood circulation would have been a bit sluggish. Let's get to it. They dared not show any reluctance or that they were being forced by Lin Bei. It must be done willingly. You even have to say thank you. All right. Since you've already brought it up, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to stop you. Take your time, no rush. Lin Bei wasn't in a hurry, but the 5 men were. They just wanted to finish what Lin Bei asked them to do as quickly as possible and then leave this dangerous place at top speed. The farther away, the better. Never run into Lin Bei again. Only in this way can they feel at ease. The next second, the 5 people took action, tacitly dividing the area into 5 zones. The first thing to do is to collect weapons and equipment. The body will be disposed of later. Lin Bei didn't intend to keep an eye on these people while they worked. He is confident. I know these 5 people won't try to fool me or be perfunctory. Lin Bei now has something even more important to do. Come here, everyone. Let's charge together. In places like this, you have to keep your strength up at all times. There is still a lot to do. Having just entered the Heavenly Vine secret realm, and not expected to leave anytime soon, he wanted to take advantage of the current lack of danger to quickly restore the strength of Xinxue and the other 3 to their peak. Although he knew that there were restrictions on entering the Heavenly Vine secret realm, Lin Bei did not allow himself to be too arrogant. He knew all too well that many strong people had their downfall because they were too arrogant. Arrogance will only harm you. Chapter 69. Am I scary? So handsome my legs went weak. Xinxue, who expended the most energy, was the first to go to Lin Bei's side. Actually, she had been charging up since the beginning, but she still wanted to get closer to Lin Bei so that she could have more contact with him. Even if she could only smell the scent emanating from Lin Bei, she wanted to be the first to smell it so she could smell more. Hao Mengmeng and the others naturally did not want to be left behind, so they followed Xinxue to Lin Bei's side. However, since there were other people present, they could not do anything too daring and could only keep their thoughts to themselves. Lin Bei was simultaneously charging 4 school beauties. Enter 1v4 battle mode. He now has enough energy in his body, so even if he faces 4 top-tier campus beauties at the same time, he won't be overwhelmed. Everything is under his control. That overflowing energy was Lin Bei's source of confidence. Xinxue and the other 3 stayed obediently beside Lin Bei, all feeling the changes happening within their bodies. The power they had consumed was rapidly recovering. At this rate, it won't be long before it's fully recovered. Is this the thrill of carrying nuclear fusion with you? Lin Bei is our biggest source of confidence. It's because of him that I dared to fight so recklessly as before. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have participated. In that situation, once our strength is exhausted, things would get really bad. This is awesome. The recovery speed is faster than refueling a car. Why don't we just change the job title to Lu Ruyan's gas station? If those people knew what we're going through, they'd be turning in their graves. They all had happy and excited smiles on their faces, enjoying the exhilarating feeling brought by Lin Bei. That's incredibly awesome. Not far away, the 5-person team from Nanjing City was busy following Lin Bei's instructions. They are very serious. We dare not slack off in the slightest. Fortunately, the task assigned to me was relatively simple, and an ordinary person could have completed it well. In order to leave this place as soon as possible, the 5 people worked very quickly. 5 figures moved through the snow, separating the corpses and weapons, quickly becoming skilled from their initial clumsiness. The member of the Hunters Guild was still hiding in a safe area, secretly observing the situation ahead. He didn't understand what was happening in his line of sight. One pile of corpses, another pile of weapons. What kind of puzzling behavior is this? Why do something so meaningless? This is a secret realm, where killing is tacitly permitted. Although they killed quite a few people this time, it doesn't really have any impact. It doesn't matter if we just leave them here. It is precisely because he understands this very well that he does not understand this matter. Killing the enemy and then deliberately cleaning up the battlefield. Is he treating himself like a corpse collector?
But if someone is a corpse collector, why would they let someone else do this kind of thing? Can't read. However, there's definitely a problem. Let's continue to observe the situation here. The 5 of them are very strong, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them the 5 future stars of humanity. This is not a good thing for the association. We have to get rid of them before they fully mature, otherwise it will cause unimaginable serious consequences. He had already made up his mind, which is why he's been staying here. These 5 people are too dangerous and cannot be allowed to live. They must be dealt with in the heavenly vine secret realm. Compared to the outside world, the secret realm is the best place to make a move, and there's no need to worry about renowned experts interfering. After all, generally speaking, a future star who is strong enough to be this powerful will have powerful people protecting him, both openly and secretly. It's about being wary of the Hunters Guild and similar organizations. A moment later, the Nanjiang City team completed Lin Bei's request, and they checked several times to confirm that there were no lost items in the snow. The snowfield was in a chaotic state after being searched, with several snow mounds piled up more than a meter high. There were 2 piles of things at the edge of the snow. One pile contained various weapons and equipment such as knives, guns, clubs, and more. The other pile contained gruesome corpses and flesh. The 5 of them returned to Lin Bei's location together. As the team captain, Li Shuai forced a smile and said, "Sir, the mission is complete. Do you think there's anything else we need to do? If we don't have it, shall we leave?" He didn't dare to look Lin Bei in the eye, afraid that a bunch of things would cause trouble. Who knew if Lin Bei would suddenly assign them some tasks? Once you have something on your mind, it gets dragged on for a long time. Lin Bei glanced around and saw nothing was missing. The 5 of them had accomplished the task very well. Therefore, he did not intend to keep these 5 people. Fortunately, what he was about to do was not something that these 5 people should see. "Thank you for your help, kind people. Let's go. Be careful on the road." The moment Lin Bei finished speaking, the team led by Li Shuai ran wildly in the opposite direction, each of them using every ounce of strength they had. In a short while, he ran a great distance, as if Lin Bei were some kind of man-eating beast. Lin Bei was somewhat taken aback. He had assumed the 5 people would walk slowly. Running that fast? Am I that scary looking? Lin Bei looked at Xinxing Xue and the others and asked. Xinxing Xue shook her head vigorously at the first moment. "It's not scary. He's an old general. The more you look at him, the more handsome he becomes. If you look at him for too long, my legs will go weak. Hao Mengmeng and Lu Ruyan would certainly not miss such an opportunity. You are not scary at all. In my heart, you are the kindest and gentlest person." Agreed, very handsome, and very kind-hearted. Everyone loves him, flowers bloom for him, and cars get flat tires when they see him. These are all words tailor-made for you. Lin Bei was stunned. He looked at Bai Xiaoxiao, the only one who hadn't said anything. Can we trust what they say? Is there any exaggeration involved? Bai Xiaoxiao slowly shook her head and said, "No. Not only was there no exaggeration, but there was also a deliberate toning down of the claims. The real you is even better than they describe." Seeing that all 4 of them said so, Lin Bei had no choice but to believe it. There's no way not to believe it. All 4 of them were very serious. He was too embarrassed to question it. After running several kilometers in one breath, Li Shuai dared to look back at the situation behind him. At this distance, Lin Bei and the others were long gone, and even the surrounding environment was different from before. It seems we're completely safe now. He certainly doesn't intend to kill us. Take a break. He sat down on the ground, finally getting a much-needed rest, and all his tension and anxiety dissipated. The other 4 people also stopped and sat down next to Li Shuai. They were panting heavily. That run just now really got my adrenaline pumping. He wasn't lying to us. He really didn't intend to kill us. He's a reasonable person, after all. We haven't really provoked him, and he only asks us for small favors. If he had any bad intentions just now, we'd probably be corpses by now. That's how it is when they take action. It's obvious they won't care about anything else. Brothers, I'm really scared of these 5 guys. Even now, recalling the horrific scene they just witnessed still sends chills down their spines and makes their backs feel cold. That's terrifying. Exceeding the tolerance limit. Li Shuai made an important decision, and he said to his 4 opponents, "From now on, let's go in the opposite direction from him. Tell your family about this as well. You all know how important this is without me having to tell you.
Don't worry, he didn't ask for it to be kept secret, which means he doesn't care if this gets out. His idea is correct. Lin Bei considered whether to keep it a secret, but ultimately decided not to. Because managing it is useless. It's certain that it will be exposed. This wasn't the only group that witnessed everything and then left. Chapter 70. What an evil method. To get Lin Bei to join the hunters? The remaining 4 people also agreed with Li Shuai's idea. It is indeed very necessary to report this to the family. Because it's heavyweight enough. Whether it's the incredible strength of Lin Bei and his group of 5, or the inexplicable recovery of Lu Ruyan's injuries, both are quite unbelievable. Once this news reaches Nanjiang City, it will be like a bomb thrown into the water, creating a huge upheaval in the otherwise calm city. Therefore, instead of rushing to escape to other places, they use their own methods to pass on the message. However, because their overall background cannot compare with that of the Yamamoto family in Japan, they cannot accomplish this in a short period of time. It will take some time. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, who was still charging the 4 women, arrived at the pile of weapons and equipment. The quantity wasn't large, barely enough to form a small hill. He was not very satisfied with the result. Only this much? Not nearly enough. Forget it, I'll put it in the card first, and then slowly collect the metal. Anyway, metal isn't anything rare, and I can buy enough as long as I have money. But I'm not actually short of money right now. Lin Bei has not forgotten that he was kept by a sugar daddy. Although the money hadn't made his legs weak, it had certainly made his hands go numb. He had already decided that after leaving the Tongtian Vine secret realm, he would go and purchase a large quantity of various metals. Dispelling the jumbled thoughts in his mind, Lin Bei took out the Mechanical Creator number 3 token. A very exquisite card. The gears above continue to turn. Staring at them for a long time can be mesmerizing. Lin Bei held up the number 3 sign and aimed it at the pile of metal. The next moment, a huge mechanical arm extended from the card, grabbed all the metal piled on the ground, and brought it back into the card. The ground was completely empty, not even a single screw had been left behind. That's definitely not enough. The results are in. This pile of metal is insufficient to activate the power of card number 3. We need to obtain more metal. Wait a little longer. We'll get our fill eventually. After saying that, Lin Bei put away the number 3 license plate. Next, he had to deal with another pile. This scene was witnessed by a member of the Hunters Association, who then suddenly understood why Lin Bei was collecting weapons and equipment. His eyes widened as he stared at Lin Bei's hands, his eyes brimming with excitement. So it's related to that deck of cards in the Tibetan land. Forces related to machinery and metals. There seems to be additional storage space inside. This is just one of the cards. This is really good stuff. We have to catch it later. His breathing became rapid and heavy, but he wasn't worried at all about being discovered by Lin Bei. Because just now, he had drunk another bottle of medicine. Concealing agents. He wouldn't be exposed for at least half an hour, which is why he dared to stay here and observe in the shadows. Otherwise, they would have run away long ago. At that moment, he saw Lin Bei walk up to the pile of corpses. He subconsciously connected this situation with that deck of cards. Does that deck of cards require not only metal, but also a lot of fresh human flesh and blood? This is rather eerie. I wanted even more. But things didn't go as he expected. When Lin Bei arrived at the body, he didn't take out the playing cards. Instead, he just stood there and looked at it. The next moment, all the corpses transformed into pure energy, surging into Lin Bei's body. Even the clothes they wore before they died and the various ornaments they carried disappeared, and even the blood on the ground vanished, as if nothing had ever existed. Lin Bei's energy is back to full. He's in great shape. We can have many more battles like the one we just had. Done. It's time to leave. As for the destination, it will still be tentatively set as the number 88 Heavenly Vine. On the side, Xue and the other 3 showed virtually no change in expression in the face of this bizarre situation, readily accepting what was so dark and evil that it seemed to belong to them. Because it was Lin Bei who did it, they didn't care at all. That member of the Hunters Guild was genuinely terrified. It had nothing to do with the expected playing cards. He absorbed those corpses? What an evil method. Even the Hunters Guild hasn't developed a similar method yet, but he's mastered this power at such a young age? And it can be done easily, without needing to set up formations or use any potions. What a talent! His opinion of Lin Bei changed, and therefore he changed his original decision. Xin Xingxue, Hao Meng Meng, by Xiao Xiao, and Lu Ruyan. It would be best to just kill them to silence them. But we must capture Lin Bei, this talented individual. Take it back to the association and let the professionals study it carefully. They have many methods, are ruthless, and have no mercy for their own kind. They meet all the requirements of the association. If we can successfully change his mind, he will become a sharp weapon for the association. He became more and more excited as he thought about it, wishing he could rush out right now to invite Lin Bei to join him. A few seconds later, he thought of something else. Although I don't quite understand it, Lu Ruyan and the other three are clearly centered around him. They are all revolving around him and doing things according to his requirements, as if he holds the remote control for the four of them. And none of them showed any displeasure. They seemed to be willing to do things for him, and after they finished, they would even compare with each other. Interesting. If things go as I think, doesn't that mean that as long as he's willing to join the association and become a member, Lu Ruyan and the other three will join with him? If we can change their minds, the Hunter Association will be the one to get the 5 future stars. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. It seems like we can already see Lin Bei nodding in agreement. Chapter 71. Sisters need to understand each other. We're being stalked. Lin Bei was unaware that someone had designs on him, nor did he discover the hidden member of the Hunter Association. The main reason is that this person used special methods. Another reason is that Lin Bei didn't care and didn't deliberately search the surrounding area. At this moment, Lin Bei was preparing to leave. Lu Ruyan, who was closest to him, was quick-witted and managed to grab Lin Bei's arm before the other three could react. At the same time, she said smugly, "I was interrupted just now, so let's start over. It's still in the same order as before, so I'm the first one to go. As for the time, it's still 1 hour. How about it?" While seemingly asking everyone, Xin Xingxue was actually mainly looking at Lu Ruyan. Of the remaining three, the one she was most wary of was Xin Xingxue. Hao Meng Meng and she were childhood best friends, so their relationship was naturally the best, and she would definitely agree to this. She also knew Bai Xiao Xiao, and it was she who introduced Bai Xiao Xiao to Lin Bei, so it's highly unlikely that she would raise any objections. Only Lu Ruyan might disagree. Although the two knew each other and had met several times before, they were not actually very familiar with each other. When they met before, they would only greet each other politely, and it was just a superficial harmony. Lu Ruyan keenly noticed Xin Xingxue's gaze, and she could easily understand the reasons behind it. She then looked at Lin Bei and quickly made a decision. "I have no objection. You definitely did the most work just now." In order not to cause Lin Bei any trouble, Lu Ruyan decided to agree to the request, since it wasn't really an unreasonable request. We can always take it back from somewhere else later. Xin Xingxue was slightly taken back, but after realizing what was happening, she smiled at Lu Ruyan. "Thanks." Hao Meng Meng and Bai Xiao Xiao also spoke at this moment. "I have no objection. Let's start over. It's almost Xingxue's turn anyway. You can arrange everything, I'm just waiting to hold him." The four maintained harmony among themselves. If there is fair competition and fair enjoyment, there will be no problems. Even if there are any conflicts, everyone can discuss them properly and eventually reach a consensus that everyone can accept. Lin Bei ignored all of this, his only thought was to leave this place and head to the 88th Heavenly Vine. And so, he left, surrounded by 4 women. After so much time, Lin Bei had gotten used to this kind of thing, so he no longer showed any discomfort. He told himself that. Take your time to get used to it. This is just the beginning. As Lin Bei and the others walked away and stopped paying attention to what was happening behind them. Only then did the member of the Hunter Association, who had been hiding for some time, dare to take action. He secretly followed behind Lin Bei and the others, but deliberately kept a relatively large distance, a suitable distance that wouldn't lose them but also wouldn't be discovered. This time, the person didn't pay much attention to Lin Bei, but instead focused on Lu Ruyan. Once his rationality returned, he suddenly realized that besides Lin Bei, the most problematic person was Lu Ruyan. No mistake, she is Lu Ruyan. I would never mistake her for someone else. Lu Ruyan doesn't have a twin sister. Not only has she recovered, but she's also much stronger than before. How did she manage that? I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Not long ago, he participated in the operation against Lu Ruyan and witnessed firsthand how Lu Ruyan was seriously injured and on the verge of death. But not long after, Lu Ruyan, who had almost died, reappeared in the Tongtian Vine secret realm, and she even seemed to have turned misfortune into good fortune. The injury has healed.
Strength increased dramatically. When he saw Lu Ruyan just now, he couldn't believe his eyes. The person who should have been lying in the hospital is here instead, and is wreaking havoc. Did you have some kind of fortuitous encounter after entering the secret realm? It seems to be the only possibility, otherwise, there's no way to explain these things. Whether it's the regrowth of lost limbs or a sudden surge in strength, neither of these are things that human beings can do. That's right, that must be it. He convinced himself. These incomprehensible events can be summarized as serendipitous encounters within a mysterious realm. After that, he continued to keep his distance from Lin Bei and the others. Fortunately, because Lin Bei's forward speed was normal, there was no chance of accidentally losing him. Meanwhile, this person is also contacting members of his Hunters Association. In the Heavenly Vine Secret Realm, there are indeed not many members of the Hunter Association, but there are still more than just 5 people, although they are scattered in different locations. Come find me quickly, there's a special situation. I've seen Lu Ruyan again, the SS level professional who almost died at our hands last time. Don't waste time. I have a big target here. Taking him out is more worthwhile than killing everyone else. Hurry, I need help. I can't bite this big piece of meat by myself. He has only one goal. Take Lin Bei down. As long as Lin Bei can be won over, everything will be a success. They could obtain that mysterious deck of cards, learn a technique that allows them to instantly absorb corpses, and even make Lu Ruyan and the other 3 members of the Hunters Association. Therefore, the news that Lu Ruyan's legs had healed and her strength had greatly increased was spread to all the members of the Hunter Association in the secret realm. Without exception, they were all utterly shocked. Wait a minute, are you sure you're not joking? To recover from injuries like that? What kind of magic is that? Actually, I can't believe it either. I personally broke Lu Ruyan's leg, the flesh was almost shredded to pieces, and now you're telling me her leg has healed? Hey, are you sure you haven't been through something traumatic? I won't believe this kind of thing until I see Lu Ruyan with my own eyes. What can I say about you guys? You're absolutely certain this is true, otherwise there would be no need for you to contact us. If that's the case, then Lu Ruyan must have received some kind of opportunity, which is why she was able to recover her legs. Let's act. Capture them. Whether we can make them surrender is not important, but we must find out about that opportunity. This power is too important. If we can obtain it, we will be invincible. That's right, that's exactly it. Now, they have one more goal. They extracted detailed information about that opportunity from Lin Bei and others. Whether it's a sudden surge in strength or the regeneration of severed limbs, both are of paramount importance. If we can master this power, then the Hunter Association will have nothing to fear. A new crisis is on the horizon. Members of the Hunters Association who were not far away were rushing towards the direction where Lin Bei and his group of 5 were, abandoning everything else in the process. Everyone agreed that nothing was more important than dealing with Lin Bei. After the call ended, members of the Hunter Association, scattered throughout different locations in this secret realm, all converged in the direction where Lin Bei and the others were. A new crisis is rapidly approaching. This was also Lin Bei's first contact with the Hunter Association. Chapter 72. Lin Bei is too fast and too conservative. Lin Bei and the others were unaware of this, as he was leisurely traveling with the 4 most beautiful girls from the school. On the way, Lu Ruyan remembered something important. Just now, while looking at that group of people, she saw a very familiar face, a face she would never forget in her entire life. Oh, right, I suddenly remembered something. If I'm not mistaken, among those who evacuated early, one is a member of the Hunters Guild, and one of the people who attacked me last time. I can't guarantee it 100%, but I shouldn't have misremembered something this important. There were too many people there just now, and the situation was quite critical, which is why I didn't remember it immediately. Lu Ruyan immediately told Lin Bei about it. This concerns the Hunters Association. This absolutely cannot be ignored. Because the Hunters Guild is a very dangerous organization, specializing in hunting down genius professionals. Every genius is a potential target. A team like theirs is almost guaranteed to be targeted. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow slightly. He had only heard of the Hunters Association, but had never actually had any contact with it. Now it seems the opportunity has arrived. He had long wanted to make contact with this inhumane organization. This is good news. I hope they really do have their eyes on us, and it would be best if they all came to attack us again. That's how I can avenge you. None of those who have hurt you should be let off the hook.
Overwhelmed with emotion, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but hug Lin Bei's waist.
Xinxing Xue, who was holding Lin Bei's arm, was taken back when she saw this, but in the end she couldn't bring herself to tell Lu Ruyan to let go. Because she could understand Lu Ruyan's excitement. Never mind.
Let her hold him for a while. We're all sisters, we need to understand each other. Lin Bei did not resist Lu Ruyan's embrace, but he thought of something else, so he said to Lu Ruyan very seriously.
After this trip, I won't have to hide the fact that you've returned to normal anymore.
You can even use yourself as bait to lure the Hunters Association from outside the secret realm to attack again.
Kill as many as you can attract. Moreover, someone from Nanjiang City just saw you, so it's impossible to keep this a secret any longer. People might already know about it.
Lu Ruyan had reached the point where she completely obeyed Lin Bei's every word. If you make her kneel, she will never lie down. If you make her open her mouth, she will never open her legs.
Good. I'll do whatever you say.
Half a minute later, she released Lin Bei's waist, remembering that this was Xinxing Xue's time. She remembered that Xinxing Xue hadn't stopped her.
Thanks.
As Lin Bei had predicted, news of Lu Ruyan's recovery was spreading beyond the Tongtian Vine secret realm through those people. Li Shui finally got in touch with his father, and before his father could even say anything, he hurriedly said, "Dad, listen to me, Lu Ruyan from the Lu family has completely recovered. Her legs have grown back, and it's confirmed that they are real legs. Also, the team she joined was terrifying, it was a team of 5 monsters." Li Shuai's father was stunned. If he wasn't absolutely certain that the person who told him the news was his son, he would think he had been the victim of an absurd professional scam.
Such a thing actually happened? That girl from the Lu family is really lucky she even manages to run into such good fortune. We need to tell the others this important news right away. The news has started to spread. The remaining people were doing the same thing. Grandpa, I have some earth-shattering news to tell you. Do you remember that Lu family member named Lu Ruyan? Yes, that's the person who was severely disabled. She's completely recovered now. What did you say? Our family has had a conflict with Lu Ruyan's father recently? That would be the end of us. Hey, I have some important news to tell you. Lu Ruyan had a miraculous encounter and her legs grew back. Listen carefully, what I'm about to say is very important. In the end, only 2 pieces of information came out. First, Lu Ruyan's health has fully recovered. How it was restored remains a huge mystery. It is suspected that he had some important adventure in the Heavenly Vine secret realm. Secondly, there are 5 monsters whose strength is beyond belief. In Nanjiang City, everyone who heard the news was immediately stunned. Their first reaction to the news was skepticism, but it was eventually confirmed that the source of the news was some people in the Heavenly Vine secret realm, and all their doubts were dispelled. No doubt about it. That's an undeniable fact. The luck of this young lady from the Lu family is truly enviable. Not only did she have a miraculous encounter that cured an injury that had no hope of recovery, but she also has a group of extraordinary talents protecting her. If she were to truly take over the Lu family in the future, wouldn't she be able to lead the Lu family to soar to new heights? Quickly, get ready. Cease all actions against Lin Bei and temporarily improve relations with the Lu family. I never imagined such a miraculous event existed in the world, where even a ruthlessly destroyed corpse could be restored. If it were any more miraculous, wouldn't it be able to revive a king? It seems to be true, but I still can't believe it. When did so many monsters appear in our Nanjiang city? Meanwhile, Lu's father, who was busy with his work, also heard the news from his subordinates. He knew perfectly well what had happened. I knew this day would come, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. The so-called 1 month was actually a conservative estimate. Only. Isn't this a bit too conservative? Considering there were too many outsiders around, Lu's father deliberately acted as if he were surprised, just like everyone else, and seemed to be frightened by the news. He waited a few seconds before excitedly cheering. Great! That's wonderful! I knew my daughter wouldn't live like this forever. There's always a way out. The extraordinary encounter she found was practically a work of divine intervention. Ha ha! I'm so happy. Go, book the entire Nanjiang hotel and hold a 3-day, 3-night banquet. Everyone can come in and eat and drink as much as they want. He wasn't just acting. I was genuinely surprised. Because Lin Bei was too fast. Beyond the secret realm in Nanjiang City. Seeing that the situation was gradually stabilizing, Lu Zhan finally got a chance to relax. The first thing he did was contact Lu Ruyan's mother. Beep. Beep. Chapter 73, True Identity Exposed. Lu Zhan, utterly remorseful. The call was quickly connected, and Lu's mother's voice came through. Big brother? What's the matter? Why are you calling me all of a sudden? Lu's mother is taking care of Lin Shi. She was somewhat unaccustomed to this kind of life, but she was genuinely happy because Lu Ruyan had left the hospital bed. As for the fact that Lu Ruyan's legs have fully recovered, Lu's mother is currently unaware of it, as such news has not spread to this place. The next moment, Lu Zhan's voice rang out. Sister-in-law, I have a few questions for you. His tone was very serious. They obviously don't know about that matter yet. In fact, Lu Zhan is very worried about Lu Ruyan's safety. After all, there was the situation last time. Even if they don't encounter the Hunters Guild again this time, returning to the place that left such painful memories will still cause immense inner torment. Symptoms such as post-traumatic stress disorder may occur. Lu's mother could tell that Lu Zhan was serious, and she probably guessed what Lu Zhan wanted to ask. The only person who could make Lu Zhan so nervous was Lu Ruyan. Good. Go ahead and ask. She knew what Lu Ruyan was going to do. Even if Lu Ruyan didn't say it, one could guess it. Everyone knows that today is the day the Heavenly Vine Secret Realm opens. The next moment, Lu Zhan's questioning voice, deliberately controlled by his emotions, rang out. Could you tell me? Why is Ruyan at the entrance to the Heavenly Vine Secret Realm today? Why did she get involved with Lin Bei and those three girls who have no sense of propriety or moral boundaries? Why did she re-enter the Heavenly Vine Secret Realm? Shouldn't she be in the hospital? Why didn't you stop her? Lu Zhan's voice was filled with anxiety. It was because he was so anxious that he asked so many questions at once. Aren't you worried? He was genuinely worried. They were worried that something might happen to Lu Ruyan in the Tongtian Vine Secret Realm. At this moment, Lu Zhan only regretted that the Heavenly Vine Secret Realm had entry restrictions, otherwise he would definitely have gone with Lu Ruyan. In this way, he could do whatever Lu Ruyan wanted to do for her. But things happened so suddenly that it was too late to stop them. After listening, Lu's mother subconsciously replied. I'm not worried. She was telling the truth. What are you worried about following Lin Bei? Redundant. It's more like we're worried about those who dare to make a move on Lu Ruyan. But how could she not understand what Lu Zhan meant? After careful consideration, in order to put Lu Zhan at ease, Lu's mother decided to tell the truth. Lu Zhan is absolutely trustworthy. Even if the truth is revealed, it won't cause trouble for Lin Bei. On the contrary, it will allow Lu Zhan to help and assist Lin Bei. Moreover, since Lin Bei has done this, it means he doesn't need to deliberately hide it from everyone. Brother, calm down. As you know, I definitely care a lot about Ruyan's safety, and the reason I'm not worried is because Lin Bei is with her. Believe me, as long as Lin Bei is here, there won't be any problems. Ruyan will definitely return safely, and she might even have some amazing gains. Just wait patiently. Hearing his mother's earnest answer, Lu Zhan's doubts deepened. Because it's Lin Bei, there's nothing to worry about? Why? He doesn't understand. What makes a humanoid succubus worthy of such high praise? Besides hanging out with women, what else do you do? What's more, it's an E-class power bank. It is very weak in terms of support capabilities, and its combat power is almost non-existent. Just then, Lu's mother's voice rang out again. Brother, things have come to this, there are some things I can tell you. The man you mentioned named Lin Bei isn't just a pretty face, he's actually the one who cured Ruyan. Don't doubt it, you haven't heard, it's true. Lin Bei healed Ruyan's injuries, and he will heal her other injuries as well, including her legs which were deemed beyond saving. That's the main reason why I won't stop Ruyan. Brother, I know it's hard for you to believe this, but I have to emphasize it again, every word I've said is true. If you don't believe me, you can ask your brother. He knows the truth just like I do. After saying what she had to say, Lu's mother remained silent, sitting quietly by Lin Shi's bedside and waiting. She knew. It will take time for Lu Zhan to accept these things. After receiving this answer, Lu Zhan stood straight in place. He considered many possibilities. But I never imagined the truth would be so unbelievable. Lin Bei, whom he viewed with severe prejudice, was actually the mysterious being who could cure Lu Ruyan. Although there is an old saying that you can't judge a book by its cover. But this is a bit too much to judge a book by its cover. How did someone who spends every day surrounded by women suddenly transform into this mysterious being? Were they performing magic?
It took a while for Lu Zhan to accept the matter. Actually, he didn't dare to accept it, but he also knew that Lu's mother wouldn't joke about something like this.
That means everything is true. It was unavoidable, it really happened. Oops. I wasn't very nice to him before. What if I accidentally upset him and it affects Ruyan? I regret it so much.
Lu Zhan felt deeply remorseful. Despite the immense kindness Lin Bei had shown them, he harbored such thoughts towards Lin Bei, believing him to be a good-for-nothing, and even once wanted Lu Ruyan to stay away from Lin Bei. In retrospect, this action was tantamount to actively driving away Ruyan's chance to save her life.
I'm such an idiot. Why didn't I think of this possibility?
There were obvious signs, and you could have found them if you had just thought about it carefully. He was shrewd his whole life, but he made a stupid mistake in this kind of thing.
What should I do if it really affects Ruyan? I deserve to die.
Just as Lu Zhan was cursing himself in his heart, a dean of students from Nanjiang First Academy suddenly ran over, a smile on his fierce face.
Dean Lu. I have some incredibly good news to tell you. Lu Ruyan's legs have recovered.
Several eyewitnesses saw your Ruyan's legs, and your Ruyan's strength has reached a very high level, far exceeding level 15.
Knowing that you might not know about this while you're here, I came to inform you as soon as possible.
His tone was smug, tinged with obvious flattery. Once he reaches his position, if he wants to make further progress, he must maintain a good relationship with Lu Zhan, and the last thing he can do is offend Lu Zhan.
Otherwise, there's no hope for this lifetime. Lu Zhan's brain was about to explode. Is it all done? Really? You mean Ruyan's legs have recovered? Are you sure you're not joking with me? The head of the teaching department nodded quickly and said, It's absolutely true. How could I possibly joke with you? Chapter 70 for the 31st Heavenly Vine. Farewell, Lone Ranger.
Having received such a positive answer, Lu Zhan no longer questioned the veracity of the matter.
That's obviously true.
At the same time, the news officially reached this place, and some people immediately looked at Lu Zhan after learning about it. Several other deans also gathered there.
Old Lu, I have to congratulate you first. Your Ruyan's trip here was definitely worthwhile. She actually had such an amazing encounter. She's really had a once-in-a-lifetime experience. There's always a way out.
To put it bluntly, Lu Ruyan was basically beyond saving before.
Even if she could live, it would be torture. Every day she lived would be another day of torment. But I never expected this to happen. It really surprised me.
This is the first time I've ever heard of this kind of miraculous encounter, where someone who has lost both legs regains them. People suffering from terminal illnesses or who have lost both hands will surely be cured after such an encounter.
You'll have to have your Ruyan talk to us about this later. Who doesn't have someone seriously injured in their family?
They were extremely interested and couldn't wait to talk to Lu Ruyan, all wanting to try and have a similar adventure. But Lu Zhan remained silent. Others might not know what was going on, but he, who had just finished talking with Lu's mother, knew perfectly well what was happening.
A serendipitous encounter? He. There was no extraordinary adventure at all. It was clearly Lin Bei who did it. However, because it was so well hidden, and because the incident occurred in a secret realm, the witnesses believed it to be a fortuitous encounter. That is indeed a very reasonable explanation.
Lu Zhan didn't intend to expose the misunderstanding. He thought it was a good thing, as it could indirectly protect Lin Bei. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief.
Lu Ruyan returned to normal, proving that Lin Bei didn't care about his attitude.
He is a magnanimous person.
He is also a very cautious and intelligent person. Doing something like this in a secret realm is indeed the best choice.
He can use a fortuitous encounter as an excuse, and no one else will suspect him.
No matter what, I will thank him properly after he gets out. In every respect, he is our benefactor.
While he thought one thing to himself, Lu Zhan acted on a completely different front. He looked at the other deans, revealing a perfectly timed smile, without showing any flaws.
Let's talk about it when she comes out. If anyone's going to ask, it's definitely the Lu family who should ask first. Everyone can line up for paid consultations.
After saying that, Lu Zhan left with his hands behind his back, an uncontrollable smile on his face, and even hummed a song loudly.
Today is a good day. The deans not far away were looking at Lu Zhan with envy. They've started considering what price to ask for.
It absolutely cannot be too low, and we cannot think of doing something perfunctory or shoddy. After all, the Lu family is not short of money. To avoid arousing unwarranted suspicion, Lu Zhan deliberately acted agitated, which could be described as out of control compared to his usual self. Only in this way can some people's doubts be dispelled, since this news is destined to spread to the point where everyone knows about it, and that's when the situation will become most complicated. I need to go find my second brother as soon as possible and discuss the matter of Lin Bei and Ru Yan with him. They will only stay in the secret realm for a maximum of 3 days.
3 days is enough time for a lot to happen. Some people will probably take action in the secret realm. Moreover, this news will not only spread in Nanjiang City, but will soon reach other cities.
The well-informed Lu Zhan knew how complicated this matter was. The ability to regenerate severed limbs and cure terminal illnesses can bring hope to countless people. Most people in this world have various troubles, and the vast majority of them are troubled by their physical health. Lu Zhan knew very well that this matter could not be ignored.
Then he remembered something else.
By the way, the young ladies from the Shin family and the Hao family also went in with Ru Yan.
Many people witnessed this, so they will definitely be implicated.
Then we can contact the Shin family and the Hao family. Judging from the performance of those two girls,
we can bring them in. Lu Zhan was quietly planning everything.
After learning Lin Bei's true identity, he decided that he had to protect Lin Bei, even if it would come at a heavy price. It wasn't just because Lin Bei helped Lu Ruyan, but also because of Lin Bei himself. It's amazing that they can do such a miraculous thing.
That's enough.
Inside the Heavenly Vine secret realm, Lin Bei and the other 3 women, including Xue, were constantly on their way, while the member of the Hunter Association kept a distance and continued to follow them. After walking for a long time, a towering vine appeared directly in front of us. This was the first time they had come into close contact with the sky-piercing vine since entering the secret realm.
The number written on the climbing vine is 31. Number 31, the Heavenly Vine.
Lin Bei stopped and observed the Heavenly Vine up close.
It was deeply rooted in the ground, its top reaching into the clouds.
The entire vine was over 100 meters thick and had many branches. At first glance, the Heavenly Vine is very quiet, just growing there silently, without any dangerous behavior.
Is this the Heavenly Vine? That's truly spectacular. It looks like a world tree, but it's actually a vine.
After he finished speaking, Lin Bei noticed that not far from the Heavenly Vine, there was a person who looked somewhat familiar. A woman, all alone, with no companions by her side.
The next second, Lin Bei recognized the person. It's her. It was none other than the woman named Su Rue, who came from the same city as them and had chosen to enter the Heavenly Vine secret realm alone. Before entering the secret realm, Lin Bei was already somewhat curious about this person. He could have teamed up, but instead of joining, he entered alone. This is not something an ordinary person would do. The opportunity to enter the Heavenly Vine secret realm is extremely rare. It's not something you can obtain just because you want it. Did she just arrive too?
It seems they came specifically for the Heavenly Vine. Lin Bei recalled the previous discussions people had about Su Rue. His identity is shrouded in mystery. It comes from a mysterious official organization. The profession should be S rank. But what exactly it is unknown. Overall, it's worthwhile to get in touch with them. Therefore, Lin Bei led his men to continue forward. But just as they entered within 100 meters of the number 31 Heavenly Vine, the number 31 Heavenly Vine, which had been completely still, suddenly began to move. A vine, only 5 centimeters thick but seemingly endless, pierced through the clouds and rapidly approaching the ground. It was moving at an extremely fast speed, exceeding the limits of human vision. Although Lin Bei and the others could see the vine, they did not have time to dodge it. The moment the dangerous thought crossed his mind, the thinner vine was already in front of him, tightly binding Lin Bei. Lin Bei was bound up like a rice dumpling by vines. Chapter 75, Kidnapped by the Heavenly Vine. The Crazy School Beauties. At this moment, Lin Bei felt taken aback. Among so many people present, 5 women and 1 man, why did number 31 vine target him? Moreover, the method of binding was layer upon layer except for the nose and eyes. The rest of the body was bound with at least 5 or 6 layers of vines. It's obvious they're afraid he'll break free and run away. What's going on? They came for me? Before Lin Bei could recover, the vine moved again, carrying the tightly controlled Lin Bei into the sky, clearly intending to bring Lin Bei onto the vine. As for the purpose, it is unknown. Immediately afterwards, Xue and the other 3 suddenly came to their senses, and a strong sense of panic and unease spread through their hearts, along with anger. A tattered vine actually snatched Lin Bei away from them? You bastard, who told you to touch him? Give him back to us.
You're asking for it. Whether you're a heavenly vine or an earthly vine, we're going to take him back. Sisters, hurry up and get to it. Our target is this heavenly vine. It's fine if you mess with us, but you absolutely cannot mess with him. They had reached the point of being reckless, with only one thought in their minds. Bring Lin Bei back. We can't let this vine take Lin Bei away. The next moment, Hao Mengmeng was the first to launch an attack. She took out her beloved bow, drew the bowstring to its fullest extent, and shot out an arrow imbued with immense power and fire attributes. He wanted to eliminate the vine binding Lin Bei with a single arrow. At the same time, Xin Xingxue and the others also launched an attack. Xin Xingxue unleashed all her power, and a howling wind carrying a large amount of ice and snow attacked the vine. Lu Ruyan's 50 sword spirits all appeared, and a sword aura slashing out, tens of meters long, appeared, slashing towards the heavenly vine at an extremely fast speed. Bai Xiaoxiao has located the location of the heavenly vine and is preparing a powerful explosion. Thump! In just a moment, all 4 attacks successfully struck the heavenly vine. The flaming arrow struck, ice and snow covered it, and the sword energy slashed to the root, causing a violent explosion. But none of them worked. Their attacks did not cause any damage to the heavenly vine, not even a scratch was broken. The vine continued to carry Lin Bei away. Only a few seconds later, it was out of sight. Despair gripped the hearts of Xin Xingxue and the other 3, but their attacks continued relentlessly. Even though they knew it was a futile effort, they didn't want to give up. Not far away, Su Rui was completely stunned. Everything happened so suddenly. When Lin Bei and his group first arrived, she noticed the 5 people who were from the same city as her. However, she didn't think about it at the time, nor did she intend to contact Lin Bei and his group. She just wanted to complete the mission as soon as possible. But something unexpected happened. The number 31 heavenly vine suddenly went berserk. How so? Based on past experience, the number 31 heavenly vine is one of the most stable heavenly vines. As long as it is not damaged or destroyed, the number 31 heavenly vine will not do anything. Many people have come into contact with the heavenly vine and left alive, including support professions such as powerbank. But why would the number 31 heavenly vine attack that man? And that man did nothing, and didn't even have time to get close before he was attacked by the number 31st heavenly vine. Even if his profession is a powerbank, it's not quite normal. No, calling it an attack isn't quite right. It's more like a capture, or perhaps a kidnapping? I'm not entirely sure, but there's definitely something wrong. This incident made Su Rui wary and worried. She had originally thought about doing something, but now she decided to observe the situation first. We don't lack a little bit of time. Then, Su Rui looked at Xin Xingxue and the other 3 who were attacking relentlessly. She shook her head, but didn't stop him. She just muttered to herself. It's useless. The heavenly vine has terrifying defensive and self-healing abilities. It is simply impossible to destroy the heavenly vine. Not to mention a group of professionals who are at most only a dozen levels. Even a professional of level 100 cannot do it. Even I could only use that method to forcibly take away a small portion of the heavenly vine, and I wasn't even 100% sure I could do it. Further away, another person witnessed the event. It was that member of the Hunters Association. He was stunned on the spot, his mind completely blank. They then listed Lin Bei as an important target, thinking of using various methods to win him over and make him, along with Lu Ruyan and others, become the future stars of the Hunter Association. But is Lin Bei finished now? The plan has ended abruptly? Hello? What kind of nonsense is this? He hasn't even formally contacted Lin Bei yet. The egg wasn't even laid before it rotted inside the stomach? Who can I complain to about this? What bad luck! We finally found a promising talent, but it turned out to be a short-lived one. This is going to be difficult. We were hoping that after we got rid of him, he could go and deal with Lu Ruyan and the others, but now all of that has been ruined by this heavenly vine. Why are you acting crazy for no reason? Unlucky. We'll have to change our plans now. Leave Lu Ruyan alive, kill everyone else. After making the decision, he immediately contacted other association members, and after a brief chat, everyone reached a consensus. Call. Lin Bei was being carried rapidly into the sky by the heavenly vine, the sound of chaotic air currents swirling around him filling his ears. He looked down. Only white clouds and the trunks of vines remain. Breathing has been affected to some extent, clearly indicating that the situation has reached a very alarming level. What exactly does it want to do? If you want to kill me, this height is enough.
Just throw me down and I'll be smashed to pieces.
But it didn't do that. Could there be another purpose?
Lin Bei felt something was strange. He didn't sense any malice from the number 31 heavenly vine, but the problem was that the number 31 heavenly vine had indeed made a move. Finally, another 10 seconds passed, and the number 31 heavenly vine finally stopped, without taking Lin Bei to a higher place.
The number 31 Tongtian vine placed Lin Bei on a platform, and then disappeared without a trace. He waited for a while, but the vine didn't come back. What's going on?
Lin Bei didn't think about what was going on, but immediately entered the shared network space, and at the same time pulled Xinxue and the other three into it. Regardless, we must first reassure Xinxue and the others we cannot continue to waste our strength below.
Don't worry, I'm fine.
There is no immediate danger. He went to comfort the four most beautiful girls on campus immediately. Hearing this, Xinxue and the others breathed a sigh of relief, but their worries did not dissipate. Although Lin Bei is not in danger at the moment, no one knows what will happen next.
This is a heavenly vine.
Before Lin Bei, everyone who came into contact with the heavenly vine met a tragic end. Without exception, no matter how hard they struggled or tried to escape, they could not get out of the heavenly vine. Therefore, Xinxue and the others were very worried.
They couldn't put their minds at ease until Lin Bei was safely back by their side.
The group rushed to Lin Bei's side and asked about his current situation.
Are you all right? That stinky vine didn't do anything to you, did it?
Lin Bei, you really have to be careful.
We're so worried about you. You absolutely can't get hurt. What would we do if something happened to you? Don't worry, we'll find a way up there right away, we'll definitely get you out. Chapter 76 No Escape. Forced to be a canary.
Lin Bei was also confused about the current situation. The vine that reached to the heavens left him here, and then disappeared without a trace, without anyone noticing or making a sound. The moment he was put down, he checked his personal information panel. He could use both heavenly wrath and divine punishment, and his energy was almost full. He only consumed a small portion of it, and then he breathed a sigh of relief.
That's enough. Don't worry too much.
They can also maneuver in dangerous situations.
Even if there is real trouble, they are willing to fight to the death. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. I have plenty of strength, and there is no danger at the moment. You don't need to continue attacking this heavenly vine.
If you push it too far, things might change. After saying that, Lin Bei glanced behind him.
It is bottomless. However, he can use the released energy to lift himself up and return to the bottom in this way.
Then, Lin Bei gazed into the distance. The first thing you see is a vast expansion of white clouds, and several towering mountain peaks reaching into the clouds.
Of course, the most common one is the heavenly vine.
Each of the towering vines had its upper half piercing through the clouds, and there were many more above the clouds, the exact height of which was uncertain unless one flew upwards to the highest point to see for themselves.
Call. After taking a deep breath, Lin Bei looked down again. He made a decision. Since there's no movement, let's try to leave.
I can release energy to lift my body, and as long as I don't encounter any other problems, I will definitely be able to land safely.
Without hesitation, Lin Bei immediately went to do it.
First, it released a ball of energy that surrounded its body, then it took a step forward and leaped down, its body plummeting downwards at high speed. But the next second, a vine suddenly stretched out and forcibly tied Lin Bei, who was falling, with multiple layers of binding. Finally, Lin Bei was brought back to the platform, and then the vine disappeared once again.
The meaning is clear, they will not let Lin Bei leave. Lin Bei was speechless. Hello? What are they trying to do?
After they caught him, they just left him there and didn't attack or insult him, nor did they let him leave.
Are you suggesting I keep them as caged birds? Surprisingly, it doesn't seem so strange for canaries to live on vines. Try again. Lin Bei decided to give it another try.
They wanted to test the waters of this heavenly vine. Was it just a passing fancy, or was it determined not to let him leave? This answer is very important. A few seconds later, Lin Bei left the platform once again.
But the result didn't change anything.
He had only been gone for a few seconds when another vine attacked, binding him in mid-air and pulling him back, placing him on the platform.
Again. Lin Bei is still trying. Every time, the result is the same. He cannot escape this situation.
After several attempts, all ended in failure. Each time Lin Bei tried to escape, he was caught and brought back.
Nothing else happened during that time.
Left with no other option, he had to re-enter the shared network space. Xinxing Xue and the others were still waiting there, their faces filled with worry. They couldn't put their minds at ease until Lin Bei returned to their side. Lin Bei guessed what was going on based on the state of the group. Therefore, he spoke in a relaxed tone. Don't worry, I can't leave the heavenly vine for the time being, but I'm not in any danger for the time being either. This towering vine seems to want me to stay on it. I don't know why it's doing this yet. I'll contact you as soon as I figure it out. At this point, Lin Bei looked at Bai Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaoxiao, you don't need to wait for me here. Go and check out the number 88 heavenly vine first. You must choose one of the three to go with you. You absolutely cannot go alone. Having someone with you will help you look after each other. Because of Lu Ruyan's previous experience, Lin Bei didn't want Xinxing Xue and the others to be alone. Each one is important to him, and he should try his best not to lose them. After all, there are still countless rewards to be won. Therefore, the best option is to act in teams, with one team staying nearby and the other team going to the 88th heavenly vine. We must get Bai Xiaoxiao to find the 88th heavenly vine. Her family is facing a death threat, and only by going to the 88th heavenly vine can this threat be resolved. Bai Xiaoxiao immediately shook her head. I don't want to. I'll wait for you here first. I'm really worried about you. If something happens to you, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Actually, she really wanted to go to the 88th heavenly vine, but she also really wanted to stay here and watch over Lin Bei. A difficult choice. Lin Bei's expression immediately changed, becoming very serious and earnest. Obedient. If I tell you to go, then go. I'll be fine even without you by my side, but if you don't go, things will get really bad over there. Even if I can't break free from here, I'll only be trapped for 3 days at most. After that, I'll go back to Nanjiang City with you. He didn't want Bai Xiaoxiao to have any regrets. After missing this opportunity, who knows when we'll be able to enter the Heavenly Vine Secret Realm again. If you're unlucky and don't get the Secret Realm token within a year, things will develop to an irreversible point. But Bai Xiaoxiao still couldn't make up her mind. Xinxing Xue roughly understood. Until Bai Xiaoxiao had to go to the 88th heavenly vine. So she walked over to Bai Xiaoxiao's side. Go. Leave the task of protecting Lin Bei to us. You can go and do your job with confidence. Listen to me, your leaving doesn't mean you're giving up on Lin Bei. Neither we nor he will misunderstand you. Hao Mengmeng and Lu Ruyan also came up to persuade them. They have no selfish motives now, but this situation has also given rise to selfish motives. Every word they say is for Bai Xiaoxiao's good. Even though they didn't know why Lin Bei insisted on sending Bai Xiaoxiao to the 88th heavenly vine, they knew there must be a very important reason for doing so. After a while, Bai Xiaoxiao finally nodded. Good. Then I'll go. Go as fast as you can, and come back as fast as you can. She finally made up her mind. Chapter 77: The Spoiled Heavenly Vine. The Heavenly Vine's Purpose. Bai Xiaoxiao knew very well that Lin Bei was doing this for her sake. Admittedly, she was worried about Lin Bei's safety, but at the same time, she didn't want to disappoint him, so after some internal struggle, she decided to go. Is any of you willing to come with me? Bai Xiaoxiao wasn't very confident about this. Although they seemed to be in the same group, she wasn't actually that familiar with the others. The reason they became teammates and competitors was entirely because of Lin Bei. Moreover, Bai Xiaoxiao also knew that the remaining three wanted to stay here with Lin Bei. If neither of them are willing. She was about to say that one person would be fine too, when Hao Mengmeng interrupted her. I'll go with you. Let Xing Xue and Lu Ruyan stay here. Compared to me, the two of them are more suitable to stay here. One is a ranged fighter and the other is a melee fighter, one is a swordsman and the other is a mage. They can handle most troubles. Let's go and come back quickly. This is Hao Mengmeng's true thought. At the same time, she also had the idea of helping Bai Xiaoxiao. You can make as much noise as you want normally. But those things must never be done in this kind of situation. Bai Xiaoxiao gave Hao Mengmeng a grateful look. Thanks. She didn't expect Hao Mengmeng to step forward on her own initiative. The two had never met before. Aside from possibly having heard each other's names, they were no different from strangers. Hao Mengmeng's reaction was fairly normal. Alright, they're all my sisters. There's no need to say such things. But then again, once your troubles are resolved, we'll resume our competitive relationship. She emphasized it deliberately. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously.
Good.
Before long, Bai Xiaoxiao and Hao Mengmeng left together.
At Lin Bei's instruction, Xin Xingxue and Lu Ruyan went to a place not far from the number 31 Heavenly Vine and sat down, taking out some of the food and drinks they had brought with them to eat and drink. Lin Bei is not in danger for the time being, so they don't need to worry too much. They need to seize the time to recover their strength and stamina. Su Rui, who was not far away, kept an eye on the situation of Xin Xingxue and the others. The scene before her was somewhat incomprehensible to her. Just moments ago, Xin Xingxue and the others were frantically attacking the number 31 Heavenly Vine, all four of them looking furious and determined to uproot it. But what about now?
The two people left and disappeared, while the other two sat there eating, drinking, and chatting, completely devoid of their previous anger and fear. It was as if four different people had been replaced. If Su Rui hadn't witnessed the whole process, she would never have been able to connect Xin Xingxue and the others at this moment with the four people from before.
How did it suddenly turn out like this? Just now they were all acting like mad women, almost completely losing their reason, but now they're like this? It's hard to understand, it's like being injected with some kind of tranquilizer. What exactly happened? How could it cause such a drastic change in them? She didn't understand what had happened, but she knew something must have occurred, otherwise Xin Xingxue and the others wouldn't have suddenly become like this.
Su Rui's intuition told her that this change must be related to Lin Bei. So she subconsciously looked up at the sky, and all she could see was blue sky, white clouds, and green vines.
Is it that man? Could it be that he's still alive? But if he didn't die, it means that the Tongtian vine didn't kill him after taking him away. Then a new question arises: if it didn't intend to kill him, why did the Tongtian vine take him away in the first place? Su Rui couldn't figure this out.
Generally speaking, any professional targeted by the Heavenly Vine will die. Even if the 31st Heavenly Vine has never done this before, once it makes a move, the result will be the same. But now the situation seems to be developing in another unusual direction. Therefore, Su Rui became quite interested in Lin Bei. Since her plans were interrupted, she didn't dare to do anything rashly for the time being, so she could stay here and observe for a while. Su Rui then found a place to sit down, keeping a distance that was neither too close nor too far from Xin Xingxue and Lu Ruyan.
Time passed little by little.
During this time, Lin Bei remained seated on this platform.
Nothing happened. As long as he doesn't think about leaving, the vine won't appear.
So bored that Lin Bei even started to doze off.
He still doesn't understand what this heavenly vine is supposed to do. What exactly is this towering vine trying to do? Do you really want me to sit here?
Lin Bei patted the trunk of the heavenly vine below with force.
Hello? The one at the bottom. Can you give me a definite answer? What do you want with me?
After he finished speaking, he patted the heavenly vine hard again.
Lin Bei was surprised that the Tongtian vine actually reacted.
Several vines were seen stretching out in front.
It danced haphazardly in front of Lin Bei.
It was distorted and eerie, like a shamanistic ritual. Lin Bei was completely bewildered, feeling as if these vines were going crazy.
Can't read. Couldn't you be a little more vivid?
The vines were stunned for a few seconds.
Soon, the vines started moving again.
Several vines were arranged together to form a rectangle, while another vine was arranged to form an even smaller rectangle. It is only a fraction of the size of the first rectangle. The remaining vines formed the shape of a human hand. Lin Bei sat there, looking somewhat bewildered.
What kind of performance art is this? I don't understand. The next moment, these vines understood. The vine is shaped like a human hand.
Pick up the small rectangular vine and insert it into the bottom of the large rectangular vine.
Lin Bei didn't quite understand.
He felt that it looked familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. The two rectangles were connected in that way, while the large hand tapped around on the large rectangle, occasionally sliding lightly across it.
Now, Lin Bei understands. Because it's so vivid. Playing on your phone? Were you charging just now?
He then thought about his own profession, and an absurd guess appeared in his mind.
Even Lin Bei himself couldn't believe it. No way? Do you want me to charge you?
Even he himself found it impossible after he said it.
To recharge the heavenly vine? Are you kidding me? Who would believe that?
But those towering vines moved, forming the shape of a human head, and then nodded emphatically, making their meaning very clear.
That's right. I need to charge.
At this moment, Lin Bei fell silent.
He considered many possibilities.
Perhaps the heavenly vine wanted to kill him, or perhaps it wanted to torture him, or perhaps it wanted to take him hostage. But Lin Bei never expected that the reason Tong Tian Tang had forcibly brought him here and repeatedly prevented him from leaving was actually to ask him to help recharge.
Charge the sky-piercing vine.
This completely stumped Lin Bei.
How do I top it up? Should we insert it into the vines? Or should we let the vines entwine and wrap around it? This just doesn't seem quite right.
Seemingly dissatisfied with Lin Bei's reaction, the number 31st vine stretched out a few more vines and came to Lin Bei, performing a strange yet somewhat alluring dance. After finishing her dance, she came over to Lin Bei and rubbed against him, as if she had transformed into a cute little kitten and was being affectionate. Lin Bei was at a loss. This thing has sacrificed everything else to be able to be charged by him, so it seems too much for him not to charge it? All right. I'll make it happen for you. Chapter 78, The Sky-Piercing Vine is Overpowered. The sky-piercing vine is going crazy with joy. Although he agreed, Lin Bei was somewhat confused. This was the first time he had ever charged the heavenly vine. How should I begin? I don't quite understand the structure of the Tongtian vine. The number 31 heavenly vine had clearly planned what to do, and stretched out two vines of just the right thickness in front of Lin Bei. He even shook it, signaling to Lin Bei to grab it. Looking at the two vines, Lin Bei had the feeling that twin ponytails were swaying in front of him. He understood what he meant. Catch. Then charge it hard. All right. You've gone to such lengths, how could I possibly refuse? Judging from the current situation, as long as I don't do this, I definitely won't be able to leave here. Lin Bei was also curious about what would happen after charging the heavenly vine. So he stretched out his hands and grabbed the two vines in front of him. Lin Bei used a lot of force, gripping the two perfectly thick vines tightly, as if he were holding a brown-green steering wheel. He released the immense power within him, and now these two vines served as power lines. The abundant energy surged into the two vines and then moved along them until it finally entered the interior of the number 31 heavenly vine. A stream of forces kept entering. Because these two vines have limited load-bearing capacity, they cannot input too much energy at once and can only proceed step by step. While charging the heavenly vine, Lin Bei was also carefully observing it. However, perhaps because it had only just begun charging, the number 31 heavenly vine did not react and remained quiet. Keep charging. Lin Bei had only one thought. First, let's fully consume the number 31 heavenly vine that might give us a chance to leave this place. Otherwise, I'd probably have to stay here forever. Watch me charge you until you're bursting. A moment later, Lin Bei had already injected a large amount of energy into the two vines. Finally, the previously calm number 31 heavenly vine has started to stir. Dozens of vines of varying thicknesses came from all directions to Lin Bei's surroundings, and began to help Lin Bei relieve his fatigue in various ways. Several vines were massaging Lin Bei's shoulders, while others were patting his back. Some even took off his shoes and massaged his feet. Lin Bei's entire body, including some sensitive areas, was enjoying the services from the Tongtian vine. The speed was moderate, and the force was just right. Therefore, Lin Bei became certain of one thing. It's pretty much certain that this guy doesn't mean me any harm. He just really wanted me to charge it up. The methods were a bit too brutal. He enjoyed it while continuing to recharge the heavenly vine. The longer the charging time, the more energy is injected, and the more active the number 31 sky-piercing vine becomes, with more and more vines coming to Lin Bei's side. The previous tranquility was completely gone. A more accurate adjective would be depressed and listless. After a long time, when the internal energy reached a sufficiently concentrated level, the number 31 heavenly vine went completely mad. It wants to stretch its legs a bit. With Lin Bei's help, there's no need to worry about running out of power. It's really a long-awaited opportunity to get some serious exercise. There will be no unbearable consequences. The next moment, the number 31st heavenly vine stretched out countless thick and long vines, waving them incessantly as if it had gone mad. Boom! The immense force shattered the clouds, and chaotic air currents swept across the surrounding sky, with airbursts echoing throughout the entire area. At the same time, several vines lashed the ground, tearing out terrifying cracks and creating huge craters everywhere. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked, the ground shook and the mountains trembled. Some monsters that lived nearby were even turned into blood mist when they were slapped. They have no way to escape. Before the tentacles could actually strike, the terrifying force they carried with them caused their bodies to explode. Just then, a few unlucky professionals happened to pass by. One of them was whipped several hundred meters by a vine and finally fell to the ground, his fate unknown. The remaining professionals, though not hit, were in no better shape and were unable to stand steadily on the shaking ground.
Run! Don't go near that crazed, towering vine. What's going on? Didn't we say that if we didn't provoke the sky-reaching vine, everything would be fine? But why would this sky-reaching vine do something like this? You still have the mind to think about such trivial things? Running away is the only thing you should do. I don't want to be drained of blood in an instant. Run! Xin Xingxue and Lu Ruyan were not far away, so naturally they wouldn't miss this terrifying scene.
The two of them looked up at the sky at the same time and saw the vines moving at an extremely fast speed, leaving afterimages all over the sky. There were no rules whatsoever when the group was whipping the ground.
But somehow, the bullets just didn't hit them, or even landed around them, as if deliberately avoiding them.
However, they were not in good condition and were full of worry for Lin Bei, so they did not notice this at all and were only subconsciously considering Lin Bei's safety. After all, Lin Bei was sitting on this towering vine. With the Tongtian vine suddenly acting this crazy, how could Lin Bei, who was on top of it, be alright? How could this happen? What is Lin Bei supposed to do now? Damn the heavenly vine, it's like it's insane. Lin Bei, you absolutely mustn't get hurt.
Please answer us.
Lin Bei heard Xin Xingxue and Lu Ruyan calling out to him. The next moment, he entered the shared network space and pulled the two of them in with him. Looking at Xin Xingxue and Lu Ruyan, whose faces were full of worry, Lin Bei suddenly didn't know how to explain. After a few seconds of silence, Lin Bei spoke with a strange expression.
It didn't hurt me. Being like this doesn't mean you've gone crazy. Instead, I felt incredibly satisfied.
To tell you the truth, the reason this heavenly vine captured me was to recharge me. As you can see, after charging for a while, it turned into this.
During its rampage, it deliberately avoided me. It seems it didn't want to hurt me, and it looks like it avoided you as well.
His expression while speaking was also quite strange.
After all, the matter itself is quite strange. Chapter 79 Feeding the Sky-Piercing Vine. Finally reached level 10. Xin Xingxue and Lu Ruyan were also taken aback after hearing this. After all this fuss, it turns out to be this reason?
They also felt that things were outrageous.
A towering vine that connects heaven and earth is looking for a human to recharge it? Seriously?
The body proportions are clearly mismatched. No matter how strong Lin Bei's power is, he is ultimately a human being and cannot possibly satisfy such a towering vine. In terms of size alone, if the number 31 heavenly vine is considered a supergiant luxury cruise ship, then Lin Bei's size is at most that of a microscopic planktonic organism. In reality, the truth is even more exaggerated than that. The length of the Tongtian vine is unpredictable, no one knows exactly how long it is.
So that's what it was for, but it's too difficult. It feels like they're making things difficult for Lin Bei.
Wait a minute, Lin Bei just said he's really satisfied with the heavenly vine.
I can't even imagine how much power it must have taken to do that, and his target is the heavenly vine.
I know Lin Bei is unfathomable, but to make the heavenly vine look like this is still a bit too exaggerated. Although they had figured out the situation, neither of them looked very happy. In fact, they looked rather unpleasant.
Especially Xin Xingxue.
At this moment, she was still looking at the number 31 heavenly vine, but the hostility in her eyes did not decrease in the slightest.
On the contrary, it became even stronger than before. I'm even more annoyed. Why does even the heavenly vine want to compete with us? This is a real headache. Xin Xingxue couldn't help but sigh. No?
There are already enough competitors, and each one is quite difficult to deal with.
That's fine. It's still acceptable. But what's the point of a giant vine like the one that reaches for the sky getting involved?
It was already difficult enough for 4 people to share one Lin Bei, so it had come to the point where they had to queue up in an orderly fashion to enjoy it.
And now they've added a towering vine.
If only this one heavenly vine could do this, that would be one thing, but there are dozens or even hundreds of heavenly vines in this secret realm.
If every single heavenly vine were done this way, are they even alive?
Hopefully, the other heavenly vines won't go too far.
One is enough.
No one else should get involved.
Why?
Lu Ruyan, who was standing nearby, gradually realized this as well. Her expression changed involuntarily.
It's alright to compete with Xin Xingxue and others. The difference in everyone's professional level is not too great. But the heavenly vine is different.
Its exact strength is unknown, but it is said to be a being that kills anyone who touches it.
And then there was what I just experienced. Even a full force attack couldn't break the skin. The situation is getting a bit serious.
A super strong competitor has arrived. Even if the four of us combined, we wouldn't be a match for this heavenly vine, and this bastard seems to want to monopolize Lin Bei.
What should we do now? Lu Ruyan was very worried.
The only saving grace is that you can only stay in the secret realm for 3 days, which means you only need to endure for a maximum of 3 days.
Time passed little by little.
Lin Bei had been charging up the number 31 heavenly vine, and the energy in his body, which was originally 100 times greater than normal, was being rapidly depleted. Less than an hour had passed, and over 80% of the energy had been used up, leaving only a little over 10,000 units of energy. However, despite absorbing so much energy, the number 31 heavenly vine showed no significant changes compared to before.
It's still the same. He didn't do anything else out of excitement.
They remained silent, drawing strength from each other, as if quite content with the relationship.
Finally, Lin Bei couldn't help but ask, "Do you really need to charge your phone? It doesn't seem to be of any use."
Not a single new vine has grown, nor has it blossomed or borne fruit.
It's a complete waste of my energy.
And in 10 minutes at most, my strength will be exhausted.
What will I do then? Hey, can you stop standing there like a block of wood?
He was helpless. We don't even know if this towering vine will respond. After all, something's not right about this heavenly vine. Just a moment ago he was going crazy with excitement, but now he's eerily quiet, like he has bipolar disorder.
Is this how a towering vine should behave? Would a normal Tongtian vine do this?
The next moment, the number 31st heavenly vine responded, extending another vine to Lin Bei.
Snap!
The vine came to a stop and produced a red fruit.
It looks like an apple. It looks delicious.
The vine placed the newly formed fruit in front of Lin Bei, then touched Lin Bei's lips, its meaning quite clear.
Make him open his mouth. Feed him fruit.
Lin Bei looked at this unique fruit and hesitated to take a bite.
The fruit produced by the Tongtian vine. The colors are also very vibrant.
It was as red as blood.
Is it edible? Will it cause any problems if I eat it? Just then, the vines moved again.
He patted Lin Bei's shoulder forcefully, as if to tell Lin Bei to eat without worry.
There will definitely be no problem. The bag is fine. Your stomach won't get bigger after eating it. After thinking for a moment, Lin Bei decided to eat it anyway.
If you ate it, then you gained something, and your efforts weren't wasted.
Eating is simply giving. It's like being a lapdog for the number 31st heavenly vine.
Besides, the 31 heavenly vine is still counting on him to recharge, so it certainly wouldn't do anything bad to him. So Lin Bei opened his mouth. The vine thoughtfully held the fruit in front of him.
Lin Bei took a big bite.
The flesh is very soft.
Very white. It has a high water content. The taste is even better.
After taking one bite, I wanted another. At the same time, Lin Bei could clearly feel a large amount of pure energy surging within his body. The fatigue that had accumulated in his body was rapidly disappearing. Clearly, this fruit has a remarkable effect.
As for the downsides? I can't feel it at all.
Lin Bei continued eating, while the vines remained raised, keeping pace with his progress.
They finished one in just a few bites. One more, please. He said it instinctively.
The vine hesitated for a few seconds, but finally produced another fruit and held it up to the front of the forest.
Again. I want more.
Lin Bei ate 5 in one go. It wasn't that he didn't want to eat more, but that he simply couldn't eat anymore. This fruit was not only magical but also very filling.
1 is better than 10. Strangeness. I feel like I've gotten stronger. Is it just my imagination? Not really. Lin Bei opened the information bar to check. Lin Bei. Job 1, Power Bank. Grade, E. Level, LV10. Experience, 0-1000.
Capacity, 100-00-1000. Abilities, Basic Energy Recovery, Basic Stamina Recovery, Reverse Charging, Energy Conversion, 100x Capacity, Experience Point Increase Basic, Limit Break 5x, Energy Projection, New Ability Granting, Flesh and Blood Regeneration Basic, Right Hand Enhancement LV1, Network Sharing, Wireless Charging Basic, Job Synthesis, Bloodline Activation, Object Charging Basic, Electrical Drive Basic, Electromagnetic Domain.
Class 2, the Punisher. Grade, C. Divine Wrath, 2-2. Divine Punishment, 2-2. Ability, Limitless Growth, Divine Wrath, Divine Punishment. This is a hidden profession, absolutely unique, and exclusively yours. This is one of the most destructive professions in the world. It can grow by absorbing other professions, reaching a maximum rank of SSS or higher. The number of times its abilities can be used also increases. Those who die because of you become nourishment for this profession. This class cannot be obtained again during subsequent synthesis. Consuming a synthesized class will grant faster growth. He was stunned. I've reached level 10? Can this fruit also provide experience? I really didn't expect that. This was indeed beyond Lin Bei's expectations. He originally thought that this fruit could restore physical strength and refresh the mind. At this moment, Lin Bei had only one feeling: the effort to recharge the number 31 heavenly vine had not been in vain. It was worth it. The returns are excellent. It's an absolute steal. In that case, we'll continue charging later. There was another point that also surprised Lin Bei. The number of times Divine Punishment and Divine Wrath can be used has been increased. Is it because it absorbed the professions of those people and reached level 10? That's really good. These two abilities are my trump cards. Chapter 80, The Reward from the Heavenly Vine. A new crisis. Lin Bei was in a good mood. Soon it started acting as a power bank again, grabbing the two vines and charging itself like crazy. Although he didn't know when it would end. I don't know the real purpose behind the 31 heavenly vines' decision to charge him up. But charge it. It doesn't seem like a bad thing. Just charge it. One person charges and then remains silent. Even if you exhaust all your strength, you'll still have that fruit to eat. After a while, a system notification sounded. Bite. The host has successfully helped a towering vine regain some of its power. This is a miracle for the vine, which had given up on regaining its power and was waiting to die after its power was completely exhausted. Reward obtained, Vine Summoning LV1. The host can summon multiple vines for combat at any time. Currently 10 vines can be summoned, with the longest reaching 50 meters. The strength of the vines is directly related to the host's abilities. Currently, the vines only possess basic power, but as the host levels up and recharges with the sky-piercing vine, the vine summoned by the host will gain different powers. This skill can be improved and has extremely high potential. Lin Bei was completely stunned, his face full of astonishment. What is that? Did you receive a reward? Is it true or false? You can get rewards just by charging the sky-piercing vine? And the rewards are great. A combat skill with extremely high growth potential. This is even more profitable. Is this okay? I thought helping it would be a loss. I never expected that not only would I not lose money, but I would actually make a profit. Lin Bei happily continued charging. Before long, he was surprised to discover something. He didn't know when it started, but a magical connection had been established between him and the number 31 heavenly vine. Although only Lin Bei can speak, and the 31 heavenly vine cannot make a sound, it can still communicate with Lin Bei through the transmission of thoughts. The number 31 heavenly vine actively conveyed a thought to Lin Bei, hoping that Lin Bei could continue to recharge it, as it needed more power. This is really convenient. Good. Then keep charging. Meanwhile, more than a dozen members of the Hunters Guild had arrived around the 31 Sky Vine. But that's not all. Rather, it refers to all those who can arrive from a shorter distance. These dozen or so people were there to deal with Xinxing Xue and her two companions. They all agreed that Lin Bei was dead. After all, Tong Tiantang had been acting so wildly just now. Zhao Liang, who first discovered Lin Bei and the others, had been hiding behind a boulder, maintaining a distance of more than 100 meters to observe the situation, thus having a complete grasp of the situation here. The members of the Hunters Guild first went to Zhao Liang's hiding place. Everyone, listen to me, be careful later. Xinxing Xue and Lu Ruyan's strength is questionable. It's vastly different from what was reported in the intelligence. We must be extremely careful when dealing with them. As for Su Rue, she only has special abilities, but her actual combat strength is relatively average. All we need to do is keep her here and not give her a chance to escape. Of course, we can also kill her first. Bai Xiaoxiao and Hao Mengmeng had to leave, but as long as we wait here, we'll definitely see them. I'm sure that as long as they don't die on the way, they'll definitely come back here again. As for the most important goal, it's a pity. It's all because of this heavenly vine that we missed a great opportunity.
The members of the Hunters Guild listened attentively.
Several of them looked at Su Rue and couldn't help but swallow.
It would be a shame to kill them directly, but for the sake of the association, we have no choice but to do so. Fortunately, there are quite a few beautiful girls in the association. It doesn't matter, as long as you complete the task and get the reward, you can directly find 10 female college students.
The rest of the people were watching Shenxing Xue and Lu Ruyan. However, they didn't pay much attention to what Zhao Liang said.
After all, the intelligence was right there, and after reading it over and over again, their understanding of the two had already become fixed.
Who knows how much of Zhao Liang's statement was exaggerated? It's not a big problem. How strong can they be? We brought a lot of things with us. If it really doesn't work, we can use a few of them. Leaving Su Rue aside for now, the remaining two are a swordsman and a mage. What's so difficult about that? Fight the mage in melee and the swordsman in ranged combat. You're guaranteed to win. Last time we almost killed Lu Ruyan, this time we absolutely won't make a mistake again.
Seeing this, Zhao Liang wanted to say something more, but these people didn't give him a chance to speak and immediately walked towards the direction where Shenxing Xue and the other two were. He also thought it wasn't a big problem, so he didn't say anything more. In any case, the only ones who pose a threat are Shenxing Xue and Lu Ruyan.
Su Rue can be ignored.
At the same time, a vine came to Lin Bei's side and told Lin Bei, who was frantically charging, about the news.
Lin Bei couldn't see what was happening below. Because Zhao Liang and the others had deliberately hidden themselves, Shenxing Xue and Lu Ruyan did not discover them.
The number 31 heavenly bridge grows from the ground and reaches straight to the heavens, allowing it to see everything happening around it. Nothing in the sky or on the ground can escape its gaze, even the slightest breeze or rustling of the grass is under its control. Lin Bei decided not to let Shenxing Xue and the other two make a move yet. They had already used up a lot of their strength, so it would be better to leave this opportunity to the number 31 heavenly vine. As for Su Rue, whom he had never met, Lin Bei didn't care much about her.
He wouldn't deliberately persecute her, nor would he specifically protect her. Let's begin. Chapter 81, The 31st Heavenly Vine. Follow me to slay the enemy. Nowadays, a fairly solid connection has been established between Lin Bei and the number 31 Heavenly Vine.
Moreover, after some communication, he was certain that the number 31 Heavenly Vine had no malicious intent and would not kill him after the charging was finished.
These people have come at just the right time.
After stopping the charging, Lin Bei stood up and looked down, but all he could see were thick white clouds. His view was blocked by the clouds, and he couldn't see what was below. Without a doubt, I have truly established a charging relationship with the number 31 Heavenly Vine, just like Shenxing Xue and the others. If I ask the number 31 Tongtian Vine to kill these people, can it also receive the same reward as Shenxing Xue and the others when they kill enemies before? Not entirely sure. But there is a considerable possibility. Lin Bei clearly remembered that Shenxing Xue and others would receive rewards for killing enemies. Therefore, it is quite reasonable for something similar to what happened to the 31 Heavenly Vine.
It's not absolutely impossible. 31. Charging is interrupted first. Come with me to kill some people and get some exercise. It's pretty boring to keep charging here, we need some entertainment to liven things up. 31.
It was the name Lin Bei gave to the number 31st Heavenly Vine.
It sounds alright. It's better than just calling it the 31 Heavenly Vine. Tongtian number 31 naturally had no objection to this. It was very clear about its relationship with Lin Bei. The truth is that it needs Lin Bei's help and can only get it help from Lin Bei. Therefore, the 31 Heavenly Vine knew exactly what to do. All you need to do is cooperate with Lin Bei. Do this. It's a win-win situation. It's good for it, and it's good for Lin Bei too. No one will be unhappy or dissatisfied. Take me down first.
The next moment, a vine about a meter thick came to Lin Bei's side.
Lin Bei got up and walked to the vine.
The vines moved, carrying Lin Bei away from the platform, and he fell through the clouds at an incredible speed, accompanied by many other vines of varying thicknesses.
These vines have two missions. First, protect Lin Bei. To prevent those people below from hurting Lin Bei.
Secondly, it serves as Lin Bei's sharpest weapon.
Help Lin Bei eliminate those blind enemies. In short, all the vines will do as Lin Bei requests.
The members of the Hunters Association made no sneak attempt to hide or launch an attack, they simply charged openly towards Shenxing Xue and her companions.
There are quite a few people.
The commotion it caused was quite significant. They were still shouting and provoking.
"Three beautiful ladies, how about we play a hunting game? We're the hunters, and you're the prey. Come and play. This game is absolutely thrilling and will be unforgettable for you.
They are all so beautiful, and I really can't bear to kill them, but I have no other choice." Almost immediately, Shen Xingxue looked at the group of members of the Hunter Association.
Lu Ruyan recognized several of them at first glance. Several people she would never forget, even in death. Before she could re-enter the secret realm, these people were practically her nightmare. "Be careful, they're from the Hunters Guild. 3 of them participated in the last attack on me, and the reason I was so badly injured was because of them. Don't be careless. They are not only very strong, but also ruthless and cruel."
"No, it's not just the 3 of them, I'm afraid the others are the same." At that moment, a flame of hatred ignited in her eyes, and she wished she could rush out immediately and tear those people to pieces.
But Lu Ruyan held back.
With Lin Bei around, she had to consider the bigger picture and not let hatred cloud her judgment. Upon learning of this situation, Shen Xingxue's expression changed drastically. She naturally knew what kind of organization the Hunters Guild was and what it did every day. Shen Xingxue's heart was also filled with anger. Putting everything else aside, she felt sorry for Lu Ruyan, who had been tortured like that by the Hunters Association. "If I hadn't been lucky enough to meet Lin Bei, I don't know what would have happened to me, but I'm sure it would have been a terrible situation."
"Understood, I will be very careful. Let's work together to kill them all, leave no one alive, especially those who hurt you." Lu Ruyan's eyes were filled with gratitude. How could she not hear the concern in Shen Xingxue's words? "Good. Kill them all." At this moment, Su Rui, who was sitting not far away, also stood up. The current situation was beyond her expectations. She did not expect that the people from the Hunter Association would appear here. They arrived way too fast and too early. After all, the Heavenly Vine secret realm has only been open for less than a day, so this shouldn't have happened. The situation is very tricky. Too many enemies have come all at once. Under these circumstances, even protecting myself is difficult for me. As she spoke to herself, Su Rui looked at Lu Ruyan and Shen Xingxue. She made a decision in a very short time. "Let's give it our all. Try it once. Use all your strength to get them both out together. This mission can fail, but we cannot let Shen Xingxue and Lu Ruyan die here. They are too important to Nanjiang City. As long as they can grow, they will definitely be very strong in the future. So we can't let them die here." Su Rui abandoned the mission and chose to protect Shen Xingxue and Lu Ruyan instead. Call. Taking a deep breath, she took action. Her body disappeared completely, reappearing beside Shen Xingxue and Lu Ruyan. "Hold on tight to my arms. My ability is space. I can teleport you over long distances. If you cooperate a little, I can take you out. Quick!" Su Rui urged anxiously. But she never expected that Shen Xingxue and Lu Ruyan would both resolutely refuse. "No, we will not leave, no matter how dangerous the situation is. You can leave on your own, but we have reasons to stay." They won't leave. Because Lin Bei is still on the Tongtian vine. Su Rui was very anxious. She didn't understand why Shen Xingxue and Lu Ruyan were doing this, but she knew the situation was extremely urgent. Every second wasted would reduce their chances of escaping. Could it be that they're waiting for the man who was taken away by the Heavenly Vine? Would you stay here and die for a man? That's so stupid. It's absolutely not worth it. Never mind all that. Forcibly take the 2 of them away. Having made her decision, Su Rui prepared to take Shen Xingxue and Lu Ruyan's hands. But at that moment, an incredibly loud whooshing sound came, like a thunderclap exploding in the air. Everyone present, whether it was Shen Xingxue and Lu Ruyan, or Su Rui and the members of the Hunter Association, looked up at the sky at the same time. A vine suddenly burst through the clouds and was rapidly approaching the ground. Following this vine were several other vines of varying thicknesses, all heading towards the ground. Everyone knows it's the number 31st Heavenly Vine. Everyone be careful. The Heavenly Vine is coming. Do not get close to the Heavenly Vine. Why is the Heavenly Vine causing trouble? This matter has nothing to do with it, and we never intended to disturb it. I don't know either. Just don't mess with the Heavenly Vine, or you're definitely doomed. Su Rui was also dumbfounded. However, she was still very confident that she could leave with Shen Xingxue and Lu Ruyan when facing members of the Hunter Association.
But if she were facing the 31 heavenly vine, she wouldn't be able to leave, let alone take Xinxing Xue and Lu Ruyan with her, even if she controlled the power of space.
Babel vine. Too dangerous. Oops. The situation is absolutely terrible. Chapter 82. Someone came up the vine. Are they all going to be on top? Su Rui's forehead was covered in cold sweat. The situation is terrible. They are facing the Hunters Association in front, the 31 Skyvine behind, and are trapped in the Skyvine secret realm where they cannot get support. There is no escape. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call this a desperate situation. Fortunately, the sudden appearance of the vines also served as a significant deterrent to the members of the Hunters Guild. They dared not make any rash moves and all looked up at the vines. Apart from Xinxing Xue and Lu Ruyan, everyone else was in extremely poor condition, with their bodies and souls bearing immense pressure. The sudden arrival of the Heavenly Vine was simply too astonishing. Nobody knows what the Heavenly Vine wants to do. But everyone knows you can't mess with the Heavenly Vine. Once the Heavenly Vine has its eye on you, that would be certain death. It will only turn into piles of minced meat. A few seconds later, the thickest vine was almost touching the ground, finally stopping at a height of about 10 meters, with the remaining vines following closely around it. If the thickest vine represents the main warship, then the remaining vines are the escorting frigates. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Of course, this does not include Xinxing Xue and Lu Ruyan. Although they didn't know much about it, they knew that Lin Bei had a good relationship with this Heavenly Vine, and that no matter what, the Heavenly Vine wouldn't harm them. As for why the vines came down, neither of them had any idea, but they knew there was no danger. Su Rui forced herself to muster her courage and immediately grabbed Xinxing Xue and Lu Ruyan's hands. Don't be afraid. I'll take you away now. The success rate may only be 10%, but it is still worth a try, because staying here will definitely lead to death, while those who try to escape have a chance to survive. Hold my hand tightly. But no sooner had she finished speaking than Xinxing Xue and Lu Ruyan suddenly broke free of her grasp. Then the two of them looked at him calmly. No need to run, it's okay. Thank you for thinking of us, but we will not leave here. Even if we know there is danger, we will not leave. We know you're a good person, and Lin Bei probably knows that too, so you don't need to worry about anything. Su Rui stared at Xinxing Xue and Lu Ruyan in astonishment, unable to comprehend their actions. How could they do this when disaster was imminent? The Heavenly Vine was hanging just a few meters away, and it could fall down at any moment. Such a thing had happened before, but these two kept saying that there was nothing wrong and that there was nothing to worry about. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. You. Believe me. Leaving with me is the only way, no matter. But she had only spoken half of her sentence when she saw someone standing on the thickest vine. It was none other than Lin Bei. He stood there with an indifferent expression, his clothes and hair blowing in the wind, staring coldly at the members of the Hunters Guild not far away. Su Rui recognized Lin Bei immediately. Looking at the vines surrounding Lin Bei, which covered almost every direction, Su Rui suddenly realized something. Those vines are clearly protecting Lin Bei. It's him. Not only is he still alive, but he also controls the Heavenly Vine? Whether it's the Heavenly Vine under his feet or the Heavenly Vine around his body, they are all acting according to his instructions and requirements. How was this done? Su Rui was far more shocked than ever before. All the shock she had ever felt before combined couldn't compare to the scene before her. Babel Vine. A synonym for danger and mystery. But a human has managed to control the Heavenly Vine. She couldn't believe it. At the same time, Xinxing Xue and Lu Ruyan also saw Lin Bei. The two immediately burst into laughter, their cold expressions instantly melting away. Welcome back. You're back. I knew you'd be all right. Lin Bei nodded to the two of them. You all go and wait in the back. I'll go and deal with those people first. Don't interfere this time, let 31 handle everything. Xinxing Xue and Lu Ruyan listened very well to Lin Bei. Lin Bei told them to watch from the side, and they obediently stepped aside, their eyes shining as they looked at Lin Bei. The man who descended from the sky on a vine brought them another surprise. As expected, trusting Lin Bei was absolutely right. He truly is the embodiment of miracles. Wow, that's amazing. He's already taken care of this Heavenly Vine. He'll always have the upper hand in our power-up relationship. That's great, we don't even have to lift a finger, we can just watch from here. Controlling the Heavenly Vine is clearly an unrealistic thing,
but Xin Xingxue and Lu Ruyan can easily accept it.
They've been reassigned. Cognition has already taken on the shape of Lin Bei. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan remembered something. Lin Bei. Could you spare the lives of the 3 people inside? All 3 of them participated in the last attack on me.
Lin Bei naturally wouldn't accept such a request.
Certainly. Then come up here. Show it to me when the time comes. Otherwise, we might accidentally kill them all. He extended an invitation to Lu Ruyan.
Lu Ruyan had wanted to go up from the beginning, but she was too embarrassed to bring it up herself. Now that Lin Bei had brought it up first, she naturally wouldn't refuse.
Here I am. Seeing this, Xin Xingxue immediately became anxious. I want to go up there too. She didn't want to miss this opportunity. Since we're going to be up there, then we'll all be up there.
Lin Bei naturally had no objection to this, and instead ordered the 2 vines to move, bringing Lu Ruyan and Xin Xingxue to the thickest one.
Chapter 83 Return from Hell? Absolute Trust.
After Xin Xingxue and Lu Ruyan arrived on the vine, they immediately stood to the left and right of Lin Bei, and they were also very curious about the thick and long vine below.
I never expected that this time, when I entered the Heavenly Vine's secret realm, I would actually be able to stand on the Heavenly Vine,
and that the Heavenly Vine would even bring me up on its own.
It's obedient, it will do whatever you tell it to do. Touch it, it's so rough, not as smooth as Lin Bei.
You should know that this is the vine of the Heavenly Vine. According to experts, the Heavenly Vine only exists in the Heavenly Vine's secret realm.
He is full of unknown secrets. Its origin is a mystery.
His strength remains a mystery.
How long it has existed is a mystery. They are all mysteries.
Moreover, it is difficult to conduct research on it. Because the Heavenly Vine can easily kill any professional who gets close, it is impossible to obtain a sample of the Heavenly Vine. Only a very few good-tempered vines can be approached, but to figure out how vines behave, you have to risk your life. Once you're targeted by the Heavenly Vine, you're sure to meet a bad end. This conclusion was drawn after countless people were killed.
But now,
the number 31 Heavenly Vine submitted to Lin Bei's feet. Lin Bei somehow managed to control the Heavenly Vine. He made the Tongtian Vine obedient, like a toy, to do all sorts of things according to Lin Bei's requirements.
To date, nothing like this has ever been done to the Heavenly Vine.
Normally, people would stay as far away from the Heavenly Vine as possible, and except in special circumstances, they would not dare to approach it at all. Even Lu Ruyan and Xin Xingxue, who were very familiar with Lin Bei, were surprised by this situation.
Lin Bei, you're amazing. This Heavenly Vine is as obedient as a little puppy.
Since the official opening of this secret realm, you are the first person to make the Heavenly Vine obedient. Anyone else who had any ideas about doing anything to the Heavenly Vine has long since died.
As expected of you, only you could do something like this.
They looked at Lin Bei with admiration, all their attention drawn to him, forgetting how urgent the situation was and even forgetting about the people from the Hunter Association. It seemed that nothing in this world was more important than watching Lin Bei. At the same time, Su Rui hurriedly raised her head and looked at Xin Xingxue and Lu Ruyan, who had gone up on the vines. He noticed that the 2 of them were looking at Lin Bei with expressions of admiration. It is clear that they have accepted this astonishing event. She never doubted whether it was some kind of illusion, nor did she ask Lin Bei how he did it. She simply wanted to stay by Lin Bei's side.
They just accepted it like that? This is the Heavenly Vine.
Suddenly, Su Rui understood her previous doubts and realized why Xin Xingxue and Lu Ruyan, who had initially been frantically attacking the Tongtian Vine, had put aside their worries and instead sat down to chat and wait. She also understood why Hao Mengmeng and Bai Xiaoxiao had left decisively. She understood even more why Xin Xingxue and Lu Ruyan were determined to stay here even when the Hunter Association attacked, and refused to use her abilities to leave. At first, Su Rui thought the 2 had given up hope of living, but now she realized how foolish that idea was.
Give up? It's not about giving up at all, it's about absolute trust. Trust in Lin Bei.
Their trust in him has reached an unbelievable level. They firmly believe that he can do all sorts of incredible things.
It's practically mindless trust.
Moreover, they have some kind of special way of communicating with him, which is why they stopped attacking and waited here.
But ultimately, it all comes down to that man. What secret does he hold? And what power do they possess? They even managed to handle the Heavenly Vine. Incredible. My mission this time was to bring back a portion of the Heavenly Vine.
The minimum requirement was to bring back even 1 centimeter, but I haven't managed to do that yet. And now, the number 31 heavenly vine seems to have become its personal bodyguard. At this moment, Su Rui's curiosity about Lin Bei reached its peak, and her gaze officially shifted to Lin Bei, with no thought of escaping from this place.
All that remains is anticipation and curiosity.
She was curious about Lin Bei as a whole, and she looked forward to what Lin Bei would do next. She couldn't help but want to explore the mysteries of Lin Bei. The mystery of Lin Bei's body, and the mystery of Lin Bei's soul. At the same time, all the members of the Hunters Association were looking up at Lin Bei, who was standing on the vines.
They didn't react for a moment.
It's one thing for the 31 heavenly vine to suddenly interfere.
But why is there a man standing on the vines? What's going on? So the rumors circulating outside are true? Did humans actually exist on the heavenly vine?
That person must be a native of the Tongtian vine, but the clothes he's wearing look familiar.
I feel like I've seen them in some video before. What's so strange about that? Anyone who can stand on the heavenly vine must be a native. As for clothes, they can just take other people's. By the way, should we try to get the natives to join the association? That's a good idea. The heavenly vine makes killing even easier. If we can get him to join us, then every one of them will die in the future, right? Then let's give it a try.
Once they calmed down, their biggest desire was to make this person, who was highly suspected of being an indigenous person, a member of the Hunters Guild. This would be of great help to the Hunter Association. The first native joined.
Then a second one will join.
For the third, fourth, and even more, joining the Hunters Guild is a natural progression. Only Zhao Liang recognized Lin Bei. After all, Lin Bei became his main focus after that battle, and he was the only one among everyone who knew Lin Bei. Zhao Liang stood there, staring intently at Lin Bei's face.
It's him? He's still alive. And he's back. Why?
Everyone who was captured by the heavenly vine before was bound to die in the end, leaving no trace of their body.
But why is he an exception?
Zhao Liang never expected this to happen. In his original view, the moment Lin Bei was captured by the number 31 heavenly vine, he was already a dead man and no one he needed to care about anymore. But now, Lin Bei, who should have been dead, has returned surrounded by the heavenly vine. Zhao Liang was completely terrified on the spot. A few seconds later, he remembered to tell the others.
Everyone be careful. He is the person I was talking about who was captured by the heavenly vine. He's the most dangerous one in this group.
At that moment, the others realized what was going on.
They were all stunned.
Zhao Liang had previously stated that Lin Bei, a key target, had been captured by Tongtian Tang, and that he was certain that Lin Bei would be killed by Tongtian Tang.
But now they're saying that the person who should have died has returned, standing on the heavenly vine? What kind of hellish plot is this? Chapter 84. Su Rui was paralyzed with fear? The heavenly vine moves. Soon, someone looked at Zhao Liang and questioned him. What are you doing? 1 minute you're dead, the next you're alive. What's going on?
When he was alive, you wanted to win him over and recruit him. When he died, you wanted to kill all his women.
Now you've released all those who were supposed to kill his women, and you're telling me he's not dead? Come on, tell me, what's the best way to handle this? Should we try to win them over or just kill them all?
Zhao Liang, this is your problem, so you must take responsibility for solving it.
Zhao Liang did not confront this problem.
He was more concerned about something else than what to do.
Everyone, now doesn't seem like the time to pressure me.
We should be focusing on that guy.
He was standing on the heavenly vine.
The 31 heavenly vine not only didn't harm him, but it seemed to be helping him. That's the most terrifying thing. At this moment, the remaining members of the Hunter Association suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem and that now was indeed not a good time to question Zhao Liang.
There is something even more important, and even more terrifying. To be honest, I really can't understand how a human could control the heavenly vine.
This is a heavenly vine, not a kitten or puppy from a pet store.
Are you sure this kind of thing can actually happen?
If this gets out, his importance will increase dramatically, and he might be placed under special protection. It will then be much more difficult for us to win him over. Brothers, I think it's better to win him over. After all, we're discovering more and more secrets about him.
If he really doesn't want to join, then we can consider another option. That makes sense, this guy is getting more and more complicated.
The fact that humans and the Tongtian vine can coexist harmoniously is indeed earth-shattering news.
This had never happened before. There wasn't even anything like that. Babel vine. Whichever it is. They do not have a friendly relationship with humans. Except for a few that maintain a neutral relationship, most of the other vines can be considered to be in an adversarial relationship. The moment a human steps into its territory, death will befall them. In the end, it was Zhao Liang who made the final decision. Good. First, explain that this is a misunderstanding. Try to recruit him into the association. You can offer whatever conditions you like. The president and group leaders certainly won't have any objections. If, no matter how amazing the conditions are, he still refuses to join the association, then make him the primary target for elimination, and everyone should kill him at all costs. The threat he poses alone is greater than that of Xinqing Xue and the others combined. No one else had any objections. They also believe this is the best option. Under the current circumstances, this is the only thing we can do. Lin Bei didn't care what these people were thinking. From beginning to end, he had only one thought about these people from the Hunters Guild. Just kill them all and that's it. Leave no survivors. Wrong. We need to keep 3 for now. Ask all the questions you want to ask before killing him. Like smoke. Point out the 3 men who attacked you. Otherwise, if we make a move later, we might accidentally kill them all, and then it will be too late to identify them. Lin Bei was very worried about this problem. He didn't actually know anything about the strength of the heavenly vine, he only knew it was definitely very strong, but just how strong was still an unknown. However, one thing is certain, killing these members of the Hunters Guild is easier than cutting a piece of tofu with a peerless sword. Lu Ruyan was taken aback for a moment, but quickly understood what she meant. Good. She immediately pointed out the 3 people without the slightest hesitation, and had no doubt about what Lin Bei said. Whatever he said was true. Xinqing Xue watched quietly from the side, gently massaging Lin Bei's shoulders, without intending to disturb him. Because she knew that now was not the time to do anything else, the only thing she needed to do was to silently watch Lin Bei's performance. After identifying the person, Lu Ruyan stepped back to Lin Bei's side. When Lin Bei realized that Lu Ruyan had taken over his shoulder, he had a sudden idea and took out a cup of hot coffee and some expensive snacks from his spatial ring, obviously intending to feed Lin Bei. Lin Bei didn't feel any aversion. Coffee with sugar tastes good, and one sip makes me feel much more energized. The snacks were especially delicious. It's a leading snack brand in Nanjiang City, and this is the first time he's ever eaten something like this. It tastes good. Lu Ruyan was so happy to receive Lin Bei's praise that her legs went weak. Below, Su Rui looked at the 3 people led by Lin Bei. She understood the current situation and overheard the brief conversation between Lin Bei and the other 2. Are we about to begin? He plans to use the number 31 Sky Vine to deal with those people from the Hunters Association, and he even demanded that 3 of them be spared? Would the 31 Heavenly Vine really listen to such a troublesome request? Even now, it seems that he has a special relationship with the number 31 Heavenly Vine, but it's not normal for the number 31 Heavenly Vine to act entirely according to his wishes. Su Rui could only make judgments based on what she saw and heard. She knew nothing else. Excluding their meeting at the entrance to the secret realm, this was Su Rui's first time meeting Lin Bei. She knew about geniuses like Xinqing Xue and Lu Ruyan, but she knew nothing about Lin Bei, who was just an E-level power bank. After swallowing a mouthful of osmanthus cake, Lin Bei gave the order to the waiting vines. Moving vines. Get some exercise. But those 3 must be left behind. Don't go overboard. The next moment, the number 31st Heavenly Vine moved instantly. However, it wasn't the vines around Lin Bei that were stirred, because those vines were there to protect Lin Bei and prevent him from being attacked by those people. The killing spree is about to unfold among the other vines. Then, dozens more vines burst through the clouds and descended. Each one is thicker and longer than the last, and each one is pulled down with increasing force. It is plentiful, thick, long, and fierce. Su Rui, who was closely monitoring Operation 31, had already spotted it when the first vine broke through the clouds. She immediately looked up at the higher sky and naturally saw the vines coming one after another. Faced with this scene, Su Rui felt only deep despair. The attack of the number 31 Heavenly Vine was like a net that covered everything, leaving no chance for the target to escape. Before this, Su Rui, who possessed spatial abilities, was confident that she could escape with Xinqing Xue and Lu Ruyan. But now she realizes how ridiculous that idea was. Escape from here? That's pure fantasy. Don't even think about it. Chapter 85: A Massacre. Not a single one will escape. The Heavenly Vine is indeed terrifying. Even if I have the ability to teleport,
there is basically no chance of me surviving under this kind of attack. The probability of escaping alone is infinitely close to zero, let alone taking others with me.
Now that I think about it, my mission was impossible to complete. Even if I managed to get a part of the heavenly vine by chance, there was no way I could leave alive. The number 31st heavenly vine won't let me go. Simply put, I'm going to die here. This was the first time Su Rue had truly witnessed the terror of the heavenly vine. The overwhelming attack seemed intent on destroying the entire secret realm. Just looking at them made one tremble with fear. Who dares to face it? She could tell that this was far from the full power of the number 31 heavenly vine. It was very likely only a small fraction of its strength. At this moment, Su Rue felt fortunate. Fortunately, this happened. Otherwise, she would have acted according to the original plan and tried to obtain a portion of the number 31 heavenly vine. I initially thought that doing this would allow me to successfully leave. But in reality, he was certain to die. If anything happens after they arrive, I will definitely die at the hands of the 31 heavenly vine. I was pretty lucky. In a way, they saved me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have survived until today. Thinking about this, Su Rue felt a strong sense of lingering fear. She was just a hair's breadth away from dying here, and the mission would have failed. Fortunately, the seemingly inescapable predicament was averted. At the same time, Zhao Liang and other members of the Hunter Association also witnessed the terrifying scene in the sky. Intense fear grew wildly in their hearts. After all, this wave of attacks from the heavenly vine was aimed at them. Faced with such an intense attack, they had no idea whatsoever to resist, and couldn't muster even the slightest courage to fight back. They only had one idea. Apologize to Lin Bei, beg for reconciliation with Lin Bei, and exchange your dignity for a chance to live by taking the initiative to lower your head. Everyone knows that this is the only way to survive. Zhao Liang, who knew the situation best, was the first to speak up and shout. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. We have no hostility towards you. We are only here to invite you to join us and make you a member of the Hunters Guild. I really mean no harm, I just want to be your partner. I'll agree to many of your requests to get you to join, so please don't act impulsively. He was terrified. Although the situation above wasn't as dire as the sky collapsing, it was still enough to easily take his life. Others also spoke at this time. That's right, what happened just now was a misunderstanding. We're all good people. Let's calm down and have a proper talk. You definitely won't regret joining the Hunters Association. We sincerely invite you to join. Once you join the association, everyone becomes a partner, so you can't kill us. The association requires partners to live in harmony. Brother, a warm welcome to the team. They all showed the utmost sincerity, and their tone was more earnest and sincere than the last. After all, it was a matter of life and death. As members of the Hunters Guild, they didn't want to die such a miserable death. Lin Bei heard these words. But he chose to ignore it. What are you babbling about? So noisy. Once you're dead, you'll be quiet forever. Originally, the number 31 Tongtian vine was still controlling its speed, worried that Lin Bei would ask it to stop, but now it realized that its worries were unnecessary. Shake? It does not exist. Therefore, the vines continued to bombard downwards, rapidly reducing the distance between them and the people on the ground. Seeing that the situation was not improving at all, Zhao Liang and the others were filled with despair. Clearly, his death is imminent. It's no use. He doesn't intend to let us go, nor does he intend to join the association. This is really messed up. I thought it would be a hunt, but it turned into a one-sided massacre. Who would have thought he could control the heavenly vine before we arrived? Everyone, we have to think of a way. We can't just sit here and wait to die. Just then, the fastest vines crashed to the ground. One person was unable to dodge in time and was chosen. Thump! The man's body was instantly blown apart, exploding into a cloud of blood mist that spread everywhere around him, even shattering the bones inside his body. Then, the other vines fell one after another. In just a moment, more than half of the members of the Hunter Association were blown apart, and the remaining body fragments were not even big enough to fit together a palm. Even the strongest person can't withstand a single attack. They will die instantly upon being touched. Thump! At this moment, this place officially became purgatory. Zhao Liang and his two companions, who were deliberately avoided, could only watch helplessly as the hellish scrolls unfolded around them. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, blood mist spread, and everything was blood red. Their reason crumbled instantly, unable to accept this powerless and despairing reality. It's over, it's all over. He can kill us as easily as stepping on an ant. Why did things turn out like this? I always made sure to avoid the heavenly vine every time I entered before, but today I've become its enemy. Run! What are you all standing around for? Run! Split up and run! Driven by their survival instincts, the three instinctively ran in different directions, unsure of their chances of success. The others who were still alive also began to flee in all directions upon seeing this. Thump! Thump! And the number 31st Tongtian vine clearly had a good time killing. They intensified their attack once again, and the vines were able to accurately strike their targets while lashing out at high speed, making any attempt to escape futile. Thump! The vines fell wildly. Unfortunately, there weren't enough people to kill. Before I could even finish killing them, the target was almost gone. In just a few seconds, the number 31 heavenly vine had reduced to only 3 people. These were the same 3 people who had attacked Lu Ruyan before. If Lin Bei hadn't specifically made this request, these 3 people would have already turned into blood mist. The system notification sounded at this moment. Bite. The host has successfully helped the number 31st heavenly vine release its pressure, allowing it to experience the long-lost thrill of killing. This has successfully shifted its mindset, filling it with hope for the future. Reward obtained, Vine Armor LV1. The host can attach a special armor layer to the summoned vines. Currently, only clothing type armor is available, and it requires the host or others to infuse it with corresponding elemental power. Different types of armor will provide different enhancements to the vines. Another fantastic reward. Lin Bei liked it very much. Giving vines armor sounds really cool. Lightning armor, fire armor, ice armor. As expected, this can be done. There are just too few people coming. There are 4 people left. At this point, his gaze fell on Su Rue. Never mind. This one cannot be killed. Soon, Lin Bei shifted his gaze to the 3 survivors, Zhao Liang and the others. Su Rue's body trembled. For some reason, she had a feeling that she had escaped death. Number 31, put those 3 people together, and then you can go and rest for a while. The number 31st heavenly vine immediately did as instructed, extending 3 vines to wrap around the remaining 3 people. Zhao Liang and the other 2 hurriedly begged for mercy. Don't kill me, please don't kill me, I really don't want to die. Please, spare my life. I'll never do it again. Oh no, this is going to kill me. They may have begged for mercy, but they were actually well aware of the situation. It's all in vain. It's useless. Now that things have come to this, there is no way out. Lin Bei and the 31 heavenly vine will not let them go. It's just a matter of whether they die sooner or later. Zhao Liang and the other 2 were placed on a relatively intact piece of ground. The 3 stood there, not daring to move. They had already guessed why Lin Bei hadn't killed them, because the only thing they had in common was that they had all participated in the hunt for Lu Ruyan. Now, with Lu Ruyan beside Lin Bei and all her other companions killed, only this one possibility remains. It was clearly a question about Lu Ruyan. They whispered among themselves. What do you think? If we answer him truthfully, is there any chance of us surviving? Honestly, I don't think it's possible. Even if we tell him the truth, I feel he won't let us off the hook. That's what I think too. They've already gone to such lengths, how could they possibly leave any survivors? Alright, since we're going to die anyway, let's keep it a secret. Even if we die, we can't let him have his way. Zhao Liang and the other 2 had just begged for mercy, but in reality, they all understood one thing. They're definitely going to die. No matter how well they cooperated, they couldn't escape death. Based on this, they made this decision. Since they were going to die no matter what they did, they might as well be tough and not talk about Lu Ruyan. Consider it a form of revenge. Chapter 86. The impasse is inevitable. Take the truth to hell. But just then, the 3 vines that had been quiet started moving again, lashing out at Zhao Liang and his 2 companions. The vines deliberately avoided the vital points. They didn't take their lives. They simply whipped their limbs, leaving them without their legs and arms. All vital organs suffered severe impact. Half dead. But he remained conscious. I can feel the pain. Unable to withstand the excruciating pain that affected their entire bodies, Zhao Liang and the other 2 let out heart-wrenching cries of agony. Ah, it hurts so much. I can't take it anymore. Can you just kill me already? My arms, my legs, they're gone, all gone. Ah. Stop hitting me. Please stop hitting me.
Lin Bei was also somewhat surprised, not expecting the number 31 Tongtian vine to behave this way. Then a vine appeared and told him why the number 31 heavenly vine had done this. Because the number 31 Tongtian vine saw through the three's thoughts, it took the liberty of deciding to give them a small punishment.
However, this minor punishment is a bit too severe. Understood. You did the right thing.
After saying that, Lin Bei left the vines and returned to the ground, landing in front of the three survivors. The three men didn't dare look at him at all. Although they are still alive, it would be better if they were dead. The vines didn't kill them, but they made them experience the most extreme and intense pain. It's even worse than Lu Ruyan's situation back then. Lu Ruyan. Upon hearing Lin Bei's call, Lu Ruyan immediately went to Lin Bei's side, her eyes filled with barely suppressed hatred as she looked at the three people. It was all because of these people that she went through those things and had that painful experience, feeling like she was living in hell every day. It would be a lie to say I don't hate them. On the other hand, Lu Ruyan was also somewhat grateful to these people. If it weren't for them turning her into that person, she wouldn't have had the chance to meet Lin Bei.
But one thing at a time. Revenge must be taken. However, Lu Ruyan did not make a move immediately.
Rather than killing these people to avenge herself, she was more interested in knowing who was behind it all. Last time, quite a few geniuses entered the Heavenly Vine's secret realm, and some even briefly teamed up with her, but these people only targeted her alone. They even deliberately let the people with her go, clearly an operation specifically designed to target her.
Who's behind you? Why are you targeting me? Explain. Lu Ruyan wanted to know the truth.
She not only wanted to deal with these people, but also didn't want to let the mastermind behind them get away with it. Those who deserve to be killed must not be spared. However, those three were all tough nuts to crack. Even after being beaten so badly by the number 31 Heavenly Vine, they did not change their decision.
Instead, it became even stronger. Since death is inevitable, I might as well take the truth to hell and never tell Lu Ruyan the truth, even in death. I absolutely won't tell. Want to know the truth? Maybe in your next life. Speaking out means death, not speaking out also means death. The only difference is whether it's a quick death or a painful one. We've all become like this. Do you think we still care about such things? That's right, we're going to die anyway, so I might as well make you suffer a little. You're destined to never know the truth. They're not fearless. They simply knew they were going to die, and made this choice after weighing the options. As for the possibility of suffering, it doesn't matter anymore. Since things are already like this, why be afraid of any other torment? This time, Lu Ruyan was really stumped. Because that was indeed her idea, she planned to use this reason to get the others to reveal their reasons. Generally speaking, this is a very useful tactic, as most people do not want to die in great pain. However, its drawback is that it fails when faced with tough challenges. Lu Ruyan's expression was not good. She was somewhat reluctant to kill him outright. If she missed this opportunity, she didn't know when she would have to wait again. What if she had to wait several years? Wouldn't that allow the mastermind behind the scenes to continue developing their power, and what if it caused something bad to happen? What should we do? Is there no other way to investigate? Whether we can find anything is unknown. Just then, Lin Bei crouched down and looked at the three people who had lost their limbs. A cold smile played on his lips. That's right, I like tough guys. I hope you can still be the same as you are now later. Lu Ruyan, leave this to me. You can watch over things from the side for a while. I'll play with them. Lu Ruyan's gloomy expression instantly brightened. Now, she has developed a blind trust in Lin Bei. Even in a situation where she couldn't think of any solutions, she was certain that Lin Bei would succeed as long as he was willing to take action, without any doubt in her heart. Good. Chapter 87, A Small Display of Skill. Shocking the entire audience. Lu Ruyan obediently walked to the side. She waited with a smile, certain that Lin Bei would have a way to get these three determined people to talk. Even though all three of them had gone to such lengths, Lu Ruyan firmly believed that Lin Bei could do it. To get the three of them to cooperate, we'll definitely have to use some unconventional methods. What does Lin Bei plan to do? How curious. Not only Lu Ruyan, but Qinqing Xue and the others also had absolute trust in Lin Bei, which could even be described as mindless trust. But they don't think there's anything wrong with this idea. Su Rui was also curious. Of everyone here, she was the only true bystander, staying in a safe area the entire time.
She made a move, nor was she attacked. No one paid any attention to her, as if she had neither become invisible, much like a mere spectator.
Su Rui overheard what Zhao Liang and the other two had just said and knew that they were determined not to cooperate. She understands this decision. It's a certain death, what else is there to say? Saying anything won't change your chance of survival, so there's really no need to cooperate. Especially if the injury is this severe, the person will bleed to death within an hour at most, but if they just endure it, it will pass. Keeping the reasons to oneself can indeed be considered revenge. At least it will make Lin Bei and his group suffer. Although I don't know why Lu Ruyan trusts him so much, judging from the current situation, no matter what method we use, we can't get these three to tell the truth. I'm afraid even cutting the flesh off piece by piece wouldn't help. After all, if you're not even afraid of death, what else is there to be afraid of? No matter how much you torture someone who is not afraid of death, it's useless. The hatred in their hearts can support them to go that far. Su Rui rationally analyzed the situation before her. All things considered, the likelihood of failure is extremely high. Therefore, she held a negative view, believing that it would be too difficult to accomplish such a thing. At this moment, Lin Bei stood in front of the three people, looking down at the three gruesome bodies. They're all in terrible shape. Even if they were sent to a top-tier hospital, they couldn't be saved. They could only wait for death to come. The three of them also looked at Lin Bei. They knew Lin Bei was extraordinary, but they didn't believe he could make them speak. As long as they remain adamant in their silence, there's no problem. It doesn't matter anymore. In any case, given these injuries, he won't live much longer at most, he'll just suffer some torment. I'm about to die, what's there to be afraid of in torture? It won't make a difference who comes. You'd better give up on that idea. I won't say anything. If you want me to tell you, kneel down and kowtow to me a few times. Maybe I'll be happy and tell you part of the truth. Quickly, kneel down, kowtow, and then have Lu Ruyan and Xue come and serve me. That way, I might consider being a good person. They even had the audacity to provoke Lin Bei. The situation is already at its worst. To give up entirely. Other things don't need to be considered. Lin Bei gently shook his head, noticing a subtle change in his eyes, and a hint of pity appeared in his gaze as he looked at the three of them. What can I say to you all? Actually, I personally don't like being a bad person, and I don't want to use cruel methods because I am kind at heart. So kind that she could be called a saint. But there's nothing I can do, the three of you just had to force me. You brought this on yourselves. If you had just told the truth, nothing would have happened. Okay, that's all for now. At this moment, the three of them were still unaware of the seriousness of the situation. They only thought that Lin Bei wanted to torture them severely. And that is precisely what they fear least. My whole body aches, both inside and outside. Even if the pain were a little worse, I wouldn't feel much pain. Zhao Liang and his two companions continued to provoke them. Come on, if you dare, come on. Do you think we're afraid? If you don't do as we say, you'll never know what's going on. Instead of wasting time on nonsense, you should kneel down and beg me. He's still as arrogant as ever. Lin Bei ignored it. He just randomly picked someone as his target. Zhao Liang was chosen by chance. Then, Lin Bei reached out and touched Zhao Liang's shoulder, and the power within him began to flow into Zhao Liang's body. Charging begins. Under Lin Bei's deliberate control, this charging will only repair Zhao Liang's body, with all the power concentrated on Zhao Liang's right hand. A few seconds later, Zhao Liang's arm, which had been ripped apart by the number 31 heavenly vine, grew back. Apart from being much newer than the original arm, there is basically no difference in comparison. Zhao Liang noticed the change in his right hand immediately. He looked at the newly grown arm, and the arrogance and madness on his face vanished instantly. Instead, there was utter astonishment. My arm. My arm has grown back again? How is that possible? How could this possibly happen? I saw my arm get smashed to pieces with my own eyes. Impossible. Although it was a verbal denial, Zhao Liang knew it was true. The presence of that newborn arm was so strong. At that moment, he suddenly understood something. I now understand the real reason why Lu Ruyan recovered from severe disability. It wasn't some kind of miraculous encounter at all. Their guess was wrong from the start. It's quite clear now, the real reason Lu Ruyan recovered was Lin Bei, who was standing right in front of her with pity in his eyes. Lin Bei. That's what they call a serendipitous encounter. So it was because of him. He cured Lu Ruyan, turning her from a cripple back into a normal person. He gave her legs again. But is this really something that one person can do? Unbelievable. This is an earth-shattering, awe-inspiring feat. Even the most powerful figures in the association couldn't accomplish something like this, yet he did it. At this moment, Zhao Liang's desire to win over Lin Bei reached its peak. One of the biggest reasons why they valued Lin Bei was that Lin Bei knew the secret to restore a person's body. Now Lin Bei has proven with his abilities that he is the one who holds the secret. If he can join, how powerful would the association have to be? Even if he killed so many association members, the association certainly won't blame him. Zhao Liang extended another invitation as expected. Real. Join the Hunters Guild. The association is perfect for you. But Lin Bei ignored his invitation. Lin Bei had no interest in the Hunters Association. If the Hunters Association hadn't provoked him, he wouldn't have given these people a second glance. Now, Lin Bei only wants to do one thing. Continue using your methods to extract the truth about Lu Ruyan from Zhao Liang and the others. The next step will begin immediately. Not far away, Su Rui also witnessed this event. She was stunned. Su Rui was also aware of Lu Ruyan's situation. After seeing Lu Ruyan just now, she assumed that Lu Ruyan had had a fortuitous encounter and did not think too much about it. Only then did Su Rui realize how unbelievable this was. It was man-made. He made that person's arm grow back in just 1 minute? Am I sure I didn't see it wrong? Really? Is such a thing really possible? She couldn't believe it. Even if you witnessed the whole process, you still wouldn't believe that such a thing could happen in the world, because it's just too unbelievable. This is outrageous. I wouldn't even dare to dream of such content. It is important to understand that regenerating limbs lost in an accident is a difficult problem that has been insurmountable for countless years. Countless people have devoted their entire lives to this cause, but the results are almost negligible. In other words, nothing was gained, and a lifetime of effort was wasted. But Lin Bei actually did it. Chapter 88 Vicious Methods. Utterly inhuman. At that moment, Su Rui had the same thought as Zhao Liang. She also wanted to recruit and win over Lin Bei. Let Lin Bei join her official organization. If he could become a member of the organization, I can't imagine how many people he could benefit. Many people who encounter the same problems would be healed. Moreover, this one ability alone is enough to make him a top priority for protection. He will definitely be protected by many experts, and organizations like the Hunter Association won't be able to touch a hair on his head. Not only will he be protected, but all his requests will also be met. This is a great benefit to him and to the organization. However, if we really want to elaborate on this point, the ones who benefit the most are actually the members of the organization. Those who can join the organization must have excellent character and talent. Every single one of them is a genuine talent, so losing even one of them would be a very serious matter. And he can provide assurance that the organization's geniuses can carry out some dangerous missions. The more Su Rui thought about these things, the more excited she became, and the more she wanted Lin Bei to join the organization. However, she also knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. Although she didn't know much about him, she could tell that Lin Bei wouldn't easily agree to this request, so she could only take it slowly to achieve her goal. We need to take enough time to demonstrate our sincerity. We must take him down. He is too important and too valuable. They must be protected by an organization. Su Rui has a new goal. She personally believes that this matter is more important than the task of bringing back some of the heavenly vine. Meanwhile, the remaining two were also dumbfounded, their gazes fixed on Lin Bei filled with shock and astonishment. This was the most illogical thing they had ever experienced in their lives. Am I seeing things or did I misread it? He just touched Zhao Liang's body for a while, and then Zhao Liang suddenly grew a new arm? Accept the facts, you're not mistaken at all, Zhao Liang really has grown a new arm. So, he has the ability to regenerate severed limbs, which means that if he's willing to help us, the three of us will be restored to normal? Theoretically speaking, he could do it, but in reality, he wouldn't. Their feelings at that moment were very complicated. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Lin Bei's mind. Bite. The host has successfully helped an A-level professional regain their right hand. This was a crucial stroke of luck for the professional, meeting the criteria for receiving a reward. Reward, right hand enhancement experience points. Because the host previously acquired a right hand enhancement skill,
and this professional's talent aptitude is relatively poor, only experience points can be gained. Once the experience points accumulate to a certain level, the right-hand enhancement skill can be upgraded. He was surprised. This works? Another unexpected bonus? That's a great opportunity. Although it's just experience points. But it's better than nothing. Besides, experience points are also very important. The right hand enhances this type of skill, and it becomes stronger as the level increases. A smile appeared on Lin Bei's face. He was very pleased with this achievement. A few seconds later, Lin Bei looked at Zhao Liang again, and at the same time said to the number 31 Heavenly Vine. 31. The number 31 Heavenly Vine knew what Lin Bei was thinking, and the vine that had been waiting not far away moved once again. Snap! Before Zhao Liang could even react, the vine of the number 31st Heavenly Vine lashed down again, blasting Zhao Liang's newly grown arm into a bloody mist. Several vines blocked Lin Bei's path, preventing the spray from hitting him and getting his clothes dirty. Ah! Zhao Liang's scream rang out. The feeling of having your newly grown arm smashed open again is no ordinary pain. It wasn't just the arm that was destroyed, but also the nascent hope. Arm! My arm! It hurts! It hurt so much that Zhao Liang rolled around on the ground. It was at this moment that he suddenly understood what Lin Bei wanted to do. It wasn't out of kindness that they wanted to heal his arm. Instead, he was to experience the torment of having his body parts whipped into a bloody mist by the Heavenly Vine time and time again. If it gets choppy, fix it. After repairing it, it will burst again. Time and again, he found no kindred spirits, until he was willing to bow his head, admit his mistakes, and reveal the truth that Lu Ruyan wanted to know. Devil! He's a devil! Lin Bei continued. This time, he changed his target. Repeat the previous steps to make the right leg of the new target grow. Bite. I received another round of system rewards. You can keep it refreshing. Good. Lin Bei liked it very much. A few seconds later, he began the next week, withdrew his hand, and called out the name 31. Thump. Then came the attack from the number 31 Heavenly Vine. With a gentle pull, both arms exploded, and an intense pain swept over them. Ah! An extremely shrill scream rang out. That person was filled with despair. He had already figured out what Lin Bei was planning. As long as they don't talk, this torture won't stop. Their lost limbs will keep growing back, only to be whipped apart again by the tendrils of the Heavenly Vine. And so it was repeated over and over again. This will continue until they admit their mistake. The true struggle for survival is one where one cannot even die. Wrong. I was wrong. Please ask me questions, I'm willing to answer anything. He dared not insist any longer. The situation was completely different from what was expected. In his expectation, Lin Bei would beat and kick them, or use other methods to torture them, force them to submit and tell the truth. If that's all there is to it, then they can stand it and will absolutely not give in. But he never expected that Lin Bei would use this method. Really? Incredible. But it is also extremely vicious. That's absolutely vicious and inhumane. Chapter 89. Please don't heal me. Let me remain severely disabled. But then, Lin Bei turned to look at the third person. He seemed not to have heard the second person's words and completely ignored the second person's pleas for mercy. Actually, Lin Bei heard it. But he didn't want to stop. I've only gotten 2 rewards so far. That's far from enough. Opportunities like this are rare. Your turn. Lin Bei got up and took a few steps to the third person's side. He had barely squatted down, and before he could even extend his hand, the third person hurriedly begged for mercy. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Ask me anything you want to know. Please. Please don't heal my hands and legs. Please make sure I remain in my miserable state, without hands or feet. He was genuinely scared. In other circumstances, he could grit his teeth and persevere, even if he ended up dying. But now, he really can't hold on any longer. The person in front of me is simply a demon. They will be constantly subjected to the pain of their limbs being torn apart. Time and time again. There is no end. They won't stop because of death, since there's no possibility of death. They can be saved even if they're only on their last breath. Before Lin Bei decided to let them die, they absolutely could not die. In other words, as long as Lin Bei has a plan, he can bring them endless suffering.
That's why he begged for mercy. Given the situation, why keep trying to hold on? I have to say it. Keeping your stubbornness is just asking for trouble, isn't it? Even knowing that death was inevitable, I didn't want to suffer this torment before I died. But Lin Bei shook his head. No. I am a fair person. They've all tried it, so you can't miss out. Besides, I'm a kind person, and I'll help if I can when I see such a tragic situation. To him, what these members of the Hunters Guild thought was irrelevant. He didn't know much about the Hunters Guild, but he knew it wasn't a good thing. The tragedy that Lu Ruyan experienced before proves this point. Lu Ruyan is his role model. If there's an opportunity for revenge, we certainly can't let it pass. So, Lin Bei reached out and touched the third person's body, a smile appearing on his usually indifferent face. Congratulations. I'll have my hands and feet back soon. Why are you making such a long face? Shouldn't you be happy to receive such good news? His tone was flat, without any extra meaning. He was just asking casually. But to a third party, the last sentence sounded like a threat. Now that things had come to this, he dared not disobey Lin Bei any longer, and immediately forced a smile that looked worse than a grimace. Happy. I'm so happy. Ha ha ha. He felt very wronged. For the first time in my life, I felt like I wanted to break down and cry. Lin Bei frowned and decisively took a few steps back. Ill. Knowing what's going to happen next, they're still grinning here. What kind of thought process is that? The moment Lin Bei finished speaking, number 31, the Heavenly Vine, who had been waiting for this moment, decisively took action. Thump! The reborn body parts of the third person were instantly whipped and exploded. The pain that appeared in milliseconds was indescribable. It nearly made his soul leave his body. Ah! A scream rang out. It was even more brutal than slaughtering a pig. Bite! The system notification tone sounded at the same time. The experience points for strengthening the legs and hands have been increased again. Lin Bei was not surprised by this. System, there's a problem. If I repair their bodies again, will I still receive the same reward? He cares a lot about this. If it's possible, it means he can farm infinitely, and he can farm until he's invincible right here. The system quickly provided an answer. Can't. Please stop now, host. You cannot repeatedly farm the same body part for rewards using this method. Although the answer was no, Lin Bei sensed another layer of meaning. In other words, just change the location? Is that what you mean? A few seconds later, the system notification sounded. Yes. However, the experience points obtainable will gradually decrease because these three characters have mediocre professions and talents, and the rewards gained after recharging are also relatively modest. Now Lin Bei knew what to do. Since it cannot be repeated, let's change the position. Actually, he didn't have any hobbies involving tormenting people. He simply wanted to obtain rewards from these people through a healing process of recharging. When the rewards reach their limit, that's when it's time to stop. Continue. Lin Bei muttered to himself, then prepared to take action, determined to achieve his goal no matter what. Although the three of them will suffer, what does it matter to him? As long as he's not the one who suffers. Besides, if the stronger party were the Hunters Association, he and Xinxingxue might be in an even worse situation. Then, healing in different parts of the body time and time again. It's no longer just about hands and feet, but also includes the heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys. Thump! Thump! The strength of the number 31 Heavenly Vine was just right. It will cause serious injury. But they won't die. Bite! Received a reward. Bite! Received a reward. Bite! The system notification sounds from time to time. Every single time is a reward. The rewards are all pretty much the same. All of these are experience points for strengthening body parts. The quality isn't particularly good. It's very useful. Lin Bei stopped doing the same thing only after he could no longer obtain any rewards. Beside him were Xinxingxue and Lu Ruyan. The two accompanied him throughout. Knowing everything Lin Bei had done, they didn't think his actions were inappropriate. Instead, they cheered him on. These three deserved it. They deserved what they got. If they hadn't provoked Lin Bei first, the gentle and kind Lin Bei would never have done such a thing. They are honored to be treated like this. The two of them do not have cognitive problems. It's just that I unconditionally support Lin Bei.
However, Su Rue, who also witnessed the whole process, had a different opinion. She felt that Lin Bei's methods were too cruel. But they had no intention of stopping it. Cruel as it may be, bloody as it may be, it's acceptable and reasonable for these members of the Hunters Guild to be treated this way. After all, since the Hunters Association was founded, its goal has been to hunt down geniuses and strong individuals among humans. Over the years, the number of people who have died at their hands is countless. To suffer such a thing is truly deserved. His methods were extremely brutal, and he showed no compassion for his enemies. He gave me the impression of a ruthless killer. He looks very young, about my age, yet he has achieved this level.
Is it due to his natural talent or some other reason? No, we have to find out.
If it's a psychological or experiential issue, then we must have professionals within the organization intervene. We can't let him continue to be sick.
Su Rue decided to continue observing Lin Bei.
They wanted to determine whether Lin Bei had always been this brutal, or if it was only targeting members of the Hunters Association. If it's only aimed at the enemy, then strictly speaking, there's no problem. But if this is done to others, then the problem becomes quite serious.
Chapter 90, Terrified. The truth finally comes to light.
After repeating the process once more, but without hearing the system notification sound, Lin Bei instantly guessed what was going on.
There's no reward after all? That's really fast. Happy times are always short-lived.
With the rewards gone, he was too lazy to use his power.
This matter ends here. Lin Bei looked at the three people ahead who were terrified. Is anyone else interested in doing it again? I can stay with you forever.
It doesn't matter if we spend 3 days here. The three of them dared not let Lin Bei continue.
I couldn't even stand it once.
Not to mention the second, or even the third and fourth time.
Just thinking about it is unbearable. It's so painful.
She would rather be reborn directly into the animal realm than let Lin Bei use the same methods again.
No, please don't. I'm willing to talk about anything, just please don't do what you just did. No interest, we know we were wrong, and we will never be stubborn again. Please, just ask already, then kill me. This is exactly the result Lin Bei wanted.
As it turns out, the effect was very good. None of the three suffered fatal injuries, and they stopped being stubborn and refusing to talk back. They were able to get the truth out of them immediately. The next moment, Lin Bei looked at Lu Ruyan, who was standing beside him.
You can ask now. Ask them one by one, take them all to a distance and ask them. To prevent the three of them from lying together. Let me know if the three of them have different versions of their stories. I will have a good talk with them.
31. Since you're with her, you should teach her a lesson. Although Lin Bei didn't say anything more, the three people in front of him all understood what he meant.
If there is any discrepancy in the account, the same thing will definitely happen again. To put it bluntly, we don't want them to have the chance to talk nonsense. The only thing we can do is tell the truth. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Actually, they did have this idea originally.
They believed that it wouldn't matter if they told lies, as long as the three of them worked together and didn't get caught. In any case, Lin Bei and his two companions would definitely not realize they had been scammed in a short time, and by then it would be too late to settle accounts.
In the current Tong Tianvine secret realm, only the three of them participated in the last operation, so they can easily carry out a plan that leaves no evidence to the contrary. They were indeed terrified, but they also harbored deep resentment towards Lin Bei, hating him for bringing them such pain. Since they're definitely not going to survive anyway, it's most satisfying to scam them. As long as you don't give yourself away, there definitely won't be any problems. But now, Lin Bei ruthlessly suppressed this idea. They can only tell the truth. Lu Ruyan looked on with admiration. She hadn't really thought of that before. Good. You've considered everything more comprehensively.
If I were to do it myself, I would definitely overlook this possibility, and I might actually be deceived by them. She knew better than anyone present just how ruthless the Hunters Association was. The probability of someone planning something before they die is actually quite high. Shen Xingxuan nodded in agreement.
Great idea.
Even if they had 100 times the courage, they definitely wouldn't dare to lie to Ruyan and get the truth out of her.
She also really wanted Lu Ruyan to find out the truth behind it all.
The sisters can compete freely, but they should help each other in other matters. As for their own brothers, they can only bully each other. A few seconds later, Lu Ruyan began to act, her first target being Zhao Liang.
You're the one.
She had barely finished speaking when the number 31 heavenly vine moved, wrapping up Zhao Liang's severely mutilated body and carrying it away, casually tossing it to a vacant lot some distance away. At the same time, another vine reached where Lu Ruyan was. Lu Ruyan stepped onto the vines and quickly reached the place where Zhao Liang was. Before she could even ask, Zhao Liang hurriedly offered. I'll talk. I'll tell you now. Although you are our target, that alone is not enough for us to go that far. We did it because of external interference. The one who truly wants you dead is Lu Qianlong. They're from your Lu family. 6 months ago, he contacted the association's liaisons outside the association and offered an astonishing price, telling us to find a chance to cripple you. He specifically requested that you be crippled, the more severe the disability the better, but not that he take your life directly. You were already one of the association's key targets, and with Lu Qianlong taking the initiative to come and discuss business, the action against you was brought forward. With Lu Qianlong working with us from the inside, we were able to perfectly track your whereabouts and movements, and then the incident happened last time. Zhao Liang blurted out the truth all at once. He no longer cared about anything else, he just hoped Lin Bei would stop using those methods on him. We can't take it. It's so painful. Lu Ruyan's expression turned very unpleasant, her eyes filled with seriousness and solemnity. Lu Qianlong? It was him. Even if you are the person's second grandfather values most, I will still settle this matter with you. Lu Qianlong. A member of the Lu family. He holds an important position in the Lu family. However, unlike the well-known Lu Ruyan, Lu Qianlong was deliberately protected and concealed by some people in the Lu family. At least most ordinary people did not know of Lu Qianlong's existence. After the last incident, many things happened in the Lu family, so Lu Ruyan and her parents suspected that the incident was related to internal family matters. But they never expected it to be Lu Qianlong. Call. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath to suppress her shock and turned to look at the vines beside her. 31. We can switch to a second person. The number 31 heavenly vine started moving immediately. One vine wrapped around another person, while another vine carried Lu Ruyan, and in the end, they all went to the same place. This person had been watching Zhao Liang the whole time and knew very well that the idea of deceiving Lu Ruyan would not work. He knew that the only correct way was to tell the truth. Therefore, he took the initiative to tell the truth. It's Lu Qianlong again. The biggest mastermind behind that incident was Lu Qianlong. However, they only know who it is, but they cannot know why Lu Qianlong did this. But that's enough. Knowing who it is the biggest gain. Lu Qianlong. Wait. I'll be coming after you soon. At this moment, Lu Ruyan had already confirmed that this was the truth. However, just to be on the safe side, a third party should also ask. 31. Chapter 91. The biggest takeaway. Don't panic, I'm here. The number 31st heavenly vine has been waiting. The vines began to move again. The target, naturally, is the last person. Lu Ruyan once again slashed at the vines and reached the last person. But before she even reached the ground, the completely distraught third person shouted. It's Lu Qianlong. He paid us to deal with you. That's all I know. I don't know anything else. He never said why he did it, and he always came to the association alone. Really, I swear to God. Lu Ruyan, could you please ask him to give me a quick death? I've had enough of the pain of my body being restored and then being blown apart again. It's 1,000,000 times worse than death. I really know I was wrong. Sorry. It was my fault. He actually did that kind of thing to you. I'm an animal, I'm a bastard, I'm not even as good as a dog. He desperately apologized and begged for forgiveness. He just wanted to die. I don't even dare to dream of surviving. To die peacefully is the best possible outcome. Lu Ruyan stood there listening. All three gave the same answer. There wasn't even the slightest discrepancy. They also didn't have time to coordinate their statements. It's 100% certain now. It's Lu Qianlong. Lu Ruyan clenched her fists, her heart churning with anger. Lu Qianlong. Why did you do this? I have never done anything to harm you, nor have I ever intended to be your enemy, yet you bribed the Hunters Association and paid a high price to kill me. Was this your doing alone, or did it involve other people? I have no idea. But no matter who is involved, I need an explanation for this. In the end, I will kill you with my own hands. Lu Ruyan was absolutely determined. This grudge must be avenged. Even if the people she will face later are some familiar relatives, or perhaps people she has always respected. But since you've done this, you have to pay the price. It's over. 31. Take me back. To prevent the three from colluding, the number 31 Tong Tian Vine deliberately kept a great distance between them. Although they all arrived within seconds, the shortest distance exceeded 1 kilometer. The next moment, 4 vines started moving at the same time. One rod dragged Lu Ruyan back to Lin Bei's side, while the other 3 rods picked up Zhao Liang and the others who were scattered in 3 different locations and threw them back to Lin Bei a few meters away. 3 severely mutilated bodies crashed heavily to the ground. Despite the pain from the fall, the 3 remained calm. They raised their heads and looked at Lin Bei a few meters away, their eyes filled with deep anticipation for their impending release. Anything is fine, as long as I don't have to suffer that torment anymore. It's over, it's finally over, I don't have to suffer anymore. I just hope he'll be merciful and not torment us like he did before. If I could do it all over again, I would never join the Hunters Association again. Even if I accidentally went astray again, I would never go after Lu Ruyan again. I really want to kill Lu Qianlong. It's all because of that bastard that I've ended up like this. Lu Qianlong, you will die a horrible death. They were all cursing Lu Qianlong madly. If Lu Qianlong were by their side, even if they were dragging 3 broken bodies, they would do everything in their power to kill him. Lin Bei ignored Zhao Liang and the other 2, and looked at Lu Ruyan beside him, asking, "How? Are the answers consistent?" He already knew the answer in his heart. I know these 3 people would never dare to lie. What if I'm lying? Let's have a few more rounds. Anyone would be devastated by something like this. Lu Ruyan nodded vigorously. Exactly the same. It can be confirmed that it is the truth. Lin Bei, your method is really effective, they simply won't dare to lie. I definitely couldn't do that on my own. Her gaze towards Lin Bei grew increasingly adoring, and she became a complete fan of him. It can be said that Lin Bei resolved this matter from beginning to end. Without Lin Bei, these 3 would definitely not have submitted, because she couldn't have instilled such despair and fear in them. After all 3 of them were determined to die, and the threat of a tragic death was simply ineffective. Good. Then they can set off. Finally, Zhao Liang and the other 2 heard what they wanted to hear, and their eyes now looked at Lin Bei with gratitude. They were eagerly awaiting this moment. Thank you, I can finally be free. To be honest, meeting you is the worst luck of my life. I'm afraid even the president would be in big trouble if he met you. I hope he can experience this feeling for himself. Quickly, do it. Kill us. The 3 felt neither fear nor hatred. Only the pleasure of liberation. And the malice of trying to drag others down with them. No sooner had Lin Bei finished speaking than the number 31 Tong Tian Vine, who had been waiting for this moment, immediately made its move. 3 vines of varying thicknesses fell off at the same time. Thump! The 3 were instantly blown apart, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Meanwhile, several vines were also shielding Lin Bei from the blood mist. At this point, all members of the Hunters Guild were killed by the 31 Heavenly Vine. Su Rui witnessed the whole thing. She still can't believe it. That's it? It was a deadly crisis, but he handled it all by himself. The 3 of us did nothing and didn't even feel involved, except for Lu Ruyan, who asked a few questions. I don't know if the people in the organization will think I've lost my mind if I tell them the truth. None of the events unfolded as she had anticipated. Su Rui never expected things to develop this way. It's very strange and eerie. That's incredible. She had asked herself this question several times. If she hadn't experienced this herself and had only heard about it from other people, would she have believed it? The answer came instantly. Won't. I don't believe a single thing. Whether it's someone who can control the Heavenly Vine and command it to do various things, or someone who can directly make lost limbs grow back, or the special torture methods that follow. Su Rui wouldn't believe it. Because in the mindset she developed over the years, these things were impossible. I must admit that witnessing his power is the biggest gain from this experience. Even if I leave now, the organization will never criticize me. Lin Bei didn't look ahead once all his gaze was fixed on Lu Ruyan. Are the enemies difficult to deal with? The interrogation took place at a great distance, and Lin Bei still doesn't know the truth. But he will help Lu Ruyan solve this problem. Avenging a blood feud is also part of growth, and the probability of receiving a reward is very high. Lu Ruyan naturally wouldn't hide anything from Lin Bei. It's very difficult.
It involves the family and some other forces, and I can't do it with my current strength.
Because the situation is complicated, my parents will be subject to a lot of restrictions. They cannot make any obvious moves before things completely fall apart, and my most powerful uncle cannot interfere at will.
Lu Ruyan's expression was very serious.
Although she wanted to take revenge right now, she also knew that it wasn't the right time yet and she needed to make many preparations. No matter how extraordinary Lin Bei's abilities are, he has only been a professional for a few days, and everything is still in its early stages.
Therefore, there are some things you have to endure. It's not that we won't report it. The time just hasn't come yet.
Although Lin Bei didn't know the specifics, he could guess that this matter wasn't so simple, and that getting revenge would probably not be easy. However, for him, nothing in the world is difficult given enough time, any problem can be solved.
Don't panic. I'm here. Chapter 92: The Heavenly Vine's Request. Let me tell you a secret.
At this moment, Lu Ruyan's eyes welled up with tears. Those 5 simple words brought her boundless strength and warmth, instantly reviving her depressed mood, as miraculously as a spring breeze overnight. Lu Ruyan suddenly threw herself into Lin Bei's arms, burying her head in his chest and hearing his strong heartbeat.
Thank you.
Her voice was low, but full of emotion.
Xinqing Xue watched from the side. Although she wanted to pull Lu Ruyan away immediately, she restrained herself and instead walked to Lu Ruyan's side, gently and evenly patting Lu Ruyan's back. We're here too.
And Meng Meng and Bai Xiao Xiao. Apart from the ownership of Lin Bei, we will stand united against external forces on all other matters.
Lu Ruyan nodded.
She was truly touched.
But the cozy moment didn't last long before it was shattered by the number 31 heavenly vine.
A vine of just the right thickness quietly reached out and forcefully intervened where Lin Bei and Lu Ruyan's bodies were touching, using a slight force to separate the two.
Lu Ruyan was a little dazed.
This heartwarming moment wasn't ruined by Xinqing Xue, but by the number 31 heavenly vine.
Would even a vine be envious? 31. You.
Lu Ruyan originally wanted to say something, but when she thought of the help that the number 31 Tongtian vine had just given her, she lost the will to say anything.
That's enough. Don't argue with a vine. It's meaningless.
In any case, I will only stay in the Heavenly Vine secret realm for 3 days at most.
Whatever makes you happy.
Meanwhile, the number 31 Heavenly Vine was communicating with Lin Bei, wanting him to continue charging up there, and made an excessive request.
What? You said your energy has only recovered less than 1,000th of its original level? You want me to fully restore you within 3 days? Never eat or drink, just keep recharging, and ideally, don't even sleep? Roll. I can't do it.
Lin Bei resolutely refused.
After spending so much time, it hasn't even recovered 1,000th of its original size.
I can't even imagine how long it will take to fully recover. Let alone just 3 days, it probably wouldn't be possible to do it even in a year.
Fully charging a vine is not an easy task.
At the same time, Lin Bei became even more aware of the power of the Heavenly Vine. With only a little bit of power restored, he was able to easily crush the professionals of the Hunter Association, each one of them a breeze.
So, if it's a full recovery, how strong would it be? Lin Bei couldn't imagine it. All I know is that it will definitely be very strong.
At the same time, he also knew that it would take a long time to accomplish this, and it couldn't be done in just 3 or 5 days. Therefore, it's impossible to do it within 3 days.
It's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that your demands are too unrealistic. Put your hand on your heart and tell me, can you really do something like this in 3 days?
The number 31st Heavenly Vine was clearly aggrieved. The vines surrounding Lin Bei were curled up together, and faint sobs could be heard.
Lin Bei's lips twitched. He was speechless. You damn Heavenly Vine! Why are you acting all aggrieved after your unreasonable request was rejected? You deserve a beating. Why?
Lin Bei sighed helplessly and said earnestly to the number 31 Heavenly Vine.
Don't forget, I can only stay in the Heavenly Vine secret realm for 3 days, and my level is still very low. It's at its weakest stage in every aspect, and it simply can't meet your requirements. Even if I wanted to help you, it would have to be after I've grown up, not now when I'm weak.
Actually, Lin Bei really wanted to help, because he would get a reward for doing so.
But the problem is, it's impossible. Level 10 only.
Even with 100 times the capacity, it would only be 100,000. For such a towering vine, it is so rare that it can be ignored.
How could the number 31 Tongtian vine not know Lin Bei's situation? It also knew very well that Lin Bei couldn't do it now. Lin Bei needs to be given enough time to grow. The 31 Heavenly Vine was well aware of this principle. It also understood that success was impossible. The power it requires is far too great, given the astonishing secrets it contains. Therefore, 31 Heavenly Vine planned to do something, and conveyed another message to Lin Bei. Continue charging. Once a certain level is reached, I will tell Lin Bei a secret. An absolutely bombshell secret. After listening, Lin Bei could only nod in agreement. Good. Then I'll go up and top it up for you again. I hope the secret you're talking about won't disappoint me. He was not afraid of it. To be fair, although the request from the number 31st Heavenly Vine was excessive, it also provided a lot of help just now. The requirements can still be met to a certain extent. The number 31st Heavenly Vine was now satisfied. As for that secret, it also wanted to tell Lin Bei, but due to various limitations, it couldn't reveal it for the time being and could only wait for the right opportunity. Afterwards, Lin Bei led Lu Ruyan back to Xin Xingxue's side, ignoring Su Rue, who was staring at him with curiosity not far away. You all stay here and wait for my news. I need to stay on this Heavenly Vine for a while longer. Once I'm done, I'll go find Hao Mengmeng and Bai Xiaoxiao. He didn't offer much explanation. Lu Ruyan and Xin Xingxue were also very perceptive and did not ask Lin Bei why he did this. They only responded to Lin Bei's words. Good. I see. The next moment, the number 31 sky-piercing vine immediately carried Lin Bei into the sky, reaching a height that normal people could not see in the blink of an eye. Wait. Su Rue, who was still thinking of having a chat with Lin Bei, only managed to utter one word. From beginning to end, Lin Bei didn't even give her a second glance. This left Su Rue with a deep sense of frustration. In the past, the men she met would deliberately linger their eyes on her, and quite a few would try to strike up a conversation and ask for her contact information. Chapter 93 Enter Me. The Common People Organization. Su Rue looked up at the sky and could no longer see the vines, and Lin Bei all she could see were thick clouds. He just left like that? He won't even give me a glance. Am I really that insignificant? She couldn't help but begin to doubt her own charm. Regardless of her abilities, she is at least very good looking, no less so than Xin Xingxue and Lu Ruyan. Both are beautiful and have their own unique charm. The profession is also S-level. It's a special type of profession. It possesses spatial abilities. An absolute genius. But Lin Bei ignored her from beginning to end, as if she were a dispensable piece of air. So cold-hearted. I was originally thinking of getting to know him better. It seems there won't be that opportunity for the time being. However, Xin Xingxue and Lu Ruyan are still here, so we can talk to them first. They definitely know him very well. Out of desperation, Su Rue had no choice but to set her sights on Lu Ruyan and Xin Xingxue. As an observer, she could see the interaction between the three of them very clearly. It also includes some small details. The three of them knew each other very well. It's more accurate to say it's overripe. Moreover, Xin Xingxue and Lu Ruyan were vying for Lin Bei, seizing every opportunity to take advantage of him, not wanting the other to surpass them in this aspect, and both wished they could cling to Lin Bei. A strange relationship that is both like rivals and not rivals, leaving people puzzled. Although it's unclear what their relationship is, it's certain that the three of them are not simple, as are Hao Mengmeng and Bai Xiaoxiao, who left earlier. So, Su Rue walked up to the two of them and tried to ask them about Lin Bei. Gentlemen, may I have a talk with you? I want to know something about that man. There are many things I want to know. Is it convenient? After saying these words, Su Rue realized that she had forgotten to introduce herself. She is not very famous. Even if Xin Xingxue and Lu Ruyan might know who she is, they would most likely only know her name and some very simple things, and wouldn't know anything else, because they have been deliberately keeping it a secret. By the way, let me introduce myself first. My name is Su Rue. A space traveler with an S-class profession, whose abilities include manipulating and traversing space. Now we are members of the common people. Su Rue deliberately brought up the name Song Shang. Ordinary people. It is a well-known official organization that handles a wide range of affairs, dealing with both ordinary matters and various troublesome ones. Simply put, it's a club for geniuses and exceptional talents. No one in this organization is an ordinary person. The requirements for joining the organization Song Shang are very high. The starting point is an A-level professional. Those below grade A are not eligible to apply.
unless they are professionals with special powers. In most cases, the named Xingxing is particularly useful, and can even be used as a pass in many situations.
However, Xinxing Xue and Lu Ruyan were very vigilant and chose to remain silent in the face of Su Rui's questions, even though she mentioned Song Sheng's name. In the end, he was just someone I didn't know well. There's no need to reveal anything about Lin Bei.
And they are also worried about something.
I'm just asking now, I probably don't have any other ideas yet. But what if they become competitors later? That would be troublesome.
Xinxing Xue and Lu Ruyan exchanged a glance and realized that they had the same idea.
Come on, go sit over there. Lin Bei said we shouldn't talk to strangers. Okay, let's go over there and wait for Lin Bei. Don't follow us, or don't blame us for being impolite.
After saying that, the two ignored Su Rui completely and walked together 100 meters away, clearly intending to keep a safe distance from her. Having made a fool of herself, Su Rui could only retreat to where she had been.
However, she did not leave.
Su Rui no longer has any intention of exploring the Heavenly Vine secret realm on her own.
Wait for him here. I need to get in touch with him. If all else fails, just shamelessly follow him. She made a decision.
Su Rui knew perfectly well which matter was most important.
The People's Organization. We need Lin Bei to join us.
100 meters away, Xinxing Xue and Lu Ruyan were chatting in hushed tones.
I never expected that she was from Songshan. She must have quite a background. This is the first time I've ever met someone from Songshan.
I've heard that the members of Songshan are all extraordinary. Many S-rank professionals try to join Songshan, but the success rate seems to be less than 50%. She's got her eye on Lin Bei now.
I'll have to tell Lin Bei this later.
Although I don't want Lin Bei to have more women around him, this is a decision only Lin Bei can make.
Xinxing Xue would not make decisions for Lin Bei on her own, and the main reason for not communicating with Su Rui was to protect Lin Bei's personal information. Lu Ruyan remained silent, as if she had thought of something.
A few seconds later, she sighed and said,
Lu Qianlong. The person who harmed me is a member of the Xingxing group. If she hadn't suddenly come, I would have forgotten about this matter.
It involves the lives of countless people, and the situation is really troublesome.
Lu Ruyan was very worried. The organization Songshan is very protective of its own. Dealing with Lu Qianlong will most likely involve the common people. Xinxing Xue patted Lu Ruyan on the shoulder. Fine. With Lin Bei here. Upon hearing these words, Lu Ruyan's worries dissipated.
She responded with a smile.
That's right. We have him. The two then chatted happily, forgetting their previous competition.
They were both teenage girls, and both came from large families in Nanjiang City, so they naturally had a lot in common. After returning to the platform of the number 31 Heavenly Vine, Lin Bei began to recharge under the care of the number 31 Heavenly Vine. He sat there charging his phone. The 31 Heavenly Vine used many methods to help him. Full body massage. Special fruits were served. Occasionally, they will also tell stories. The otherwise tedious and boring charging process became somewhat interesting. In the blink of an eye, a long time has passed. It got dark. Lin Bei had a very hard day. Drained dry time and time again. He recovered time and time again by eating fruit. Over and over again, it's all about charging. Finally, after exhausting his energy once again, Lin Bei decided to stop. He was tired. I need some rest. Let's stop here for now. I need to rest. Just then, the system notification sounded. Byte. Thanks to the host's continued efforts, the number 31 sky-reaching vine has reaped tremendous rewards. It has regained its long-lost vitality and is filled with gratitude towards the host. Reward obtained, S-rank skill photosynthesis. The host's physique will undergo a dramatic change, gaining the unique photosynthetic ability found only in plants. From then on, they will only need to absorb sunlight to replenish their energy. The advantage of this skill is that it does not require active use. Even if the host is in a disadvantageous situation where they cannot do anything, this skill will automatically replenish their strength. Another wave of rewards was received. A very good reward. S-rank skill. A smile appeared on Lin Bei's lips. Although it was a lot of work, at least it wasn't all for nothing. The Heavenly Vine will give a thank you gift, and the system will also give a reward. The next moment, Lin Bei felt a change in his physique. The sunlight falling on him automatically turned into power and entered his body, and his severely depleted strength began to recover rapidly without him having to do anything. Just wait patiently and your energy will be fully replenished.
It must be admitted. This skill is very useful.
Lin Bei really liked the new S-level skill.
A few seconds later, he stretched his waist forcefully. Sitting in one place for a long time is not an easy thing.
The number 31 Heavenly Vine is very intelligent and knows that Lin Bei is indeed working very hard, so it does not rely on its powerful strength to force Lin Bei to do anything.
It was a very fruitful day.
The gains of a long period of time combined are not as great as the gains of a single day today. Therefore, the number 31 Heavenly Vine was content. It earnestly expressed its gratitude to Lin Bei and gave him many fruits, but it showed no intention of seeing Lin Bei off. Moreover, the number 31 Heavenly Vine also conveyed another matter to Lin Bei.
It wanted Lin Bei to do it. Because only Lin Bei is qualified to do it. After some discussion, Lin Bei understood the meaning of the number 31 Heavenly Vine. What did you say? Are you going to send me to see your inner world? What is the inner world? I don't quite understand. Chapter 94 Arrival. The inner world of the sky-piercing mine.
The number 31 Tong Tian Tang patiently communicated with Lin Bei.
This is a secret. The Heavenly Vine is more than just a single vine. Inside the Tong Tian Vine, the world exists. To date, no human being knows about this.
Lin Bei was completely bewildered.
Everyone else was a bit confused. Babel Vine? Is there an inner world? These seem to be words that cannot be connected. There's something off about it. How could there be a world inside a giant vine?
But Lin Bei knew that the number 31 Heavenly Vine wouldn't joke about something like this.
Since you've said that, it must be true. He couldn't help but become curious. If the Heavenly Vine truly possesses an inner world, what kind of world would it be? Will it be the same as the normal world he lives in? Or is it something else? Thinking about it more won't help. We have to go in and take a look. Lin Bei wouldn't refuse, nor did he want to. Since we've already gone this far, there's no harm in going inside to take a look. The 31 Heavenly Vine won't do anything bad to him. And this is exactly the result that the number 31 Heavenly Vine wanted most. The next moment, several vines came to Lin Bei's side and used just the right amount of force to lift him up rapidly, ascending several thousand meters in just a few seconds. It eventually reached a new level. Lin Bei looked around. The location was no different from before. All that could be seen was a huge, thick vine reaching to the sky, with nothing else in sight. There isn't even a platform like the ones we used to have. The vines put Lin Bei down and stepped onto the uneven vines. Immediately afterwards, an ancient door filled with a mysterious aura suddenly appeared, perfectly merging with the trunk of the Heavenly Vine. The number 31 Tong Tian Vine exchanged a few more words with Lin Bei, informing him of some important matters. Can I enter your inner world simply by pushing open the door? There will be no danger. There won't be any trouble. Understood.
At this moment, Lin Bei's expression turned serious. Things were unfolding in ways he hadn't anticipated. At the same time, he also figured something out. This experience clearly shows that we are touching upon the core secrets of the Heavenly Vine. Lin Bei's strong intuition told him that once he truly came into contact with this core secret, he might encounter some incredible things, and at that point there would truly be no turning back. It's not too late to stop now. Call. After taking a deep breath, Lin Bei reached out and pushed open the door in front of him. He made a decision. Now that we're here, what's the point of talking about turning back? A man cannot be weak, nor can he be a coward. After touching the door, there was no obstruction, and the door was easily pushed open, revealing a white passageway in front of Lin Bei. The passage has no end in sight, making it impossible to judge its length or how long it will take to traverse. At this moment, the number 31 Heavenly Vine communicated with Lin Bei again. I told him what to do. Keep walking straight ahead until you reach the end of the passage. Do not stop while moving forward. Set off. Without hesitation, Lin Bei walked forward. The passage was shorter than expected. It's only a little over 10,000 meters. Soon, Lin Bei reached the end of the passage. He continued walking forward. As the final step was taken and the person officially stepped out of the passage, a dazzling white light burst forth. It was blindingly bright and icy cold. I couldn't see anything clearly, and even my eyes felt the coldness. Lin Bei subconsciously closed his eyes. A few seconds later, after the blinding white light dissipated, Lin Bei opened his eyes. The next moment, the scene he saw was completely different from before. What appeared before my eyes was a world of ice and snow. A pristine white world. Snow is everywhere. White is the dominant color of this world. It was snowing continuously, and many snow-capped mountains could be seen. The rivers in sight were frozen. Lin Bei figured out where he was. He stood in an extremely high place, as if on the highest mountain peak. Below, endless wind and snow howled past. As far as the eye could see, it was all like this, with nothing but ice and snow and howling winds. The icy air kept blowing in my face, and the feeling of snowflakes falling on my skin was so real that I was sure it wasn't fake or an illusion. Is this its inner world? So the world really does exist. And it's such an unusual world. Lin Bei fell into deep thought. There are so many things I just can't understand. It is clearly a towering vine in a secret realm, but inside there is a separate world of ice and snow. Is it a coincidence? Is it a special case? Or is every single heavenly vine like this? If it's the last scenario, wouldn't that mean that the hundreds of heavenly vines in this secret realm correspond to hundreds of worlds? Lin Bei felt a chill run down his spine. Turn out to be. Is he recharging the world today? No wonder you're so tired. The power was exhausted time and time again, and then replenished again and again, but after so many repetitions, the results were still not very good. It's impossible to significantly improve the recovery progress of the number 31 heavenly vine. Just then, Lin Bei saw an ice dragon burst out of the snowstorm and rush straight to him, then stop and stare at him. The ice dragon remained silent. He remained silent. Chapter 95 Riding a Dragon and Touching a Dragon Egg? They were born because of you. Is that a dragon? Lin Bei's eyes widened involuntarily. Dragons are creatures. He had certainly heard of it, and had heard of it many times. But he had never seen it before. This has been confirmed. Dragons do exist. But it's very rare. Even rarer than an SSS-level professional. Very few people have ever seen a dragon, and videos of them online are so rare that they are almost impossible to find. It's not an exaggeration to say that dragons are legendary beings. But now, Lin Bei has seen the dragon. He was standing face to face with a dragon. So close. Simply raise your hand, and you can touch this legendary dragon. But Lin Bei didn't do that. He just stood on the mountain peak and looked around. The shock in his eyes showed no signs of fading, but his condition was gradually recovering. That's truly amazing. The interior of 31 is not simply a world. Dragons still exist in this world. Call. Lin Bei let out a long breath. At this moment, he accepted the fact that his gaze was still fixed on the ice dragon in front of him. Ice dragon. It looks very powerful. It didn't seem to have any intention of harming me, and its sudden appearance wasn't to drive away me, an outsider. Lin Bei saw no hostility in the eyes of the ice dragon. On the contrary, what he saw was gratitude and dependence. This was something Lin Bei couldn't believe. Is an ice dragon looking at him like that? In short, it's very strange. It feels like something that could never happen. But that's exactly what happened. The ice dragon flew there, its gaze unwavering. It can't be wrong. The way it looked at me was full of gratitude and dependence. Why is this dragon looking at me like that? Lin Bei was quite astonished, not understanding why the ice dragon would do such a thing. This is an ice dragon I've never seen before. Moreover, this was his first time in this world, and he had no prior connection to it. But after the dragon appeared, it looked at him like this. It seems like there's a lot to say. After a brief silence, Lin Bei decided to say something. You? Is there something you need from me? The ice dragon did not restore Lin Bei. She kept looking at Lin Bei like that, the emotion in her eyes unchanged, as if she was brewing something. A few seconds later, the ice dragon raised its cold head and gently rubbed against Lin Bei's face, while letting out a joyful dragon roar. The dragon's roar wasn't loud, yet it could penetrate the raging wind and snow, carrying far and wide, adding a unique touch to this silent white world. Now Lin Bei was completely certain. The ice dragon in front of us is definitely not malicious, otherwise it wouldn't have done this, just like a pet at home acting cute. If it's a kitten or puppy, then forget it. But it's a dragon. However, Lin Bei did not stop or interrupt it, letting the ice dragon do as it pleased. He just didn't understand the situation at all. That's strange. What's going on? Just then, the ice dragon in front stopped moving, raised one of its claws, pointed at Lin Bei first, and then pointed to its own back, clearly telling Lin Bei to come on its back.
You want me to sit on it?
Lin Bei was somewhat unsure about this.
The ice dragon nodded and let out another joyful dragon roar. That's right. That's what it means.
Lin Bei should sit on it.
Without much hesitation, Lin Bei decided to do as the ice dragon asked, and leaped onto its back.
Although the dragon scales are very hard, sitting on them is not uncomfortable. In fact, it's quite comfortable.
The only drawback is that they are a bit cold. The next moment, the ice dragon soared into the sky, carrying Lin Bei into the snowstorm.
They roamed the icy world at an incredible speed, admiring the pristine white landscape.
It looks monotonous, but it's really beautiful. Even your inner self will become calm.
As if taking into account that Lin Bei would feel cold, the ice dragon constructed an ice blue shield the instant it began its high-speed flight, covering Lin Bei and a meter around him, successfully isolating him from the cold air and blizzard.
Therefore, even at this speed, Lin Bei did not feel the slightest bit of cold, nor did he experience any biting wind.
He was able to fully appreciate this unique world. This is the first time I've ever seen snow like this, truly immersing myself in a world of ice and snow. We've flown very far, but nothing has changed. I'm afraid this world is like this all the time, a pure world of ice and snow, unlike the colorful world I live in.
It doesn't seem to be simply showing me the scenery, it's more like it's taking me somewhere.
It's just that this place is quite far away, so even it can't arrive instantly. The ice dragon maintained a steady pace, carrying Lin Bei over one mountain after another. Throughout the journey, Lin Bei carefully observed the area below, trying to see if any other races besides the ice dragon existed within the inner world of this heavenly vine.
No, there isn't. There wasn't even a second ice dragon in sight. It was as if only one ice dragon existed in this world. No? Still haven't met him? A question arose in Lin Bei's mind. But he didn't think about it in detail. Because we certainly cannot get the answer at this time. After a while, the ice dragon led Lin Bei to a snowy plain.
This plain is quite unique compared to other places. There were no special buildings or other races, but rather 5 dragon eggs carved with snowflake patterns in the center of that snowy plain. The dragon eggs are all a meter in size. The lower half was buried in the snow, while the top was covered with a layer of snow.
This is a dragon egg? Just then, the ice dragon landed on the plain.
Lin Bei decisively left the dragon's back and went to the dragon eggs, reaching out to touch the nearest one. He was very unsettled. Today I not only saw a real dragon, but also several dragon eggs. The moment the hand touched the dragon egg, the egg responded. It was very happy. Especially when Lin Bei ran into her.
Clearly, these dragon eggs are alive and will hatch given enough time.
Lin Bei withdrew his hand from the dragon egg and looked at the ice dragon.
What do you want with me here? They couldn't just want me to see these dragon eggs, could they?
The ice dragon's massive head exerted a little force. But the answer to this question came not from it, but from a voice that rang out from the sky. The main purpose is to show you the dragon eggs, because these dragon eggs were all born because of you. The energy you replenished for me before has become the origin of this world after entering my body. The dragon you see now, and the dragon eggs on the ground, all appeared after absorbing the power of the world's origin.
So they were born because of you. Without you, there would be no them. Chapter 96, I'll give you the dragon egg. There's a big bird inside.
This news truly shocked Lin Bei. He looked at the ice dragon, then at the dragon eggs. These wondrous beings were all born because of him. He had accomplished this without anyone noticing. It has nourished the world. At the same time, Lin Bei finally understood why there was such a high demand for the number 31 heavenly vine. Even after draining him dry time and time again, he still seems like a bottomless pit, needing an injection of energy.
How could the demand for energy be small when bound to such a world?
Having understood everything, Lin Bei finally accepted the astonishing truth.
The secret of the heavenly vine. It's beyond my imagination. It's incredibly absurd, yet it's real.
If he hadn't come to this world himself, he would never have believed that such an incredible secret was hidden inside the heavenly vine. At this moment, Lin Bei remembered something else, something he had subconsciously considered when he first entered this place.
What is the internal situation of the other Tongtian vine? I couldn't ask before. But things are different now.
Since the number 31 Tongtian vine can speak normally, then the doubts in his heart can be answered.
31. Are other heavenly vines in the same situation? There is an ice and snow world inside. There are dragons in the world. Does it also require a massive injection of power? Lin Bei really wanted to know the answer. If that's really the case, that would be a huge problem. He couldn't even imagine the terrifying upheaval that would ensue once this news got out. It would surely cause a global earthquake. The importance of the Heavenly Vine secret realm will reach a new level, and newly awakened professionals will no longer be allowed to enter. Immediately, the number 31st Heavenly Vine answered the question, and the voice rang out from the sky once more. That's true, but not entirely. As you might think, there is a world inside each of the Heavenly Vines, but the situation in each world is different. The size and environment of the world are different, and there are all kinds of strange and wonderful races. But most worlds are in a state of decay, and only a very few worlds have some survivors. The young girl who was with you just now has some issues regarding her identity, but she doesn't seem to know about it. I don't know much about the specifics, I've only heard about it before. I can tell you some things that I know for sure. My inner world is the world of ice dragons. Number 24's inner world is a big fish and a big bird, and he can freely transform between the two forms. Number 10's inner world seems to be full of dogs. There are dogs as big as mountains, dogs that like to eat the sun, and dogs with several heads. What else was there? It seemed to be a race called elves. It's been so long that I can't quite remember. But in any world, only with your help, like mine, can the world be revitalized. Otherwise, it will be a world of ruins. This is true even in worlds where there are survivors. All kinds of big fish and birds have gone extinct, including the ice dragon clan within me. They were truly extinct before I met you. Lin Bei stood quietly beside the dragon egg, listening intently. These words contained a great deal of important information, and it will take him some time to process them. Because it's incredibly important. Wave after wave of attacks pushed him to his limits. When Lin Bei thought of a species that could freely switch between fish and birds, the first one that came to mind was the Kuanpeng. There are also giant dogs, sun-eating dogs, and multi-headed dogs. Clearly, it's not ordinary either. There are also elves. It is also a special existence. These are just a few examples. These special entities all reside within the inner world of the Heavenly Vine. Besides these, there are many more. Although we don't know what the number 31 Heavenly Vine is, based on the known types, it must be very special. That's truly astonishing. Far beyond imagination. I'm afraid no one knows that there is such a secret within the Heavenly Vine. It's a pity that these special beings have all gone extinct. Just then, a new question arose in Lin Bei's mind. The Heavenly Vine itself is very powerful, its strength reaching an unpredictable level. The world and races within it must also be very powerful. But why did they become extinct? That doesn't make sense. This shouldn't have happened. The number 31 Heavenly Vine saw what Lin Bei wanted to ask and answered before Lin Bei could even ask. The reason for its extinction was a catastrophe. As for what kind of calamity it is, I cannot tell you. Because we can't bring this up. Otherwise, disaster will strike again, and the world you live in will be destroyed. Although it will come again sooner or later, it may be better if it happens later. Lin Bei fell silent again. His expression was serious. A catastrophe that destroyed the entire inner world of the Heavenly Vine. It was clearly a terrible catastrophe. Indeed. It's better not to ask. Otherwise, when disaster strikes, no one will be able to escape it. After a while, the number 31 Tong Tian Vine seemed to suddenly remember something and took the initiative to tell him something. Oh, right, there's something I forgot to mention. My inner world consists only of ice dragons, and it is a pure world of ice and snow. But not every vine contains a single species, nor is its environment singular. Some vines have a rich variety of species inside, while others have a variety of environments inside. You can refer to the world you live in. Another bombshell. Upon hearing this news, Lin Bei became even more interested in the Heavenly Vine. Each Heavenly Vine has a unique inner world, inhabited by various races. This piqued his interest greatly. Looks like this trip wasn't a waste of time. To think that we were able to access such a secret. Lin Bei had already made a decision in his heart. If circumstances allow, you should definitely try to get to know other sky vines, even if it's just to satisfy your curiosity. Then, Lin Bei looked at the ice and snow dragon eggs around him. All 5 dragon eggs were quiet. It's unknown when they will hatch. However, given the conditions of this icy world, it will probably take a very long time for these young dragons to appear.
Although Lin Bei had no intention of touching the dragon eggs, the number 31 Tongtian vine wanted Lin Bei to tamper with them.
So it spoke up again on its own initiative. My current capacity remains to accommodate 3 ice dragons. You can choose 2 of the dragon eggs to hatch. If you don't mind, you can take those 2 baby dragons out with you. You can raise them yourself or give them away. No matter what decision you make in the end, those 2 young dragons will only regard you as their true master and will do as you command. Chapter 97: The Reward for Hatching the Dragon Egg. Time to leave. You mean you're going to give me 2 dragons? Such a good thing actually happened?
Upon hearing the mention of the number 31 heavenly vine, Lin Bei became even more interested.
Take 2 baby ice dragons out with you?
He couldn't bear to refuse something like that.
You know, this is a dragon. In the real world, they are extremely rare. Most people will never even see a dragon's beard in their entire lives. At most, they can buy some dragon's beard candy. Moreover, it's an ice dragon, which is quite unique among dragons.
Let alone refusing, Lin Bei would have loved to take them all out.
Take them all, every single one of them. The number 31 heavenly vine gave an affirmative answer. It's not a gift. That was my request. These dragons came into being because of you, so you are allowed to do whatever you want to them.
If it weren't for the fact that the ice dragon and the ice dragon egg are also inextricably linked to me, and that the upper limit for their simultaneous existence is determined by my carrying capacity, then you could even take all 5 dragon eggs and that dragon out with you. It also informed Lin Bei of another important piece of news. At this moment, Lin Bei finally understood the meaning of the number 31 heavenly vine.
Since you've already said that, I feel bad about refusing you. Then I will grant your wish and take 2 dragon eggs with me. By the way, I need to ask you beforehand, is the method for hatching dragon eggs also charging?
Before the number 31 heavenly vine could answer, the adult ice dragon standing to the side slightly vigorously, indicating that this was the method of hatching. At this moment, the number 31st heavenly vine also spoke.
Yes.
Although I don't know why your world calls this ability a power bank, it sounds like a power that's not very important, but in our understanding of Tongtian vine, this power is very important.
And it's not called a power bank. I can't remember what it's called either. I only remember that it was very useful. They are indispensable to us.
Its tone clearly carried a hint of doubt.
However, he didn't say much about it. It's just a name, it doesn't matter what you call it, it's just a label.
After Lin Bei determined the method, he immediately began selecting dragon eggs, paying no attention to what the number 31 Tongtian vine had said. Each dragon egg looked exactly the same, even in size, so he could only choose 2 based on his intuition. Finally, Lin Bei chose the 2 dragon eggs in the very center.
You're one of them.
There's no trick to it, just pick randomly. He reached out and touched the 2 dragon eggs he had chosen.
A response came from inside the dragon egg, expressing joy. Lin Bei then looked at the ice dragon. As for that big dragon, there must be some reason why you didn't let me take it out. Ice dragon looked at Lin Bei with reluctant eyes. Clearly, it also wanted to go outside with Lin Bei.
The number 31 Tongtian vine could see through the ice dragon's thoughts, but it couldn't let all the dragons leave. It's better to leave opportunities like this to the younger generation. The older folks should stay here and protect the world.
It cannot leave for the time being. But I hope it will have the opportunity to leave in the future. Lin Bei didn't ask any further questions. There are reasons why one cannot leave. Even if you ask, it's hard to change anything.
Then, Lin Bei stretched out his hands and touched the 2 dragon eggs, simultaneously charging them, with the power in his body flowing into the 2 dragon eggs at a steady pace.
Meanwhile, Yamamoto Jiro's son, Yamamoto Kento, was still traveling at a rapid pace.
He was less than 10,000 meters away from the number 33 heavenly vine.
Number 33 heavenly vine? Not this one. But the destination doesn't seem to be too far from the number 33 heavenly vine. We need to get there even faster. This is our chance. If we succeed, everything will be different. Yamamoto Kento remained resolute, clearly remembering the purpose of his visit. You only get one chance. We absolutely cannot fail. It cannot be delayed. Unless something very important happens. The process of charging the dragon egg lasted for half an hour. Click. Click.
Almost simultaneously, a crack appeared on both dragon eggs, a crack caused by the baby dragon pushing it out from the inside.
Dragon eggs. It is about to hatch. A few minutes later, the baby dragon inside the egg became very active, constantly hitting the eggshell. The cracks were slowly increasing, and several smaller pieces of eggshell fell to the ground. Lin Bei didn't stop, he continued to charge the dragon egg, injecting more energy. A few seconds later, the shells of both dragon eggs were smashed open, creating a large gap. The heads of the two young ice dragons emerged from the shells, making their first real contact with this icy world. But instead of looking at the surrounding ice and snow, they stared at Lin Bei with their big, adorable eyes, and their little paws were digging into the shell around them, as if they wanted to get into Lin Bei's arms. Pieces of shell fell to the ground as they struggled to leave their eggs. Lin Bei instinctively wanted to help them, but the system notification sounded first. Bite. The host has successfully helped an ice dragon hatchling emerge from its shell, meeting the criteria for receiving a reward. Reward obtained, Frost Dragon Breath LV1. The host has gained the ice dragon's exclusive ability to breathe icy dragon breath, with a range of 50 meters. Targets damaged by the icy dragon breath will be frozen. Bite. The host has successfully helped an ice dragon hatchling emerge from its shell, meeting the criteria for receiving a reward. Reward obtained, Frost Dragon Scale LV1. The host has gained the ice dragon's exclusive ability to use the ice dragon's power to create a layer of icy dragon scales on their body. These scales possess extremely strong defensive capabilities, easily withstanding many attacks, and they fit perfectly against the skin, providing a comfortable feel when covering the body. It rang twice in a row. I received 2 new rewards. Is this okay? What a surprise! Frost Dragon Breath and Frost Dragon Scale, both skills are related to ice dragons. Not bad, it seems quite useful. Lin Bei then looked at the remaining 3 dragon eggs. Without a doubt, hatching these 3 dragon eggs would yield a reward, most likely related to the ice dragon. But it's not the right time yet. Then, Lin Bei looked at the ice dragon and picked up the 2 little ice dragons in his arms. Was the purpose of letting me in here just to let me take away 2 baby dragons? Is there anything else to do? Ice Dragon shook his head. The voice of the number 31 Heavenly Vine also rang out. There are no complicated reasons. I just wanted to show you my inner world and give you 2 more dragons. It's that simple. If you want to leave now, I'll send you out. Anyway, thank you this time. I hope you don't take my previous request seriously, it was just an unrealistic fantasy. I can't possibly keep you here all to myself. The number 31 Heavenly Vine knew it was impossible for Lin Bei to charge it for 3 days. Instead of forcing Lin Bei to do such a thing, it's better to maintain a good relationship with him, so that things will be better when you see him again in the future. Moreover, it has an intuition. As long as you maintain a good relationship with Lin Bei, that day will come sooner or later. So we can't rush it. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei nodded. This is the result he wanted most. The Heavenly Vine secret realm holds countless secrets. We cannot waste all 3 days on Heavenly Vine number 31, we must at least make a trip to Heavenly Vine number 88. The most important goal this time is to awaken by Xiao Xiao's bloodline. Since everything is alright, please send me away. It's quite cold here. Lin Bei, holding an ice dragon in one arm, prepared to leave the inner world of the number 31 Heavenly Vine. The number 31 Heavenly Vine was also very cooperative. A vine fell, gently lifting Lin Bei and the 2 ice dragons, carrying them away from this world sealed by ice and snow. Chapter 98: The Secret of the Heavenly Vine Realm. Is that a dragon in his arms? The ice dragon watched Lin Bei leave, its icy blue eyes filled with reluctance. Finally, just as Lin Bei was about to disappear, it let out a loud dragon roar. The roar of a dragon echoed throughout the icy world. Actually, it also wanted to leave. I want to see the outside world. It's so lonely here. After all, once Lin Bei leaves, it will be the only one left here, along with a bunch of eggs that may never hatch. As he was about to leave, Lin Bei looked back and saw only the endless wind and snow howling past. I'll come back sooner or later. After finishing his self-talk, he officially left this icy world and reappeared at the location where he had originally entered the inner world of the 31 Heavenly Vine. The 2 young ice dragons were very well behaved, letting Lin Bei hold them without any resistance, and even seemed to be enjoying it. It even made a comfortable snoring sound. Lin Bei didn't rush back to the ground. Instead, he looked at the Heavenly Vine in front of him and asked a crucial, equally important question. Rumors are circulating that there is a mandatory condition for joining Tongtian Vine. The time since obtaining a profession cannot exceed 1 year. I want to help you, but there's definitely not enough time. The conditions for entering the Heavenly Vine secret realm are strict,
and you can only stay for 3 days each time you enter. Even if you're lucky and get 10 chances to come in a year, you can only stay for a total of no more than a month.
It's simply impossible for you to fully recover in such a short time.
The number 31 Tong Tian Tong understood Lin Bei's meaning.
It also provides an explanation for this.
Its voice resounded directly in Lin Bei's mind. There are indeed such restrictions because this place is special.
But there is a way to crack it.
As long as you can enter 5 times within a year and eat the fruits of 5 different heavenly vines, you will be able to break this existing limitation. Once the restriction is broken, you can ignore it and continue to enter even after 8 or 10 years.
You have enough time to do whatever you want.
After saying this, the 31 heavenly vine paused for a few seconds before continuing.
After this experience, you should have a better understanding of the situation. Your efforts will not be in vain.
And the rewards are not just that simple. Lin Bei could naturally understand what the number 31 heavenly vine was saying.
This is the reward. Those are the 2 ice dragons in my arms.
If you help other climbing vines, then the reward will be different.
And this was just a one-time reward.
Lin Bei had a gut feeling that after helping many times, the reward would definitely be even better.
I see. Understood. See you next time.
The number 31 heavenly vine did not try to stop them.
It knows. Those who want to leave cannot be kept.
Especially for someone like Lin Bei, who is the most important person to them, they must not put pressure on him, otherwise they will be the ones who suffer in the end. At this moment, the number 31 Tong Tian vine had only one thought: it hoped that the next meeting could be sooner.
Certainly. The sooner the better. But we can't be too hasty. Some things have to be done step by step.
Soon, Lin Bei was sent back to the ground by the number 31 sky-piercing vine. When they were still 100 meters above the ground, Xinxing Xue and Lu Ruyan, who had been waiting, immediately ran towards the spot where Lin Bei would land.
Lin Bei is back. Is it over?
They ran to where Lin Bei was about to land, but because their attention was focused on Lin Bei, they didn't notice the baby ice dragons that Lin Bei was holding on his left and right sides at first.
Su Rui, who chose to stay here out of curiosity about Lin Bei, also looked at Lin Bei at the same moment.
Her position allowed her to clearly see Lin Bei's situation, and her attention was not entirely focused on Lin Bei alone. Therefore, Su Rui saw the 2 ice dragons that Lin Bei was holding in his arms.
Wrong. What's that he's holding? Dragon? This doesn't seem to be an ordinary dragon. He brought 2 dragons down from the heavenly vine? What's going on? Su Rui was immediately shocked.
She knew Lin Bei would return from the heavenly vine sooner or later, but she never expected that Lin Bei would not return alone, but with 2 dragons that looked to be still in their infancy.
Is there a dragon living on the heavenly vine? These 2 ice dragons must have parents, right? They just brought one back with them, one in each arm? How did you do that? At this moment, Su Rui's interest in Lin Bei intensified even more. She had so many questions for Lin Bei. But an opportunity is missing. Just then, Lu Ruyan, who had arrived below Lin Bei first, saw the 2 young ice dragons being held by Lin Bei. Just then, 2 little ice dragons were also watching below. Lu Ruyan exclaimed in surprise. My God, Lin Bei is holding 2 dragons in his arms? Where did he get the dragon? Judging from the color, it seems to be an ice dragon? This is the first time I've ever seen a real dragon. Her words caught Xinxing Xue's attention.
Therefore, Xinxing Xue's gaze also turned to the 2 ice dragons.
It really is a dragon.
Unlike Lu Ruyan, who could only recognize them as dragons, she could sense the power of these 2 ice dragons because of their similar origins. Although they looked like they had just been born, the power within them was incredibly strong and pure. These 2 little dragons alone were enough to kill the members of the Hunters Association who had just been there.
And it was a complete massacre. You won't get hurt at all after it's over. These 2 dragons are no ordinary ones. If dragons also have direct rank classifications, then these 2 dragons are at least S rank. Chapter 99. The dragon has been discovered. Su Rui's thoughts.
Xinxing Xue's gaze was fixed on him. In comparison, Lin Bei's appeal was somewhat weaker, but it was only temporary, since the appearance of the 2 little ice dragons was truly surprising.
A legendary existence.
The same applies to Lu Ruyan. After all, Lin Bei was holding a dragon in his arms. The existence of dragons.
Most people would be interested. Even Su Rui is like that.
The appearance of the dragon was something she never expected.
especially when two dragons suddenly appeared. Moreover, they are all young dragons, and they look like they were born not long ago. Did he stir up trouble? Do dragons build nests in trees like birds? I don't understand. In short, it's outrageous. Although they were looking at the two ice dragons, Xin Xingxue and Lu Ruyan had no greed in their hearts and never thought of getting the two dragons from Lin Bei. They just find the two dragons cute. They look so cute, just like kittens and puppies. I really want to hug these two dragons. Is Lin Bei planning to raise these two dragons? Then I'll have to go back and study what dragons like to eat and try to fatten them up. I wonder what it feels like to touch a dragon. Will it feel the same as when I touch Lin Bei? He truly lives up to his reputation as the man I follow. While others were still raising small animals, he was already raising dragons, and he was raising two of them. That's amazing. Su Rui barely managed to hear the conversation between Xin Xingxue and Lu Ruyan. But she had a different opinion. She believes it would be more appropriate to hand the two dragons over to the authorities. Official dragon breeding is definitely the most scientific and comprehensive approach, and it also provides an opportunity to study this mysterious creature. Thinking about it carefully, these two dragons alone are qualified to become members of the common people. Their value can exceed that of an S-rank professional. Its potential is even more terrifying. Keeping the dragon in his hands could very well hinder its growth, and trusting it to the common people for nurturing is the best option. However, Su Rui only has this thought for now. In the near future, this idea will completely disappear. She, like Xin Xingxue and the others, will be molded into Lin Beichon's exclusive shape. Soon, Lin Bei landed on the ground, and the two ice dragons he had been holding in his arms let out happy dragon roars. They were looking around curiously. The world before us is completely different from the icy world in which they were born. That world was only white and snowy, but the world before me is full of colorful things, with blue skies, white clouds, flowers, trees, and even animals and birds. Although it cannot compare to the world outside the secret realm, it is far better than the world of ice and snow. The two little ice dragons were almost too many to keep up with. After a moment's thought, Lin Bei decided to release the two ice dragons. Go. Free time. But don't go too far. And don't eat anything indiscriminately. After saying that, he let go of her hand. Even though the two ice dragons had just hatched, they already possessed the ability to move freely and flew around in the sky very quickly. Like two tiny blue rockets, they flew around erratically. Let's have some fun. Xin Xingxue and Lu Ruyan kept their eyes following the two small ice dragons. They're moving so fast and they seem so happy. They really enjoy being outside. I can't believe that one day I'll see two little dragons flying around right in front of me. Every dragon scale is so exquisite, the little dragon claws are so cute, and there's no problem with its vitality. A short while later, their gazes fell on Lin Bei again. The two ice dragons were playing happily around. Xin Xingxue voiced the question that had been bothering her. Do these two dragons live on the heavenly vine? So, are the rumors circulating outside true? Are there indigenous people living on the Tongtian vine? She had heard about these things to some extent. There have been eyewitness accounts of seeing humans on the Tongtian vine, and there are even photos and videos circulating online. However, due to the distance and the lack of professional equipment, the images are not clear even when magnified. But things are different now. Lin Bei brought down two dragons from the heavenly vine, and he was certain that these two dragons were native to the heavenly vine. If this news gets out to others, I can't imagine how big a sensation it will cause. Lin Bei doesn't intend to completely hide this information, he will reveal what he can. He glanced at Su Rui, who was keeping a certain distance, and kept his voice down so that Su Rui couldn't hear him. To be more precise, whether it's the two little guys I brought back, or the figures or other things that others saw before, they all actually live inside the heavenly vine. The following information needs to be kept secret. Don't tell anyone except your own people, including your parents. Upon hearing this, Xin Xingxue and Lu Ruyan's expressions immediately changed, knowing that Lin Bei was about to say something very important. Lu Ruyan immediately turned to look at Su Rui, remembering the abilities Su Rui possessed. Etc. We can't say that here. That woman's ability is related to space, and I'm worried she might use it to eavesdrop. She had heard of the power of spatial abilities. It might not be the best for combat, but it's great in other aspects. Lin Bei looked at Su Rui again, his eyebrows slightly raised, and he felt quite interested in her. Spatial abilities? Interesting. It's really necessary to talk to her,
but I don't know much about her yet, and I don't know what kind of person she is.
I still can't let her know what I'm about to say.
We need to get her out of here first. At 31, play some games with her.
The number 31 heavenly vine was waiting behind.
At that moment, upon receiving Lin Bei's command, it extended a vine and approached Su Rue. Upon seeing the vine, Su Rue's first instinct was to run away, but she forcefully suppressed this urge.
No. You can't dodge it.
He didn't seem to want to hurt me, he probably just wanted to say something important but didn't want me to hear it.
So I have to cooperate.
She believed this was the best approach. The next moment, the number 31 attacked, wrapping around her tightly without a moment's pause, and shot straight into the sky. In less than a second, it was a kilometer away from the ground, and that distance was still increasing. Su Rue looked down and could no longer see Lin Bei and the others. And she continues to grow taller.
Because the ascent was so rapid, the body was under tremendous pressure. That guy.
They really don't know how to cherish women.
I really don't understand why a man like him would have 4 women chasing after him.
After confirming that Su Rue was no longer a risk, Lin Bei glanced at the ice dragon playing nearby before speaking slowly. Within each of the heavenly vines, there exists a unique and independent world. The inner world of the number 31 sky-reaching vine behind me is an ice and snow world. The whole world is covered in snow, and every piece of land is frozen. Plants and ordinary animals cannot survive in this world. As for the inner worlds of the other heavenly vine, we cannot yet determine what they look like, but we can confirm that they all possess different worlds. The ice dragon race that the 31 heavenly vine possesses. These 2 little guys were born in the world of the 30th heavenly vine. There are a few others besides them, but I can only bring back 2. In other inner worlds, there are different species, not just dragons, but also possibly Kunping.
The 2 listened quietly.
I was deeply shocked. I never imagined that such a shocking secret was hidden inside the heavenly vine.
At the same time, Yamamoto Kento, who happened to be traveling nearby, heard 2 faint dragon roars. What was that sound? That sounds a bit strange. I've never heard of it.
He instinctively stopped and looked toward the source of the dragon's roar. The next moment, Yamamoto Kento's eyes widened in disbelief at what he was seeing.
Right in front of us, there were 2 dragons playing in the air. That is... Dragon? My usual update time is midnight, but I'm not feeling well, so it's a bit late today. I'll try to get it back to midnight as soon as possible. Chapter 100 Heaven blesses the Yamamoto family.
The dragon catching plan begins. Yamamoto Kento rubbed his eyes vigorously, afraid that what he was seeing was just a hallucination, and at the same time he said to the others,
Look over at the heavenly vine.
Look at those 2 long, thin things flying in the sky.
Is that a dragon?
He couldn't believe his own judgment.
After all, it's a dragon.
And they're 2 little dragon cubs. The others immediately looked toward the direction of the number 31 heavenly vine. Although it was some distance away, they were not ordinary people and could not see the situation there clearly. 2 long, thin figures were playfully fighting in the air. It has 4 legs, 2 dragon horns on its head, and its body is covered with a layer of dragon scales, with its whiskers faintly visible as it sways. Every single detail matches the characteristics of a dragon as described in the book.
A classic Eastern dragon. The answer emerged in everyone's mind. There's no mistake, that's the dragon. There are dragons in the heavenly vine secret realm? This is something I've never heard of before. It doesn't seem to be an ordinary dragon. Judging from its color, it's an ice dragon, meaning it has ice-type abilities. What should we do? Should we take action against them?
I personally really want to catch those 2 dragons.
Call. Takahito Yamamoto came to his senses, but his breathing was not quite normal. Should we catch the dragon?
His first reaction was to grab him.
But there is another important matter. Therefore, it's a difficult decision. Takahito Yamamoto dared not make the decision himself. Wait a minute. I have to ask my dad and see what he says.
The other 4 had no objections.
Kento Yamamoto quickly contacted Nibi Yamamoto. Yamamoto's voice rang out. You succeeded so quickly? Or did something unexpected happen?
There was a hint of doubt in his tone. The contact had come much earlier than expected. In situations like this, it's either good news or bad news, but the probability of it being bad news is higher.
Takahito Yamamoto lowered his voice and said, Dad. There's a special situation now.
Here's what happened. On our way to our destination, we unexpectedly discovered two dragons that looked to have been born not long ago.
And they're two ice dragons.
There are only two baby dragons playing there, and no adult dragons around. We are thinking about whether to do something, but we dare not make a decision casually.
We need to see what you think. Shall we take action?
The probability of success is very high. Actually, he really wanted to take action. Let alone getting both dragons, just getting one of them would be enough for him in this lifetime.
An S-level job with a complete support system. The Yamamoto family will inevitably belong to him in the future. Ice Dragon.
My attributes are a perfect match for mine. My profession also uses ice as a source of power. A true combination of strengths.
If Yamamoto Kento could think of this, his father, Yamamoto Nibi, would certainly not forget it either.
Yamamoto Nibi avoided the crowd and stood in a deserted corner, his face filled with an excited and crazy smile.
We actually encountered a dragon? The people who build things are really lucky. It's as if the heavens have blessed my Yamamoto family.
First, the man my elder brother sent died, which gave me that opportunity, and now I've encountered two ice dragons.
When luck comes, there's no stopping it. We must obtain those two ice dragons. If Jianrun has an ice dragon as an ally, even the eldest brother won't dare to touch him. If Jianrun tames both ice dragons, I can't even imagine how glorious his future will be. Yamamoto Nibi became more and more excited as he thought about it. He almost burst out laughing. If he weren't worried about being noticed, he would have laughed out loud right now.
Even though he tried hard to suppress his excitement, his shoulders were still trembling slightly, but no one noticed anything unusual about him.
Jianrun, we must catch those two dragons. After we catch them, lock them up first, then we'll get on with that.
We can talk about taming the dragons when we get back. There are plenty of ways to tame them.
But be careful. Takahito Yamamoto nodded vigorously. I see. Don't worry, we will leave immediately if there is any danger, and we will not take any risks. The dragon is important, but life is more important. The communication has ended. Takahito Yamamoto looked again at the two ice dragons playing happily. He was certain. At this moment, the two ice dragons were unaware of the danger lurking nearby. Otherwise, they would not have been playing around there but would have turned and run away. Everyone, get ready. Operation Dragon Hunting is about to begin. Both dragons, we will not let either one go.
We will not treat you unfairly.
I'll keep only one, and you can distribute the rest. The rewards won't be lacking either. Yamamoto Kento was saying things against his conscience.
In fact, he intended to have both ice dragons, but in order for the plan to proceed smoothly, he had to fabricate a lie for now. After all, 4 teammates are very useful. It wasn't just about catching the dragon, there was something even more important. The 4 teammates obviously didn't think much of it and started fantasizing about how to divide the loot after getting a dragon.
An ice dragon can sell for at least several hundred million. We'll split the money then. If you ask me, why don't you give me the dragon, and I'll give each of you 3 a turn. Get lost.
With 100 million, I can easily find 10 teachers to exchange ideas with.
There's no need to waste it on you. That's true, I can go find a male prostitute too. Seeing this, Kento Yamamoto breathed a sigh of relief. At least these 4 people believed it. Since no one has any objections, then I declare. Operation Dragon Hunt begins. Chapter 101: A Dragon with an Owner? Hopefully, he'll be sensible. At this moment, Takahito Yamamoto was very excited. I hit the jackpot while walking down the street. They encountered 2 young ice dragons whose parents were not with them. There's simply no reason not to seize this opportunity. You know, this is a dragon. For all these years, a dragon has never appeared at Sakura Junior High School. Searching the entire Sakura country, not a single trace related to dragons could be found. Even among the various Shikigami, there were no dragon-type Shikigami, but there were quite a few insect-type and snake-type Shikigami. It was as if the dragon had never descended upon the land of cherry blossoms. Land abandoned by dragons. More importantly, catching these 2 dragons doesn't seem dangerous. There are no other large dragons around, so there's no need to worry about facing such a deadly danger. This is truly a rare and exceptional opportunity. You might regret it for the rest of your life if you miss this opportunity. Takahito Yamamoto had a gut feeling. His era is about to begin. The prerequisite is to capture these 2 dragons and then complete another important task. We must succeed. We cannot fail. I want to usher in an era named after Jinrun.
The remaining 4 people had no idea what Yamamoto Kento was thinking. They didn't care, they just wanted to deal with the 2 ice dragons as soon as possible. However, you must also control the force you apply to the ice dragon, and absolutely not injure it, as this will affect its appearance. Everyone must be careful later.
Remember, it's just about capturing them, not harming them, and you absolutely must not kill them. Don't worry, I know exactly what's going on. And if we act quickly, someone else might come and snatch it at any moment. Let's go now. The next moment, Takito Yamamoto immediately took the lead in launching the operation.
He burst into his fastest speed and charged toward the 2 happy ice dragons, with the other 4 following behind him at high speed.
The distance between the 5 people and the 2 ice dragons is constantly decreasing.
The 2 ice dragons, which had been playing happily, soon sensed something was wrong and looked in the direction where Yamamoto Kento and the others were. They were somewhat afraid. Although he was just born and didn't understand anything, he could sense that these 5 people had ill intentions and definitely wanted to do something bad. The 2 dragons exchanged a glance and instantly reached a consensus.
Run! Return to its owner. I can't face these bad people alone. They are too weak. 4 head. At least they consider themselves weak. The next moment, the 2 ice dragons turned around and prepared to leave.
But Yamamoto Kento, who had been keeping a close eye on Neryu, wouldn't give them that chance. He guessed what Neryu was planning to do immediately.
Trap them. Don't let them escape.
After saying that, he was the first to unleash his power. A giant hand made of ice suddenly appeared in the sky and reached out to grab the 2 young ice dragons, intending to capture them both with one blow.
Then, attacks deliberately controlled by others also began. Don't even think about running. Stop. Use the power of your Shikigami. You must capture them no matter what.
Suddenly, 4 more attacks appeared in the sky.
A vast net of lightning unfolded and covered everything.
Hundreds of crows gathered together, preparing to disrupt the twin dragons. A semi-transparent, humanoid entity reached out its hand to the tail of one of the dragons. There's also a vibrating spiked club. 5 different attacks rapidly approached the twin dragons, locking onto multiple directions, determined to capture them. All 5 attacks are primarily control-oriented, with the aim of capturing the 2 ice dragons. At the same time, Lin Bei, who was chatting with Xin Xingxue and Lu Ruyan, saw the 5 attacks targeting the twin dragons and immediately understood what was going on.
Lin Bei's expression immediately turned cold. Trying to capture my dragon? Who is it?
How dare they have such an idea?
If you frighten my dragon, then whoever it is doomed.
These 2 dragons were very important to him. They were his personal possessions, the kind he could dispose of however he wanted. Besides him, there are his people, and no one else has the right to touch them.
Knowing about the dragon will definitely bring trouble. But I didn't expect trouble to come so quickly. It's only been a short while.
As he spoke, Lin Bei had already left his original spot and headed towards the direction where the 2 ice dragons were.
Xin Xingxue and Lu Ruyan naturally knew what had happened.
There was murderous intent surging in their eyes. The person I just brought back was snatched away by some jerk in the blink of an eye. My good mood was completely ruined. What a bunch of blind fools, they even dared to bully Lin Bei's dragon.
Prepare to go to hell. Doing something like this, you deserve to die.
They followed Lin Bei a short distance ahead.
The 2 ice dragons were terrified.
This was their first time experiencing something like this, and their desire to return to Lin Bei's side was at its strongest at that moment. Erlong suddenly increased his speed and successfully escaped the attack from Yamamoto Kento and his men from 2 different directions.
Then it immediately flew towards Lin Bei.
This situation was unexpected by Yamamoto Kento and his companions. They hadn't expected the 2 ice dragons to be this fast. Although the first round of arrests failed, the group was not discouraged. Instead, they felt even more excited. Keep going. The harder these 2 dragons are to catch, the higher their actual value. I agree. It looks like it's only been born a short time, yet it already possesses this kind of flight speed. What will it be like when it grows up? Stop talking nonsense and grab them now. A few seconds later, another attack came, which was much more dangerous than the previous one. The 2 ice dragons successfully dodged again, and their speed continued to increase, soon returning to Lin Bei's side. The joy in Yamamoto Kento and the others intensified. As expected of a dragon, it's quite difficult to catch. Everyone, don't stop, keep pushing. Catch them. Several more attacks erupted, but the two dragons managed to dodge them all, though they gradually began to struggle. Newborn, without having eaten anything, it was busy playing and frolicking around. This is the most vulnerable stage in a dragon's life, so it's already quite good that it has achieved this much. Just as a new round of attacks was about to begin, the two ice dragons finally returned to Lin Bei's side, hiding directly behind him and cautiously looking ahead with their two cute dragon heads peeking out. Lin Bei could sense their fear. He can understand. Two babies. I encountered several bad people. How could I not be afraid? Fine. I'm here. You will be fine. At the same moment, Yamamoto Kento and his group also witnessed this scene. They realized something. The two dragons that were targeted have owners. It wasn't a wild dragon. Their attack temporarily ceased, and they did not launch any further attacks to capture the target. The dragon has an owner. What should we do now? He must have beaten us to it. We were just a little bit late. Should we catch them or not? Although these two dragons belong to someone, it would be a real shame to let them go like this. Who knows if we'll ever have another chance to encounter dragons again? Jianrun, you make the decision. Yamamoto Kento was sizing up Lin Bei, but he didn't sense any threat from him. However, he didn't underestimate his opponent because of this. Being able to become the master of two dragons is enough to prove that Lin Bei must have extraordinary abilities. Don't rush to make a move. Talk to him for a bit. If he is willing to hand over the dragon voluntarily, that would be the best outcome. If he doesn't know what's good for him, then the outcome will be different. Chapter 102. Do you need a stepmother? Do you know Hikawa's steel plate? The remaining people largely agreed with Yamamoto Kento's idea. The best scenario would be to obtain the dragon without lifting a finger. This way, we can conserve our energy and avoid hurting the two dragons. They are willing to take action if it requires it. Murder and robbery are common occurrences. This happens frequently outside of secret missions, let alone inside them. I support Jianrun's decision. Let's talk first, and if that doesn't work, then we can take it by force. There's only one person on the other side, we don't need to worry about him at all, we can kill him easily. I feel it's better to just kill it, that way we can prevent the news of us getting the dragon from getting out. Just then, Xin Xingxue and Lu Ruyan came to Lin Bei's side and stood to his left and right to observe the situation of the two ice dragons. Only after confirming that the two ice dragons were unharmed did the two breathe a sigh of relief. It's good that you weren't injured. As for how Lin Bei planned to handle it, Xin Xingxue and Lu Ruyan tacitly refrained from asking. There's no need to ask. They all knew Lin Bei would do this. Without a doubt. Kill them all. Yamamoto Kento and the others, who had been watching Lin Bei closely, naturally wouldn't miss this scene. Wait, look, he doesn't seem to be alone, he has two beautiful women with him. Two such beautiful women, they give me a professional urge to act up. Let's change the plan. We not only need to snatch the two dragons, but also those two beauties. We can't let either of them go. I agree. Jianrun gets one dragon and one beautiful woman, while we get another dragon and another beautiful woman. At this moment, Yamamoto Kento spoke up. No. I want a dragon and one of the beauties, but I can't give you the other beauty either. It has to be given to my dad. We will compensate you financially. He had barely finished speaking when the only female professional among them asked. How? Do you need a stepmother? You might consider me. Yamamoto Kento's brows immediately furrowed. Stepmother? He has plenty. There are plenty. She even has several stepfathers. After we get out of here, I'll take you to meet my dad. Whether it works or not depends on you. Yamamoto Kento agreed. But he knew it was impossible. Once they leave the secret realm, it will be the end for these four people, because they know too much. The female professional had no idea about the plan of Yamamoto Kento and his son. She only felt excited after hearing this. The Yamamoto family is a truly prominent family. Yamamoto Nibi is the younger brother of the family head and will most likely become the new family head in the future. Anyone who can get close to someone with such a status will definitely make a fortune. Rest assured. I'll definitely win over your dad. The other three were itching to make a move. I wanted to say something, but I didn't dare. A stepmother has arrived. Where is the stepfather? Would you mind having a few more? Just then, Lin Bei stretched out his hands, holding an ice dragon in each arm, instantly establishing a charging connection and injecting energy into the two dragons' bodies.
The two dragons have very little power within them.
What a playful pair of little guys.
They're so weak, yet they don't even think about eating something first. They're just busy playing around. Taking care of them isn't an easy task.
Lin Baidu was somewhat worried.
Being playful isn't wrong, but we can't be too strict about it.
He continued to charge the two ice dragons, while his gaze was fixed on Yamamoto Kento and his companions, who were a kilometer away. The female professional was dressed in clothes full of elements from Japan, while the other four did not have any particularly obvious characteristics. However, Lin Bei already had a guess in his mind.
Are they from the land of cherry blossoms?
Very likely. But it doesn't matter, it's all the same no matter where they come from.
My dragon isn't so easy to move around. Yamamoto Kento was also analyzing the identities of Lin Bei and the others.
First of all, we can confirm that they are not from my country of cherry blossoms. They don't look like they've had plastic surgery, so we can basically rule out them being from the Korean side. They must be from the Dragon Kingdom. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes.
It doesn't matter if it's Koreans.
But the Dragon Kingdom. This must be resolved.
Walk. Go find them. Yamamoto Kento led a few people forward.
Lin Bei also began to take action.
The distance between the two sides kept shrinking.
In the end, only a few dozen meters remained. Yamamoto Kento stopped, a fake smile on his face, and asked Lin Bei, who was clearly the leader, first.
Friends from the Dragon Kingdom? Or are they friends of the Koreans?
Upon hearing this question, Lin Bei was completely certain of the identities of these 5 people.
Without a doubt.
They come from the land of cherry blossoms. Lin Bei tried hard to recall the names of the people he had killed before, and managed to remember 2 of the more distinctive names.
Richuan Steel Plate. Scarlet Heavenly General. Instead of answering the question, he directly asked in return. Do you know Hikawa Kosakani and Haisa Tanjiro? Takito Yamamoto was taken aback.
I never expected to hear these 2 names from Lin Bei.
Do you know each other?
They weren't just acquaintances, they were practically inseparable. From the moment they entered the Heavenly Vine secret realm, they had been hoping that something would happen to Richuan Gangban and the others, and in the end, their hopes were truly fulfilled. For a moment, Takahito Yamamoto was at a loss as to how to handle the situation. If these people in front of us are friends of Hikawa Koban and others, or even Yamamoto Atsuki shows backup plan, then the situation could become very troublesome.
Who are you? How did you come to know Hikawa Koban and the others?
They don't seem to be from my country of cherry blossoms.
Yamamoto Kento asked tentatively. He also dared not reveal his identity. If Yamamoto Atosho knew he was here, I can't even imagine what would happen, but all his plans and preparations would come to nothing. How should I put it?
Why? I'm not very good at expressing myself, and I don't know how to say anything fancy or roundabout.
Let's just tell the truth. Why do you know them? Of course it's because I killed them all. And I also accidentally learned something important.
Speaking of this matter, there's something I'd like to confirm with you.
Does any of you have Yamamoto in your name?
At this moment, it is exceptionally quiet here.
All 5, including Yamamoto Kento, remain silent.
The thing I was worried about didn't happen.
But the actual situation is even worse.
The person opposite them was not a friend of Hikawa Koban and others, so there was no possibility that he would expose the matter to Yamamoto Itosho. But this person is the real culprit who killed Hikawa Koban and others.
Killing people is one thing. It seems they also know about that matter. Chapter 103 Lin Bei must die. 5 Shikigami controllers.
Yamamoto Kento looked at Lin Bei, maintaining a calm demeanor on the surface, but in reality, he was in turmoil, his mind filled with chaotic thoughts, feeling extremely agitated, and had an urge to destroy something.
This is truly an unexpected situation.
The people who killed Hikawa Koban and the other 5, including Haisa Tanjiro, were actually several Chinese, and these Chinese even managed to extract information about the goddess from them. They were truly 5 useless people.
So many resources were wasted in training them, and in the end, they died at the hands of the Chinese.
It's bad enough that they died, but they also exposed that matter. If we had known, we would have preferred to kill a few of them. Although we would have suffered heavy casualties ourselves if we had done so, it would have been better than the Chinese finding out.
A humiliating disgrace. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became.
Just a minute ago, I thought everything was going in the right direction, and top-notch opportunities were appearing one after another. But now this unexpected situation has arisen, and I have unfortunately encountered a stumbling block on the way.
Fortunately, it looked like just a small stone that could be easily stepped over. It wasn't one of those immovable boulders.
At this moment, Kento Yamamoto's expression turned ferocious. He originally thought that he would not have a conflict with Lin Bei. As long as Lin Bei handed over the 2 ice dragons and the 2 beauties, he would leave Lin Bei a way out. Even if he was beaten into a fool, he would still live. However, it now appears that this approach is not feasible.
No.
We cannot leave this unstable factor behind, otherwise we cannot predict what will happen in the future. Therefore, Lin Bei must die here, and then Xinxing Xue and Lu Ruyan must be taken away. Only in this way can the secret be kept and the situation be prevented from deteriorating further.
There is no other choice.
The matter of the goddess and the 2 dragons must be kept strictly confidential. We cannot allow more competitors to enter the market, as that would only worsen the situation.
After calming down, Kento Yamamoto thought of something else.
Since he was able to kill 5 people from the Hikawa steel plate team, it proves that his strength is also extraordinary. However, there are only 3 of them in total now, while the maximum number of people allowed to enter is 5.
Basically, every team that enters has 5 people.
In other words, 2 of his teammates died at the hands of the 5 men led by Hikawa steel plate.
And that incident happened not long ago.
Killing Hikawa steel plate would have taken a lot of their strength, and they wouldn't be able to recover much in a short time.
The 3 of them are in a very weak state.
In other words, it's easy to solve. It can be done with just a little effort.
You're lucky. After realizing this, Yamamoto Kento's expression improved considerably.
Because the situation is in his favor. With 3 enemy players severely wounded and weakened, while our team of 5 is at full health and in good condition, there's absolutely no chance of us losing. He even felt that Lin Bei was an idiot.
Where did you get the courage to bring this up? Do you think you have too much time on your hands? Idiot. If you hadn't told me about this, I might have spared your life. If you insist on bringing this up, then you can forget about surviving. Subsequently, Takahito Yamamoto shared his speculation with his teammates. The teammates felt that it made a lot of sense after listening to it. They knew the strength of Hikawa Kosaka and his group better than anyone else, possessing detailed information, and naturally understood how difficult it would be to kill Hikawa Kosaka and his companions.
Even they will have to pay a heavy price, and some may even die.
A golden opportunity. We must kill that Chinese man.
Yes, the woman and the ice dragon can stay, but the other person cannot.
Hurry up and do it, don't hesitate, I really don't like him. Actually,
the 5 of them felt a little grateful to Lin Bei. After all, if Lin Bei hadn't killed Rikowa Gangban and the others, this opportunity wouldn't have fallen into their laps.
Even so, we still can't let Lin Bei go.
Even if Lin Bei didn't find out about that matter, he still had to be killed. It's true that they helped unintentionally, but it's also a fact that they killed Rikowa Gangban and others, especially since Lin Bei and his group came from China, so this matter cannot be ignored.
Just then, Lin Bei asked again. How? Are they all deaf? Does anyone have the name Yamamoto? I'd like to ask about that matter in more detail. Because I am very interested in that so-called goddess named Yamamoto Haruko. He always remembered this incident. The goddess of the land of cherry blossoms. I have to get involved no matter what.
If this person's return would bring some kind of opportunity to the Sakura Kingdom, then it would be better for him to die forever in the heavenly vine.
In other situations, we would think of other ways to deal with it. If all else fails, just kidnap the goddess back. In conclusion, we cannot allow that goddess to return to the Sakura Kingdom. In Yamamoto Kento's eyes, Lin Bei was already a dead man, so he couldn't be bothered to argue with him, because arguing with a dying man was really pointless. Let's do it. Kill this man. The dragon and the woman shall remain. Yamamoto Kento gave the order directly.
There's no need to waste time here. The next moment, the people behind him made their move. 4 ferocious-looking Shikigami appeared beside the 4 people.
A dog completely enveloped in lightning.
A large raven with blood-red eyes. A strange being with a semi-transparent body, a human-like appearance, but with very long arms.
A masked man wielding a vibrating spiked club.
All 4 Shikigami were staring at Lin Bei, knowing that their next task was to kill the man before them.
Yamamoto Kento also summoned his Shikigami.
A gigantic humanoid god clad in ice and snow armor, holding a katana several meters long in each hand.
All 5 of them possessed the power of Shikigami. Sakura Junior High School. There are two types of professionals. There are two types of professionals, those who are the same as those in other countries, and those who specialize in controlling Shikigami. The number of these two types of professionals is about equal. In terms of strength, they are about the same. However, the power of the Shikigami is used more smoothly and comprehensively. Not only can the complete Shikigami be summoned, but the power can also be used in parts when capturing dragons, just like before. Meanwhile, Shin Xingxue and Lu Ruyan had planned to kill several people, but Lin Bei stopped them. Etc. You don't need to do anything this time. Let these two little guys come. Let's hone their courage and then see their strength. Lin Bei had thought it through from the very beginning. The two young ice dragons need to be deployed. This is the best choice. Shin Xingxue was very surprised when she heard this. What? Let them both make their move? But they're just babies. Is it possible? Lu Ruyan stood to the side, not saying anything, but her eyes and expression were very similar to Shin Xingxue's, clearly indicating that she was thinking about the same thing. Really? Dragons are a very strong race. Newborn dragons cannot be included. Before Lin Bei could say anything, the two ice dragons mustered their courage and roared at him a few times, indicating that they were willing to try and would do their best to accomplish it. They didn't want to disappoint Lin Bei. Lin Bei also responded with a smile at this moment. Go ahead and do it. I will be here to help you. No matter how you use your power, it will never run out, and you don't need to worry about getting injured. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'm right here. Chapter 104 Training Their Courage. Don't you dare cause any trouble. At this moment, the two little ice dragons gained immense courage, and all their fear and timidity vanished. They left Lin Bei's embrace and flew towards Yamamoto Kento and his group of 5, their dragon eyes filled with fighting spirit. This is their first stop. Yamamoto Kento guessed the situation immediately. What? He's sending these two little dragons to fight us? Put. He couldn't help but laugh. I feel like Lin Bei might have something wrong with his head. Just now, the two ice dragons could only flee in a sorry state when they were being captured by them. Now, they actually dare to let these two ice dragons face them? What's the difference between doing this and deliberately courting death? Yamamoto Kento wouldn't bother reminding Lin Bei. He was hoping Lin Bei would make more stupid mistakes, preferably getting himself killed as well. These two dragons are too fast. I was still thinking about how to catch them later. I never expected to deliver myself to your doorstep. Good. Then let's catch these two dragons first, and then kill you, you bastard. The remaining 4 people also showed excited expressions. They made their decision. Send several Shikigami to kill Lin Bei, and at the same time use the power of the Shikigami to capture the dragon. A two-pronged approach will be more efficient. Shin Xingxue and Lu Ruyan were very worried. They knew that as long as Lin Bei was there, the two ice dragons would definitely be safe, but they didn't know how strong the two ice dragons were, and whether they could take down the 5 people on the other side was a question, so they couldn't help but worry. The 5 people opposite are all special professionals who have signed contracts with Shikigami and can summon Shikigami to fight. It's not quite the same as professions like summoner. A professional who possesses a Shikigami can not only summon Shikigami clones to fight, but also continue to use the Shikigami's power to do other things while the Shikigami clones are fighting. In other words, it wasn't a 2 against 5 situation. It's equivalent to 2 against 10. Lin Bei, if they encounter danger later, can I help them? I'm also worried. They can't even understand how to eat properly, can they really do something like this? Yes, especially when you're facing Shikigami. Unlike the other 2, Lin Bei was very confident. Even the weakest dragon is still a dragon. Even a newly hatched dragon is not weak. Moreover, the birthplace of these 2 ice dragons is inside the number 31 sky-reaching vine, which is a mysterious place in itself. Just watch patiently. Don't underestimate them just because they are small. Seeing Lin Bei's certainty, Shin Xingxue and Lu Ruyan said nothing more. But they were still watching intently. Lin Bei remained as calm as ever. Everything was under his control. Although Erlong has already gone to fight, the charging process is still in progress. This is the advantage of wireless charging. The target being charged does not need to stay by your side at all times. Therefore, the 2 ice dragons' power is constantly increasing, their stamina will always remain at full capacity no matter how much they are consumed, and they will instantly heal from any injuries they sustain. It's like having a cheat code. At that moment, the two ice dragons, in a group, went to the front of Yamamoto Kento and his group of 5. Without even a second of hesitation or delay, they immediately launched an attack. Call. 2 streams of icy dragon breath were unleashed. The icy dragon breath swept forward, instantly lowering the surrounding temperature. Ice crystals condensed in the space it passed through, demonstrating just how low the temperature of the icy dragon breath was. Dragon's breath. It is the dragon's strongest and most fundamental power, as well as its most effective attack method. The expressions of Yamamoto Kento and the other 4 men changed drastically at that moment. The 2 dragons' power exceeded their expectations. It's much better than expected. Be careful, we can't fight them head-on, these 2 dragons aren't weak. Get out of the way. Damn it, we've been fooled. The 5 people hurriedly tried to escape. Just then, Linbei made his move. He released 2 identical vines from the sky-reaching vine, which, in the extremely short time before the others could react, wrapped around 2 of them, firmly holding them in place. Why are you running? Those 2 little guys finally mustered up the courage to fight. How could I possibly let their first attack miss? Just bear with it. The reason Linbei only controlled 2 people was intentional. He planned to cultivate Erlong's courage and confidence. Rather than killing them all at once, it would be better to do it one wave at a time, which would be more effective. You can't get fat in one bite. After leaving the area covered by the dragon's breath, Yamamoto Kento immediately looked back at his original location and was surprised to find that 2 of his companions were still there. What are you doing? Get out of the way. Don't just stand there like an idiot. He realized something was wrong as soon as he finished speaking. The 2 companions looked extremely grim. Its body struggled incessantly, trying to escape the position where the dragon's breath was about to strike, but it just wouldn't budge. Something's not right. It's not that they didn't want to hide, but they encountered some kind of trouble that prevented them from leaving. The 2 people who were being held captive saw the green vines that were wrapped around their feet and tightly restraining them. They reacted in the shortest time, knowing they had to get rid of the vines quickly, otherwise they would be attacked by the icy dragon's breath, and even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would be seriously injured. The spiked club Shikigami and the crow Shikigami immediately launched an attack on the vines. The spiked club pounded wildly on the vines. The crow Shikigami quickly split into dozens, tearing and pecking at the vines incessantly. But it didn't work. It's impossible to destroy the vines. Help! Genron, please save us. This thing is too difficult to deal with. Without bothering to figure out what was going on, Yamamoto Kento immediately controlled his Shikigami to reach out with both hands to grab his 2 trapped companions. Using immense force to forcibly pull the 2 out was the only method he could think of at the moment. How could Linbei possibly leave Yamamoto Kento with such a solution? What trouble are you causing? It's not your turn yet. Thump! 2 more vines appeared and lashed out at the hands of the ice spirit. I accidentally used a little too much force. The ice Shikigami's hands were instantly ripped apart, exploding into large shards of ice that fell to the ground. Takahito Yamamoto was stunned on the spot. I couldn't react immediately. What strange thing? You destroyed my Shikigami? He thought he could easily rescue the 2 people, since they were only a few meters away. In that brief moment of stunned silence, the icy breath spewed out by the 2 dragons together engulfed the 2 people who were being controlled by the vines.